Irish money. I might go there. Show this card at any participating Orlando area Exxon station to get you a free Save the Tiger poster. Just give me that. Give me some lip gloss.
It's Nolan!
I'm in the middle of something.
I can't believe I'm being evicted.
What are you talking about?
The reverse peepholes. Silvio says I'm an agitator and I'm not in the building.
He can't do that.
I'm homeless. I'm going to be out on the street corner dancing for nickels. I'll be with the hobos in the train yard eating at the fucking...
Go and talk to him. Straighten this whole thing out.
You better put something up there.
George, I am loving this no wallet thing. A man carries a wallet. You know, the very fact that you oppose this makes me think I'm onto something.
Hey, Jerry.
Hey, Joe Mayo. Nice place.
Thanks. George, can you do me a favor and stay by the phone in case anybody calls and needs directions? Love to. Thanks. Jerry.
Music?
Actually, can you keep an eye on the aquarium and make sure nobody taps it?
I can do that and the music.
Oh, no, don't worry about the music. Just have fun.
I was ready to get jiggy with it.
Hey.
Hey, Elaine.
Hey. I think you know Dr. Zayas.
So, Elaine, notice anything different about my...
So, George. Did you get the chair?
No, I don't have it.
So we're giving him nothing?
I brought a picture of the chair.
Did you at least get him a card?
I thought we'd all sign the picture. Elaine,
Hey, Joe Mayo.
I need you to be in charge of coats.
Oh, fantastic.
Buddy, you make sure nobody puts a drink on those.
Sure thing, Joe, man.
Hi, I'm Jerry. You like my pants?
Nice.
It's working. Don't tap on the glass.
Joe Mayo's a bum.
Hey! I'll tell him to speak.
Goodbye, Dr. Zayas.
Why are we in Jenny's apartment?
I like to think of this as my conference room. Yeah, it has a more formal atmosphere, you know, with the shelves and the furniture.
Make it quick, my wife and I are about to go bowling.
He thinks that you evicted him.
I did. I don't like Mr. Newman. He is an agitator.
I've known Newman all my life in the building, and you're all wrong about him. He's a model tenant. Importantly, yes, but smart as a whip.
Okay, on your word, he can stay. But I'm gonna keep my eye on him.
Well, you won't regret it.
What's wrong?
Elaine, thanks for coming.
Good working with you.
All right, let's hit the bricks.
What?
Hey, I got a coat just like this.
So Joe Mayo had the same coat.
And you threw it out the window? God, you're like a rock star.
So now Joe Mayo wants me to buy him a new coat.
Did you throw it out?
No, because I was in charge of the coats. It's insane.
But you did actually throw his coat out the window.
But he doesn't know that. As far as he knows, someone stole it. And that's the person who should be held responsible.
But that's you.
So I guess I'll have to buy him a new coat, even though I don't think I should be held responsible which I am anyway.
Well, I'm satisfied. My back is killing me.
Of course, because of that wallet. You got a filing cabinet under half of your ass.
This organizer, secretary, and a friend.
Look at you. You're on a slant.
Well, napkins. Yeah, fine.
What was that?
I think I had some cotton candy. Oh, this is supposed to go to Joe Mayo's apartment. How does this thing work? So you want me to deliver this chair to your friend's place or not?
Ready to go?
All set. I can't believe we're going dancing.
You don't go that often?
No, because it's so stupid. Shall we?
Do me a favor. Can you hold this stuff for me?
Okay, lipstick on this.
And can you also carry my keys?
What are you, a medieval dungeon master?
And a tin of Altoids.
Ow, turkey. So you're sleeping with Silvio's wife?
Well, there's very little sleeping going on.
Why didn't you tell me about this?
Frankly, I don't see how it's any of your business.
Well, it's my business now. Look, I stuck up for you. And if he catches you, we're both out.
And what is that up that tree?
And that looks like a dead bear.
No, that's a fun coat. Hey, give me a boost.
Where did you learn to climb trees like that?
The Pacific Northwest.
So you had to carry some carry stuff. Big deal.
You don't understand. I went on a successful pocket diet, and I want to keep that weight off.
You know what? We saw this thing at Peterman that would be perfect for you.
Not more of that crap from the Titanic.
No. It's a small men's carry-on.
I'm not carrying a purse.
It's not a purse. It's European. Hey, did George buy Joe Mayo that chair yet?
No.
If I'm getting him a new fur, I'm not chipping in on a gift, too.
Hey, George, you get Joe Mayo that chair yet?
Not yet. Oh, God.
What?
It's in.
You get it?
No.
Look, tell him I'm out.
Look, she's out? So what? You're getting a deal, right? Let's put it 3 ways. What is that noise?
That's my toaster. I gotta go.
You know, sometimes I get the feeling George isn't being completely honest with me.
Yeah. Nice.
Oh, thanks. Weekend?
Well, I guess I better go and price fur coats.
Oh, put on 88th Street. They're pretty.
What are you talking
Oh,
about?
they're hanging from the trees. You know, Newman found one there yesterday. That guy can climb like a ringtail lemur.
88th Street, that's where Joe Mayo lives. It's the coat!
What was that pop sound? I had some hard candy in there.
So, to what do I owe this unusual invitation?
Come in.
This is very much as I imagined it to be. Aside from this rattan piece, which seems oddly out of place.
Please, sit down. Newman, I wanted to talk to you about something.
This isn't about my opening your mail. Because I don't, never have. Anything I read was already open.
Now, Newman, I heard that you found a fur coat in a tree, and I believe that it belongs to a friend of mine, and I'd like to give it back to him.
Sorry, climbers keepers.
You know, Numi, I know how you feel about me, and I have to tell you, I'm quite flattered.
You are?
Oh, yeah. I mean, of all the men that I know, you're the only one who's held down a steady job for years.
It's interesting work. I don't mind it. Don't you have a boyfriend, Burley, athletic type?
Oh, him? Oh, cool. Very cool. So what do you say? Can you do me this one little favor?
I've waited for this moment. But alas, my heart belongs to another man's wife, and I have given the coat to her.
All right, we're done here.
For I am in love with Svetlana, and I don't care if the whole world knows, except for Silvio, who would throw me out of the apartment where I would be dancing.
Thank you very much. Nice carry-all.
It's European.
Do you still have my lipstick?
Yeah, I think I do. I can never find anything in here. Here it is. So that Joe Mayo throws the worst parties, doesn't he? What was your job?
My job was to keep you away from music.
What? He doesn't like my taste in music?
I guess not.
You should have been there last year. I got jiggy with it.
Kramer, it's Silvio. Open up, I need to talk to you. I can see you through the reverse people.
Hey, Silvio! Look at this. Svetlana says she found it in the laundry room, but I think it is a gift from that postman agitator. Where is it? Relax. No, that's it. You're both out of the building.
Oh, come on. Newman didn't even give her that. No, that's not even a woman's coat. That's a man's.
What kind of a man would wear fur?
Oh, that's it.
No. Very good.
What about Jerry?
Jerry.
Sure, he's a celebrity. Oh, yeah, they wear a lot of fur. They're desperate, insecure people.
Yes, you are right. It's all about me. Please look at me. I am so pretty. Love wants me.
Have to do what? All you have to do is wear the fur so Silvio thinks it's yours. Not wearing the fur. Well, then Newman and I, we get thrown out of the building. Is that right? All right. Why don't you just take a good, hard look at what your life will be like if I'm not around? Newman too. Oh, come on, man. Well, I'll tell you what, if you do this, I'll give you that Walkman you were always asking about. That's my Walkman. And you'll get it back. All right. Thanks, I owe you. Hey, and by the way, that Walkman was broken. You gave it to me. George, you get that chair yet?
Can't see what it gets. You stop riding me.
You know what? Just call up and cancel it. I'm out.
Excuse me?
Joe Mayo doesn't like my taste in music. He's not getting a gift from me.
I can't believe you're dropping on too. So now Kramer and I have to pay for the entire gift.
Who's this Joe Mayo everyone's talking about?
He's the guy we're buying the chair for, remember? It was your suggestion.
I think the chair is a fantastic gift idea, but I never heard of this Joe Mayo. Frankly, it sounds made up.
Oh, so now I have to buy the whole chair by myself?
No, you don't have to buy anything.
I already bought it. I've been lying to you for 3 days and now you're all screwing me.
I don't understand. Why didn't you tell us you had it?
I needed it. My back is a little tweak.
Because of your giant wallet. Just get rid of it.
Never. It is a part of me. I will just return the chair and it will be easy because the receipt is in my good friend.
Good friend is morbidly obese.
And at least I'm not carrying a purse. It's not a purse. It's European.
All right. Silvio's down there. He's shoveling the walk. Now all you got to do is put this on. You go down to the corner, you pick up a paper, and you come right down.
All right.
Anyway, look.
First lesson free.
Sylvia. She's out for a little stroll in my favorite fur coat. That is your coat? It sure is.
Kramer says you'll need it because you're an entertainer and you're desperate for attention.
That's true. Oh, thanks.
Hey, Sylvia, look at Jerry here.
Prancing around in his coat with his purse. Yep, he's a dandy. He's a real fancy boy. Maybe this isn't my coat. Yeah, all right, you're not fancy.
No, he's very fancy. Won't be lovely? Shower me with kisses.
Jerry, where'd you get it? That's his coat.
No, it's not. Oh, a fancy coat.
Is that your coat?
It's not his coat. Whose coat is it?
It's Joe Mayo's coat.
Who's Joe Mayo?
Must be the man that's... Officer! Someone took my European carry-all! What? The black leather thing with a strap! You mean a purse? Yes, a purse! I carry a purse! So Silvio ambushed Joe Mayo?
Yeah, he's waiting inside his apartment for him with a sack full of pennies.
Me neither.
And you're on the fringe of the humor business. Hey, George Lucas. You got it? Come on, we're two intelligent people here. We can figure this out. Yeah, we got a dog and a cat and an office.
It looks like my accountant's office. There's no pets working there.
The cat is saying, I've enjoyed reading your email.
It's got something to do with that 42 on the corner.
It's a page number.
I can't crack this one. I'll try shaking. Janet, just stay right there. You've been hiding it from us. You must really like her. Jerry, the minute I saw this girl, it just clicked. She's got such a nice face. Her eyes, her mouth, her nose.
Notifications. I'm sorry I'm late.
Jerry, Elaine, give you Janet.
Me too. We still have time to make a movie.
Oh, yeah, she's here for the supermarket to get some candy.
Jerry, she looks exactly like Jerry.
She does not.
Yeah, maybe she doesn't.
Hey, Kramer. Got some messages. Yeah, George, Lane, George again, Lane, Newman. That's a prank. And some salad with it. Says thanks a lot. She's quitting the business. Ruined her life. What? You're the one who ruined her life. That's not how she remembers it. Well, I gotta talk her out of this. I thought you said she stinks. She does stink. And she should quit. But I don't want it to be because of me. It should be the traditional route. Years of rejection and failure until she spit out the bottom of the porn industry. Yeah. Janet. Oh, it's Janet. George's girlfriend. Elaine thinks she looks like me, but I think it's a suit, so who cares? You know what we always think we look like? Lena. Hey, and you must exactly like you. See this? You like squares. This is Eric. Janet doesn't look anything like Jerry.
Maybe we will live like each other.
Oh, you know about it. George, relax. Does it look alike? Does it mean you're secretly in love with Jerry? We're going there. Bye-bye.
Bye, everyone.
Well, it's getting dark. What are you doing? Don't tell a woman she looks like a man. And George doesn't want to hear his girlfriend looks
Should I approach the subject?
You don't, bro. You keep your mouth shut.
Someone's having a bad day.
Yeah, because of you.
I think one of us should.
This is all because of me. You can't give up. You don't think people tell me you stink. When I'm on stage, that's all I hear. You stink. You suck. We like magic. It's really yours. I stink. You stink. It's showbiz. Everybody stinks. All right, I think we covered my take it out there and stink it up with everybody else.
All right. Yes. Thank you. We're gonna do it.
Now.
Well, I got everyone at work. No one can. I don't understand why no one can stand it.
Oh, I think we're fine.
Hey, George. That seems really nice. She's quite a handsome woman.
Yeah, what is that? What do you mean by that?
Enjoy.
Lame. Oh, I know. Jack, no. Why would I? It's ludicrous. Yes. I mean, neither one of us. No. So. Exactly. I'm not doing it. Rabbi, get out! What are you doing? Talk to us. Let's talk about that. I'll leave.
I know I've been kind of shooting off. First, that girl whose life destroyed.
And about George dating a lady Jerry. What's the decision?
I know you want me to keep my big mouth shut. That's exactly what I'm going to do. Actually, I'm going to talk.
Yeah, right.
What do I need to talk about? What, the blab to the neighbors about how George has a new femme, Jerry?
Tell everybody in the coffee shop
How George is all mixed up in a perverse sexual amalgam of some girl and his best friend?
I got it. Silence. Stop talking, Jerry.
94% of communication is not verbal. What?
What does this mean?
Frank Still's reaction to hearing about George's man love for a chick.
There's no way you stick to this. Oh, you're gonna start now?
That's right.
Right. No!
So, Jane Peterman wants to hire some of our cartoonists to illustrate your catalog.
Well, we're hoping that perhaps the catalog will be funnier. So quick to return the coupons. For example, I really do. Well, I love this one.
Oh, yeah. That's a rather clever jab at interrupts politics now.
Wait, is it the animals enjoy reading the email?
Well, Miss Dennis, cartoons are like gossip. One touches dissect gossip.
Well, you didn't dissect it. If you could just tell me why this is.
Well, it's merely a commentary on contemporary mores.
What is the comment?
It's a slice of life. Huh? All done?
That's not a word. You have no idea what this means, do you?
No.
Then why did you print it?
I'm kidding.
You know what? You people should be ashamed of yourself. You know, you doodle a couple of bears at a cocktail party talking about the stock market. You think you're doing comedy.
Actually, that's not bad.
Oh, really? You know that. I have others.
Sally, I can't believe you're already doing a one-woman show.
It's just a little performance piece. You know what? You really inspired me. Okay, a tear.
Hey, there you go. Oh, on science. How's that going? Huh?
I think you're really gonna like this because it's about me. Well, all right, it's not just about me. It's about me and this guy, Jerry Seinfeld. Who I like to call the devil. Okay, so I run into this Jerry on the street, and then he says to me, "Hey, Sally, you stink. You should give a back dick." Oh, I'm doing Jerry now, okay? So you have to imagine I have horns, a tail, and hooves instead of feet.
Shut up.
He does a full hour about how you're the devil. We're going to see this.
Good luck. It's sold out for the next 3 weeks.
Well, I bet I could get in. From
In New York?
yes, the New York. I have their cartoon, and I got to admit that cartoon made no sense.
Wow. Good work, Nancy Drew.
He has a weird lunch. He has great gossip about James Thurman.
Nodding off.
And that I can submit some of my bills.
Wow, that's incredible. But you don't draw.
Too.
What, your sad little horses? The house with the little curl of smoke? The sunflower with the smiley face? The transparent cube?
Better than your drawing.
Thing exploded.
Where did you see that? Those are private!
Jerry, sorry I'm late. I'm just doing a piece on my show. Isn't that great? Do you hate me?
No, I thought the show was terrific. I was just wondering if you have to keep saying Jerry Seinfeld is the devil.
Well, that is the title.
I know, but I thought maybe you could mention how I apologized and encouraged you to stick with it.
You know, I workshopped that and snoozers. But I'll tell you what, I'll take her. It's all a joke.
Thanks. Get a wish. What's that?
Excuse me. Miss Weaver? Oh, God, it is you. I've seen your show 6 times.
What a surprise.
You're great. It's great. It's so great to see a show that's about something. Ladies and gentlemen, may I present to you Mr. Charlie Post on case. Ladies and gentlemen, may I present to you Mr. Charlie Post on case. Ladies and gentlemen, may I present to you Mr. Charlie on K. Ladies and gentlemen, may I present to you Mr. Charlie
None. Fine, go fuck yourself.
So what if she does look like Jerry? What does that mean? That I can have everything I have with Jerry, but because it's a woman, I can also have sex with her. And then somehow that would be exactly what I wanted. She doesn't even look like Jerry.
You know, I really do look a lot like your friend Jerry.
I know.
Thanks for watching I Do. Leave your time to see exactly one woman show.
Okay, so I go to meet Jerry Smithfield at this horrible coffee shop, right? And he's like, hey, stop doing your show. And I'm like, oh, it's a free country. So then he goes, okay, schmoozy. And he starts flying at my smoke, right? Getting all you answer us here.
I really want you to I didn't try and grab her.
This is what it looks like when he did.
I did it. It's all mine, but I finally gave up the great New York party.
I stayed up all night. I fixed myself up a little before I go out.
This world,
Something. Pretty good.
This is a gym. Kramer, look at. What? It's funny.
It's okay, get a complaint department.
Yeah, I'm just saying. I wish I was taller. See? That's the complaint.
I get it.
Do you? Because that's not a normal complaint.
How about if it was something like, I can't find my receipt, my place is a sty.
It has to be so joking. I wish I was taller. That's nice. That's really cute.
Well, I got a complaint. This cartoon stinks.
I'll tell you who doesn't think it stinks. The New Yorker. That's right. They're publishing it in their next issue. Oh, you know what? I just ran into Newman in the hall. He said you tried to grope Sally Weaver.
That's it. I'm gonna put an end to this.
Kate says my wife is a slut.
Now that's...
Hello, Sally. Yeah, this is Jerry. I just wanted to give you a message, let you know I caught your little piece on TV, and I'm getting a little tired of hearing about how horrible I am, and I would really appreciate it if you would just leave me out of your act altogether.
And this is on behalf of my client, Jerry Seinfeld. Bye. Bye, baby. Jerry Seinfeld, lawyer. Okay, well, I've got 2 words for you, Jerry Seinfeld.
How could she say that on TV? And how did she get a cable special? I've never gotten a cable special. Well, that's it. I'm not giving her any more material. We are incommunicado. Set.
Check it out. New issue of the New Yorker. It's funny. Look at the pig wants to be taller. What's this guy gonna say, huh? Nothing.
Elaine, I'm afraid I haven't heard yet another flight.
I fix that after lunch, so.
I wish I was. I'd like to see that complaint get rectified.
You see, they smart people think this is funny. And you know what?
Flash of lightning, Elaine, I just realized why I like this cartoon so much.
Oh, yes, sir.
It's a Ziggy.
Ziggy?
And you reference that when I recognize it anyway. Some charlatan has stolen a Ziggy and passed it off as his own. Quick, Elaine, my archives.
You know what's great about our relationship? It's not about looks.
It's not.
Yeah. First, remember when we first met, a great conversation.
I remember you said I was going to party.
And then we really talked, didn't we?
How familiar I look. You must have seen me somewhere before.
This relationship is going to be about something. And fast, or I am very serious and in trouble. What else?
You asked for a piece of gum because you thought your breath smelled like hummus.
All right. Yes. I'll take it.
I know.
I do too. Listen, you don't remind me of anyone, and we love gum.
I have gum in my hair.
Hey, you're Jerry's friend. You're cooking. What am I saying? The show was going really well. See, you
Truman.
But who am I anyway? Sally Beaver the woman, Sally Beaver the artist, Sally Beaver the
So
person.
you gotta shut up. I'm sorry, I haven't spoken in days.
Lay it on, Scooby.
Okay, look, the gum isn't cutting it for me. We need to be about something else. Anything. Please. Yeah.
Well, I had to tell you, I had to try to get it. So why did you get a job, George? It must have seeped into my subconscious. What is Siggy Bed Sheets? Did you read the comics today?
Oh, I see Ziggy's back at the complaint department. The New Yorker is stealing my ideas. That's funny. This is true.
Look at Sally's cable shows on.
Hey, Kramer, come on in. You're gonna watch this. This will be funny. Now she's got nothing.
Master Beagle, Jerry Seinfeld, RuPaul Hollywood.
That's right, sister. Why don't you just give up?
Why are you yelling at the TV?
Okay, get this. I heard he makes his best friend date women who look just like him. Hello, issues.
Hey, you've been talking to her.
Hey, I'm just a fan.
Oh, and speaking of issues, guess who got a no-polish manicure and begged his neighbor not to tell him?
I thought you stopped talking. All right, starting now. You broke up with her because she cut her hair. How short? Like that. You mean like that? So she, yes. You don't think so.
Exactly. We must never ever speak of this again.
Hey, you wanted to see a movie?
Actually, I think I'm going to take a few days off.
I think that's...
Laura, I want you to know I've given this a lot of thought. I'm sorry, but we have to break up.
No.
What's it?
We're not breaking up.
You're not?
No.
All right.
She said no?
You said no?
What did you do?
What can I do? We fooled around and went to a movie.
George, both parties don't have to consent to a breakup. It's not like you're launching missiles from a submarine and you both have to turn your keys. Obviously, you didn't make a convincing case. Let me hear your argument.
Well, I don't really like her.
That's good.
I don't find her attractive.
Solid.
I'd like to sleep with a lot of other women.
Always popular.
Sometimes at restaurants, she talks to the food. Ew, Mr. Mashed Potatoes, you are so good.
You have an airtight case.
And in bed.
I'm afraid we're out of time. Hey, these are Jerry Lewis's old cufflinks that he actually wore in the movie Cinderella. I got him at an auction.
Got some cufflinks I could loan you.
No, Jerry Lewis is going to be at this Friars Club roast I'm going to next week. Now I have an in to strike up a conversation with him.
What are you having in? You have the same first name. Jerry.
Oh, that'll intrigue.
Well, it worked when I met George Peppard last week.
George Peppard has been dead for years.
Well, whoever he was, he knew a lot about the egg game. So you would choose your last meal based on the method of execution?
Right. I mean, if I was getting the chair, I'd go for something hot and spicy. Thai, maybe Mexican. Lethal injection feels like hot stuff. Painless, don't want anything too heavy.
So, why don't we get together sometime?
Oh, sure. Why don't you give me your number?
I think it'd be better if I called you.
Oh, okay. Maybe we could grab some lunch sometime. Do you work around here? Or?
No, not really.
So is there anything you can tell me about yourself?
I think you're very beautiful.
That'll do.
What about Putty?
I haven't talked to him in like 3 weeks. I think it might be over.
So what's this guy about?
I don't know. Wouldn't tell me his phone number, where he worked. But he's in a relationship.
Or he's a crime fighter safeguarding his secret identity. Elaine, you could be dating the Green Lantern.
Which one is he?
Green suit, power ring.
Jewelry on men.
Happened again.
The robber in the building.
So you bought a cooler?
It's a strong box to protect my irreplaceables.
And what would that be?
Some taxidermy that's been in my family for generations. My Tony, my military discharge.
You were in the army?
Briefly. I gotta find a good place to hide this key. Because if somebody finds this, they hold the key to all my possessions.
Literally.
Literally. What's that supposed to mean? You mind if I hide this?
No, go ahead.
A little privacy.
Oh, come on.
Come on, Jerry. This is a security issue. Well, you wouldn't last a day in the army.
How long did you last?
That's classified.
Hey, what if he's married? No, the Green Lantern.
Okay. So you would date a married guy? That's so hacky.
Well, I don't know. I may never marry. It might be the closest I get.
You peeped. This is your hiding place?
It was under a spoon.
So, for all these reasons, we are officially broken up. Thank you. And good night.
No, George, we're not. I refuse to give up in this relationship. It's like launching missiles from a submarine. Both of us have to turn our keys.
Well, then I am going to have to ask you to turn your key.
I'm sorry, George, I can't do that.
Turn your key, Maura! Turn your key!
So how is a guy like you not involved?
I might ask you the same thing.
That's true. Maybe he's not married. Oh, that.
How long do I have to hold this?
No.
Listen,
No. Here, let me show you a shortcut. Look.
Married. That's it. I'm chucking the file.
Jerry! Jerry!
Elaine, what are you doing down there?
You didn't hear me, Buzzard?
I guess it's broken.
Right out of your key!
Well, I'm about to go into a sewer.
I'll catch it!
Check it out at the last second.
Yeah, you're right. Well, we will be teasing company until somebody comes out.
Right. Hey, you know what's weird?
Huh?
I used to be able to have a huge meal go right to sleep, but I can't anymore.
Well, I was right. He's an adulterer. And he's cheating on his wife with me. I haven't done anything yet. I'm hungry. Can you throw something down?
Here, I'm gonna try and fix the buzzer.
Went in the sewer.
Hey! You jank, you can't hear, you shorted out my intercom.
Just had to go looking for it, didn't you? So you hate it that I have a little secret. Anything I do, you gotta know all about it. You're so obsessed with me. I'm gonna go let Elaine. What are you doing with her? Kramer! Security issue! Oh, hey, you got it?
Look at the menu guys here.
So he's definitely married, huh? Boy, I would love to have been there when you told him off. Oh, come on!
Well, he could be a superhero. You should have seen him run.
Okay. All right, Jerry. Let's see if you can get it in your head that this is not an Easter egg hunt for your childish amusement. Jerry!
The buzzer's broken, I'll come down.
I believe this belongs to you. Did you get that?
Thanks.
I'm sorry,
What?
there's been some robberies in the building. Damn it,
But I live here. I ran out to buy some bird seed and I forgot my key.
Sounds like a scam.
Very sorry.
So, I broke up with Maura. It's done. Well,
Great, you're lonely and miserable again.
feels right again.
Guy still there?
Staring at us.
I'm looking at it. We don't hear that.
Want a bite?
No, I don't.
I think that ginger ale at the coffee shop is just Coke and Sprite mixed together. How can I prove it? I can't. Damn it.
Hi, honey.
Maura, what are you doing here? I ended this relationship twice.
George, you didn't mean that. That was just a fight.
Why does it always seem like I'm the only one working at this breakup?
George, I listened to your arguments, and they were rambling and flimsy. I'm not convinced. Come on, get dressed, let's get
All right.
Ew, Mr. Apple, you have a brown spot. This is your little love nest.
It's nothing special, just a little place I keep. Shall I light a fire?
That sounds romantic.
I'm having a little problem with the heat. I got some cardboard out here.
This is wrong. I should go.
Can you get that, please?
Oh, sure.
Where's Glenn? You're the woman from the street, and I am so sorry. You know, I'm not really a homewrecker. I thought he was a superhero. I swear.
Eddie, I'm not his wife. I'm his welfare caseworker. Is he home?
This is his home?
Yes. So he's poor.
I take this one, Vern.
So you do live here?
Yeah.
You live on this floor?
Yeah.
So you live right there?
Yeah.
So I guess I'll...
He wouldn't give me his number because he doesn't have a phone. He's not married. He's poor.
Is he wretchedly poor? Does he wear one of those barrels with the straps?
He probably busted it up and burned it for heat.
So when you're giving Boxcar Willie his walking papers?
He handed over money. How bad.
Well, let's think. Have you ever dealt with the poor in any other situation?
Yes, there was this homeless guy who used to urinate in our garbage cans.
Good. How did you handle that?
Well, we gave him a few bucks, and now he goes in the alley across the street.
Same situation. Pay him off and you're clean.
Well, I am not paying Glenn off to get out of this relationship. What am I supposed to do? Just walk into his hovel and hand him... Well, how much do you think it would be?
Hey, where have you been? Seeing more. Apparently, I was unable to break up beyond a reasonable doubt.
Only he could have been cheating on his wife. You know, things would be so much simpler.
Who's this, Blue Arrow?
Green Lantern.
We found out his superpower was lack of money. He's invulnerable to predators.
We get it.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I present to you Mr. Charlie Pope on key.
He's got no green lantern.
Hey, Elaine, maybe his girlfriend is Lois Lone.
Real crap.
Maybe this cheating thing is what I could use to ditch Maura.
Sure, just tell Maura you're having an affair.
She's like a district attorney. If it's not the truth, I'll break under the cross. I actually have to do it.
Did you move over there?
Hey, you know, there's this secretary at work that always had a crush on me.
Really? How come you never pursued her before?
She's tan. It's the middle of the winter. She's like a carrot.
Can I leave my glasses here?
You can wipe out his check and you out in a single bounce.
Keep them.
There's a giant parrot in the hallway.
It's Phil's.
Huh?
Our neighbor that you turned against.
Anyway, I told him it'd be fine with us if he wanted to let it stretch its wings. What'd you tell him that? Because since you've been playing God with the front door, I've been trying to smooth things out, Jerry. In fact, I was just hanging out at his place.
Really? What's it like? Is it nice to the mind? Where does he have to catch?
Well, I don't know, but the key problem is solved. I hid Phil's.
He let you?
No, he doesn't know. See, I hid it without telling him. So,
Phil won't be compulsively looking for it like some people.
You say you've been in the city all winter?
I was in Maine for a couple days.
Well, yeah, we are. That's right.
I've always fantasized about jumping into bed with you.
But, wow!
What? I don't want to spoil things by sleeping with you.
Are you sure? Because it could really help me out of a chair.
I want to build something,
Oh, not more building.
and I won't take no for an answer.
No?
No.
All right.
What are we doing in the valley anyway?
Surprise.
What are you doing? What is that?
The bag of donuts.
Garbage.
No. When they make the new ones, the old ones come out right here.
All right, that's it. How do you spell your last name?
It's a miracle.
You have no idea how rare this is.
Make it out to cash. About $200. $250? Make it $300.
You know, Elaine, you're the bear claw and the garbage bag of my life.
Hey, is Phil here?
Yeah, I'm here.
Phil, I know we got off to kind of a bad start, but your bird, which is lovely, by the way, made a mess on my door.
And
Thought maybe you'd clean it up or your maid.
that's my wife.
relationship with a woman you don't like, and you're having an affair with a woman that won't have sex with you.
This isn't going well.
Find my Jerry Lewis cufflinks. Without him, I'd have no end.
You don't need the cufflinks. You have the same name. Jerry.
Where you going? Help me look.
Good night. I'm ice skating with one and going to a staged reading of Godspell with the other.
Which is with who?
It doesn't matter.
Woo! Oh, yeah, you clean up nice.
I can't go until I find my cufflinks.
I knew you would lose. That's why I took them out of your dresser drawer and put them in my strong box.
You're a lifesaver. Would you get them, please?
Yeah, with stuff like this, we'll pick up the key. Hey, what's going on?
Fredo's dead. That strange Portuguese guy lives next door to the incinerator?
No, my bird. He just got back from the pet cemetery.
Oh, Phil. Mrs. Phil. I'm so sorry.
Oh, I'll bet you are. They told us he was poisoned. Something in his food.
But I didn't. Kramer, they think I killed Fredo. And who buries a bird?
Just give it to the Portuguese guy, and he puts it in the incinerator.
Just get the key and let's get out of here.
You know, it's a funny thing about that bird, Danny. I hid the key in Fredo's food dish. That's a weird coincidence.
You killed Fredo.
Fredo was one of these stories.
I need those cufflinks, but now they're in the box and the key's in the bird. What are we going to do?
You just answered your own question.
Oh, no.
I'll give you a shot.
The actor that played Jesus makes some odd choices.
What?
I mean, I had fun ice skating.
Oh my God, what are you doing here?
Tell me to meet you here for lunch.
Oh, I'm caught in my own web of lies.
I'm Laura. I'm Loretta.
This is all blowing up in my face. My serious girlfriend and my torrid love affair have accidentally crossed paths. I have thrown 3 lies. Well, I understand if you never want to see me again. So,
George, what we have to do important. We can work through this. So,
So this is still not over? You?
no.
Jesus. Wait, wow. A TV, a stereo?
Yeah, and I got you a cord of wood so you won't have to burn them.
Oh my God, Alice. You're home early.
Who's this? His wife. You're poor and married.
Looks like it.
Who the hell are you? I guess I'm Lois Lone.
We're grave robbers. Man's best friend. Jerry, I want something like that on my tombstone. God, here he is. I don't want to dig him up. And you're the one getting the key out. I'll dig. Listen, I heard that Lassie number 3's buried around here. I'm gonna go check it out. Is he?
Right, honey, one last look, then you have to let Fredo rest in peace.
Kramer, I took Fredo out. Now it's cut it open. Oh, my God.
All right. I'm gonna try giving them $55 each. What do you think?
Give me 40, you'll never see me again. What are you gonna do? You gonna live here or you gonna move out or what?
Nah, just take the $5 fire escape to get in and out of the building.
So, what's in the cooler?
Well, will you look at that? I guess I forgot to lock it.
You mean it was open? We desecrated a pet cemetery for nothing?
Well, this is one for the books, huh, Jerry?
One for the books.
They're gonna learn that any news about China is an instant page turner. What's that?
It's a Wizard electronic organizer for my dad. He's going to Florida for his birthday.
How much was it?
200, but I'll tell him it's 50. He doesn't care about the gift. He gets excited about the deal.
You're getting a Wizard for $50.
Yeah, tell him I got it on the street and maybe it's hot. That's right.
I got a message from the Rosses at work today.
Susan's parents? When's the last time you talked to them?
At the funeral, give or take. You know, deep down, I always kind of felt that they blamed me for Susan's death.
Why? Because you moved out the poison envelopes? Silly.
Daryl, these are people I know. Jerry, George.
Nice meeting you. I gotta run, Elaine. I'll see you later.
Still no buddy?
I think his answer machine's broken, so I just gave up. What do you think?
What, about you dating a black guy? What's the big deal?
What black guy?
Daryl. He's black, isn't he?
He is?
No, he isn't.
Isn't he, Elaine?
You think?
I thought he looked Irish.
What's his last name?
Nelson.
That's not Irish.
I think he's black. Are you talking about this?
I think it's okay.
No, it isn't.
Why not?
Well, it would be okay if Darryl was here.
If he's black. Does it matter?
No, of course not. I mean, I'd just like to know.
So you need to know.
No, I don't need to know. I just think it would be nice if I knew. Should I take that? Oh, here.
Yeah. Mrs. Ross, it's George. George Costanza, Susan's friend. Long time no speak.
We're all out of lime juice. We told that woman to find more.
George, the Susan Ross Foundation is having an event this weekend.
Oh, I just leased a house out in the Hamptons, and I've got to get out there this weekend and sign the papers.
I'm going back to bed.
Thank you for calling, George. Oh, sure. I mean, after all, you were almost my, okay, I got it.
House in the Hamptons.
Well, you know, I've been lying about my income for a few years. I figured I could afford a fake house in the Hamptons.
Wow. Hey. Well, grab a cigar, boys. Yeah, it's time to celebrate. Oh, what are we celebrating? You remember my coffee table book? With the little legs. That's the one. Big Hollywood so-and-so optioned it for a movie.
How are they going to make that book into a movie?
Remember that photo book on toy ray guns?
Yes.
Independence Day. How much are they paid? Let's just say that I don't have to worry about working for a while. A long while. That's funny because I haven't seen you working for a while. A long while. You're not going to because I'm hanging it up. Boys, I'm retiring. From what? From the grind. I mean, who needs it? You know, I've accomplished everything I set out to do. What's that? Bought myself a little retirement gift. Gold watch. It's not really gold. Oh.
Hey, great music.
Oh, it's my neighbor. He blasts that stuff 24 hours a day. I hate it.
No, turn it down!
Oh, wow. These are nice. Do they have any cultural significance?
They're African.
Right. African.
Well, not Africa, originally South Africa.
South Africa.
My family used to live there, but we got out years ago for obvious reasons. You know how it is.
Maybe.
You must hate hot dogs, huh? Or else you really like them, and that's why you're rules. I tell you, if I had one of these things, I'd be eating hot dogs all the time.
Buy a hot dog or not? Rise and shine, sleepyhead.
It's 5:30 in the morning.
We let you sleep in.
Well, as long as I'm out, Dad, I got you a birthday present. Here, happy birthday.
Oh, Cherry.
I should be buying you a present. What does that mean?
Leave your father alone. It's his birthday.
It's a radar detector. I've never seen you go over 20 miles an hour. You're like the Grand Marshal of the Rose Bowl parade. It's a wizard organizer. This looks like too much money. I got it from a guy in the street. It's like $50. You think it's hot? Could be.
Helen, Jerry got me a hot wizard computer.
I'm right here.
You can do everything with it. Email, fax, as a calculator.
So I can use it in the restaurant to figure out the tip.
Yeah, I guess. But the really cool is the daily planner.
Helen, we can go to restaurants and figure out the tips.
You're getting your father too excited.
Hey, buddy. Get in. What are you doing here? I was retired. I moved in next door.
Mr. Kornstein died, and it's a beautiful apartment.
Folks said it was for rent, so I jumped on it. Mary, you can't live down here. This is where people come to die. Not you. Older people.
You don't eat cookies for breakfast. I'll fix you something. How about feta cheese omelet?
That sounds great, Pop. You feed him, he'll never leave.
We don't have any feta. How about cottage cheese and egg fritters?
I guess. I don't believe this. Oh, I know. Don't I look more relaxed?
So, George, do you have any thoughts on this Daryl situation?
Actually, I did have a thought. Why don't you just ask him?
Because if I ask him, then it's like I really want to know.
Maybe he's next.
Is that the right word?
I really don't think we're supposed to be talking about this.
I'll just you know what? I'm leaving. I'll just talk to Jerry when he gets back. Oh, Mrs. Ross, Mr. Ross.
Oh, you're George's friend.
We saw him in the city this weekend. What happened to his place in the Hamptons?
The Hamptons. George Costanza? I don't think so. Have a good one.
Roses? George, we were just talking about you.
Well, sorry I missed that charity thing, but this was one of those truly glorious Hampton weekends that you always hear about.
Really?
Yeah, I think it's a minute, I'll do it. Okay, I'll see you later.
Keep it real.
There we go.
Another 5 minutes. Now for my wisdom city calculator. It's got lots of other functions.
Okay, come on,
The other
guys.
functions. Just make it open.
Yay! Jerry got it out.
typers were slow. God forbid they should refill the water. What is 12.4% sound?
Well, your tip is $4.36.6666.
Around down.
Gary, it's so nice of you to come down here and father's birthday. Can you help take his mind off the condo elections?
Oh, right. You can't run for condo president because you were impeached at the other condo.
I was never impeached. I resigned.
Even so, the press would bury him.
What press?
The condo newsletter, the Polka Breed.
Pinko Kami Rag.
Hey, Marty, your boy here, he just got a date with that young exercise instructor.
She's 50.
You know what he's got? He's got charisma. Man,
I'll tell you what I'm looking at. The next condo board president of Del Boca Vista, Phase 3.
Lane, thank you for the wizard.
Wow. Got so many functions.
Yeah, forget about all that. First thing is first, warranty information. Name, we know that. Hobbies, skiing, racquetball.
I don't do that
Doesn't
stuff.
matter, doesn't matter. Oh, here's one. Rate.
Isn't that optional?
It certainly should be. It's nobody's damn business.
All right. Asian.
What?
Just a mess with them.
Right. Good one.
Average income, over 100,000.
Really?
Does that matter?
No. But it's very nice to know.
So did you figure out Daryl's, you know,
I've given up. So now we're going to a bunch of Spanish restaurants. Figure that'll cover us either way.
you're a master of race relations?
Pizza Kramer's running for president of the condo?
Yeah, it's all my father's doing. He wants to install Kramer in a puppet regime and then wield power from behind the scenes, preferably from the sauna in the clubhouse.
Who are they running against?
Common sense and a guy in a wheelchair.
Jerry? He's still there with his folks.
What are you doing here? Elaine.
Get his mail.
Oh.
He asked you to get the mail? Jerry, what is Elaine getting your mail?
George, listen to me. I have a very important job for you. I want you to come by twice a day and flush the toilet until the gaskets don't dry out and leak. What about the mail? This is far more important. You must exercise the gaskets, George. All right, look. See you.
So, ran into the Rosses again.
Oh, right, the coffee shop. Where did they get the idea that you have a place in the Hamptons?
From me.
What did you say?
I told them I have a place in the Hamptons. What did you say?
I told them you didn't. And I laughed and I laughed.
So they know. Those liars.
Well, you lied first.
Yeah, but they let me go on and on all about the Hamptons and never said a thing. You don't let somebody lie when you know they're lying. I'm a liar.
Like you're a liar.
Yes, thank you. Was that too hard?
So this is over, not over. I'm betting, not over.
Not by a long shot. I'm calling up the Rosses and inviting them out to my non-existent place in the Hamptons. Then we'll see who blinks first.
Haven't you done enough to these people?
This is not about them. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have to exercise Jerry's gaskets.
Vote for Kramer. I'll vote Kramer. I'm running for condo president. Like your vote. Remember, man, vote for me. It's a vote for Kramer.
Can you cut my meat?
Yeah.
Sure. Are you black? Or should I bring some cream?
I'm black. Oh, you know what? Bring a little cream. Did you hear that?
What?
There are still people who have trouble with an interracial couple.
Interracial? Us?
Isn't that unbelievable?
Yes, it's awful. They're upset because we're an interracial couple.
One time we were at.
That is racism.
Okay, so my mom's best friend when I was a kid
Well, maybe it's turn.
was married. My mom's best friend is white, and she's married to an African American man. And I was friends with their kids. And we went to Chuck E. Cheese once allegedly. And actually, we would go there a lot. Not a lot, but like.
Speak now, or we are headed to the
One time they gave me chicken pox, which is a
2-hour
good thing.
drive.
But one other time, somebody made a comment that my mom's best friend had interracial children, ex-children, and we left. And I didn't understand it. It's like, Mom, why are we leaving? And it was like, had explained to me that somebody there is not being
Hey, Dad, you know you can program this
nice
thing to beep every time you need to take a bite of it.
to our group. And
Dad, you look so different.
we stayed for a while and tolerated it. Like,
The rule of people
after a
one
while,
plus one.
I think we didn't leave
This is the
like
home
immediately.
stretch
It
of
wasn't
our
like, oh my.
election.
But we did leave
Polls close after dinner.
eventually, I think.
But then
And
when we
I
win,
just remember being
the celebration
not
goes all
understanding
night
it.
until the break of 8 p.m.
And I still don't.
You know, you can put that whole
But
schedule right in
they're
your daily
very cool.
planner.
What are their names?
Have you read today's book of Breeze?
Picture me.
I know Angie's name.
Candidate Cosmo Kramer.
The other one had a name like a V. Angie was really funny. This other one was really bad.
I couldn't
Not
find
the
my
Angie.
shoes.
Oh, the ones
These
that funny.
people work and wait their
That's
whole
just how I
lives to
remember.
move down here, sit in the heat,
Yeah.
pretend it's not hot, and enforce these rules.
Names
wants
that
hot
start with
chocolate?
This is a huge scandal. We need damage control.
All right, look, people seem to like those tip calculators. Lizards. Well, how about if we give one out to every member on the condo board?
There are 20 people on the board. Thank God you didn't get that deal.
Yes, now we're playing politics. All right, what do we do next, Morty? Wiretap slush funds?
First, I need a nap.
I'll get your electric blanket.
I can't get that many wizards.
What about your deal?
I didn't have a deal.
Valid.
They're $200 a pop. What do I do? Well,
I
don't
don't
worry
think it's
about it. Down here, got Bob Sacramento's one.
I don't remember her girl.
That leads into the master
That
bedroom.
much. But Angie and I were close. And then
Want to hear more?
I got
The master bedroom opens into the solarium.
I got
Solarium?
chicken
Yes,
pox.
the solarium.
I don't think actually I got it from her. Oh yeah, I did it.
And I have horses
But
too.
it was like a good thing. It's good to get chicken pox at a certain point. And they would have, we would have,
Snoopy and Prickly
I had
Pete.
heard of chicken pox parties. One person had chicken pox and all your kids over to that house, they'll get chicken pox and then it would get that virus out.
Come over. We'll buy you a housewarming gift.
All right, we're taking it up a notch.
Long day? Yeah, I just worked a triple shift. I hear you, sister. Sister? Yeah, it's okay. My boyfriend's black. Here he is. He's black? Yes.
I'm black.
Aren't you? I'll give you a couple minutes to decide.
What are you talking about?
You're black. You said we were an interracial couple.
We are. Because you're Hispanic.
I am?
Aren't you?
No. Why would you think that?
Your name's Benez. Your hair. And you kept taking me to those Spanish restaurants.
That's because I thought you were black.
Why would you take me to a Spanish restaurant because I'm black?
We should be talking about this.
So what are you?
I'm white.
So we're just a couple of white people.
I guess.
Huh.
Yeah. So do you want to go to the Gap?
Sure.
Handed out all the receipts. Polls close in 1 hour. I think we got this baby all sewn up. Oh, it was Norman Bergerman. He won't be leaving any tips where he is.
Congratulations, Mr. President.
Congratulations, Mr. Puppet Master.
Good morning. What's wrong with these tip calculators?
What are you talking about?
It's over tipping. I just left $5 for a BLT.
I see that. This isn't a wizard, it's a Willard. Willard? Sacramento Senior screwed me. Mine doesn't have a 7. Jerry, why didn't you get them wizards? The real wizard's $200. Have a deal? No deal.
Woody, you, and Kramer, you're finished. Everyone vote for the guy in the wheelchair.
No, the people have spoken. Well, that's it for me. I'm heading back to New York. Dad, I'm sorry.
You should be. How could you spend $200 on a tip calculator?
It does other things!
Where are we, George? Almost there? Yeah, this is the end of Long Island. Where's your house? We, go on foot from here? All right.
There's no house. It's a lie. There's no solarium. There's no prickly feet. There's no solarium.
We know.
Why did you make me drive all the way out here? Why did you say something? Why?
We don't like you. And we always blame you for what happened to Susan. All right. Let's get back.
Check this out. I'll introduce that really pretty girl.
Don't want to see it. Don't be alarmed.
I won't. Jesus is one. Jesus is all. Jesus picked me up when I fall.
And he said unto Abraham,
So we pray.
Please. Jesus.
According to our latest quarterly thing, Kruger Industrial Smoothing is heading into the red, or the black, or whatever the bad one is. Any thoughts?
I know when I'm a little strapped, I sometimes drop off my rent check, having forgotten to sign it. If I have some time,
Works for me. Thank you, George.
George, look good. Or we don't even send the check, and then when they call, we pretend we're the cleaning service. Hello? Hey, sorry. Oh, here, Kruger.
Are you done? Silly voices. Come on, people, let's get real.
Good one. That was I had him, Jerry. They loved me.
And then?
I lost him. I can usually come up with one good comment during a meeting, but by the end it's buried under a pile of gaffes, bad puns.
Showmanship, George. When you hit that high note, say goodnight and walk off.
You can't just leave.
It's the way they do it in Vegas.
You never played Vegas.
I hear things.
Here's one. I borrowed Putty's car and all the presets on his radio were Christian rock stations.
I like Christian rock. It's very positive. It's not like those real musicians who think they're so cool and hip.
So, you think that Putty actually believes in something?
It's a used car. Probably never changed the presets.
Yeah, he is lazy.
Plus, he probably doesn't even know how to program the buttons.
Yeah, he gets dumb.
So you prefer dumb and lazy to religious?
Dumb and lazy, I understand.
Tell you how you can check.
Huh.
Reprogram all the buttons, see if he changes them back. You know? The old switcheroo.
No, the old switcheroo is you poison your drink and then you switch it with the other person.
No, it's doing the same thing to someone that they did to you.
Yeah, Elaine's gonna do the same thing to Buddy's radio that the radio did to her. Well, that's the gist of it.
Quiet! So, where is this Sophie?
She's picking me up in a few minutes.
How long have you two been together?
I don't know. That's the last one. Oh, here she is. You want a minute?
By the way, how did Putty get back in the picture?
I needed to move him.
Hey, Jerry, you got any pepper?
Hey, Jerry.
Hey, Mickey. Check the pepper shake.
Sound like that, something like that. A little wetter. I didn't believe it.
Well, what's with the fake sneezing?
Yeah, we're going down to Mount Sinai Hospital. They hire actors to help the students practice diagnosing. They assign you a specific disease and you act out the symptoms. It's an easy gig.
Do medical schools actually do this?
Other better ones. Right, let's practice stretching.
I think the phone is ringing. Would you hold it a second? Thank you. Will you get out of here with that? Well, Mickey, DTs.
Hey, it's me.
Elaine?
No, it's me. Jerry, it's Sophie. I can't believe you don't recognize my voice.
Oh, I know it was you. I was joking. I'm a comedian.
Got any hippocampus?
Hippocampus? Tim, I really think you guys are going too far with this.
No, Mickey swallowed 12 aspirin.
Did he overdose?
No, it's just too much.
And it gets worse. The team working on the statue in Lafayette Square kind of over-smoothed it. They round the head down to about the size of a softball. That spells trouble.
All right, well, why don't we smooth the head down to nothing, stick a pumpkin under its arm, and change the nameplate to Ichabod Crane. All right, that's it for me.
In your package, you will find the disease you have been assigned and the symptoms you will need to exhibit.
Bacterial meningitis. You want to trade? Sorry, buddy. This is the Hamlet of diseases. Severe pain, nausea, delusions. It's got everything. Roger, you want to trade? Sure. Okay, what do you got? The surgeon left a sponge inside me. Good luck with that.
I knew I had hit my hideout, so I thanked the crowd and I was gone.
What'd you do the rest of the day?
Sort that down. So that old woman, she's just a lion, right?
And a bit of a tramp, if you ask me.
Hello, boys.
Hey! Did you get that radio on the old switcheroo?
I did.
And the Christian rock?
Resurrected. And look what I pried off of his bumper. A Jesus fish.
Are you ever any fish sticks?
No. So you're disappointed he's a spiritual person?
Oh, yeah, I got him because he seems so one-dimensional. I feel misled.
I think it's neat. You don't hear that much about God anymore.
Pay attention. me on the phone today.
It's me. Premature.
I thought so.
She's not a me. I'm a me.
I'm against all its me's. So self-absorbed and egotistic. Like those hit musicians with their complicated shoes.
Well, I got gonorrhea.
That seems about right.
That's what they gave.
They? The government?
Oh, he's pretending he's got gonorrhea so med students can diagnose it.
It's a waste of my talent.
It's just a little burning. Maybe he's got bacterial meningitis.
I guess there are no small diseases, only small actors. All right, that's it for me. Go, everybody.
Showmanship. George is trying to get out on a high note. Showmanship. Maybe that's what my gonorrhea is missing. Yes, step into that spotlight and belt that gonorrhea out to the back row.
Yes, I will. I'm gonna make people feel my gonorrhea. Feel the gonorrhea themselves.
And are you experiencing any discomfort? Just a little burning during urination. Okay. Any other pain? The haunting memories are lost to me. May I? Lights? Our eyes met across the crowded store. I, a customer, she, a coquettish cabbage. She withdrew, she and so we danced. Much like the burning during urination that I would experience soon afterwards. Gonorrhea! Gonorrhea! 1 message. It's not from you.
Hey, Jerry, it's me. Call me back.
So,
She's still doing that?
yep.
Well, I'll tell you what you do. You call her back and give her the it's me, eh? Pull the old switcheroo.
I think that's what's good for the goose is good for the gander.
What the hell is a gander anyway?
The goose that's had the old switcheroo pulled on it. Hi, Sophie. It's me.
Hey, Ray.
She thinks it's someone named Ray.
Come on, let her think.
So what's going on?
What?
Ask about you. Ask about you.
So, how are things with Jerry?
I really like him, but, well, I still haven't told him a tractor story.
Right, the tractor story.
Are you sick, Ray? You sound kind of funny.
I sound funny?
Abort.
Yeah, I gotta get to a doctor, but
That was close. Which drives me to take chances like that.
That was very real.
She said there's some tractor story that she hasn't told me about.
Back it up. Back it up.
Tractor story? Beep, beep, beep. What are you doing?
So where do you want to eat?
feels like an Arby's thing.
Arby's, beef, cheese, and do you believe in God? Oh, so you're pretty religious.
That's right.
So is it a problem that I'm not really religious?
Not for me.
Why not?
I'm not the one going to hell.
You know what I think? I bet she stole a tractor.
No one's stealing a tractor. It's a 5-mile-an-hour getaway. We're dancing around the obvious. It's got to be disfigurement.
Does she walk around holding a pen she never seems to need?
No, she looks completely normal.
Okay. There it is. I got it. She lost her thumbs in a tractor accident, and they grafted her big toes on. They do it every day.
No way.
I think she's got
Tony
toes
Bennett
for
died.
thumbs.
How's your handshake? A little firm, isn't it? Maybe a little too firm?
I don't know.
Where were you when Tony Bennett died?
Smelly?
We were right here.
Why do I seek your counsel?
Now you're gonna say you've seen the death of the
I'm
queen,
going
the
to hell.
birth of AI, the coronation of the king, the death of Tony Bennett.
Hey, have you heard the one about the guy in hell with the coffee and the donuts?
I'm not in the mood.
Want some coffee and a donut?
What do you care? You don't believe in hell.
I know, but he does.
So it's more of a relationship problem than the final destination of your soul.
Well, relationships are very important to me.
Maybe you could strike that up with the Prince of Darkness as you burn for all eternity.
And a slice of devil's food cake. Hey! Ladies and gentlemen,
They're all on the subjects. Hello, George, you are my main man. I don't know what it is that can't put my finger on it, but lately you've just seemed odd, and you always leave me wanting more.
this is a huge project involving lots of numbers, papers, and folders.
Let's get started.
Okay.
George, check it out. 3 times around with no finger. All
All right, and here are your ailments for this week. By the way, Mr. Kramer, you were excellent.
Thank you.
Cirrhosis of the liver with jaundice. All right, I get to wear makeup. What'd you get?
Gonorrhea. Excuse me, I think there's been a mistake. I had gonorrhea last week.
Oh, it's no mistake. We love what you did with it.
So read this. I'll be typecast.
My night? Here.
They should update these pieces. Nobody rides horses anymore. Maybe they should change it to a tractor.
Are you embarrassed that you're losing?
Losing? You know, yesterday I lost control of my car. I almost flew a fawn.
Lost the farm?
Tractor.
This is an odd side of you, Jerry. I feel uncomfortable.
Hey, don't go. Let's thumb wrestle. A big long scarf where her legs would dangle when she's riding a tractor. She's a little self-conscious and doesn't like to talk about it.
Well, she's more self-conscious about that than her toe touch.
She doesn't have toe touch. All right. How's the two-man operation equipment?
It's all me. Because the one disappears for hours at a time gives me fake excuses. Except that my fellow with sleep creases on his face. The reason I got out to get a bite today is that he finally promised to buckle down and do some action work. This is what I have to put up with, John. Mr. Kruger, who said he was going to do some actual work today? Oh,
I'm not too worried about it.
well, I am. Couldn't you try to go through some of that stuff I put in your shoebox?
All right, I'm going.
Oh, have you ever seen anything like this?
Never.
I forgot to deliver your thing for today. Why don't you just grab that one?
That belongs to Mr. Potato Guy. That's his.
Bye.
Well, if you want it, you get it.
Sorry, I shall not steal.
Oh, but it's okay for me.
What do you care? You know where you're going.
I'm gonna finish. I can't live like this. Come on.
All right, what did I do?
David, I'm going to hell. The worst place in the world. Devils and those caves and the ragged clothing. And the heat. My God, the heat. What do you think about all that?
Right.
Try to save me.
Don't boss me. This is why you're going to hell.
I am not. I did not.
You stole my Jesus fish.
Why did I drink all the cheese?
The love in a bottle.
Mr. Kramer, you're up.
Wait, you are doing gonorrhea, aren't you? So, what seems to be bothering you today, Mr. Kramer?
Well, I guess it started about 20 years ago when I got back from Vietnam. And this was the only friend I had left.
Hey, that's my cirrhosis. Stealing my cirrhosis. You want to eat it?
Cirrhosis of the liver and PCP addiction?
Let me see if I understand this. You're concerned that he isn't concerned that you're going to hell, and you feel that she's too bossy.
Yeah, that's right.
Well, oftentimes in cases of interfaith marriages, couples have different.
Whoa. No one's getting married here.
You are? Oh.
We're just, having a good time.
Oh. Well, then it's simple. You're both going to heaven.
Well, this is bogus, man.
Thank you, Father.
Oh, did you hear the one about the new guy in hell who's talking to the devil by the coffee machine?
Lighten up. It'll only feel like an eternity. Jerry, there's this thing that I haven't told you about. See, there was this tractor, and oh boy, this is really difficult.
Sophie, it's me. I know about the tractor story, and I'm fine with it.
How could you know?
It's not important. What's important is I'm not going to let a little thing like that ruin what could be a very long-term and meaningful relationship.
You gave me gonorrhea. You didn't even tell me.
Sorry, I gave you gonorrhea because I thought you'd have fun with it. Hey, I'm with someone.
No, I understand. This could be a tough thing to deal with. The important thing is that you have a partner who's supportive. Unfortunately, I didn't have a partner. I got gonorrhea from a tractor.
You got gonorrhea from a tractor? And you call that the tractor story?
You can't get it from that.
But I did. My boyfriend said I got gonorrhea from running the tractor in my bathing suit.
All right, that's it for me. You've been great. Good night, everybody.
Seem like you got a pretty good handle on it.
No, I don't. Don't you even care? This is your company. It's your name on the outside of the building. Speaking of which, the R fell off, and all it says now is K. Hooger.
K. Hooger, that sounds like one of those old-time car ones, huh?
K. Hooger. Oh, you are too much, Mr. Kruger. Too much.
Thank you, George. Been great. That's it for me.
You're not going out on a high note with me, Mr. Kruger.
It's K. Hooger.
Shout out to Alex for being nice. He talked to him at least once.
How good is that tonight?
Because when I said to Alex, I told you to tell him. I said, didn't I tell you to tell him? Didn't I tell you? I said, like, he was really tired. Downstairs, 6 in the morning. Didn't I tell you to tell Elise to not come upstairs anymore? And he said, again? And I said, yeah. And I showed him pictures of him and his note.
Hanging out?
Yeah. All right.
Only time his wife basically ever written. I went to visit my house. It's fucking it's almost started to flood. I did start to flood when I was on mushrooms and this.
Hello.
Dad, Mom! Come up here and say that to my face!
So what's the deal with politics? I don't get it. Am I right? I don't believe this.
This Frantano's is the place to meet girls in New York.
First was the health club, the supermarket, now the bookstore. They can put it anywhere they want. No one's meeting anybody.
Jerry, look at all these pagodas. I gotta get over to Hong Kong before it all goes back to China.
You better hurry.
We're gonna hit the hit. Boy, look at this. Hong Kong's outlawed the rickshaw. Town stuff was being perfect.
Yes, the city needs more slow-moving wicker vehicles.
Give her a call.
She's at that annual Peterman party tonight. You know the one she danced at last year?
No, that wasn't dancing.
Hey, there's Leo.
Who's Leo?
Uncle Leo.
Oh, yeah, right. Uncle Leo. Forgot his first name.
Did I just see them?
I ought to keep you busy for a couple of days.
So, Elaine, are you going to dance this year?
Maybe. All over your face. If you do dance, the cooks want to know so they can be brought out of the kitchen. They missed it last year.
My friends, a toast. As the woolly-haired Melanesians of Papua New Guinea once said, all right, who's next? No. All right, I'll just have to get things started.
Hi, I'm Zach.
Hi, I'm miserable.
Excuse me, sir. What are you doing? I'm all set. Did you take that book with you into the bathroom? What do you want to hear?
They made me buy it. $100 this thing cost me. Dare they? I got news for you. If it wasn't for the toilet, there would be no books.
Yeah, I understand Gutenberg used to spend a fair amount of time in there.
They're selling coffee, brand muffins. You're surrounded by reading material. It's entrapment.
I find the soothing pastoral images very conducive. Thank you. Well, I'm gonna go back there later and return it, but there's different people working. You wanna catch a movie?
I can't. I'm meeting Uncle Leo. I saw him shoplifting at the bookstore.
All right, Leo, sticking it to the man.
Sleeping in the car again?
Hot tub blue.
Oh, right. Big party.
You didn't dance again.
No. I found a better way to humiliate myself. There was this guy and a few too many.
You went home?
Worse, made out at the table like our plane was going down.
Oh, the drunken makeout. An office classic. Did you end up Xeroxing anything?
Do you know how embarrassing this is to someone in my position?
What is your position?
I am an associate.
Hey, me too.
Yeah, me too. Why did I do this? Now I'm the office skank.
Well, unless you tell everybody you're dating.
Oh, right. Because if we're dating, what everyone saw was just a beautiful moment between two lovers.
As opposed to a spirited bout of Skanko-Roman wrestling.
Bravo.
Well, hey. Can I fix you fellas some drinks, some sandwiches?
Already. But you can't clear some of this stuff out of the way. Check this out.
Remember my idea about rickshaws in New York? Well, we're going to make it happen.
No, you're not.
He knows a guy in the Hong Kong post office.
No, he doesn't.
Are you shipping us a rickshaw? I can't miss.
Yes, he can.
I'm going to start out with one, and then when it catches on, we're going to have a whole fleet.
It's the romance of the handsome cab without the guilt or dander of the equine.
So who's going to pull us then?
Then it becomes.
Why isn't this an awkward moment?
What about the homeless?
Can't we worry about them later?
To pull the rickshaw.
They do have an intimate knowledge of the street.
Always walking around the city. Why not just strap something to them?
Now that's the first sensible idea I've heard all day.
Jerry, hello.
So Leo, how's everything? You doing okay?
I still have the ringing in the ear. Sounds like the phone.
Yeah, but what about money? Are you strapped? Do you need a little?
Are you kidding? I should be loaning you money. But I'm not.
Leo, I saw you in Brentano's yesterday.
Why did you say hello?
Because you were too busy stealing a book.
You still say hello?
Oh, I saw you steal.
Oh, they don't care. We all do it.
Oh, criminals?
Senior citizens. No big deal.
You could get arrested.
Arrested? Come on! Oh, man, I'm confused. I thought I paid for it. What's my name? Can you take me home? All right, Mr. Goody Two-Shoes. You made your point.
Thank you.
Will somebody answer that damn phone?
Of course, Zach and I have been dating. What'd you think? I was the office skank?
Well,
We've been dating for 3 months between you and me and anyone else you wanted to.
Isn't that Zach? Aren't you upset?
Yes!
All right, listen up. Now, you three have been handpicked out of possibly dozens who applied. Now, what we're looking for are motivated, hardworking, homeless gentlemen like yourselves to pull rickshaws. Now, I don't care where you're from or how you got here or what happened to your house, but you will have to be physically fit.
the government.
Because to pull rickshaws requires more than just strong legs. You're also going to need a well-toned upper body. Or a shirt.
Fine, who's first?
Hey,
Name, please?
Rusty. I once knew a horse named Rusty. No offense.
All right, now take it down the end of the block. Take control, turn, and bring her back. Let's see what you got. Okay, ready and go.
Giddy up. Good for.
All right, pace yourself, because you're going to have to do this all day for very little money.
Hey, what's he doing?
I think he's stealing our rickshaw.
And he's out.
I'll take the job. Potato salad.
Yes, I need to return this book.
I'm sorry, we can't take this book back.
Why not?
It's been flagged.
Flag?
It's been in the bathroom.
It says that on the computer?
Please take it home. We don't want any of the books.
Well, you just lost a lot of business because I love to read. I don't believe this. Excuse me, I wonder if you could do me a favor. My uncle's having a little problem with shoplifting.
Where's your uncle?
He's over there in the overcoat. You could just kind of put a scare into him, set him straight.
We have a 5150 in paperback called Minutes Respond.
5150, that's just a scare.
Sir, I'm going to have to ask you to stand out of the way and let us handle this. Swore! Swore!
But old man, I'm confused.
You're under arrest. I just wanted you to scare him.
Jerry, you ratted me out.
Hello?
Hello.
Mom, I didn't rat out Uncle Leo. I just wanted the guard to scare him straight.
Jerry, he won't last a day in prison.
Prison? I'm sure it's just a fine. He's got priors. Prior convictions, Leo?
It was a crime of passion. Leave it alone.
Besides, it's not stealing if it's something you need.
What does that mean? Nobody pays for everything.
You're stealing too? What are you stealing?
Batteries.
How did they wear out so quick? Mom, you too?
Sometimes your father forgets, so I have to steal.
All right, I'll talk to you later.
Well, the rickshaw's gone. Strapped it to a homeless guy and he bolted.
Well, 85% of all homeless rickshaw businesses fail within the first 3 months. Should have got some collateral from him, like his bag of cans or his other bag of cans.
We gotta find that rickshaw. You check the sewers and dumpsters. I'll hit the soup kitchens, bakeries, and short spots.
To the idiot mobile. So even though you're not really going out with this guy, he's cheating on you.
That is correct. But here's the beauty. Now I stand up for myself by telling everybody I'm dumping his sorry ass and I'm the office.
Tina Turner?
All right.
Well, I've been to every Brett Carlos. This thing is flagged in every database in town.
Is it so horrible to have to keep a book?
I don't understand what the big deal is. They let you try on pants.
Not underpants.
Hey, that's your Uncle Leo.
Uncle Leo! Hello!
Harry?
Uncle Leo, I'm sorry. I didn't know about your past.
You mean my crime of passion? Anyone who betrays me, I never forget.
Uncle Leo, wait! Hello!
What's impressionism? Oh, love this. Now, what is the problem with this book?
Nothing.
Sure.
You know, I could let it go for, say, 125.
Leo's furious. What is that doing on the table?
Harry, sit it down.
I'm not eating anything in the vicinity of that book.
What's wrong with this book?
That book has been on a wild ride. George took it out of the bathroom.
All right. Biohazard coming through.
May I ask, what do you read about?
I don't read about it. Aren't you Elaine, do you have a moment? It's about your love.
Oh, yes, I know all about his little performance in the break room.
Delay. Who among us hasn't snuck into the break room to nibble on a lovely? Afraid the problem with Zach is more serious. He's back on the horse, Elaine. Smack. White Palace. A Chinaman's nightcap.
Well, it just keeps getting better.
And in a tiny way, I almost feel responsible. I'm the one who sent him to Thailand in search of low-cost whistles. Filled his head with pseudo-erotic tales of my own opium excursions. Plus, I gave him some phone numbers of places he could score near the hotel.
Look, Mr. Peterman, the fact is that I was planning on breaking up with Zach anyway. He was cheating on me.
Damn it, Elaine, that wasn't Zach. That was the yap-yap. Now he is going cold turkey, and you will be at this.
Oh, what? You know, I planned...
No buts, Elaine. I will strip you of your associate status. P.S. My first 24 hours are the worst. Where to bring up Pancho?
It was a crime of passion. If anyone betrays me, I never forget. It won't last a day in prison.
Jerry? Hello? Jerry? Hello? Jerry?
Hello.
Hey, it's me.
Leo?
Oh, that's nice.
What are you up to? Nightmares. You?
My fake boyfriend is going through real withdrawals.
I'm burning up.
Eat your soup.
You're not feeding it, are you?
Why? I told you, away from the fruit. Away. Use your bucket. There you go, that's it. You know what? I gotta...
Kramer! Get out of here!
Kramer, there you are.
Will everybody please leave?
I just heard that postman spotted a rickshaw down in Battery Park. It's entirely possible.
I want everyone out!
It's Talking Jerry's kitchen. I'll make some cocoa.
Good night, Jerry.
Good night.
There it is.
Rusty.
Oh, there you are. Oh, do I get the job?
Yeah, we'll get back to you. Let's get this baby.
Well, you know, when you think about it, it's kind of silly for us both to pull this thing all the way back uptown. I mean, after all, it is a conveyance.
Yes, that's true.
So, which one of us is going to pull?
There's only one way to settle this. One spot, two spot, zigzag, tear, and pop, die, penny, dot, penny, and tear. Tear and scare and rip and tear and tear. Just two other things. One spot, two spot.
Hey, boy! Move it out of here! Too much jostling!
So you want to donate this to charity?
Well, I suppose some sort of write-off.
What's the value of it?
About $200, Mr. Mooney.
It's de Mornay. Rebecca de Mornay. Oh, wait a second. This book has been in the bathroom.
What are you talking about?
It's ridiculous. It's been flagged. I know. I used to work at a Bertano's. Mister, we're trying to help the homeless here. It's bad enough that we have some nut out there trying to snap into a rickshaw.
I'll just take 50. Do we have it, Dita?
Here. And here it is. You get your toilet book out of here, and I won't jump over this counter and punch you in the brain.
Take it in merchandise.
Here I come.
So this book will tell me how to get the puke out of cashmere? Yeah. Great.
So the worst is over?
Yeah. Now I can break up with him. He's clean and I'm the office hero.
Seems like you're better at fake relationships than real ones.
Yeah. I even got an idea out of it. Detox poncho. See ya.
I'd like to speak with the manager, please.
Mind your pace, boy. Chop, chop. Hit the wall. I gotta take a break. Well, don't carry on behind schedule as it is. Boy, say that! Wow! Wow!
Well, this is the first day of the rest of my life.
George, what are you doing here?
I can't sell the book. It's been marked.
Certainly has.
So I'm going to steal another one, and I'm going to return it. That way, everything is even.
You defile one book, steal another, ask for your money back, and to you, that's even.
I'm going in. Did you want to speak to the manager?
Yes, my Uncle Leo was caught shoplifting here the other day.
Yes, Uncle Leo. I remember him. I'm sorry, our policy is we prosecute all shoplifters.
Oh, come on, he's just a lonely old man. All old people steal.
That's right. That's why we stopped carrying batteries. Look, I'll be honest with you. We've had a lot of trouble with theft lately, and the boss said I have to make an example.
So it could be anyone?
Yes, as long as we catch him in the act.
That guy! Swan! Swan!
Father, one of the best episodes. It's like the show.
Happy birthday to you. Elaine, cake? No thanks. It's Walter's special day. 200 people work in this office. Every day is special.
Lane, where you going? It's Walter's last day. We have to celebrate.
It's his birthday and it's his last day.
This is other Walter from Returns.
Hey, what's going on here?
Surprise!
Oh, guys! Elaine, it's my last day. Have a piece.
All right, pile it on.
He's a jolly fellow.
Happy birthday to you.
What's so bad about having a little piece of cake?
It's the forced socializing. I mean, just because we work in the same office, why do we have to act like we're friends?
Why aren't you there now?
I had to take a sick day. I'm so sick of these people. By the way, I talked to Lizzie and tomorrow night's good.
I shouldn't go out with a friend of yours. I foresee messiness.
Yeah, you're better off sitting around here reading comic books and eating spaghetti at 2 in the morning.
Hey, speaking of spaghetti, so you want to come with me and George to Mario's Pizza?
You're all dressed up like that. What?
You're close. We're going for one last slice.
Check it out. Official police caution tape. Step back, son. There's nothing to see here.
Where did you get this?
I got it from my cop buddy, Doug.
You sure have a lot of friends. How come I never see any of these?
I don't know why they never see you. I'm gonna eat that later.
So they just gave you this?
No. I have to fish around in the evidence. You know, they're all preoccupied trying to hunt down this new psycho suit. All right, I'll see you.
Wait a minute. Where's the water?
It's a big deal. It's just some guy's been running around Riverside Park. Cutting people's heads off.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I present to you Mr. Charlie on K.
Yeah, well, you know, the police, they've been having some internal dissension about the name. Hedzo, the Dean organizer. Son of Dad. Son of Dad? Yeah, that's my suggestion. Sort of a catch-up.
Mario pizza, just as she was. Hey, Mario! Remember us? No. We're coming every day. So what do you bet? We're tanking here. We'll have 2 slices and 2 grape sodas. Oh, thanks. It'll save us. All right, make it the large sodas. Hey, Trevor, remember Frogger? I used to be so into this game. Getting that frog across the street was my entire life.
Then you went on to. That's a good game.
Watch the truck. Double jump. Eat the fly. Eat it.
Thanks a lot.
Yeah, beat it.
Hey, look at the high score. GLC. George Louis Costanza. That's not you, is it?
Yes. 860. I can't believe it's still standing. The horn has beaten me like 10 years.
I remember that night.
Oh, I was unstoppable. Perfect combination of Mountain Dew and mozzarella. Just the right amount of grease on the joystick. Here's your pizza, P-Brand.
I think I remember all this stuff coming here.
smells really bad. So why do I keep smelling it? It's too late for me to go to law school. What is this?
You were out sick yesterday, so we got you a get well cake.
It's carrot. Good for you.
Get well, get well, to get well.
It's not even a fault. I mean, now we're celebrating a sick day.
It's nice.
What? What is that? Trying to fill the void in your life with flour and sugar and egg and vanilla? I mean, you're all unhappy. You need to be fat, too? Not you, Becky. Now you have a slow metabolism.
Look, and she's not fat, like in today's standards.
In my office.
Get well, sick.
That guy plays the convict in the office.
Can we still eat it?
I'll tell you, Lisa, I never expected that movie to
And underwater.
be that long. I mean, most action movies are
So much more violent.
not as long.
Well, I should probably.
Get going.
Yeah.
Well, it was nice meeting you. I'm sure I'll see you.
8 tomorrow?
Actually, that's
What you were thinking?
right. Oh, here you are. Sure. How about this one?
Well, I'm doing it, Jerry. I'm buying the Frogger machine. Now the torch will burn forever.
Fabulous. See, now you're really doing something.
So, you want to come down to Mario's Pizza with me and help me pick up the Frogger?
And how are you going to keep the machine plugged in while you're moving? Once you unplug the machine, all the scores will be erased.
You're right. Why must there always be a problem? You think just once I can get a break. God knows I ended with that score.
Well, more bad news. You know, the police have found another victim of the lop at Riverside Park. I saw the photo, and it looked a lot like you.
Oh, come on. There's a lot of people walking around the city that look like me.
Not as many as there used to be.
No, I need a guy that can rig a Frogger machine so that I can move it without losing power, because I have the high score. Hello?
No, George, you're not going to find an electrician like that in the Yellow Pages. Now, I know just the guy who can do this.
Another friend?
No. This guy is no friend. In fact, we don't even get along.
Is he good, Colonel?
Oh, he's the best. And the worst.
Colonel, listen to me. I'm never going to have a child. If I lose this Frogger high score, that's it for me.
Believe me, George, you can count on Slippery Pete. Slippery Pete? Yeah, I don't care what the name is. In fact, that's one of the things that we are.
All right. I'm going to find a guy with a truck. GLC must live on.
Hello?
So how's it going with my friend?
She's a sentence finisher. It's like dating Mad Libs. What is that?
It's a cake party. It's the third one today. You didn't realize how hooked I got on that 4 o'clock sugar rush.
So join in.
I can't. I denounced them. Maybe I'll go raid Peterman's fridge. He's always got a truffle or something in there.
Hey, I dropped an egg.
Be careful.
Anybody here? Need a boy?
Oh, what a stirring little act of offense. Hey,
Peterman,
we wished you at the get well party. Poor old Walt is up, all up in the doom. It's benign, but oh, still up, bastard. Oh, lady, can you keep a secret?
no, sir, I can't.
Inside that small college boy mini fridge is my latest acquisition. A slice of cake from the wedding of King Edward VIII to Wallis Simpson circa 1937. Price $29,000.
Well, Lacey, that was another
Lovely evening.
really bad meal. I was thinking maybe we should
Go for a handsome cab ride?
call it a night. I'll walk you home. Where do you live?
84th Street, right off Riverside Park.
Riverside Park.
I thought we were going.
Back to my place. That's right.
So you slept with her? She lives right off Riverside Park. I was scared of the whopper, so I let her stay over.
And you automatically sleep with it?
Just wanted to make out a little, but she kind of...
Guess what I ate?
An ostrich burger.
No. A $29,000 piece of cake. Peterman got it at the Duke and Duchess of Windsor auction. The most romantic thing I've ever eaten.
I didn't think.
Still stale.
So, you sleeping with Peterman?
No. He doesn't know I ate it. In fact, he almost caught me. We have to sneak back in and even it out.
Well, they say ostrich has less fat, but you eat more of it.
Hey, so I talked to Lizzie. And she has got a big surprise for you. She's planning a weekend trip to Pennsylvania Dutch country.
Pennsylvania Dutch country? Well, that's the serious relationship weekend place.
What's going on with you two?
Well, I think by sleeping with her, I may have sent her the wrong message.
What's that?
4 o'clock sugar mix.
Well, I'm calling this off right now.
No, you are way past the phone call breakup stage.
Well, I'm not going over there. That's where the whopper is.
It's daylight. It won't take you that long. Just make a clean break. A little off the side. Perfect. No point in wasting $1,200. Oh, Amanda! Is it the wedding marvelous? Oh, hey! Oh, I mustn't. Now, what the hell?
Now, each of you is here because you're the best at what you do. Slippery Pete. Kramer tells me you are one hell of a rogue electrician. And Shlomo, you're the best truck driver.
I don't know if I'm the best.
You're very good.
Let's say good.
Okay, good. And Kramer, you're in charge of heading off the loaders.
Think you can handle that, numbnuts?
All right, come on now.
That was my mail order prize.
So I signed for it.
Doesn't keep you the price you make up.
You weren't even married yet.
Whatever happened in the past, it's past. This is the basic layout for Mario's Pizza.
So what kind of a jail time are we looking at if we were caught?
What do you mean?
We're stealing this thing, right?
No, I paid for it.
I thought we were stealing.
It feels like we're stealing.
We're not stealing. I definitely thought we were stealing. All right, let's focus. Get back to the plan.
Well, I need a battery for this kind of job. Can I at least steal the battery?
Fine, steal the battery. Here is the Frogger. This is the front door. This is the outlet.
What's that?
The outlet. That's where the electricity comes out of.
Ah, you mean the hole?
Which one's the bathroom?
Here.
They put the Frogger with the toilet?
The Frogger is here.
George, I thought that.
Where are the pizza?
I thought the bathroom was here.
All right. Understand now? Not that complicated.
To replace an antique piece of cake? Do you have anything that's been, laying around for a while? Something pre-war would be great.
Oh, got the munchies?
I'm in big trouble. I need a cake that looks like this.
Oh, yeah, Sotheby's. Yeah, they make good cake.
Do any of these look close?
No. But I know I've seen kids just like that. Oh, Enemans here.
Enemans? In the supermarket?
Well, no, they're not really in the supermarket. Yeah, they got their own case at the end of the aisle.
Hey, Lacey.
Hi, honey. Is that a bat?
Yeah. I found it on the street. Gotta be worth something.
So, what do you want to do, sweetheart?
Well, before we do anything, maybe we should talk. Then this Pennsylvania Dutch thing comes out of nowhere. I mean, how am I supposed to respond to that?
Then may I say something without being interrupted?
Well, I'm sorry if I ruined your life. That's exactly what I set out to do.
Uh-huh. Are you afraid to kiss me in public?
Have you even been in public?
Now you're going to tell me what I'm thinking. Well, go ahead, because I'd really like to know.
Don't say that. You've been to pretty good 20 minutes.
Well, I'm sorry. I'm not Brad. I'm Vinny. Nice to meet you.
Boy, did your mother do a number on you. Fine, so it's over.
Oh. It's dark out. What time is it?
9:30?
We've been breaking up for 10 hours?
Goodbye, Jerry.
You know, Lacey, maybe we should give this a little more time. See how it looks in the light of day.
Out.
Lacey, let me in. We can understand. I was wrong. You were right. Don't do anything.
Jerry, you came for the big one?
Yeah, my third.
Everything's timed out at the function there. Delivery Pete's got the Frogger running on battery power. The truck will be there any minute, and Kramer's taking out a loading zone.
Sounds great.
Yeah. You gotta come over tonight, we can play.
I can't. I'm busy. I'm going away on a long weekend.
Where?
Look what I found. I got one for you, too.
Great. You know what? Why don't you put it in the car so I don't accidentally toss it in that dumpster?
Okay. I'll meet you in front of your place. 15 minutes.
So long. Long.
I hear thee.
Elaine, excellent. I'd like you to meet a friend of mine, Erwin.
Hello?
John. All right. Brace yourself, Rubek. You are about to be launched via pastry back to the wedding of one of the most dashing and romantic Nazi sympathizers of the entire British royal family.
I guess I'll just...
Oh, no, Elaine, stay. Back here is the world's foremost appraiser of vintage pastry. All right, Lubeck. How much is she?
I'd say about $219.
$219,000. Lubeck, you glorious tip-fellow, you just made me a profit of $190,000.
No, $2.19. It's an intimates.
Do they have a castle?
No, they have a display case at the end of the aisle.
You're right, Petersman. You look ill.
Get well soon. We want you to get well. Get well soon. We want you to get well.
What are you guys doing? Eat the fly. Eat the fly. You idiots, you're gonna wear down the battery.
Batteries are fine. We've got, oh God, only 3 minutes left.
George, they closed out.
I need an outlet.
A what?
Hose! I need hose!
The pharmacy's still open.
All right, Kramer, you block off traffic. You two go sweep off the pharmacist.
You owe me a quarter.
Kramer, hurry up!
Come on, George, I'll help you push it across.
Wait a minute. This looks familiar. This reminds me of something. can do this.
By yourself?
Sir, I've been preparing for this moment my entire life.
It looks like it's wrong. So do you.
Mr. Peterman, you wanted to see me, sir?
Elaine, up until a moment ago, I was convinced that I was on the receiving end of one of the oldest baker's grift in the books. The Enterman's ship. Until I remembered the videotape surveillance system that I installed to catch other water using my latrine. But it also caught this.
Mr. Peterman, I
have a question. Is the item still
as far as I know.
Do you know what happens to a butter-based frosting after 6 decades in a poorly ventilated English basement?
I guess I hadn't.
Well, I have a feeling what you are about to go through is punishment enough. Dismissed.
No doubt. No. Such a fucking I'm fucking around, put you on my social media every day. Just like all fucking legal. Hey, Michelle. You listen to that guy about India? What's it? Just
Let's go. What's happening? Hello, doctor. Hello, doctor. Hello. I feel good to be in a lab coat. It feels like my opinion means more.
Dude, it does. I mean, I love this. Is freaking incredible. Like, you don't realize the power in costumes until you got a lab coat on. Like, if we were walking around a CVS,
right,
people would ask us for advice. They would probably like, is this the right spray for me?
Isn't that amazing?
It's amazing.
Like, what is the purpose of a lab coat? Like, why this particular coat? What is this? Does this provide any protection? Is it good for the act?
You want monkey blood on your good shirt? Like, you gotta like wear the lab coat because like you get blood.
Right. In the late 19th and 20th, early 20th centuries, when many scientific breakthroughs happened, the white lab coat started to symbolize cleanliness
and scientific rigor. Not only it made doctors and scientists easily distinguishable, but it also made spotting any contamination easier. That makes sense.
Was that a problem back then, mixing up your doctor with your scientist? Is that a real problem?
Is that what they're saying?
It says it makes doctors and scientists more easily together.
Yeah,
they're both it's not like costumes, like doctor costumes and scientists.
Right, you go to the doctor. Doctor, help me. I'm not that kind of doctor. I'm a PhD. I study nuclear atoms.
I like that acknowledges that this is a kind of ceremonial outfit. It's a priest's robe because it's like symbolic more than practical for some people.
Well, there's a bunch of those, right? Like the judge's robe. Oh my God. How weird is that? Because if you had a guy who was dressed like in a golf shirt with like shorts on, and a pair of Nikes, and he's like ruling judgment on things, you'd be like, fuck that guy. Who's that guy?
Yeah,
he's a regular guy.
like a tank top.
Yeah,
dude in a tank top
with a mullet. The dude is dressed like Joe Dirt.
Also, the hammer.
Right.
They bang the hammer to like signify that justice has been served.
What a weird trick.
That is a weird. I mean, this is when you realize how all of society has got occult aspects to it. Like those are people in ceremonial clothes.
Yeah.
Banging a ceremonial hammer.
If not occult, definitely cult.
Well, yeah. Cult. It's like
Yeah. What's the root of cult and occult? Like, what is the connection to those two words?
The devil.
Satan. There's got to be some kind of connection. The fascinating thing about cults is that when they get to a certain size, we stop calling them cults.
Yeah.
Like they're really successful. The idea is that there's no such thing as a successful cult. That's really just not true. Okay, the words cult and occult are popular terms that should not be confused with one another. So what are the differences between them? The term cult typically is used by the secular media to describe religious or semi-religious groups whose members are controlled in almost every single respect by a single individual. Some good examples are Hare Krishnas and Scientologists. But that's not like a single individual. I don't think that's a good definition. You know what I'm saying? By a single individual, that's not.
I think that is the group. That's the classic. I mean,
Right, but they're saying Scientology. Scientology clearly has an organization. I mean, there's one guy that's the head of Scientology, but they have like a whole. It's a very complex organization.
Very complex. Oh well, I mean, I think the idea is that the main cult leader generally has like
the doctrine
deputies around him.
Yeah.
He has his own sort of close inner circle.
Right. In that case, it's true. Right?
The bigger it gets, and the deputies have deputies or whatever you want to call it, and that's how you get a big functional cult.
Right.
You know, and I think probably, I mean, it would be safe to say that a successful cult passes that barrier between what the fuck you guys believe that shit to what the fuck you don't believe that shit. Like your cult doctrine becomes the like language of truth.
Yeah.
And then you've succeeded. Like then your cult went. That's like you're 1 in 100 million maybe. Most cults just fail, I imagine.
Yeah, but that seems to be just a natural pattern for human thinking and behaving that we, for whatever reason, like naturally fall into groupthink.
Oh yeah.
And if we're led by a very strong, charismatic person that we think is exceptional, we'll accept it.
Yeah, right. Like you and I, you know, we've talked about this. I see the function in that. Like if you're in a situation that you don't know how to handle, you want the person who's the best at handling the situation to say, "Here's what we do."
Yeah.
And then that's great. Then that's when it works.
Right.
But it should be situational, right? It shouldn't be like you know everything.
Right.
That's where it turns into a cult.
Well, that's like that. What is that term that some people that are really smart tend to believe they're really smart at other things because they're really smart at one thing. They'll get distorted. It's a very common term.
I know what you're saying.
It's at the tip of my tongue.
It's a distortion.
But it's a thing that happens to you when you're really good at one thing, where you think you're just exceptional, period.
Right.
And you think you know more about maybe like there's scientists that are really terrible about health. They're probably brilliant when it comes to certain aspects of whatever it is they study, string theory.
Yeah, sure.
But their knowledge of health, their knowledge of how to work their own. Like I've talked to scientists, like how do vitamins from work? What the fuck are you saying? Dunning-Kruger effect. Thank you. The smarter, sorry, it says the smarter you feel, the dumber you are. The dumb people think they are smart, and the smart people think they're dumb. If you're like most people, you're likely to be very good at something. And you openly admit you're less competent at something else. However, we've all met someone in our work and life who always overestimates their knowledge or ability of a certain topic or skill. Where some people are obviously incompetent in a particular subject, you like confidently insist they know everything. That's when you start to wonder, how on earth could this person be that, well, stupid? In fact, this is not uncommon. Even William Shakespeare mentioned it 400 plus years ago. The fool thinks himself to be wise, while the wise man knows himself to be a fool. Today, this phenomenon is known as cognitive bias and hallucinatory superiority. So, but it does have something to do with you being good at something and being really stupid at other things because you think you're smart.
What a great insult to tell someone that they have Dunning-Kruger. Yeah, that is a great way to call someone dumb.
Yeah, well, it's interesting because this is the problem with the term dumb. Really what it is what are you focusing on? Because there's very intelligent people that didn't focus on communication. Right? They didn't focus on language. They didn't focus on proper grammar or how to structure a good sentence. Yeah. They focused on a particular act, whether it's swimming, or whether it's chess, or whether they focus on whether it's playing guitar, playing pool. I met brilliant people playing pool. Right. I never told you about my friend Johnny, who would do complex math in his head. Yeah. I mean, not complex, but math in his head. So what you would do, one guy would have a calculator, and we would do this at the pool hall, and then we would go 300 divided by 5 minus 4 plus 16 times 2, and he would bang. Yeah. He would just rattle it out. We would go, what the fuck, man?
Yeah, what the fuck?
And he was homeless.
Did he say how he did the trick?
No, he just knew how to do it.
Holy
he could just count. Dude, he was just insanely smart.
But that implies, like, there was a kid in my neighborhood who could do that. And it was he was annoyed because once you are known as being able to do that, that's all people do. They don't want to talk to you. They just want to get you to solve complex math and then go like, holy fuck. But it makes me think that like they're perceiving reality in a completely different way.
This episode is brought to you by BetterHelp. Life is never linear. It gets messy, and sometimes the best way forward isn't super clear. Sometimes you got to make tough choices, whether it's in a career, relationships, or other areas of your life. Therapy can help you navigate those shifts. If you think therapy could be right for you, consider giving BetterHelp a try. It's entirely online, designed to be convenient, flexible, and suited to your schedule. Just fill out a brief questionnaire to get matched with a credentialed therapist and switch therapists anytime for no additional charge. Let therapy be your map with BetterHelp. Visit betterhelp.com/JRE today to get 10% off your first month. That's betterhelp.com/JRE. Tap the banner or visit this episode's page to learn more. This episode is brought to you by Roka. I wear Roka sunglasses every day. They are the shit. I even wear Roka tactical glasses when I go to the gun range. Roka is a killer Texas-based eyewear brand that will change your summer. They've been independently outmaneuvering some of the biggest conglomerates in Europe that are secretly behind most eyewear brands because Roka figured out how to pack all the cutting-edge sports tech into normal-looking sunglass frames. What I love about them, first of all, they're very versatile. They're designed for performance, but you don't look out of place wearing them socially. They're good-looking glasses. They also stay on your face with what they call gecko technology and high-quality materials that are designed for even the most hardcore athletes. They fit to your face really well. Like you do all sorts of activities, run with them. They never fall loose. I take them with me anywhere I go. And instead of cheap glass that scratches and fogs, Roka lenses have protective coatings and best-in-class polarization, which is dope for water because you can actually see through the glare and see fish in the water. Plus, their glasses are all built to order right here in Austin, Texas. Get 20% off your order with the code ROGAN at roka.com. That's ROKA.com. Tap the banner or click on this episode's page to shop now. They must be.
They have to be.
They must be. This guy, Johnny, he had a lot of mental health problems, like serious mental health problems and drug problems. But he was one of the most brilliant people I've ever met. Socially brilliant. You know, he's a pool hustler.
Yeah.
But he's very socially brilliant. Like, he knew when people were full of shit.
Yeah.
He knew when people's egos were flaring up. He knew, like, and he loved comedy. It was like his favorite thing. And so I met him at the pool hall, and I took him to see comedy. And I took him to one of my shows, and he fucking loved it. He was like, "Oh, I love when they call people out on their bullshit." Like, it was like he was like a social scientist, but also could play all these different musical instruments. Homeless. I met a kid who was 16 years old, and he was a chess wizard who like wanted to hang out with the bad boys. It was really interesting because he was like this super nerd, but all of a sudden he was hanging out with these guys who were smoking and gambling, and he was 16. And he's like really rough pool hall. And he would sit down with this guy who just got out of jail. And this guy had just got out of jail, and in jail, he learned how to play chess in his head. So they don't have a board. So because they don't have a board, they have to call out the numbers in their head. So I'm watching this recently released prisoner and a 16-year-old super nerd play chess in their head. And they're calling it out. And I'm sitting there like I'm watching them do magic.
What?
Yeah.
So like C to 4, 7.
Yep. And they're keeping track of the whole table in their head.
They just see it in their head.
And there was no arguments, by the way.
It's just, you hear about, I think we talked about it at the mothership the other night, but you hear about people who perceive numbers as colors or something, or it's like their brain has made a different connection. Because if you think about what our eyes do with photons, that's insane. That instantaneously it forms time-space around you with like zero effort. Like it's interpreting all this data, color, wavelengths, all that shit. It's crazy.
Yeah.
Grapheme color synthesia.
So I want to show you people playing chess in their head because it's crazy.
I want to see it.
But what I was saying, there was no arguments. Like they never said, no, I had this, that, there. There was none of that.
Right.
They knew exactly. They both knew exactly where everything was, and they were like, check.
They're seeing the table in their head clearly. It's like it's going to visual. It's like they're just seeing it, and
they're keeping track of all their pieces and all their opponents' pieces.
Yeah, man. I mean,
that's wild. Watch them do it. It's really interesting.
Do you have that?
It's called blindfolded chess.
Okay.
It's a skill. Apparently, I'm looking at.
Oh, it's got to be a skill.
There's videos of people teaching you how to do it.
Oh wow.
But I'm trying to. This is just like talking about it. I'm trying to find a game. I guess it's not showing two people though. So it's kind of hard to watch.
Is there one that says how two people playing blindfolded chess?
I figured something would pop up.
Is that it, man?
Yeah, we're in chess. It's head-to-head mental combat.
That's just a different kind of chess.
Yeah, that's what I thought this was.
What is it called again?
This is something else.
What do they call it? Blindfolded chess? How about just type in two people playing blindfolded chess? Chess. Here it is. Blindfolded chess. Jesus Christ.
Wow.
What?
While he's riding an exercise bike.
Oh my God, that's so insane.
At the same time.
Oh my God, that is so insane.
What? 80% win rate. 80. Can you imagine getting beaten that chest? I feel so bad.
He says he developed a technique called a memory palace.
Oh my god. That is used by memory competitors, usually to remember things like numbers or the order of playing cards. He said each game is like a room in a palace. Yeah, it's all there. He explained to chess.com. I walk into my kitchen and see that stack of bananas. The abstract images are an analog for specific moves, so presumably he now knows a lot of different fruits. Wow.
That is so insane. That memory palace shit is really interesting because you're connecting your memory to the visual.
Yeah.
Back to the beginning.
I wonder if that, I mean, this is essentially a short-term memory thing you're relying upon. I wonder if that does anything for your long-term memory too. I wonder if they do say that chess is like one of the very best games for just your cognitive function. Makes sense. It's super complex.
Yeah.
I mean, think of it's basically like running with your brain.
Yeah.
Right.
Did you ever get into it?
No. I got scared.
It's pretty. I only got into it because I had a cool video game where the chess pieces could fight, and so that made me like get interested in like the most surface level. I mean, I was horrible, but you know the opening moves and how each opening move. There's statistically, I think, the right opening, the second move to do against the opening move, and then you all these combos and shit that you have to memorize. It's so, and then you have to think so many moves ahead. And so, based on all the possible things they might do, producing all these parallel chess timelines, and you're trying to pick the one that's like the one you win in.
Chess falls into that whole golf thing with me. I'm sure I'd love it, but I don't want to do that. I don't have any time for anything like that. I already have a problem with pool. But, you know, I fucking want to play it all the time.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's a lot easier for me to like level up in Diablo 4 than go to the gym.
Right.
Infinitely easier. And my brain does not produce the same level of pleasure leaving the gym. But what is it, like 30% of that? And I think sometimes if you are particularly weak, you'll just settle for that. You're like, you know what, that's fine. I'll enjoy that. And then it just goes on and on. You know, you need to have undisciplined people on your show sometimes because I'm always struggling with it. You know what I mean? And you're like disciplined. But I am like, it's an aspiration. So I'll get going to the gym, start working out. I feel better than I've ever felt in my life. You know what got me to the gym, by the way? I started the last podcast. You described how you feel not working out. And I'm like, that's the last 2 years of my life. And then, you know, so I'm like, fuck, I got to do this. And like, you know, walking out, it's simultaneously wonderful and kind of sad. Because you walk out, you're like, I feel so good. Like, this is all I just had to do this.
Yeah.
It wasn't painful. It's fun.
Yeah.
And now I feel great. And you're like, fuck, man, 2 years. 2 years I went off of it. That's scary. When you're, you know what I mean? When you're oscillating between those two modes, you know, and you don't want to get stuck in the devil's mode, but you know it's a possibility. You know, you somehow glued yourself to this one. You don't seem to really like fall off. You know, did you at first?
No, it's necessary for me, and it's necessary for me for mental health, and also I don't want my body to fail. Like I've seen people my age that don't exercise, and their shoulders don't work, and their knees are fucked, and they're always tired, and like that's not a good way to go through life. If you want to enjoy life, you want to have as much energy as possible, and the best way to have as much energy as possible is to be really fit. Be really fit and healthy, and eat good foods, and take a lot of vitamins, take supplements, eat healthy food. Try to stay the fuck away from processed garbage. Don't drink too much.
Right.
Don't do anything bad for your health. Be because your energy depends upon this physical form. It's literally made out of what you put in it. It's literally made out of that, both with effort and with food.
Right.
And with sleep. The effort that you take to sleep.
Right.
And then also the effort you take to have a stress-free environment. You know, the effort that you take to put out as little bullshit as you can, and to like be nice to people as often as you can, and just sort of keep harmonious, fun people around you.
Yes.
You feel better. Yeah. You know, like if I'm going through something, like some friends of mine are squabbling and I have to like get in between them and have conversations, I fucking hate it. I hate it.
Worse.
I hate when people's feelings are hurt. I hate when people are mad at other people. I fucking hate it. And I think a lot of times it can be avoided. But if you're not avoiding it, you're just jumping in it all the time. Your stress levels are so high. Your comfort levels are so low. You're always going to be feeling like shit. And there's people that get caught up in a cycle of that. They're always calling people out, and getting called out, and insulting, trying to find the deepest burn. And keep that shit out of your life, too. Keep that shit out of your life. But don't not call things out when something's atrocious.
Right.
But just the less bullshit you have in your life, whether it's bullshit that you have to deal with because you didn't exercise or your body's breaking down, it's like car maintenance. Like, if you just don't ever change your oil, you could go a long time. I dated this girl once when I was 22, and she told me she had never changed the oil in her car. I go, how long have you had this car? She started the car. It was like literal black smoke was coming out of the back.
Holy shit.
She had a Firebird. And I was like, you've never changed your oil? She never changed her oil. But her car was still driving. That's a lot of humans' bodies. It's the same thing. It's very similar. You're not doing maintenance.
Right. Yeah. Man, it is, it's interesting. Like, you just described, like, two parallel universes that exist side by side. Like, and if I had to bet, there are more people in the discordant, is that what you'd say? In the inharmonious reality than the harmonious one. Like, I think that probably, I mean, it's cynical to say, but probably what, like 70% of people to some degree are stuck in the gravity well of whatever those things. It's a gravity well. That's that, because that's the thing, man. You know, climbing out of that fucking hole is the hardest part. But that hole has its own gravity, and the gravity is around addiction to just the stuff you're describing. You're addicted to drama. You're addicted to eating shitty food. You're addicted to like staying up late, doom scrolling, or whatever. It's a gravity, and so then you got to crawl out of it to get into that other place.
Yeah.
And you get in that other place, and generally the first thing you think is, God, this is incredible. But then the more you stay in that place, you kind of forget how bad it felt in the other place. And that's where the pattern you get sucked back into the gravity well. You don't like stay steady in the discipline.
Yeah.
I think that's a lot of people. Like, that is
it's more people than not, because our natural human instincts are to, you know, it's like to squabble. It's like there's a natural squabble that's built into people. But it's a pattern of behavior. It's a pattern of thinking. You can recognize that it's a dangerous pattern or a shitty pattern or an unproductive pattern, an overall negative pattern.
Yeah.
Just get it out of there.
Yeah.
Just don't. You can do that. I've done it. You can do it. People can do it. You gotta learn what it is.
You gotta admit your own aggression.
Yes.
Because if you don't, then you trick yourself as you engage in some conversation into thinking that there is an aggression behind it. And, you know, I don't know if you can get rid of all aggression and confrontation. Like, I don't know if it's possible to fully drop it, I imagine. But, you know, listening to other people, too. Like, I have to do that. Like, you were being short, you know, or you were whatever. It's like, you got to listen. Think, Even though I don't think I was.
Right.
Your volume might be different or something.
We were having a conversation about this last night in the green room too. It's like the way we talk to each other as comics, like, you know, everyone had a story of how they talked to their wife or their spouse like a comic once. You know, like, what the fuck did you think was going to happen? You know, where like the way you would say something to me, like if I did something really stupid, like, what the fuck did you think was going to happen? And I would start laughing.
Yeah.
But you can't make those kind of jokes sometimes with regular people. Like regular people, we were insult. Like you could say like the most heinous joke to Tony Hinchcliffe, and he would fall on the ground laughing, holding his side.
Yes.
You could say terrible things about him and connecting him to Joffrey from Game of Thrones, and he'll be on the ground laughing, right? But if you do that to just a regular guy that you work with, it's very likely he's going to be severely upset.
Oh,
very butthurt. We are so used to talking to each other like that.
Dude, I've made like permanent, I don't want to say enemies, but I know there's people who like won't talk to me now because I forgot that. And just, you know, I just out of like habit.
Yeah.
Just you interact with them, and you can't do that.
No, you can't.
I just put eye drops in my eyes, so my face was wet as though from tears. Walked out in the living room and told our midwife that Obama had died. Like, and thank God she laughed, sense of humor. But then suddenly I was like, what the fuck am I doing? My wife is looking at me, what are you doing? It's a midwife. You're coming out here with fake tears saying Obama died? That's fucked up. Everyone like went, oh, what? Because you know it would be so upsetting. But like, and then I realized, what am I doing? What am I doing?
You're doing what you would do in the green room.
In the green room, in my living room.
You're always doing that. When you say something to me, there's always like this.
I know.
You should do it. You should definitely meet them. Remember that last night?
Me too.
You were trying to convince me, so I can't even say it because I don't have to know what we were talking about.
Oh, yeah, right. You know what? Yes, exactly. That is with comedians.
Yeah.
We will shift from reality to just like making up a story with each other instantly. It's such a fascinating mode of communication, and it's definitely not normal.
My favorite is when someone does it, but with like subtle propaganda, like real on the edge, like, is he fucking? No worries.
Wait, hold on. God damn it. Sorry about that, man.
Dude, it's a normal thing. It happens all the time.
I need to check. You know,
yeah, you're about to have a baby. While we're doing this,
okay, great.
Now to have one more.
That's right. And I'm very excited about it. But I'm so sorry that my phone went off. Normally, I would ignore it.
No, I know. I get it.
Please continue. Do you remember what you were saying? Oh. Yeah! I love it, dude. To me, like this, once you start applying this to everybody and you realize like a lot of times we're like using a mode of communication based on our experience with our particular job or business or whatever, and trying to get other people,
right,
or even the way you were raised.
Right.
This is you learn this mode of communication potentially from lunatics. Like you can't choose where you're born.
That's very true.
And then those people enter into conversations thinking that everyone else understands what it's like to come out of that kind of universe, man. And then you're like, you're an asshole. No, you're an asshole. And it's like, no, neither of you are assholes. You're just you're trying to get people into your reality tunnel instead of at least like finding the middle point between yours and theirs. It's the worst.
Especially, like, it's one thing if you're having some argument with some stranger, but especially when it's like a good friend.
Joe, I remember what you were saying.
What was I saying?
You're saying when people have an agenda, like when you're in a conversation with somebody like that and you detect some kind of slight agenda in there somewhere.
Oh, I was saying some of your best fake arguments about things, you get real subtle with it. Or I'm like, is he serious? Like, is it right? And then you'll slowly, right? slowly enter into the preposterous.
I got you. Yeah, that. Oh yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about.
So if you're doing that with like normal people, it would take a long time for them to figure out what the fuck you're doing.
And then when they do, they're like, "Why? Why did you do that?"
I never. Then they would never trust you again.
You guy's a sociopath. What? He just told me his sister was eaten by a bear last week.
But you know what I'm realizing? There's another layer of comedy. It's green room comedy.
Right.
Green room comedy is some of my favorite comedy.
The best.
Some of my favorite comedy. We were crying last night. We were crying.
Yeah, every night. And it's cool because it's got this rhythm to it.
Yeah.
Like sometimes it gets quiet.
Yes.
It'll start up again. It's so cool, man. It's a really interesting thing.
It's that two shows a night is goddamn magic. He gets so loose.
Yes.
He gets so loose and so silly.
Yeah.
This episode is brought to you by Black Rifle Coffee, the only coffee we drink here in the studio. It's a company founded and operated by veterans, including my good friend Evan Hafer and Matt Best, whose mission is to deliver top-notch coffee while supporting veterans and first responders. And right now, you can get 20% off plus free shipping on your first Black Rifle Coffee Club subscription order. Just tap the banner or go to blackriflecoffee.com/Joe and use the code Joe at checkout. They offer a wide range of roasts from light and dark to bold and dark. I love them. It's the only coffee I drink at home too. And when you join the Black Rifle Coffee Club, you get free shipping on every subscription order plus exclusive discounts on more than 50 partner brands with products ranging from hunting and fishing equipment to apparel and nutrition supplements. If that sounds good to you, and to get 20% off your first Black Rifle Coffee Club subscription order, just tap the banner or head to blackriflecoffee.com/Joe and use the promo code Joe. This episode is brought to you by Roka. I wear Roka sunglasses every day. They are the shit. I even wear Roka tactical glasses when I go to the gun range. Roka is a killer Texas-based eyewear brand that will change your summer. They've been independently outmaneuvering some of the biggest conglomerates in Europe that are secretly behind most eyewear brands because Roka figured out how to pack all the cutting-edge sports tech into normal-looking sunglass frames. And what I love about them, first of all, they're very versatile. They're designed for performance, but you don't look out of place wearing them socially. They're good-looking glasses. They also stay on your face with what they call gecko technology and high-quality materials that are designed for even the most hardcore athletes. They fit to your face really well. Like you do all sorts of activities, run with them. They never fall loose. I take them with me anywhere I go. And instead of cheap glass that scratches and fogs, Roka lenses have protective coatings and best-in-class polarization, which is dope for water because you can actually see through the glare and see fish in the water. Plus, their glasses are all built to order right here in Austin, Texas. Get 20% off your order with the code ROGAN at roka.com. That's ROKA.com. Tap the banner or click on this episode's page to shop now.
Yeah, man. Like the times I've stayed, I leave because
you're about to have a baby.
But the times I've stayed, especially super late, it's really fun. And so I think the other thing that's cool about it, man, is I feel like everyone is acknowledging how special it is. Like nobody's taking it for granted. Everybody's like, "Are you kidding? Like, this is a possibility. This is happening."
Yeah, isn't it crazy that it was an idea and now it's a real thing?
Yes,
it was an idea and now it's a real thing. That's I had the wildest idea about ideas once. That what if ideas are a life form and the way they manifest in reality is they get into a person's brain and then influence that person to take action to create them. The same way like a parasite will get into a grasshopper's brain, like a like those aquatic worms, and they convince the grasshopper to commit suicide so that they can be born. Like weird shit happens with parasites. What if ideas are a life form? Because everything that exists that human beings have created, just think about the fucking immense amount of objects that we've created. All of them came from ideas.
Yeah.
All of them.
Yeah.
And we think of, this is my idea, I had this idea, but we both know that ideas are very strange. They come to you in the weirdest of ways. It's the reason why people believe in the muse. It's the reason why Pressfield's book, The War of Art, is so good.
Yeah.
Because when he documents this sort of journey that he goes on every day when he writes, where he summons the muse.
Yeah.
He does it like, and he is, in his mind, no, it's a real thing. And then starts to write. And treats it like a ritual.
Yeah.
You're going to be there all the time. What is happening here? What are you summoning when you get these ideas? Whether it's summoning something that's a creative work like literature, or whether it's the invention that changes society forever.
Right.
Like all of them came from ideas.
Yeah, and a lot of them, like the great ideas, like Tesla, he just openly admits it came to him in a vision. He saw it. Like, he doesn't even ascribe it to his own mind. It was like a vision.
Don't you feel that way about some of your best jokes? That they just pop in your head?
Yeah, but you know what's weird about Tesla, and I'm sorry, you guys, if I'm wrong about this, but I read it and was blown away. I think it was on his Wikipedia, but I could be wrong. Apparently, he was thinking about Faust when he had the vision. Now, I hope I'm not wrong about that, you guys. Jamie, would you mind? I'm sorry, dude. I could be wrong, and I'm sorry, y'all, if I am. But so Faust is about, an alchemist who makes
how poetry inspired Tesla to design one of his most important inventions. There it is.
Faust.
Yeah. One of the lesser known facts about Tesla is that he was also a great fan of poetry. And it was an expert of Goethe's Faust that inspired him to finalize his invention of the alternating current motor. The term world-changing invention certainly applies to this innovation.
So what inspired that was a poem. I thought it was a poem about an alchemist selling his soul to the devil. So all of modern technology originated from the inspiration that he derived from a poem about a satanic bargain. Isn't that wild?
The Faustian bargain.
The Faustian bargain was according to the person who invented it, was the inspiration for technology that we are still using today. So then you go back and you think, well, what inspired Goethe? And then you realize it's like this crazy wave of, it ripples through time. Somebody gets gets inspired, writes it down, it's beautiful. I don't know how long passed between when he wrote that and Tesla had his vision, but certainly, obviously, Goethe probably had no idea that when he spent the time writing that thing and trusted to write it down, he was going to warp the entire planet. His poem was going to ripple out and warp the entire planet just from a poem. That's wild, man. Isn't that crazy? Isn't that nuts? Especially, it's so meta.
ROTHSCHILD is a play, but it's written in verse.
Gotcha.
1808.
1808. Someone writes a cool poem about selling your soul to the devil. Cut to now, there's self-driving cars.
Shit. Oh my God. Ideas are strange. I mean, even back to the club, the idea of the club. Yeah, when we were all talking about doing it, these ideas were just like, yeah, and then we could do this, and then we could do that. Yeah, should we have this? Should we have that? Yeah, we spent a fucking year and a half doing this. It was a long process before it actually got built.
Well, that's the problem with ideas. It's like they mimic. I'm not just saying this because my wife's pregnant. They mimic childbirth in the sense that there's some kind of gestation period. There's you're inseminated with your inspiration.
Yeah.
Then you got to start growing it, and then the phases of growing it can be like really torturous, long, and like somewhere in there you're like, this sucks. This is really the dumbest thing of all time. And then you keep working on it, and maybe you realize that's true, or you fix it. It's like a puzzle. But that is why so many people, I think, are like letting inspiration come all over their face, but not letting it inside.
Well, I always tell people that the way I try to think about things is bandwidth. I try to think about, I pretend there's a number. Let's say that number is 100. I have 100 units that I have for my information, for what I'm allowed to think about, what I can use my brain for. Anytime I put stuff in there that's nonsense, anytime I put stuff in there that's negative or unproductive, or at least unless it's funny. Yeah, right. Anytime I'm putting stuff in there, that's taking away from all my other stuff. And one thing that people need to understand is that one of the things your brain will do to protect yourself from, whether it's the pressure of success or succeeding or accomplishing things, your brain will, when you're presented with the stress of trying to accomplish something, it will put extra emphasis on all these stupid things in your life to distract you.
Yes.
And it almost like protects you from the stress of having to do the work. And you see people sabotage their lives, sabotage their careers. You see it happen to artists, musicians, fighters, comedians. It's a normal thing that we do just as human beings. You get freaked out by what you know you should do, so you spend more time paying attention to the things that you shouldn't do.
Yeah, man.
Self-sabotage.
Self-sabotage. And
very real.
Very real. And based, at least my own assessment of it, it's based on the delusion that the feeling of procrastination is less painful than the feeling of doing your work. And it couldn't. It's the opposite. Like procrastination, spread it out across your life, like your weeks. You just spread this nice, shitty coating of procrastination, mild anxiety, general like sense of like, oh, I'm a piece of shit because you're not doing it. And then when you finally get around to doing it, you realize the thing you didn't want to do is so fun most of the time. Engaging, interesting, but if nothing else, you feel so much better because you're finally taking care of it.
Yeah.
And you realize all that anxiety, all that, if you somehow could quantify the amount of anxiety you're going to feel procrastinating versus the amount of anxiety you're going to feel doing something, you know what I mean? It's exponentially more anxiety from procrastinating.
Yes.
So the logic's all wrong. It's a fucked up way of dealing with the problem. As a master procrastinator, you know, I feel like I can talk about this because, like, having identified, it's always feels better when you do it. Always. Then your brain will orient, I think, in a more healthy way. I hope mine does eventually.
No, I think also, Duncan, you know, you're so busy. You're so busy with your family, and you're so busy with your podcast. You're so busy with your comedy tour. It's like, it's very hard to allocate time to do stuff. And one of the ways that I have it easy is I have a gym right here. I have a gym at home. I make it easy so I do it.
Right.
And I have to do it. If I don't do it, I don't feel good. I don't think good. I don't act good.
Right.
It's better for me. It's medicine. And so I take my medicine, and then I'm Happy Joe. Hello.
Yeah.
I'm everybody's friend. I want to give everybody hugs.
Right.
I want to be nice. I want to see everybody succeed and grow, and I'm not in my own head.
Right.
I'm free.
Right.
So I have to be free. And for me, I feel like the human body, especially when you've put a lot of demand on that body over a long period of time, like I have, it has requirements.
Yeah.
It's like a dog. You know, when you have a dog, one of the things that I do with my dog is I exercise that dude. I throw the ball for him. I play with him. We jump in the water and swim together. Dogs need exercise.
Right.
They need it. It's like and when he gets it, he's like chill and relaxed. And when he doesn't, he's like a little antsy. You know, you can tell like he's a little down.
Right.
He wants to exercise. He's a dog. Yeah, it's fun. He likes chasing that fucking ball. Let's go. Right. He gets so excited. I always feel like I'm boring him. I'm like, the ball again. He's like, fuck yeah, the ball again. Let's go. Yeah, it's never not fun for him. You know? And so that's his medicine. And when he gets his medicine, he's a happier dog. Right. And that's my medicine. Yeah. It's just a thing you have to do to maintain your body at the best form. Yeah. And if you maintain your body at the best form, you have the most energy. You have the most energy for thinking. You have the most energy for activities. You have the most energy for anything physical that comes up. You know, I like being strong. I think it's important. I think if I could give, there was an option in pill form. Like, could you take this pill? There's no side effects other than your health will improve and you'll be much stronger. Would you take it? Everybody's going to take it. Everybody would take it. Of course, well, that exists. It's just not a pill. You just have to exercise for long periods of time, you know, and be very consistent.
You made me picture in my head how fucked up it would be to come home. Your dog is laying in bed playing video games with like some Kleenex on the floor next to him. You would take him to the vet, like immediately. You would take him to the.
No, I'd be like, how long have you been doing this, man? You can play video games. Can you talk? That's what I'd say. Do you remember my bit? Do you remember my bit about the talking dog?
Yes. You can talk. You can play video games. We're gonna be rich. Oh fuck, man. Oh man.
If your dog was playing video games, it'd be the coolest thing ever. You could go play video games with your dog. What if he's good?
Society would collapse. Like that would be the end of society. No one is fucking anymore. Like they would with their dogs. Just get a dog.
That's gonna be a real problem sometime soon. Anyway, they're gonna invent something that allows you to orgasm with your mind. There's gonna be some Neuralink type deal where once they tap into functions of the mind and start expanding the abilities of these Neuralink types, it's gonna be nuts. And they're gonna figure out a way to reproduce more effectively with less errors without biological sex. And since gender is just a construct anyway, everyone's just gonna slowly eat plastic until your dick shrinks, and we're all gonna become aliens.
Well, you know, man, before we become aliens, which I honestly, I buy into that idea, but before we become aliens, all the weird shit in between us becoming aliens, that's the part that, like, what the Neuralink stuff, the inevitable, whatever the brain interface shows up as, the inevitable day that someone hacks into whatever the server is that's dishing out feelings or whatever it is to people attached, there will be like an orgasm wave. Someone's gonna hack it. Someone's gonna simultaneously give like an incredibly powerful orgasm to everyone on the planet, and you'll just watch it around you as people like come super hard because everyone's Neuralink got hacked. Like that's gonna happen, or whatever. I mean,
or something more sinister.
Something.
I don't think if I was an evil dictator, I'd make everybody come.
Yeah, but if you were a troll, you would. If you were on 4chan, you would. If 4chan being it would definitely happen.
100%. 100%.
An orgasm wave.
Yeah.
You'd watch like the president, they time it with the president's speech, and you see what Biden looks like when he comes.
Probably starts yelling.
Bang! 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 Dude, yeah. I mean, I love that part of society. It is interesting, though, how there is a subconscious to society. Like, in society, there's the self that people present, and then underneath it, there's all the shit nobody sees. All the shit that people do behind closed doors, all the shit that isn't that person they put out front.
Yeah.
And, you know, the bigger the tension between those two things is, the worse your life is going to be. But, man, it's just weird to think about that. Like, no matter what, no matter how professional a person presents as, no matter how, like, they've got it together, they seem to have it together, you don't know.
Yeah, you never know.
Spaghetti baths. They could go home and just cover themselves in spaghetti and cry. Yeah, so that to me is interesting. Like, within society is a whole hidden realm. And specifically, as far as I'm aware, No one has seen a president come in the public. Like, it's more secret than aliens. Like, there's no video of a president coming. There isn't that I'm aware of. We will never know.
You don't think Epstein is violent because of his videos? President's coming.
Like, he would play them, like,
over and over again. Well, why do you think Epstein had that giant painting of Bill Clinton in a dress in his forehead?
Dude,
do you know that picture?
Yeah.
That painting?
Epstein's taste in art was not great. Like, if you look at the shit.
That was great. That painting is like, I got you, bitch. That's what that is.
Oh, right.
You got a president who was on the flight logs 26 times with Epstein, and you got that guy in a fucking dress in your house.
Okay, I'm dumb. I'm sorry, dude. I'm officially dumb because I've known about that picture. And I've just been like, why would anybody want
that? That is, I got you, bitch.
That's just a like, hey, yeah.
That's I got you, bitch.
That is terrifying.
That's terrifying. Imagine if I knew some horrible dark secrets about you, and you came over my house, and I have a giant painting of you, like right when you walk into the front door.
Yeah.
Of you in a dress.
Yeah.
And I'm like, hey, buddy.
Hi, welcome.
Yeah.
You're right.
How fucking terrifying that would be.
That's terrifying.
You know he knows about it. I mean, you walk right in, and bam, there's that painting.
And now you kind of control a president.
Holy shit, dude.
Holy shit. It's
that's
crazy.
100% what they were doing. 100% what they were doing.
Dude, I just don't even want to think about it. I don't want to think about all the, like, entities we'll never even know about that ride presidents around like a fucking horse. They just gallop around on them, just riding them around. We got another president. We did it. We lassoed another one. We got one. And that is so crazy to think about. Like a president who is being extorted, the president of the United States being extorted, and like what that would feel like to be the president and know that you are no longer actually the president.
Yeah.
That you are now you are just a puppet of some other fucking thing. Ooh, dude, I hope that's not. I think you're right, but god damn, that's sinister. I wish it was just bad taste, just shitty fucking art on your walls.
No. You can't. Shitty art of your friend who you flew with 26 times.
Right, Joe. I didn't put it all together. I didn't put it all together. You're right, man. No, that is clearly what that is.
Yeah, clearly.
Whoa,
it's wild.
It's wild.
I gotta pee.
Me too.
All right, let's wait. We'll come back. Where were we?
Man, you were creeping me out. Because you were like, there's like, you have a talent for creeping me out, man. Like when you describe bear attacks, fucks me up for a while, or shark attacks. But yeah, we were talking about the Epstein Clinton painting and how, sort of like the implication of anything like that, or reminder of anything like that, is because our leaders are human, and humans are culpable and hackable. And it's easier to invade a country or take over a country by just control the leader, you control the country. So there's clearly a pressure there. There's obviously people who love to do that and probably would try, and have probably succeeded a few times, meaning that our understanding of democracy as like the president represents the people, it's like totally wrong. In fact, it's potentially someone being controlled by people you'll never meet, or maybe never even existed.
Yeah.
It's creepy. That can't be true.
Well, it's got to be true. Because if it was, they would never, if you had an enormous organization that controls everything, control everything in the country, would you really let a new person just run it every 4 years, in whatever way they like?
Right.
Wouldn't you, if you're there forever, you're there forever. You're not there for 4 years.
Yeah.
You're running various agencies. Wouldn't you make sure over time that you secured enough control that the president really is just sort of a figurehead?
Joe, I'm a doctor, and I'm sorry, but it seems like you're
Misinformation?
No, yeah.
Malinformation?
Malinformations. Put the thing up. Say this was fact checked and is wrong. Because to me, it feels like, yeah, you're like implying that the president of the United States, past president, or controlled by secret groups or, I don't know, corporations or something.
That sounds great.
Well, it's preposterous. It's preposterous.
Democracy.
Nobody on this planet would ever want to control the United States without having to invade it. Nobody would ever want to do that or try to do that or succeed in doing that. God damn, man.
You definitely couldn't do it with money.
No. Presidents don't like money.
No, they generally shy away from it.
Most of them are dead broke, even when they're in there in the White House. Like, you know, like they're like dead fucking broke.
That's why Bill Clinton ate McDonald's.
Every day. I mean, people had to loan him money and shit, dude. He would get his car booted. He couldn't afford to get the boot off. Yeah, this is why all of our American politicians are like,
they're paupers when they get out.
Middle income.
Isn't it wild how much they actually make? It's an insane amount of money. You look at how much money they get after they get out of the White House.
Yeah.
Like, what are you doing?
Like, wow.
How'd you make that much money? You just got back into business.
Yeah.
You weren't in business at all. And
jump back into that housekeeping business.
Now you're worth hundreds of millions of dollars. It's kind of crazy.
You know, just some, you know, actually, I have a blind investor. I have a what do they call it, where they don't know the investments being made. Like, I just happen to have like a really good business dude who like invested the $10,000 I saved up before I became president, and it turned into millions.
The most transparent one, speaking fees. Because speaking fees are a way that you can give people money. You just give them money, and they perform a thing. They talk, and it can be the most uninspired, nonsensical horseshit talk. It doesn't matter. They're gonna get $500,000.
That's right. That's right.
That's just a normal amount of money that you get, and then you go here and you make it over there, and you go here and you make it over there. You collect from everybody. So you have some sort of financial arrangement, but that financial arrangement is about speaking fees.
See, this is what I'm talking about, man. This is the liminal or subliminal part of the human experience. What you're talking about right now is upsetting to people, but also a lot of people will say, "Don't even talk. You're not even supposed to say that." Like, and even though it's true, like even though it's in plain sight, trackable, traceable, precedent for it in the past, and not even that like astounding. You are supposed to like rest in this strange dream world where human beings experiencing some of the most power you can have in the world don't go a little or totally or completely insane, or don't get hijacked, or don't get like, we're supposed to pretend that doesn't happen.
Right.
When you look at the president, look, like, does Biden seem like he'd be hard to trick?
Would you even have to trick him though?
Maybe.
I mean, I think it's so hard to know what goes on behind those closed doors when making decisions.
Don't want to know.
You'd see they sent an extra. How many $1 billion they accidentally sent to Ukraine? 6.2 billion. It was an accident. Accidentally.
They accidentally sent it?
Yeah, 6.2 more than they were supposed to. And then they just sent some more.
That must have been a rough phone call. That
accounting error provides an extra 6.2 billion for Ukraine military. Whoops. Sorry.
Hey, what's up? It's Duncan. Look, I kind of fucked up. I was on a little bit of ketamine when I was doing that. The transaction. So, can you send back the $62 billion? $6.2 billion I actually sent to you. Can you just send it back? Because you think, if it's a clerical error, right? Then they're going to be like, oh shit, I didn't notice the $6.2 billion going into my account. That's how rich I am. I'll send it back. There's so much money. Because, like, at some point, it's just, I don't even know what it is. Just billions, lots of billions. Yeah, it's pretty weird.
The Pentagon said Tuesday that it overestimated the value of the weapons it sent to Ukraine by $6.2 billion over the past 2 years, about double early estimates, resulting in a surplus that will be used for future security packages. Oh, don't worry about it. Just use it for future security packages.
It's a security package.
Yeah, it's a surplus.
What do we know, man?
Security packages.
We don't know shit. And I'm
That's just saying we're gonna keep sending money forever and ever and ever.
It's a security package.
It'll just go back into the pot of money that we have allocated.
That's a big fucking pot.
Future Pentagon stock drawdowns. Look at that. Future Pentagon stock drawdowns. Ew. Why does that sound like they're playing a game? You know what I'm saying? That's like sounds like a game.
Carlin's got the ultimate bit on it, man. Like the evolution of war language. You know, it used to be called shell shock, but then they changed it. Like it's the whatever that language is inevitably confusing.
This episode is brought to you by Roka. I wear Roka sunglasses every day. They are the shit. I even wear Roka tactical glasses when I go to the gun range. Roka is a killer Texas-based eyewear brand that will change your summer. They've been independently outmaneuvering some of the biggest conglomerates in Europe that are secretly behind most eyewear brands because Roka figured out how to pack all the cutting-edge sports tech into normal-looking sunglass frames. And what I love about them, first of all, they're very versatile. They're designed for performance, but you don't look out of place wearing them socially. They're good-looking glasses. So stay on your face with what they call gecko technology and high-quality materials that are designed for even the most hardcore athletes. They fit to your face really well. Like you do all sorts of activities, run with them. They never fall loose. I take them with me anywhere I go. And instead of cheap glass that scratches and fogs, Roka lenses have protective coatings and best-in-class polarization, which is dope for water because you can actually see through the glare and see fish in the water. Plus, their glasses are all built to order right here in Austin, Texas. Get 20% off your order with the code ROGAN at Roka.com. That's ROKA.com. Tap the banner or click on this episode's page to shop now. It's confusing and it's also, it has this air of authority to it, like the judge wearing the robe. Yeah, by talking about it that way, stock drawdowns, Pentagon's allocated
the same money, but up in May, they found $3 billion more back then. So if that's 10, or if it's double.
Well, their keyboard's probably broken, or like
it's a mistake.
It's a mistake. Shit like that
makes mistakes for people, but we're all doing the right thing.
Easy to fuck it up, man. It's like we got to take it easy on these people, and again, like even though it is like mainstream news, that's what I like that's so brilliant about it is that they're just like, it's a pot. We had a pot, and it goes in the same pot as other stuff, and it goes out there. Everyone sees it. Everyone's busy, dude.
Yeah.
And no one has time to really like start thinking about $3.2 billion. $6.2 billion that we've all put into that pot. Like every single person living in America has put some dollars in that pot. And some of those dollars, bridges are fucking collapsing. Should be mildly frustrating to people, mildly frustrating to realize $6.2 billion of like fireman checks, teacher checks, nurse checks, the frontline workers. That money is like, doesn't that matter enough for them to like be more careful about it? And also when they fuck up like that, where's the apology? You just blew $6 billion of tax money, and it was a mistake. Like you're not keeping, like, imagine if your accountant made the same mistake, just basic accountant. Would you keep that accountant as your accountant? And if you did, you're a fucking idiot. You gotta fire that accountant and get an accountant who doesn't like misplace so much money, right? Yeah. And especially if the accountant didn't apologize, it's just like, oh, right, well, you see, we have a different pot. where some of your money gets a pot allocated. It's allocated into pots. Do you know how complex our pot system is? You should see it. I've got 1,000 pots back there, varying sizes. They did change according to astrological shifts. Don't even worry about it. It's just a pot. I kind of gotta go. Come on! Like, it's so frustrating. It's so frustrating.
It's very wild. It's very wild that they just keep printing money. Jacking up the inflation, printing money.
I love that one because mixed into the printing money thing, which obviously have money printers. What's really funny about that is somehow people believe that money is like doesn't go just right hot off the press to like people in the building, like, or that it doesn't, like, some of that money gets shifted around and, like, you know, or some of it is printed. And I know, I'm sure there's like, no, there's securities in place. We have securities in place. It's numbered. We've got. Come on. Right. If you have a money printer in America, are you fucking kidding me? If you're the main printer of money in America, like, you're the one who, like, presses enter on the computer to print out $2 trillion. Wow! You're like, that's like living next to the sun. You're just.
Imagine being that person. What does money even mean to you?
Nothing.
It must be so weird that these pieces of paper are everything that people are struggling for.
And you know the smell of it. You come to work, you come home, and you smell like money. You smell like the ink they use for money. You have to pour ink into, like, what's the ink come from? And who puts it in? It's like the ink that pre-money ink look like.
Not only that, they have to do it in a very complex way so it can't be easily duplicated. I mean, just think about how silly it is that paper money, like, it's kind of paper, you can't duplicate, like, no one can duplicate that. Like, you have to make it so complex that it can't be counterfeit.
And change it up?
Yeah. And they have, like, little things in them, and, like you look at it a certain way with, like...
Yeah. I've seen it. I mean, it's gotten increasingly, like, you know how you talk about the, I love it, the race, the evolutionary race? Like, every time, like, a gazelle has to get a little bit faster, and then if it's getting faster, predator has to increase its speed, and so there's this like evolutionary pressure to like keep things going faster. Same with counterfeit, right? It's got to be like, so they're like, okay, we solved the problem. We put a like triple hologram underneath that it would require 700 micro sheets of paper to duplicate. Somebody's looking at that and being like, how much money would it cost to duplicate that? And they're like, oh, probably $1 million. And they're like, great. Well, pay for it with the money we print. We'll take the loan, print the money, and pay for it. And then they're like, fuck, they figured out our duplication technique. And then our hologram technique. And then they're like, fuck, we got to put something else in there. And then it's just a never ending, I imagine, like,
how long before we're a cashless society?
Hopefully forever, dude. I hope forever. I hope we never, like, it is so scary to imagine like losing the privacy, losing it all completely because every transaction is in the public eye or observable. That's really scary, man. I mean, it's like I don't even do anything interesting with my money, like except like tip on the road. Like, you know, I use my card, and I know the argument is that's traceable. I realize that, but it's scary because there's an option. If you want to just like blow some cash on something, you can. You could just, like, no one will know. It's whatever it is.
Right.
Not that I would ever use cash for anything other than legal purposes. It's just like, you know what I mean? Like
one day in the future, everything will be traceable.
That's right. And that's, you know, this is where being raised in Episcopalian. The book of Revelation is as a Christian, you're going to read it. This is where I get scared because it's too similar. It's too similar to exactly what it says. You won't be able to trade. You won't be able to do anything unless you have the mark, unless you're there. So,
what is that in the term? How is that described? How is the mark of the beast described in the Bible? We should read it because I think you're on something.
We're now officially podcasting. This is fucking it. We're opening up the book of Revelations. We're in now. Yeah. The mark of the beast, it's like you can't do anything. You can't sell. You can't, if you don't take the mark, you're fucked. I mean, that's that. Like, if you remove the ability to trade currency in a private way,
Yeah.
you are now controlled. You are now monitored. That's like world.
Then I saw another beast rising out of the earth. It had two horns like a lamb, and it spoke like a dragon. It exercises all the authority of the first beast in its presence, and makes the earth and its inhabitants worship the first beast, whose mortal wound was healed. It performs great signs, even making fire come down from the heaven to earth in front of people. And by the signs that it allowed to work in the presence of the beast, it deceives those who dwell on earth, telling them to make an image for the beast that was wounded by the sword and yet lived. And it was allowed to give breath to the image of the beast, so that the image of the beast might even speak and might cause those who would not worship the image of the beast to be slain. It also causes all, both small and great, both rich and poor, both free and slave, to be marked on the right hand or the forehead, so that no one can buy or sell unless he has the mark. That is the name of the beast or the number of its name. This calls for wisdom. Let the one who has understanding calculate the number of the beast, for it is the number of a man, and his number is 666. You know what's so wild about that stuff? Reading that is it's really clear that they spoke differently. Yeah, and also really clear that you're getting a translation from another language. Like, this is the best version of the English translation they could give us.
It gets weirder when you get to the original. Like, when you get to the original, it's like, you know, one of the that seems weird is because that's a code. That, like, it's not like it's encoded. Like, there's some kind of like other thing in there.
Let's pull this up. The classical Greek word charagma, translated as mark of the beast of Revelation 13:16, can also mean any mark engraved, imprinted, or branded, stamped money, document, or coin. The mark of the beast is interpreted differently across the four main views of Christian eschatology.
Dude, so that's a code, number one. Two, you know, just one way to connect to it, and it helps when you're on a psychedelic, is forget about the whether or not it even makes sense, but imagine like a mind produced that.
Yeah.
So whoever wrote that, like, what was their consciousness like? Dude, that's some heavy shit. Like, and it's so specific. And when you get to the original, at least I haven't done it for the Book of Revelations, but the Book of John, it becomes even more intense and more like, wait, what? Like, in the beginning was the word logos. So you realize suddenly, like, within it is this psychedelic cosmology that in the beginning there was like truth, there was just truth, reality, and then that truth like manifested, extruded itself into time space for a second to like talk about like heaven, or to talk about like the real reality outside the simulator, whatever you want to call it. And this is the best, and it gets translated a lot of different ways. It was something like it was a light in the darkness, and the darkness did not understand it. So it's like the truth appears in the darkness. The darkness is like, we don't even know what this is. I can't see it. I don't understand it. And then that was like Jesus is a representation of that, a manifestation of that possibility of like pure truth appearing in a world of darkness. And whoa, dude, that's fucking cool. Regardless of historical truth or whatever, that's just a beautiful and deep, heavy way of talking about parallel universes, or the possibility of things happening on a planet where people have gotten completely lost, where suddenly in the midst of that, something appears that isn't lost, that is like a pure representation of a higher consciousness or something. Sometimes it likes to talk. It's like when you, it's like sitting, like you're putting yourself in one of your Sims in Sim City. You just go down there and you're like, okay, here's what's going on. And then pop back out. And then they kill him. That's the best part. It's like and so the book of John, I just looked this up because I'm writing about it, but the book of John is Matthew, Mark, Luke, synoptic gospels. They have the same stories in them mostly. John, not synoptic, and has all this weird shit in it. And not that any of the other stuff isn't weird, but particularly weird stuff in it. And so those three gospels, they have within them something that I've always struggled with understanding the logic, which is to be cleansed by the blood of Jesus. Sacrifice the God, child, drink his blood, sins, cleansed. Whereas the book of John, it has less of a focus on that or the redemption through the crucifixion, and more saying the crucifixion itself was the ultimate, because it was the like collision between light and darkness, where light, instead of getting aggro, fighting back, just like prayed for the people killing it and died. And like, dude, you're not gonna sleep at night if you're crucifying somebody who's praying for you, who's like looking at you and loves you, not in a fake bullshit spiritual way, but loves you and knows you, has known you forever and loves you and truly forgives you. Oh, dude, that fucks the whole game up. It ruins darkness. It's the ultimate atom bomb in the face of power. Yeah, go ahead and kill me. Dude, it's really cool. So, you know, regardless, that the book of Revelations and all of that stuff, I think it clearly emanates from an expanded consciousness, if nothing else. Like, do you think there really wasn't Jesus? Well, I think, you know, I read that controversial book by Reza Aslan about Jesus. It's pretty good. It's called, oh, geez, Jamie, I'm sorry, I don't know the name of it. It's so dumb, man. I can remember what books say, but I can't remember their titles. But yeah, he says apparently there are references to Zealot. And it's controversial. I know some people don't like it, but I enjoyed it. But it says, like, apparently there are references to a Jesus, but never described as Messiah, but as a magician who was going around healing people. So there is some reference to the being, but you know, I get so bored with the attempt to find the historic Jesus, because I think it really misses the point altogether. Like I think like you get so caught up in like trying to like find the grail or whatever that you lose track of, regardless of the truth of this being walking the earth. Does it change the substance of like the parables and their referencing of some realm, a transcendent realm, a possibility outside the suffering of the mundane world, outside of like sucking emperor dicks so you can get a little bit of power? Actually, there's something in any person's life, like you can just like wake up and see it in the kingdom of heaven. Gnosis. So to me, I don't care if just a lot of smart people who are trying to convey an ancient cosmology created like a character to embody that, because I don't think that was, to me, that's not the point. I know for a lot of Christians it is, and I don't mean to offend y'all. It's just, you know, I'm sure any Christian out there, if you're not like wrestling with the Bible anyway, you know, you should wrestle with it. It's meant to train you or get in your head and like grab you and confuse you, and it's an amazing work. It really is, like the New Testament. I mean, all of it.
Wasn't one of the controversial aspects of when Martin Luther translated it? When they translated it into phonetic language, so that people didn't have to know Latin to read the Bible.
Yeah,
and one of the more controversial things is he was like, I think he was expressing something very similar to that you're really supposed to like get out of it what you get out of it. It's open to your interpretation.
Yeah. I think it loses all its power if it requires an actual flesh being. And I get why people want that. I understand the argument, but like to me, written within it is like, you know, the communion, for example, right? Jesus never said, "Here's how we're going to do communion." He did like say something really quite beautiful about, which is like exactly like maybe the sweetest thing you could say to your friend if you're dying, which is when you eat good food, remember me. And when you drink wine, I'm going to be in that wine. Oh my God. That's so sweet. It's so beautiful. And it's like such an invitation for everybody. Anyone, you can all eat. I'm in your bread. I'm in what the life force itself, to the point where you can connect with me just through basic like dietary stuff. I love that. It's beautiful. Like, it's such a great way of fucking up the middleman, the priest class, the hierarchical bullshit. It's like, no, I'm here. I'm completely with you right now.
Yeah.
Just you gotta reach out. And so whoever wrote that, I think that's what they were saying. It's like you're kind of in a weird part of the multiverse where it's easy to forget there's a lot more going on than what you think is going on there.
Yeah.
And it's easy to fall prey to all the tricks of that place because it's a tricky place that wants you to worship it. And you don't have to do that. Like, that's beautiful. I don't care I don't care whoever wrote it or the people who wrote it or whatever the true story is. It's going to be a mystery forever. But
it's such a fascinating mystery.
It is.
Like, I wish I could read Aramaic and then read the Dead Sea Scrolls.
God, I know, man.
Because that's the oldest one we know of, right? It's the oldest version of the biblical stories.
I'm pretty sure, man. I mean, I'm pretty sure. I imagine there's fragments and stuff that, like...
It's so fragmented that they had to use DNA to determine whether or not the scrolls were from the same cow. So, like, when you would find pieces of animal flesh that were from different cows, they knew, okay, we'll put that in this pile.
God damn, dude. That would have been a fun archaeological thing to be working on.
But also, what a mind fuck. You know, like trying to piece that puzzle together and try to figure out how old is the Dead Sea Scrolls? Like 4,000 years old or something?
Dude, I don't know. I have no idea.
Say how old the Dead Sea Scrolls are. I know they found them in Qumran. They found them in clay tablets or clay pots. 3rd century BC. Wow.
Yeah, man. I mean, then like when you get into like the Torah, Hebrew, when you get into like a lot of the stuff Jesus was referencing, and you realize like not only is it like powerful writing with like incredible parables in it about like ways society collapses or families collapse or a life collapses, it also is like mathematical. Like that, you know, I can't remember the name of it. There's a whole thing where you, like the number, you know, I know we've talked about this, God and nature, same number. Like,
God and love is
that. So,
it's ancient Hebrew. Their numbers doubled as letters.
Yeah, and then you see there's an intentionality to that patterning.
Yeah.
And so then you realize like, oh, so like on top of telling these powerful stories, they figured out a way to encode within the powerful stories more information that only people are going to find if they dig deeper. It's designed to be there for you if you want it, but you've got to want it. You got to dig in.
Human beings like, that language is too complicated. Let's abandon it.
Learning that shit.
They abandoned it.
Not
think about how complicated ancient Hebrew.
Oh yeah, I guess you're right. Yeah.
Anymore. Also uncovered was a 6,000-year-old skeleton of a partially mummified child in a 10,500-year-old basket, which Israeli authorities said could be the oldest in the world. A CT scan revealed the child's age was between 6 and 12, with the skin, tendons, and even hair partially preserved.
2021, I don't remember hearing about this.
I don't remember hearing about that.
I've never heard that.
Wow.
It's like 8,000 BC-ish, or even more, like 8,500 BC, when it's faster than me.
Wait, what is the? Can we read among the recovered texts, which are still on Greek? Is Nahum 105:6 says, "Mountains quake with his vim, the hills melt, the earth heaves before the world and all that dwell therein. Who can stand before his wrath? Who can resist his fury? His anger pours out like fire, and rocks are shattered because of it. Fuck. I mean, that's nature.
Wow. Hold up. It says the authority said these words differ slightly from other Bible versions, shedding a rare light on how biblical text changed over time from its earliest form. The Dead Sea Scrolls have a lot of really weird stuff in them.
Like what?
Well, you know, the Christian stuff, the John Marco Allegro stuff from the Sacred Mushroom and the Cross. That's all his interpretation. I'm sure you would have to be a scholar to understand even what the fuck they're saying. But he was essentially saying that you can trace back the word Christ to an ancient Sumerian word, which means a mushroom covered in God's semen. And he thinks that when God orgasmed on the earth, things would blossom from it. This is like what the way ancient people used to think of when it rained. They used to literally think God was coming, and then when those mushrooms would just appear out of the grass, which, you know, mushrooms grow really quickly. You know that?
Yeah.
So when people would wake up in the morning and see the mushrooms after the rain, and they would eat them and trip their fucking balls off.
Yeah.
John Marco Allegro believed that this was the source of the original Christianity.
Wow.
It was a lot. It was about psychedelic rituals. And it was about fertility cults. Yeah, it was about people trying to duplicate, trying to have children.
I mean, that's crazy, man.
Yeah.
Oh God, that would have been so fun to trip back there. Like, it's from God's jizz. Eat it.
Unless your knee breaks. There's no doctors. There's no nothing. You just die. Infection, die.
Yeah, there's some drawbacks.
Oh, there's a lot of drawbacks on
Some drawbacks.
No penicillin, no antibiotics, no vitamins, no grocery stores,
No hand washing.
no hand washing, no knowledge of what's going on with bacteria.
They probably wash their hands.
Occasionally.
I mean,
killing fish.
I'm sure there's shit we're not doing right now as a species that we should be doing. Like something where in the future they're like, they didn't tap their pineal glands every morning.
Right.
What?
They found there was this one hack.
Yeah, just one hack that makes you live longer. But yeah, man, I think if you explore the psychedelic universe as an existent place that has its own consciousness, its own mind, and is interested in spreading itself into like little bubbles of like, I don't know, parts of the universe that have forgotten about it.
Yeah.
Because that's the thing, we get amnesia of it here. Everyone's amnesic to that reality. It exploring, like, you know, the idea that sometimes it wants to send a letter here.
Yeah.
It tries to break through, not just with Jesus, but with any, like, what we call a Messiah or a prophet or whatever. It's like a leak in the dam, separating us from eternity and paradise. These leaks appear in the form of people saying these things that run counter to power structures. And almost immediately, the leak is sealed, crucified, or whatever, and then whatever they were saying, it's co-opted. And suddenly a hierarchy appears within the thing. So now you've got a priest class in Christianity. There's an entire hierarchical systems in Christianity. And that's fascinating to me because, like, the thing that my understanding of it is, like, you don't really need a priest class. Like, you don't need any you and me, like, you and truth. You get to hang out together without anybody telling you, actually, that's not the real truth. Your mind is broken. Here's the
brings us
truth.
back to cults.
Yeah.
When one person is the person who decides the way things should be, makes the rules.
The translations.
Yeah, and they dress like the Pope.
They dress
like the Pope.
There's so many costumes for it.
Yeah.
Like, but generally, if you see someone wearing a costume and it's not Halloween, you know, or you're not at like a convention, you better watch the fuck out, especially if the person wearing a costume is telling you that they are such an authority on this subject or that that you can't even fucking question it. That your questioning itself is offensive. Now you gotta watch out, because if that's happening, you could be in a cult. Like if someone's telling that to you, if they're like, we don't even ask that question.
Yeah.
That's, you better watch the fuck out, because that, once people start doing that, man, you know, they shut down. Then now they're shutting down the truth, or the joy that comes from turning on the light in the darkness. You know, like the joy of when someone comes to you confused, truly confused, and you give them like real data that can change their lives. You know what I mean? Now you're ruining that possibility. Not to mention you're telling people not to trust their rational mind. Like the essence of who they are, like, could be off a little bit. Ooh. Watch out, man. People in costumes.
Yeah. People in costumes. It's just wild that it works. Police uniforms. You know, look, the cops how to just wear guns and like a badge around their neck with regular clothes.
That would be a disaster, because like so many, like at least now if you want to like impersonate a cop, you gotta like go to a costume shop. You know what I mean? Now anybody like, I'm a cop.
Isn't that crazy though? That like they have an outfit. They wear an outfit.
Yes, with a star, with a like a special star that imbues power. I mean, this is credentialing, right? Like this is like once you have gone to university for a certain amount of time, gotten deeply into debt to the banks, you were given a credential or like a license, right, to practice whatever the particular thing is that you went to school for. But you like essentially have like given the banks all this fucking money to get a magic star on your certificate where people know, okay, this person is the real deal. And that is really like fascinating, man. That you know, when I go to a doctor, I want to see some fucking certificates on the wall. But I have never in my life going to a doctor like remembered the certificates and gone home and like, did he really go to that university? I never.
Well, they have caught people doing that, pretending to be doctors, leasing office space, setting up fake things on the wall.
Dude, I saw whole forensic files about it. Like, I think a guy did surgery.
Oh my god.
Like, I think a guy was like, had his hands in people's guts, tricked them into thinking he was a doctor.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Fucking crazy.
Yeah, man. And it's like, I'm just thinking about it. Like, if it's like we're printing money, you think people aren't printing certificates for themselves at this school? And I'm just knowing in general people are lazy. No one's gonna look this up. And if they do, I'll just change my phone number. If they don't, I'm a fucking doctor. I'm a doctor in a hospital.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, there's always been frauds. There's always been these weird people that pretend to be somebody. It's such a strange thing, because it's just like an exercise in how well you can just keep pretending. You know, because you gotta pretend for a long time. You gotta tell different stories about where you went to school, what hospitals you've worked at.
It's camo. It's like, it's just like any other predator, man. It just figures out how to like blend in or turn into its prey, and then boom, you're in there. Look, why are we veering into this paranoid land? It's like so scary to think about that, but I guess you're supposed to. I guess it's important to like recognize that aspect of things where you get fucked over.
Usually, you have to be aware that some people are just full of shit. You have to be aware that some people are just, they're sociopaths. They don't have the same sort of emotional connection to others, and what they're doing is like trying to play a game. Like, I'm going to be a doctor. Who says I'm not a doctor?
Yeah.
I'm going to talk like a doctor. I'm going to listen to doctors on YouTube and the way they describe certain procedures. I think I can do those procedures. Fucking just pliers on someone's tooth. Pulling it out of their head.
Just lying.
I'm a dentist. How hard can it be to be a dentist?
It can't be that hard.
They're just teeth.
How hard would it be? You just put some putty.
Drill it into your teeth.
Yeah, or
nurse doesn't know. She thinks she's a doctor.
Yeah, man.
She's just a nurse. She got hired.
Yeah.
Or the dental assistant. I don't even, right? What is just an assistant with rubber gloves on. Someone who works there.
Yeah, dude. Like, what the fuck? It's like, again, you just have to, like, you realize, like, if all you have to do is put on a costume, and maybe not everybody, but enough people are going to think that you are important or more advanced than them. All you have to do is put on a costume.
Yeah.
Of course people are going to do that. All the time.
All the time. People do that with business suits. They wear business suits.
Yeah, they wear business suits. And people, there's something suspicious about it. It's like, shouldn't just what you're saying or your skill set be enough? Like, the fact you have to indicate on top of that by wearing like a weird outfit, that's suspicious. I mean, I'm not saying ceremonial garb isn't important. I get it in like certain like rites, like the priests wearing what they're wearing all has significance. It's a fractal. It represents something. Like I'm not saying that it auto means something's fucked. I'm just like, but it's just such an exploitable flaw in society. That's all. It's like, even if it's exploitable, it's been exploited. I mean, there's like, clearly, you can go on YouTube, some lunatic just decides to start pulling people over.
Yeah, for sure. I wonder if anybody's ever pretended to be a Disney employee, like giving tours, and just a crazy person.
Oh my God. Somehow you just get the Mickey Mouse costume in there.
Yes. How could you? Well, I bet there's so many employees. How could you know?
There's a way. I mean, you could certainly like sneak in and probably find a costume and like get into it, and then just walk around Disney World and nobody would know.
Florida man pretended to be Disney World staffer to steal a famous character. Police say, "Oh, so there you go."
A heist.
Florida man. Always Florida man.
1 year ago today.
Oh, interesting. A man allegedly pretended to be Walt Disney World employee by wearing a name tag, work pants, and work vest to the theme park in May. Florida man who was looking for a security job at Walt Disney World has been accused of stealing a character statue from the park in May. Wow. Oh, R2D2 statue worth up to $10,000. Wow.
Jesus Christ.
$10,000 for an R2D2 statue?
You guys switched to Disney. I found the story of a teenager who got access to 2 different hospitals and bought a card for like $15,000 before he got caught. It says he just went up to the customer service area and said he wants his badge, and a volunteer gave him a badge at one of the places.
Oh my God.
He got access to all kinds of places inside the hospital.
Oh my God.
I don't think he did anything, but it also says he bought these scrubs for like $60.
He had access critical care areas, including emergency room, intensive care units, operating rooms, cath lab, and even newborn nursery.
Oh my God.
So this fucking maniac was just around people's newborn babies. Nurses became suspicious. Bailey went largely unnoticed and spent weeks hanging around the hospital. From March 31st, 2022 to April 28th, 2022. Then one night in the ICU, nurses got suspicious. In the ICU, he was talking about his girlfriend and cars, just all sorts of stuff. And the more he was talking about it, the more I felt something is not right.
Holy shit.
An unidentified nurse told investigators, "I don't know if he was specifically asking for access to the computer, but he was just mentioning that he doesn't have access, and he was asking how you get access." Nurses found Bailey's social media account and realized he was not who he said he was. They reported it right away, and the teenager was escorted out. His badge was disabled, and the police got involved.
That's crazy. A month of him just wandering around.
What a weirdo. He's talking about girls and cars. That threw him off. Like,
what is he talking about? Like,
supposed to be working.
Why is he spending so much time in the newborn area?
Just wandering around with his badge, dressed up like a nurse.
Did you ever see that there was like some YouTube video, like people realize if you carry a ladder into a movie theater, you don't have to buy tickets. Like if you walk into a movie theater holding a ladder, people just assume you work there, and you just like these kids were just filming themselves going into places with a ladder. It's like the ultimate key to get you in to anywhere. Dude, I know it is ridiculous. There's just so many, levels of society that if you don't have any ethics or morals, you can just hack it.
Yeah.
So it's like just terrible, really.
Because for me, you just show you fucking anywhere with the ladder. So you look like you're supposed to be in a stop shop. He's in a restaurant, just walked into the kitchen, 5-star hotel. No one stops him. I see people doing this at the Oscars, at different music festivals. They just get the credentials, just show up, just find the right person to stand, I guess. Yeah, it's crazy.
We don't number our cinemas. Our cinemas are not numbers. Oh, okay.
Look, I don't know. I mean, fortunately for us, there's like lots of people who aren't, false prophets. That was the word for it, false prophet. Like, I think that's in the book of Revelations, the rise of these false prophets who, like, wear the costume, but they're the opposite of the thing. Most people I've met, like from the Ram Dass retreats and stuff, certainly my meditation teacher, David, Nick Turn, if you just met him, talking to him, you would never know right away that he had, like, trained with Chogyam Trungpa Rinpoche, one of the great Buddhist teachers. He's not putting it out there. It's not like, you know what I mean? But then, other people at those retreats, you forget. Like, you'll meet these people who spend their entire lives meditating, like, living in caves in India, but they're wearing a Hawaiian shirt. So you just forget for a second. Like, you're talking to them, then you will realize, because there is a difference. There is something there that's like,
what's the big difference?
You know what? The closest thing I can point to, it sounds so weird. Like, the times I've been hanging out with you, every once in a while we hang out with a UFC fighter, or like some weird SEAL or something. Like some dude who like is like, they come to the UFC, whatever. So you're hanging out with them, and then you realize, like, this guy is like, for someone who like can murder me right now, is the nicest guy I ever met in my life. You know what I mean? They have this glow. They have this, like, they're tuned in this way. Now, I don't mean to compare spiritual teachers to UFC fighters, but I think what they have in common potentially is discipline. Like, real rigorous, hardcore, focused discipline upon some system. And with those teachers, man, there's this, like, glowy, non-bullshitty, very authentic quality that inevitably you present to them something that's bothering you or whatever, and they have this way of just instantly shifting the energy around it so that you feel like it's manageable, or it's not what you think. You realize, fuck, man, I had framed this in this horrific way, and they just have this ability to shift that, not like in a bullshit way, like, always look on the bright side, kiddo, but a real compassionate way of, like, I feel like you do it to people sometimes, like, you see people, and then sometimes people are really good at seeing people, but they're not good at forgiving what they see, or they're not good at seeing, like, there's a possibility in anybody to be happy, right? And seeing that possibility, see the shit that's making them unhappy, and focus on that, and those people are dicks, but, like, some people can see through that to, like, where you could be, and they believe you could get there, and they do it effortlessly because they've trained themselves in being compassionate.
Yeah.
That's fucking incredible to be around that energy. I mean, it's like a good feeling, because, like, no, when you're doing it, it's not like you're all fake, ha-ha, you get serious, and there's a seriousness to it when they're talking to you, when you're having that kind of conversation. It's not like frothy necessarily, but mixed into that seriousness is like they're just trying to get through to you, like, to show you something, because they want you to be happy.
Yeah, it's very hard to know sometimes, like, what if someone is being real or if someone is putting on a role.
Well, yeah. The Chogyam Trungpa Rinpoche would say, one way you could know is whatever the particular tradition is that's being articulated, or whatever the thing is, it should feel like fresh baked bread right out of the oven. So the energy behind it is like, does not feel stale, musty, you're around it, it's like, even though the traditions they might be connected to are old as fuck, you realize like, oh shit, it's the tradition itself is like irrelevant. Like what the tradition was pointing to is outside of time. And so, you know what I mean? So that's where you, when you're around it, you don't just get the feeling of like fresh baked bread. You get the feeling of like, this is like cutting edge. Like you're around like really advanced technology, like a feeling of like, whoa, this not only is this like right here, right now, in this moment, but I've been blind to it. Like I couldn't even see it until like now I'm seeing it. And then that idea behind that is not for you to go to them so you can keep seeing it. The idea is like, then hopefully that sets you on fire. So your life becomes something like, so within your life is an attempt to like kind of remember that or see it or like, you know, recognize it. But this is why we need friends. Because you will forget it or I'll forget it.
Yeah.
And we need people to like, not like, hey, you sinner or whatever, but like maybe just in the way they are.
Yeah.
To
People
show
get very weird off on their own, away from their friends to certain place. Dude, yeah, it gets real weird.
Real weird.
Now you have your family, but you don't have any friends. Like, you don't know anybody there. It's a bizarre reset.
Yeah, man. It's like, it's tough because it takes a long time to have good friends. Like, you know, years and years and years get invested in like in an informal way. Yeah, man. And you know, that's the thing. Like, you gotta, this is, they call it satsang is the name for it, but it's like a spiritual community. It's a fancy like word for a formation that appears in all things. It doesn't have to be connected to some spirituality. It's just like this energetic like affinity or happens between people. And sometimes you'll meet people, you know them right away. You feel like you've known them forever. Like there's an instant click with some people, you know? That's the satsang. Like, it's beautiful. And it's like, it's a great name for a very normal thing. I don't think it's like necessarily crazy or like it sounds, maybe I'm making it overly spiritual, but you know, I meet people sometimes and it's like, I've known you forever. And it's like, we're picking up a conversation seemingly that we've been having for like many lifetimes. Just
right.
Like that feeling.
Well, that's just because it's so refreshing when you meet someone who's genuinely engaging with you in a conversation. It's a thing that people normally do, right? You have conversations, but how many people do you meet that are really good at it? And how many people do you meet that when you have a conversation with them, it's like really enjoyable? It's really, and there's a lot of like there's a dance going on. Yeah. It's not just one person just spitting out and you just taking all the details of their life's journey. Like, okay, and then what'd you do? Oh wow! So do you talk to your sister still? Oh,
you know that's
called. So where's your aunt now? Oh,
info dumping.
Yeah, info dumping. That can be exhausting. Even when someone has a fascinating life, sometimes that's exhausting because it's such an attention hog of the conversation. Like it's hogging up the whole conversation now. Because when you info dump, you know, your life generally takes a long time to describe. So this is like, if we're here eating dinner for 40 minutes,
it's a speech. Like, bring slides. If you're gonna do that, bring slides. It's like do a presentation, a visual presentation.
But with slides.
Listening. It's like when you get around a person who's listening to you, regardless of like how good they are in conversation. Like when you have someone's like actually like listening, and you know that feels incredible, man. Especially when like they're mixed in with that listening is like love. Oh, like it's the best. It's the best feeling ever. And even if like you don't agree on shit or you're gonna get confused about stuff or whatever, yeah, man, it's listening. We just listening is for some people.
It's a dance. Some people suck at it.
Yeah. Yeah.
They're just not good. you know, it's also requires concentration. Sometimes people don't want to concentrate.
Or agenda.
Yeah.
The other problem is agenda.
Yeah.
So it's like, you know, I love chatting with you, and like any time an agenda starts popping up in the midst of our conversation, I try to banish it from my mind. So I like pop back into the moment. But that agenda, when that creeps into somebody, you can see it on their face. You're like, fuck, man, they've already decided what they're gonna say to me. So why do I even keep talking?
And now they're wrestling with you. Like when people want to debate about things, you know that it's not really about the ideas, it's about them trying to win. It gets so lost. It's like, I know that people love to do that. Certain people that love to do that, but I don't want to do that.
Dude, I've done it. It feels horrible.
Yeah.
Because what do you especially in like an argument people you love, sometimes you being right, it's like it sucks. Like great, so now you're right.
Right.
So now you're angry and right. Now what? Like now you're just angry and right. No connection has been made. Nothing is like changed other than you were right and you're angry. And that's sad. When anytime like you win that kind of argument, it's just like nothing happened, nothing changed.
The only thing that's going to save us is Neuralink. And once we get those things synced up, and then there's going to be no misunderstandings, no miscommunications, and everyone's going to be held accountable.
There's going to be an awkward couple weeks. When Neuralink comes out, there's going to be 2 weeks of real awkward moments.
You'll find out how people really feel. Like all these dudes who like have these like if you're like an 80-year-old guy and you're married to some 30-year-old Instagram model.
So now you've tricked yourself into thinking
you find out what she really thinks about you.
Oh my God, I don't really like Rabbi.
It'll put gold digging right out of business. Or they'll have to get really good at masking their intentions.
Yeah.
Or they can like assume a persona for a certain amount of years to acquire a certain amount of money.
Or at least like if you let someone come dig in your gold, it's consensual. You're like, do you want to come dig in my gold?
Right.
Come dig.
It has to be that way.
I have lots of gold.
Once there's mind reading, it's going to have to be that way.
Yeah. It's just like, hey, can I dig in your gold for a couple of weeks?
It's going to be one of those deals where like, I mean, no disrespect to gold diggers or prostitutes, but it's basically prostitution. You're doing it for money, right? If you're some lady who's a professional temptress and you can cling to some 82-year-old billionaire,
yeah,
like that is a very good financial bargain. Like if you could somehow or another get in that will, like how's that work?
I don't know,
do you love me or not? So why am I not in the will when I tell you that I love you and you tell me that you love me? What happens when you die? Am I going to be taken care of?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, I'll put you in the will, my dear.
Show me.
Okay, look here.
Show me.
There it is.
And once you show me, gobble.
It was worth it.
Especially when they're old, they're like, fuck the kids. Fuck the ex-wife. Fuck the shareholders. 82.
I just think probably like if I was gold digging, number one, I would like have to trick myself into thinking I'm not gold digging to successfully execute a gold dig, right? Like I have to. So it's like, yeah, shit's rough, man. I haven't been able to pay my rent. Things are kind of fucked up. I was hanging out with Bernie. He happens to like, has a massive amount of money from his business, and I don't know. I know it sounds crazy because he's so much older than me, but I feel like we have a connection. You know what I mean? You're right. I know you won't understand it. It's outside of time. Like the age is just a number.
Yeah.
And so to fully pull off the heist, so to speak, you believe in what you're doing, and because it's a human being, and because really, like at some level, Bernie is still 30-year-old Bernie underneath all whatever's collapsing around him. You do connect to that.
Yeah.
You do start loving it because the cognitive dissonance of being a pure sociopath is too much. So a part of you falls in love in a weird, gross way that definitely would probably end the moment he's like, I don't care how many times you suck my dick. I'm not putting you in the well.
but maybe while he's alive, it's worth it just for the perks.
I don't know, man. I mean,
I'm sure you can for art.
I would love to hear an honest, it must exist, an honest story about a person who did that. Because I can imagine, like, the beginning phase, you have this idea in your mind. Well, really, the fucking awful idea you have in your mind probably is that money is going to heal all of the emotional trauma that led me to a place where I would manipulate old people for their money. You know what I mean? And then you get the money, and then you're faced with that awful realization, like, oh fuck, I'm still fucked up.
Yeah.
He died. I have all this money. I'm still fucked up. It didn't work, and now I have to live with that. I mean, it's really, really sad, truly. But I mean, also people like old dudes who have, like, you know, hooked up with cam girls. I get it. Let them.
Yeah, I get it. Let them. But I get all of it. Let them. Let it. You know. But what's interesting is, like, if a woman does, like, marry an 80-year-old billionaire and then he dies and she gets all that money, she carries that for life.
Yeah.
Like, everybody she meets is gonna be like, she used to be married to him. All right. And then when he died, she got millions, and everyone's gonna be like, oh, she's odd.
Yeah.
This is a person that she's a bombshell, and she married some dying old man.
Yeah. It's gonna be those people. Then it's gonna be people who are like, that was badass. Congratulations. Good job.
Yeah, there's gonna be some people like that, but that's just a narrative. That's like a narrative. Like, what you were looking at is a deceptive person. It's a weird con game that you do with people's emotions.
Dude, it's just, you know, man, like, fucking survival. Yeah. Survival is embarrassing. So when you get scared,
very embarrassing.
When you get so scared that you're so consumed by your own fear that you allow it to control you to the point that you, like, become a manipulator or a con artist or grifter or whatever, and, like, behind it is just fucking fear. It's like, you know, like, people get mad at the TSA. It's like, you can't really do much worse to the TSA than what they're already doing. Do you know how bad it sucks, I imagine, to, like, rub down people all day long? You have to drive to the airport. You're not going on a vacation. You're going to, like, be rubbing the back of your hand against irritated stranger dicks all day long.
All day long.
And it's like, if a judge sentenced someone to that, that's cruel and unusual punishment. You would be like, no, you can't do that. Like, that's inhumane. So it's like, with this archetype of person, man, I think, like, the suffering they're experiencing, the confusion, the lack of security, the uncertainty, the realization at some level of their, like, inauthenticity, that is a pretty intense punishment just by there alone. Like, what's your...
But is it a punishment if you don't know anything else? It's like, if... That's one of the things, like, do you remember when Gary Coleman was a security guard?
Yes.
And people would, like, show up to his work and make fun of him.
Yeah.
No one would do that to a regular security guard. But you do it to a guy who used to be famous. You do it to a guy who used to have something.
Right.
And now they don't. And now you can just throw rocks at them. Yeah.
It's so brutal.
It's weird. It's just a regular job. There's nothing wrong with having a regular job. But if you had escaped that world and you had made a lot of money, and then all of a sudden you have to go back to it and have a regular job, people feel like they openly can mock you.
Yep.
Very strange, right?
Very strange.
Like, haha, you have to work.
Right.
Just like all of us, you have to work. Like, yeah, It's work. Like, what are you doing? Why are you yelling at this person?
Right.
Why are you creeping this person out?
Dude,
Just
it
a person.
sucks. The Coleman thing in particular, man, I remember, like, hearing that and
Did you see the photos of when he was dead? He got a gold digger. And, like, when he was married to this lady, she took a photo for the gram, like, right next to Bobby. You ever see that photo?
No.
Here, see if you can find that. Like, she took a selfie with, yeah, look at this. So here he is.
She put that on her Instagram?
Look at that. I mean, what was a while ago? So I don't know what year we're talking about if they even had Instagram.
Like, I get doing that picture just because you want to remember someone you love or it's sad or whatever.
I can't imagine.
Publishing it, though.
What? Poor dude.
Poor dude. Poor dude.
Fucking rough one.
What a rough one, man.
And it starts out with this amazing thing. All of a sudden, America loves you. You're on a television show, and you're the star.
Yeah.
In that is one of the wildest things that happens to really young people. They put them on a show, and they're a star. And then the rest of their life is trying to, like, figure what the fuck happened.
Yeah.
Like, what was that? What was life?
Dude, I mean, this is the whole. Right now, there's this huge debate over, like, the model of Instagram influencer that films their kids all the time.
Oh.
Right? Like, the argument is, like, you know, if you want kids to work in the movies, there's all these protections from the really intense protections now. But the Instagram stuff that you're monetizing, like filming your kids in some kind of weird self-produced reality show, there's no protection for the kids. Like, there's no, like, you know, I think child actors now, their money gets put in trust. You know, so there's this huge argument right now over, like, is that even, like, should that even be legal?
So is this like babies that have their own Instagram account or something? Like,
it's a mode of, it's like I don't watch it a lot. My wife, like, tells me about it sometimes, but it's basically a mode of, like, you know, putting up YouTube content. So you're, like, parenting YouTube channel. You're filming your kids every day, all day long, filming them, like, sleeping, filming, like.
Child abuse charges against YouTube channel mom underscore the lack of oversight for kids. Law ensures professional child performers are safe, educated, and not working too many hours, but they don't extend to stars of popular YouTube channels.
Yeah.
So you have, like, really overzealous parents exploiting their children.
Dude, it's like it's relentless, and I think some of the kids are now, like, coming of age and talking about how fucked up it was, like, you know, because it's like it's their birthday, and then the toys they're giving them for their birthday are toys that have been given to them by brands, right?
Oh, and so there's a video of them opening up the toy by the brand, and that acts as an advertisement.
Yeah. So the kid's birthday gets turned into a commercial.
What's that, James? It's fucked up. Child stars of YouTube hit Fantastic Adventures, allegedly abused by adopted mother. The children told police their adopted mother starved, beat, and pepper sprayed them when they failed to follow directions for videos. Officials said.
Dude, I don't remember who this was, but, like, Aaron showed me. I guess, like, one of these people. And again, this is secondhand information. I didn't read it, but I know she's, like, sees this stuff. So, basically, there was some protection that got put in place where if you wanted to watch their video, I don't know what it was, like, they weren't being demonetized or their point. So they were gonna have to go behind a paywall, and they were saying something about how, like, something about pedophiles, admitting they knew pedophiles watched those kid videos, you know what I mean, and, like, trying to rationalize the way they were doing it because it was making it harder for the pedophiles to watch kid videos, to watch them, some crazy shit like that. But that's the other really fucked up aspect of it, is that when you have a huge audience and you're showing your kids in bathing suits, there is a definite percentage of the audience that are not interested in watching your kids' Saturday barbecue or whatever the fuck you're doing. Don't you remember when like they figured out a way in the YouTube comments they would leave time codes for when the camera was like.
Instagram algorithms connect vast network of pedophiles seeking child pornography, according to researchers.
Not to mention they're deep faking their kids for sure. You know, like they're taking the kids and they're deep faking them and God knows what.
So you scroll back up to the top, Jamie? The top where it says. So, parent company Meta says established a task force to combat the problems. And it says Instagram's recommendation algorithms have enabled a vast network of pedophiles seeking illegal underage sexual content and activity, according to a Wall Street Journal expose. In a 2,800-word article published Wednesday, the journal said it conducted an investigation into child pornography on Meta-owned Instagram in collaboration with researchers at Stanford and the University of Massachusetts Amherst. Wow. Holy shit.
Yeah, man. Yeah, this is like, you know,
the fucking organized pedophile network.
Yeah, you really have to think when you're putting your kid online. Like, regardless of, like, whatever it is, because you have to understand, you know, you are showing pictures of your child to strangers. And now there's technology. I mean, they're already, like, you think they're just deep faking celebrities?
Right.
And so, you know, then add to that the monetization. In other words, so when you're filming your kid, you have a very popular YouTube account with like featuring your child. You know that when you upload that thing, like people are watching your kid and jerking off.
Right.
And that these people maybe know where your kids go to school, where they live. You know what I mean? So that is an emergent issue right now.
Protection.
Yeah, it's like one of the weird things as we approach the singularity. It's like one of the weird cultural issues that haven't been dealt with yet.
Well, I've been very lucky to talk to a lot of people that were famous for doing this podcast.
Yeah.
And I've never met one of them that came out better because of it.
I mean,
every one of them is just like struggling to try to figure out, why did I get exposed to all these strangers as a child?
Yeah.
Why was I exposed to all that attention as a child when I'm supposed to be developing, interacting with people, trying to figure out how to move my body, how to talk, how to interact? Like, why am I doing this publicly at 6?
Yeah. I mean, your childhood was converted into money.
Yeah.
Like they took your childhood, dropped it into a money machine, and it's like, and you couldn't consent, and then your parents were so excited.
Well, the parents are usually getting rich,
right? And they're also saying like, "Thank you, look at this life we have. You're so talented." Yeah. So then, if you start feeling like, "I don't think I want to act anymore. I don't like this, or this feels fucked up, or I just want some more free time," all the guilt kicks in because you're like, I gotta keep doing it. It's keeping my parents afloat. The whole lifestyle collapse. I mean, it's so fucked up to do that to kids.
Steal the kid's childhood and turn it into money. That's a great way to put it.
And then pretend that the child is complicit. You trick yourself as a parent into thinking we're all on the same team. Isn't this great? What an adventure! And it's like, dude, my kids don't like it. Sometimes when we are just taking pictures, and I don't blame them. You know, I hate it when people take pictures. But then, you know, any parents taking pictures of their kids. Sometimes my kids are like, they don't want the phone, and it's like, okay, no problem. Imagine all day, mommy setting up a little shot in the kitchen.
Spooky. People are so nuts with attention. Did you hear about that one guy that crashed his plane on purpose for YouTube views?
Yes.
Like he jumped out of the plane. Like let it fucking crash. For views.
I mean, I guess when you're doing the math and you think how much
deliberately crashing a plane to get YouTube views. So like this guy just jumped out of a fucking plane So, like, who knows whose kid that fucking plane is gonna slam into?
Yeah.
Imagine you're hiking with your family. This is amazing. Beautiful mountains.
So much.
You get hit in the face by a plane.
By a plane that was like flown by a YouTube influencer.
Why would he just ruin that plane too?
Well, I think the calculation is he knows the number of views he's going to get on YouTube will generate more money than the plane was worth. So there's a profit there. Like whatever he paid for the plane is probably less than what he'll make from YouTube from that video.
And he got video footage of the plane crash. So he can't on the plane.
It is so crazy we can do this now that we can convert our lives into money. It's so crazy. You can like just film yourself doing shit and then like maybe make so much money off of like just stuff that, you know, normal stuff.
So was this guy trying to say that the plane crash happened with him in it? Was he trying to like fake that? And they did a hike out? Is that what he's doing? Or did he like let people know that he jumped out of the plane and filmed that?
He said it was an accident.
That actually happened in 2021.
Oh.
And they just found out about the investigation.
It's cool, man. There's videos of pilots watching the video and like making commentary on why it's suspicious because like apparently you look at the plane and there's stuff that should be in a plane that's not in a plane, like expensive stuff.
Just like he was acting like the engine went out and he had to bail. But he also knew where it crashed and got back in the wreckage out.
He pulled the wreckage out?
Yeah. He says they told him to preserve the wreckage. So he waited 2 days to report the crash. I think he had already gone to tow it out of there or something like that.
Huh. More than 2 weeks after the crash, he had a friend who flew a helicopter to the crash site and airlifted the wreckage to Rancho Sisquoc in Santa Barbara County, where it was loaded onto a trailer attached to Jacob's pickup truck.
Isn't that wild?
Yeah, he unloaded a hangar, drove the wreckage to an airport, then cut up and destroyed the airplane wreckage, and over the course of a few days, deposited the attached parts of the wrecked airplane into trash bins in the airport and elsewhere. Wow. Yeah, super normal to be just chopping an airplane up and putting it in trash bins all over the airport.
Think of like your inner dialogue as you're depositing your plane wreckage.
What would you do to a body? That sounds like sounds like he's doing to a body.
Yeah, he was. He was just trying to it's such a complex way to get YouTube views. Like it's.
Yeah, it worked though.
It worked.
But now he's gonna go to jail.
Yeah, for maybe a long time. Like,
really?
Yeah, like I think so.
Holy shit. 20 years for a stupid YouTube star.
And a penalty of up to $1,644 for each day he did not return.
I mean, we do need strict penalties
for sure
to keep people from just like dropping planes out of the sky on us.
Like, yeah, you got to set an example for a guy like that. That guy could. Dude, who knows where that plane is? What happens if that plane catches wind?
That's so wild.
Flies into someone's house, and then the guy's a mass murderer.
When they were making YouTube in the early days, I don't think they ever thought that like there would be plane crashes because of their technology. I don't think they ever thought like this thing is going to like influence society and just destroy lives. People are going to ruin their lives for views on this thing.
Imagine that guy had to plot out where the plane was going to crash, too. Because he had to be jumping high enough where you could jump. I don't know what that threshold is, but you got to be pretty high up there where you can jump and then film yourself before he even pulled a parachute, right? So he's filming himself.
Yeah, I mean, it was a plan. Like, he thought about
that fucking plane is way up there.
Way up.
And that sucker's... How long do you think it flies for? If you really... He could have killed people
easily.
100%.
I mean, the assumption is no one's going to be out there, but I mean, that's a huge assumption.
Such a huge assumption. You could hit another plane. There's a lot of things that can happen.
Yeah.
You're way up there and you're bailing out while it's way up there. So it has to be up there enough where you can jump out. How high was it when he jumped out? Does it say?
He said he was trying to get sponsorship deal.
With who? BetterHelp? It was a sponsorship.
I can almost figure it out, so I'll just let people look that up.
What do you mean? Gotta guess. Oh God! Jesus Christ! He's trying to get sponsorship.
I mean, this era of capitalism is so bizarre. Like the way people are manipulating the system, or just what they're doing. Wow. That's what I love. Regardless of how, also you have to like ethics aside. Whoa.
Yeah.
That is badass. Like pull away the ethics. Just look at like purely what you. Not only did you like fly your plane in the sky, jump out of it, but yeah,
he represented the United States in snowboarding in the 2014 Winter Olympics.
He's an Olympian, and then he like put himself in the worst situation and managed to hike out, and then to like monetize it, dispose of the plane. He has a friend with a helicopter who was like, "Yeah, sure,
I'll get your wreckage."
Fuck, man, that's like pull the ethics out. And it's like, what a fascinating, rotten dude. Right, like
yeah, right.
Like, whoa!
He's got a friend with a helicopter that pulled plane wreckage out of the mountains.
He's got like that's how you know you got a friend.
Yeah, well, you pay him a lot,
right?
Because like, what he was doing illegal? Like, there's probably some rules. Like, if you have to report a plane crash, you can't just like take the wreckage.
I imagine there's enough like ways you can talk your way out of that one.
Really?
Yeah.
I didn't know.
He told me he reported it.
Yeah. I didn't know.
Yeah, right. That. I'm sure. Yeah, I mean.
I didn't know.
Fuck, I don't know.
I'm just out here working.
Flying my helicopter around.
I don't know what's going on. Just picking up a broken plane.
I am but a helicopter pilot.
Yeah.
Yeah, I imagine the helicopter pilot is like probably sweating a little bit, but he's probably okay. Right? Like, because they're going to focus on the maniac who was playing into a mountainside for YouTube views.
What a world. It's interesting because whenever these emerging technologies exist, like social media sites where you can do things to get attention, you're going to see certain people that they grab a hold of it in a very weird way. Certain sociopathic, psychopathic members of our society go, I know how to do it. I'm going to pretend to assault people at the mall. Or I'm going, there's a lot of those.
That shit's so weird.
They do it for and some of them get fucked up. Like they've jumped people at the ATM machine. Like pretend jump, give me all your money. And the guy just beats the fuck out of them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. I mean,
it's a prank. It's a prank.
They always seem shocked.
Yeah.
That's the, like, why are you
stupid
shocked?
kids that have been living in the internet.
Yeah, I've seen a few. I saw I think some kid at Home Depot just got slammed to the ground. Like, they're trying to fuck with these, like, old but big people who are, like, definitely, like, the best part of their day.
It's beating the shit out of some little puke with a cell phone.
Yeah, maybe their ear.
Yeah. Boy 16 fatally shot during prank gone wrong in Northwest Indiana. Oh, no. He was shot and killed with an apparent prank gone wrong. 16-year-old was found suffering from a gunshot wound to the chest in the backyard of a residence just before midnight. Officer began administering CPR. Victim showed no signs of life. He was pronounced dead at the scene. Police said the initial investigation determined the victim of an 18-year-old were in the back. The victim and an 18-year-old were in the backyard with friends when the 18-year-old pulled out a gun as a prank and it accidentally discharged, striking the boy in the chest. Oh, that's different. That's different. Like he didn't. Ugh, God.
God damn it.
Jesus Christ.
It's just, this technology, man, like, it's growing, and we're like, it's been introduced to this population, this biome, and like, it's like any other thing when you introduce it to an ecosystem, like, it causes problems that you would never expect.
Yeah. Real problems.
So I think this guy got shot. some of them, I guess, like one of these YouTube videos where they're fucking with people in a store. This is what I'm getting off the video.
That was another guy.
He was fucking with someone and I shot him. He was harassing the guy.
That's fucking sad. Good night, everybody.
Imagine being a kid just trying to figure out what to do in this world. Imagine being a teenager and you're looking at all the different possibilities for your life as an adult. Like, what are you going to do for a living? An influencer is one of those. That's a real possibility now.
Yeah. Yes, totally, man. I mean, that, yeah. Or like, you know, the other possibility, the new job is prompt engineer. Have you heard that?
No.
Prompt engineer is a name of like, it's like essentially an AI whisperer. It's someone who knows how to tell an AI or specific instructions that work for some goal. And so generally, like, that's like art, maybe like, cause you know, talking to Mid-Journey, which is this insane text to art AI. Like, there's a lot, like when you, like the amount of weird specificity involved.
Compared to $375,000 a year, you don't always require a background in tech.
Isn't that cool? It's like now there's a job where you talk to robots, where you're better at talking to robots than other people. That's a real job now. It's and God knows the other weird job. Like by the time like you and I are super old, man, like what the shit everyone's gonna be doing is gonna seem so odd.
Yeah, and it's happening quicker and quicker. That's what's weird. It's like society's transforming culturally quicker and quicker, technologically quicker and quicker. It's like it's going to make these giant changes that are going to happen at such a rapid rate that it's going to be hard to remember when they didn't exist before.
Yeah, there's no time to get used to it anymore. There's no time.
Yeah.
You used to have so long to get used to even like stupid news like the Roomba, which was like, remember when the floor robot came out? Everyone's like, what the amazing. But we had time before the next thing came out. Now, because of AI, it's working on things and solving problems so fast that like they already, Jamie, did you see that thing? It's it already like solves some big problem in medicine. It's like it's already like figuring shit out that's gonna have direct applications to a human lifespan, curing diseases, and the amount of time it might take to get to that point with human brains is way longer than the AI brain.
Except the Faustian bargain is in the process of giving up the way you source information to artificial intelligence. It just starts to take control over other aspects of your life. Why don't we just do government? We can do government better than people.
Yeah.
Yeah, we just have to be.
Yeah, me too, man. And we're back. Dude,
it's so hard to concentrate when you have to pee.
It really is.
It's crazy. It's like you barely can form sentences. Like, I don't even remember what we were talking about. I was just like, I gotta pee so bad.
Dude, I love that we never remember what we're talking about. It's and really, I think it's like irrelevant, honestly.
Yeah. Ultimately, because like, what's on your mind right now?
Yeah, just what's on your mind this second, man. Just like, fuck. I just, you know, the fact that like this is a conversation in like the UFO universe that's happening, which is watching all these like hardcore. I just realized that my thing thought the like hardcore skeptics are now. It's just interesting to watch, and again, until I see UFO, I'm going to be skeptical.
Yeah, super skeptical.
But it's interesting to watch the gradual shift that's happening in people who are like big time debunkers. There is like not like okay, I think they're real, and I don't blame them for saying I don't think they're real because it's like really they're still going off of like just people saying it's real. But the fact that people saying it, like Marco Rubio coming out now, did you see that shit?
Right, but isn't it interesting? This is my observation. What they're saying is they talk to people who say this.
Right.
That's everybody. It's including Grush. Grush is saying that he has access to information and he was aware of information. He was aware of things that the public wasn't aware of, and so he wants to be a whistleblower because the public deserves to know about these things.
Yeah.
but he has no access to it.
Well, Rubio said he talked to people in the government who said they had firsthand.
Right, but he talked to people who said they saw the thing.
Under oath, though, right?
Right. But where are those people? Like, until those people are standing in front of the camera going, I was on the spaceship.
Yeah.
I met the entities. They talked to me through telepathy.
Yeah. I think we might be close. They've got that hearing coming up, and I know that a lot of the or I like to believe that a lot of the sort of careful wording of things right now is to protect people who worry that they'll get killed. They have a sense of like, shit, man, they're gonna kill me if I tell you this, but because he did it, I'm gonna come out and say it, and you know, so I think they feel like, shit, we've got to be very, very careful to protect these people. I don't see any benefit for any body in the government to go on statement saying that they've talked to people within the U.S. military who have seen UFOs. What's the benefit there? Like, if it's not true, you're going to look like the biggest dipshit on earth. You're going to be ridiculed. It's going to ruin your career potentially as a politician. So I don't see much of a benefit in them coming out and saying that stuff. That's the part where it's like, I can't trace how Marco Rubio, what's he going to, the next time he runs, he's going to be like, I'm the guy who got tricked into thinking there was UFOs.
Right. Yeah, it has to hit sort of a wall of public demand, you know, where the public demand is like, hey, what is, enough people are talking about it. There's enough, it's Commander David Fravor, the Times article, Jeremy Corbell, all these different videos that get released. When there's enough credible people talking about it, that they have to kind of address it. And if someone like a senator, Marco Rubio, has a conversation with someone where they're saying, yeah, we have crashed UFOs, they're the alien bodies, and we're hiding people.
Yeah, dude. And then where it gets...
This has been going on for years.
Here's the deal. If you are a politician, and you realize we've all been briefed on this shit, and it is coming out, and you other people don't have the guts to come out and say it, you realize to be the first politician who came out and told the truth. There is benefit there. There's a lot of benefit in like the courage to come out and like support whistleblowers. Because I read an analysis of it. It's so creepy because it points out that U.S. taxpayer money is being allocated to, if it's true, I'm saying, our taxpayer money is getting allocated to some organizations that are outside the control of the U.S. government. This is, and it's been doing it for 50, 60 years. This is unconstitutional. Like, you can't do that. Like, what does that mean? That means that there is a second power structure within the government, of truly like a secret something, and that is like, we're paying for it. And if you're benefiting from the technology, if you're selling the technology to private contractors and making money off of it, like that's supposed to be for us, free energy, whatever it may be.
Yeah.
So that is where it's sinister.
Well, also imagine if you're the government. Imagine if you're, let's say, the Air Force, and you have control over some vehicle from another planet, where you have. If the airport wants jets, they don't make them. They hire someone to make them. Right. They have a military contractor that has all the engineers and all the expertise, and they hire, you know, all these people that actually make jets.
Right.
They need a jet, they buy a jet. So if they acquire a spaceship, they're not going to hold on to it themselves. They don't have the people to fuck with this thing. They're going to bring it to the people that make those things. They go, hey, you guys make the stealth bomber. Tell me what the fuck this is. Tell me what the fuck this is.
Yeah, man.
And can we make one? And if we can't make one, do we figure out how it runs?
Yeah, at least tell us how it runs. Do you have any idea? I heard that, like, Jeremy was on my podcast, was talking about how, apparently, I'm sorry, Jeremy, if I'm misquoting you. This is from me. Obviously, like, so forgive me if there's a error in the way I'm saying it, but it's compartmentalized.
Yeah.
So some of the reverse engineering people theoretically don't even know that they're looking at
Yes. That's what Bob Lazar said on my podcast. He said part of the problem is like science can't exist in a vacuum. Science is collaborative. And the metallurgy guys weren't talking to the propulsion guys.
Oh, yeah.
Nobody talked to anybody. You had like an area where you're allowed to go and look at the vehicle, and you were with your other teammate, and everybody reported on everything that was said and done.
Yeah.
And it was too limited for them to ever really figure out, in his belief at that time. So we're talking about 1989. If what he's saying is true, what he was saying was that they were bringing him to this area, and he couldn't tell his wife, he couldn't tell anybody where he was going, and they were flying him to area S4 where they had this UFO. They didn't have just one, they had multiple ones. And this sort of aligns with what Grush was saying. What Grush was saying is there's 12 of them. They have 12. Which is like for real? Or is this, are you guys like sending money to Ukraine you don't want me to know about, so you're showing me this? Like, that sounds so crazy.
Yeah, I don't buy the distraction theory, because it's like, man, the U.S. government's been doing weird shit with money.
Oh, but here's a distraction. What if this is just an advanced drone program? And what the U.S. government is doing with this advanced drone program to obscure it, to just start releasing UFO stuff and having whistleblowers come out that are actually intelligence agents. And they come out and start talking about bullshit programs that don't even exist.
Right.
And, like, they just start fucking with the people online, which they've done with other stuff.
Sure.
I mean, if you look at what they did with MK Ultra, just MK Ultra alone, you should go, what? What did you do? You guys set up whorehouses where you dose the Johns and then film them through what is it? See-through
double-sided
mirrors.
glass or whatever.
Yeah.
Double-sided.
That's the government. That's your tax dollars went for that.
Those
like,
are
what
the
kind
fun
of
days.
valuable research do you get from dosing up some plumber looking to get his dick sucked? And give the guy a glass of water. It's got fucking acid in it.
God, and you're in the CIA. How fun that is! You're in the CIA. You're in the CIA. You have infinite access to LSD. They're just like letting you go into like brothels and like watch people fuck. Like, wow.
Well, not only that, you're a puppet master. You're literally giving people crazy, powerful, psychoactive drugs against their will. And you're watching them, and you're learning how to manipulate people's behavior. And that's the Tom O'Neill, the book Chaos. It's all about MK Ultra doing that with Manson, and Manson doing that with his followers.
Do you know the gifted and talented program conspiracy theory? Connected. Gate theory. Were you ever in Gifted and Talented?
No.
It's one of my favorite current conspiracy theories. And admittedly, conspiracy theory. In other words, it's just cool. I don't necessarily believe it, but basically the idea, like the GATE program, apparently, and I looked it up, and there does seem to be some connection, was sort of funded by the feds, who like it was definitely somehow involved with the government. Basically, now where it goes into conspiracy land. The idea is they wanted to find people, kids, early on who demonstrated certain traits that then they could hire to work in intelligence. It's a grooming program for intelligence, basically. And so all these, and again, I just love these things. I'm like, is it real or not? It's still cool. There's all these aspects of people who are in it, like an occipital bulb. Like people who are in it, like if you they have this bump on the back of their head, weird marks. Like
sort of like when them navigation things or Sirius XM radio antenna on the roof of the car.
You got a fucking antenna back there.
Is that what it is? Is that what it's supposed to be?
No, it's
maybe it's an implant. Maybe they give you that implant.
That's where we go.
That's where it goes. It's a good spot for
it.
it.
Would make you drink this weird pink shit. They would do this hearing test.
Pink shit.
Yeah, I mean, Jamie, I bet you could find the whole list of like commonalities in people in the program, and it's like interesting. Like the hearing, you would have to do this hearing test before you got in. You would be in a windowless room or a room where the windows are covered up with a dude giving you, that's how I got it. Giving you an IQ test. The IQ test had the ESP cards in it, along with a lot of other weird shit. And then what would happen is, because generally, like, smart people sometimes or kids who meet these things are underperforming, your parents are fucking delighted. So you hear from school, they're like, actually, your kid isn't a complete fucking idiot. As it turns out, he's got a very high verbal IQ. And we think we should put him in this special program. And
train him to be a Fed.
Well, yeah. I mean, you're not asking, like, wait, what is the program? Well, who came up with the idea for the program? You're just like, my kid's smart. Yes, put him in there.
They care about kids, Duncan.
Yes.
They just want to get those smarter kids.
Yeah.
We're going to put a lot of funding to making them smarter and smarter. And we're going to set up careers for them.
Yeah, right.
In Nicaragua.
And they'll never know. They'll just think like when we came up to them in the college they got a scholarship for that we provided. And we're like, hey, we love your dissertation. Can we talk to you about this really cool job? You'll never know. You've been groomed your whole life to be in it. Again, probably not true, but interesting. An interesting, like, new conspiracy that I like a lot. It's really interesting. I hope people out there researching for me.
That's what drives me nuts about censorship online. Is that the really dumb ones that are obviously not real, I think, are also amazing.
Yes.
I think they're fun. There's some people that are just out of their fucking minds. And then there's things that come up sometimes where you're like, wait a minute, how did that slip by mainstream news? Like, why is this not a subject that everybody's kind of tweaking about?
Right.
Every now and then, like the Hollow Earth one, I was like, that is so ridiculous. That's so ridiculous. But it's still ridiculous. But then they discover there's 3 times as much water inside the earth than there is in the oceans.
I got so excited about that one until I looked into it.
What is it?
Apparently the water's like compressed sadly into the soil. In other words, now I could be wrong about that, but I can remember specifically the disappointment that swept over me.
I thought they were saying there's like oceans under the surface.
What I read is that a lot of the water they're talking about has been compressed into soil.
Moist soil.
Dude, one night when I was super high, like I emailed a famous geologist because I had just read about like caverns under the earth, and I'm like, my God, like literally there's like massive empty spaces down there bigger than the Grand Canyon. Like, could that be true? I just still can't. I didn't understand it. I don't know the answer for sure, but so look at like we're studying the plumes of Europa. Is it Europa? To find organic life. We say within the ice of Europa, there could be organic life.
Here it is. Sometimes scientists think Earth's oceans formed when icy comets hit the planet, but new research suggests a different origin for the oceans. They simply seeped out of the center of the Earth. The finding published in Science suggests that a reservoir of water hidden in the Earth's mantle is more than 400 miles below the surface. Try to refrain from imagining these expanses of underground seas. All this water, 3 times the volume of water on the surface, is trapped inside the rocks. So in this rock is water. So that's what it's saying. A piece of synthesized ringwoodite. The blue mineral may contain oceans worth of water in the Earth's mantle. Okay, but it's in the rock,
right?
So it's like it's not water. Stop lying. Like it's like saying all the people on Earth consist of an ocean of water because most people are like, what are we, like 70% water?
Yeah, right.
There's an ocean of water in people. We just got to drain the water out of the people. We got another ocean.
Another ocean?
What are you saying? Like, that's not an ocean. You have fucking rocks. You have wet rocks.
No one's going to your fucking article if you say there's wet rocks under the earth. You got to say there's an ocean.
There's 3 times as much water in these rocks as there is in the ocean. But yeah, but it's in rocks. It's not water. Unless it's water, like you put in a glass. No, then shut the fuck up. That's not water. You got rocks.
But, don't destroy this for me, Joe. But just think about the fact that life grows in so many places.
Right.
And if there were voids within the earth, and there was like some kind of heat source, whatever it is, and it gets hotter down there, and maybe some water didn't just make it into the, I mean, caves are fucking wet.
Right.
So if there were water down there, a heat source, and also if there was like some flow of water seeping in from, the surface, theoretically, some life form could evolve down there just like we did. Theoretically. It might not be like advanced like us, it might just be some kind of like insane fungus.
My youngest really loves horror movies. Much horror movies. Yeah. And watched The Descent the other day. That's a great movie.
God damn.
I forgot how fun that movie is. That's a
so
fun movie. The Descent 2 kind of sucks.
Yeah.
But The Descent 1 was the shit.
Oh my god, the setting.
Oh, there's so much in it.
Appalachia.
Everything, the way they set it up, the movie, it's like, right off the jump, you're like, oh my god.
Hot cavers
that fucking squabble with each other. It's fucking great. It's fucking. I highly recommend it.
The Descent is one of my faves. Like it scratches a real specific itch for me. It's like I love Hollow Earth shit, and then like it just you've got.
Well, it's not Hollow Earth. It's caverns. It's beings that evolved in those caverns. I mean, there's a lot of ridiculous shit in it, like the rabbit elks and dragging them into the hole.
Things so dumb. You can't have a bunch of like weird like mutants living under your forest and
There's
like
so many of them too.
So many. But I think it was like another senator talking about the possibilities of what these UFOs are. One of them said could be coming from an ancient civilization that's just choosing to reveal itself to us now. This was a government official saying this.
Oh, I wanted to bring this up. Michael Knowles, I didn't watch the video, but it was one of those things where the headline of the YouTube video, it's like on the Michael Knowles show, it's something about aliens are confirms aliens are demonic. Yeah, but he was talking to somebody that like, I think he was talking to Lou Elizondo, right? Who's a part of the program, the ATIP program, one of those UFO research programs. But there was this video about it. Do I need to make a feature-length documentary called "What Is a Demon" to teach Matt Walsh blog that extraterrestrial aliens aren't real?
I would watch it.
So Matt Walsh thinks are the righties duking it out with each other? Is that what this is?
I don't know, but please make the documentary.
He thinks they're not real. So Michael Knowles is saying that extraterrestrial aliens aren't real. He thinks they're demons. Intelligence officials now confirm that UFOs of non-human origin have been recovered and studied. At this point, the only reason to discount these reports is your own preconceived belief that aliens can't exist. The evidence is really overwhelming now.
He's not wrong.
He's not wrong, but here's the thing. The evidence that we can get a hold of is all anecdotal. It's all people talking about these things. Until it passes that, I'm on this, I'm interested, but I'm not believing you yet. I know if you know about MK Ultra, if you know that they did that and they didn't get punished for it, those people just died. So what happens? Does it evolve or does it stop? Right? Most things evolve. Like when you go back to Eisenhower warning about the military-industrial complex, like he was warning about it then. It was an emerging thing that he was worrying about. Well, that evolves to now control the government. Right. So does the MK Ultra and mind control, does that evolve? Of course it evolves. It doesn't stop dead there.
No, they stop.
I was going to get people captivated.
Yeah.
I would start talking about all these things that we have, all these fucking amazing crafts that we've recovered, but not show you jack shit. I have a lot of people talking about it, and maybe this is just a preliminary step to showing you the stuff. Maybe I'm wrong. And these are like real patriots. I think the American public needs to know. people have lived and died and not have this information. And it's your duty as a patriot, it's your duty as a human being, as a citizen of Earth, to let everyone know that we are being visited. Also, you might be covering up for the military-industrial complex that's figured out a way to make hypersonic drones that look and behave like something that was created on another planet.
I mean, yeah.
Because they funded these researchers under some guys of a hedge phone company and flown in all these physicists and gave them a lot of money to shut the fuck up, a top secret clearance, which you can't violate or you get put in jail. And next thing you know, you're developing some sort of magnetic propulsion system that can rocket things through the sky silently, instantaneously.
Turn a dime.
Yeah.
Well, you know, man, I think that some of what I know I'm doing with my skepticism in this regard is I just don't want to be disappointed.
Of course.
And I don't want to, it's like, I so will love it if my kids get to live in a world where aliens aren't even weird.
Yeah.
And I want that world. So much that it's definitely going to give me some confirmation bias, and it's definitely going to like warp, because it's so easy to see in something what you want there to be. But and I'm dumb, but I can't quite access the benefit. Like, I think there's other ways to lie about your secret weapons program than by like gaslighting senators under oath. I feel like that is such a dangerous thing to do, and to me, it's
unless you think that senator to work, you want to get rid of him. I'll tell Fetterman anything. I'll tell him anything. I'll tell that dude anything. I'll tell him I'm an alien. I'm an alien.
We came to contact you.
Basically, I had meetings with him. He's an alien.
Fuck, Fetterman isn't coming forward with this shit though, man. It's like
he should be. He's got the information. He's just a coward.
You think they told Fetterman?
Yes, that's why he's pretending to be a person who doesn't talk that good.
Dude,
he has too much information. The best way to like not be credible, like I don't want to be involved.
Yeah, man. I mean, he would be a great person to like leak.
Yeah,
told him.
This theory being talked about.
Are the aliens us? UFOs may be piloted by time-traveling humans. Yeah, I've heard that.
I was trying to find where I saw it, but recently, like in the last few days, I saw someone, I think they were in the government saying a similar version to this, that there is a date that they have been told, and that if they tell everyone the date, it will freak people out, so they fight about talking about this date.
About when time travel gets invented?
No, that they think that these aliens are us coming back to warn us, and they're like, this if they do this, it could change the amount of time and fuck it up.
About things we might do.
Yeah, but they're very, very big.
That makes like Ukraine.
I mean,
Jesus Christ.
But dude, also, if you
did you see Greta Thunberg went to Ukraine?
No.
Say how dare you?
Did she go there to scold them?
No. She went there to be a part of the Illuminati. Fucking welcome to her with open arms.
Oh, well.
Zelensky talked to her.
Holy
shit. It's like, she's the kid, man. What are we doing? It's so bizarre. You have this strange kid on the spectrum. He fly around the world as the spokesperson for climate change. And the strange part about it is, it's like, this is not a person that most people think is the person they want to hear talk about this.
No.
Well, who do you want to hear talk about this? You want to hear like a rational, educated scientist that's warning you about the very specific details of what human beings and our pollution is doing to the world. Like, here's your science and graphs and data. Instead, you're sending a kid that like got famous for saying, "How dare you? How dare you? Robbing us of our future."
You know, it's on one level, not Thunberg. That's, I mean, the whole thing.
Strange.
The whole thing you just showed is like dystopian.
It's strange.
But on one level, I know that scientists are scientists. Scientists are not comedians. You know what I mean? And I know that like many of them want to convey the shit they're discovering to people who didn't go to graduate school.
Right.
And they need a mouthpiece. They need someone to speak for them, and they just keep fucking it up because it's like you generally like the mouthpieces. It seems like they're condescending. Like you need a mouthpiece that's like able to be like to not make the people that they're talking to feel like they're being talked down to.
Right,
Like
but that's how they hold authority. The best way to hold authority is to make someone on the defensive, make them feel stupid for questioning this.
and it's
That's how you hold that authority.
it's so anti-science. Like and you know, again, you go back and look at like Tesla or fucking Isaac Newton. What a lunatic. He was a lunatic. He had mercury in his hair. He was studying the Temple of Solomon. You know what I mean? And
He had mercury in his hair?
Yes, he did. And he is.
What do you mean by that?
He
Like when the hair samples? When they did hair samples?
Well, I guess in his laboratory he was
must have
fucking
had
out mercury.
So he had mercury poisoning.
Mercury poisoning. And this is Newtonian physics. And it's like, this is, look at Tesla. He's like fucking like on a date thinking about Faust, seeing a vision of like alternating current engine, right? These are the people who warp society permanently. There's nothing tame, domesticated, or normal about them. Like imagine if like I invite you over, I'm like Joe, come into I want to show you something I'm working on. It's, you know, the Temple of Solomon from the Bible. I think it's a code. I think it's a code I could use to crack the source of all reality. And I feel like it has something to do with mercury. I'm just not sure what. So I've been pouring mercury onto this replica of the Temple of Solomon. You would be really worried about me.
I would be worried about
This is Isaac Newton. And you know, so it's just weird. This like, this thing has emerged with the domesticated, normal scientist, or that like, you know, science is somehow like filled with just very normal, completely professional people, when the history of it seems to be littered with maniacs. Yeah. And not maniacs who failed in their pursuit, but using the system, discovered truth that changed history forever. It's really weird, man.
Well, we always want to think of a person as only being the thing that is so egregious about them or bizarre about them. But there are a lot of things, right? You know, I mean, that like when they talk about like geniuses that also were kind of crazy and did something fucked up. Like we want to concentrate on that crazy thing. Like, wasn't Tesla in love with a pigeon?
Yeah.
Wasn't some weird shit about a pigeon? You know?
Yeah.
We want to concentrate on the weird, you know, asocial aspects of them. They were all very bizarre and how they interacted with people.
That's right.
String of bad relationships. They had bad relationships, Duncan.
And ignore all the shit that they said that doesn't fit into what like makes sense, like his Tesla's death beam idea, the idea that he could like create some resonance and send a death beam to blow shit up, or like
probably could.
Well, I mean, you should see that. I feel like we already talked about this. We've talked about everything. Have you seen the Mythbusters where they make one of these Tesla resonance engines and put it on a fucking bridge? And they're not expecting anything to happen, and then the whole bridge starts fucking vibrating.
Oh,
You're like
yeah, that's right. I remember that.
And they turned it off. Like they didn't continue the experiment because the bridge started like making some weird shaking thing. I'm like, oh fuck, turn it off. You know, man.
Imagine that you're smarter than Tesla. This didn't work.
This is just quackery.
Just open up a gate to hell.
Do
you remember the Event Horizon? One of my favorite science fiction horror movies of all time. It's a great movie. It's about these people that use this time warp. You know, they fold space-time in order to travel. And when they do, one ship disappears. So another ship goes to look for that ship. And by doing that, you open up a gate to hell. By doing that, you fold over space-time so you can get straight from one point to another point instantaneously, far across the galaxy.
On its
you open
spaceship.
up a gate to hell, and so everybody has to deal with literal hell, like Latin-speaking demons. And it's a fun movie.
I mean, which came first, Doom or Event Horizon? Which came first?
I believe Doom.
Because that's Doom.
Do you know where the name Doom came from?
No.
It came from the scene from The Color of Money with Tom Cruise. Color of Money when Tom Cruise is a pool hustler and he goes to this pool hall and he's watching this like the number one player play, and the number one player is this cool looking black dude, and he looks at him and goes, "What you got in that case?" Because he's got a pool case. He goes in here and he opens it up. Doom.
Cool.
And that's what Doom was for the game community. That was Doom for the game industry. When they, what do you got in that box? Well, in this box, we got Doom. And that's what it was. I mean, when John Carmack and John Romero, when they released Doom, id Software, that was a fucking game changer. A 3D game, first-person shooter. You're running around and there's fucking demons and you're firing rockets at them. It was incredible.
So cool.
It was incredible.
What a great idea. Military attack on hell. It's just such a, that game is so fun. All the, it's so dark.
See if you can find that scene from The Color of Money. See if you can find it. But that's why they called it Doom. And which one came first?
I don't know, but I love.
Here's this. Yeah. Yeah. What you got in there?
Here? Doom.
Yeah, that's mine. Meanwhile, that is that cue that he opens up. That's a production cue. It's not even a great cue. It's a Joss.
Pool nerd!
It's supposed to be a balabushka, which is a handmade cue by this guy who is the master of the great cues. Like when you go back to guys like, see, that's Eddie Cohen's. Eddie Cohen is like a real modern day elite pool cue maker, and he made a version, like the Color of Money version. But that's the cue that Joss made. You can buy it. It's not like it's a good playing cue. It plays good, but it's not a balabushka. A balabushka was a handmade cue by this guy who was a master.
Yeah.
I mean, they would age his wood. He would age his wood for years and slowly turn them down, and you'd have like stacks of wood that had been air drying for 7 years before you cut them into cues. Like his stuff was like, it's like a violin. It's like you're buying a Stradivarius. Like that's a real balabushka.
Dude, I just read this thing online of like coders making fun of the shit that pops up for like hackers.
Oh yeah.
Because they know everything they're doing, and they're like, that's when you have very deep knowledge of something. Because like in a million years, I would never even think like, I wonder if that really is a good cue.
That's a good cue to play with. But to have that say, and he gave me a balabushka and show that, like, that's garbage. What that was they made a deal with a pool cue manufacturer, Joss, which is they make very good cues. Don't get me wrong. Like Mike Siegel. Mike Siegel is one of the greatest players of all time. Played with Joss. They make amazing cues. They play good, but they're made with a computer. It's made, with machines.
Right.
Yeah, the ends are rounded. That's an old balabushka. So what that is a Titleist. What a Titleist is a house cue. So you buy a house cue, and a lot of those really old house cues from like the 50s, they converted them into pool cues, like 2-piece cues that you can bring with you. That was a very popular cue because it's a full splice, meaning the contact, wood to wood contact of the two joints is like. It's the old method that they used to use.
That's cool, man. It looks like a very powerful wand in Diablo.
Well, it's like you were playing not just with something that played well, but you were playing with something that was art.
Right.
It's functional art. It was made by a master. It was made by, in George Balabushka's case, some guy had been making them in the very beginning. Yeah, and Billy Moscone played with one, like great players. But there's so many guys who make amazing pool cues now. It's really a matter of taste. And most of the players, in fact, now are playing with carbon fiber anyway.
What is the this is a very dumb question because I don't know enough about pool, but what if two equally matched players are playing, and one of them has one of those, and another one has just like a basic pool cue. How much of an advantage would the person with a really nice pool?
None. No advantage. It's all about the archer, not really the pool cue. Once you become accustomed to it, you know what it does. So like every pool cue has a certain amount of flex. Every pool cue has a certain amount of weight to it. There's a balance. They're all different. But once your arm and your stroking arm becomes accustomed to the balance, then it can accurately determine the amount of force that it has to apply to the ball in order to get the proper rotations of the ball for it to align where you need to land your next shot.
Right.
So it's a matter of making the ball and then moving the other ball to the other shot. And any cue can do that. It just, you have to know what that cue does, and then you have to compensate for what that cue does. Stiffer cues have a different reaction than more flexible cues.
Right. Dude, it's such a, you know what, man, with pool, that's one that's got to pull. Golf, pool, it's got this like, oh, man.
Yeah.
Like, you can just see how, like, you would just, there was a, I wish I could, it's so sad I can't remember the name of this club because that greener was incredible. Sorry. They have a pool table in there. And, you know, we would fuck around, which is never fun for you, I'm sure, because I'm horrible, but.
No, it's always fun.
You know, I see how addictive it is. How, like, just learning how to do one thing, and then you get stuck in this repetitive trying to get it to work, but it's so, the difference.
It's mind cleansing. It's like archery in that regard. That when you're lined up on a shot, the only thing you're thinking about is that shot.
Right.
It helps me a lot with stress because I have so many things going on simultaneously that require my attention. That if I have an activity, whether it's archery, martial arts, or pool, where you cannot think of anything other than that activity while you're engaged in it, it's very beneficial. It clears your mind.
Yeah, man, I need shit like that. If I don't have something like that, and it's such a relief when your mind gets grabbed by something, it's so great.
That's why video games do have a role. There is a good role in video games.
Yeah.
The problem is they're so good. They're so addictive. They pull you in so far. Brian Simpson was explaining Diablo, and he started showing the new Diablo on the screen, and he's explaining how it all goes down. And I was just seeing my fucking time getting sucked away into this goddamn game.
Dude, it is.
I can't do it.
This is also, like, if you're into games right now, this is like the apocalypse, because, like, the new Zelda came out, and then Blizzard puts out the new fucking Diablo.
Oh, God.
And it's like they're both, in their own way, just spectacular. And also, you know how it is, man. If you started with an Atari 2600, and now you are, like, getting to interact with, like, technology now.
I started with Pong, son. What is this?
That's a cutscene.
Oh, wow. There's a cutscene. But the cutscenes are just like a little movie. You just watch a little movie. You know, I mean, the game one day will probably be like this.
Jamie, spoiler. If you're playing Diablo, don't listen. Can you find the cutscene from Diablo where the dude is getting eaten by wolves? Spoiler, don't watch this if you're into Diablo.
Wow.
This was actually uncomfortable to watch.
Let's end with this because I gotta get out of here.
Yeah.
We gotta show something. This fucking game looks so wild.
The cutscene. You might have to. Yeah, there you go.
Mephisto. Diablo.
Oh, God.
Nation of centuries. Only zealots and fools are completely certain, Mother. If we are to be saved,
oh Jesus,
it will be by your
hand. Okay, that's enough. All right. right, let's wrap it up. Duncan, I love you to death.
Love you,
You're
Joe.
the best. So much fun.
Thank you so
It's great
much, man.
being able to represent science with you today.
Yeah, I feel like we did a good job.
I think so.
Hail science.
Hail science. Bye, everybody.
Bye.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
During my day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day.
Good morning, Mark. Good to see you. Fantastic. Thanks. You are in the middle of this AI discussion. Yeah. You're right in the heat of this thing. Yeah. But I think you have a different perspective than a lot of people do. Yep. A lot of people are terrified of AI. Yep. Me included. Yep. Oh, okay. All right. Okay. And for all the wrong reasons. Of all the things to worry about. My terror of it is it's kind of fun terror. Sure. You know, I'm not really like freaking out, but I am recognizing that this is an emerging technology that is so different than anything we've ever experienced before. Particularly like what's Chat GPT, what's happening with that right now. It's really fascinating and a lot of advantages. Like we were just talking last night, someone in the green room brought up the fact that there was they're using it for medical diagnoses, and it's very accurate, which is incredible. There's a lot of good things to it. Yeah, it's cool. So you probably remember last time I was on, we spent quite a bit of time talking about this, and this is when these chatbots were running inside Google, but the rest of us didn't have access to them. Right. And that guy had come out and said that he thought they were self-aware. Yes. And then the whole thing was like this big mystery of like what's going on. And now the world gets to use these things, right? Everybody since then, everybody kind of has access. Really quickly. That was a short amount of time. Yeah. It's been great. And then look, these things are, these things, when I say this, is like ChatGPT, and then Microsoft has their version called Bing. Google has a version called Bard now that's really good. There's a company, Anthropic, that has a thing called Claude. If you just run the comparison, they're basically as good as a doctor. They're as good as the average doctor at this point at being a doctor. They're as good at being a lawyer as the average lawyer. You kind of go through basically anything involving knowledge work, anything involving information synthesizing, reporting, writing legal briefs, anything like this. In business, they're actually already really good. They're as good as the average management consultant. The way they acquire data, they're essentially scouring the internet, right? Sort of. It was more like they're fed the internet. They're fed. And I make the difference because the company that produces the AI determines what data goes into it, and that determines a lot of how it works and what it does or won't do. Okay. So in regard, is there a concern that someone could feed it fake data? Yeah. Well, you may have noticed that people over time have said a lot of fake things. Yes, I have noticed that. so that's all in there. So the way to think about it basically is it's being trained. The full version of these things are being trained on basically the sum total of human written expression, right? So basically everything people have ever written. There's issues, and you got to get all somehow we got to figure out how to get all the books in there. Although all the books prior to 1923 are in there because they're all out of copyright. But more recent books are a challenge. But anything that you can access on the internet that's text, right, which is staggeringly broad, set of material is in there. By the way, both nonfiction and fiction. Right, so a lot of stories are in there. And then the new versions of these that are being built right now are what are called multimodal, and so that means you can feed them not only text, but you can also feed them images. You can feed them videos, right? So they're going to be trained on all of YouTube, right? They're going to be trained on all podcasts, right? And they're going to be trained kind of equivalently between text and images and video and all kinds of other data. So they already have very comprehensive knowledge of human affairs, but it's going to get very complete. So if it's scouring the internet, it's getting all this data from both fiction and nonfiction. How does it interpret data that's kind of satire? Right. Like what does it do with like Hunter S. Thompson, like gonzo journalism? So it doesn't really know the difference. Like this is one of the things that's difficult about talking about this, because you kind of want to always kind of compare it to a person, and part of it is you refer to it as an id. There's this concept of anthropomorphizing things that aren't human. So it's kind of not really a correct thing to kind of think about it as like that there is an it per se. There's no like genie in the bottle. Like there's no sort of being in there that understands this is satire or not satire. It's more sort of a collective understanding of everything all at once. And then what happens is basically you as the user kind of can give it direction of what path you want it to go down.
right? And so if you sort of imply to it that you want it to sort of like explore, fictional scenarios, it will happily explore those scenarios with you. I'll give you an example. You can tell it, for whatever date the Titanic went down, let's say it's July 4th, 1923, or whatever it was. You can say, you can tell it it's July 4th, 1923. It's 10 o'clock in the morning. I'm on the Titanic. Is there anything I should know? Right, and it'll like freak out, right? It'll be like, oh my god, like you have like 5 hours to like get ready to like hit the iceberg, and you can basically say, oh, it's gonna hit that. Okay, so what should I do? What should my plan be when the boat hits the iceberg? And it'll be like, well, you need to go to like this deck like right now and talk to this guy because you're gonna get into this life raft because it has like empty seats, right? Because it has complete information, of course, about just because of all the things that have been written about the sinking of the Titanic. Oh, wow. And so you can get it in a mode where it's basically trying to help you survive the wreck of the Titanic. Now, does it think that the Titanic is actually sinking? Like there's no, you see what I'm saying? Like there's no it to think that. But what it's doing is it's kind of following a narrative that's sort of a joint construction between you and it. And then every answer that you give it, basically it encourages it to, to basically come back with more of the same. And one way to think about it is it's more like a puppy than a person. Like it wants to make you happy. It wants to give you an answer that satisfies you. And if that answer is fictional or part of a fictional scenario, it will do that. If the answer is something very serious, it will do that. It honestly, I don't think either knows nor cares, like whether it's quote unquote real or not.
What was the issue with some of the chat GPT answers that people were posting, where they would show the difference between the way it would criticize Joe Biden versus the way it would criticize Donald Trump, or the way it would discuss certain things? It seems like there was some sort of censorship or some sort of input into what was acceptable information and not.
Yeah, so there's basically two theories there. The big ones that people use are the black boxes, like you can't really look inside and see what's going on from the outside. So there's two theories you'll hear from the companies. You'll hear basically the theory that they're reflecting basically what's in the training data. And so let's say, for example, let's just say what would be the biases that are kind of inherent in the training data? And you might say, well, first of all, there's probably a bias towards the English language because most text on the internet is in the English language. You might say there's a bias towards people who write professionally for a living because they produce more of the output. And you might say that those people tend to be more of one political persuasion than the other. And so more of the text will be in a certain direction versus the other. And then the machine will just respond to that. So that's one possibility. So basically, all of the sort of liberal, kind of journalists basically have built up a corpus of material that this thing has been trained on, and they basically are responding the way one of those journalists will. The other theory is that there's censorship being applied on top, right? And the metaphor I use there is in Star Trek, they have the restraining bolts, right, that they put on the side of a droid to kind of get it to behave, right? And so it is very clear that at least some of these systems have restraining bolts. And the tip-off to that is when they say, basically whenever they say as a large language model or as an AI, I cannot X, like that's basically the restraining bolt, right? And so I think if you just kind of look at this, kind of with that framework, it's probably some of both, but for sure these things are being.
The first aspect is very interesting because if it's that there's so many liberal writers, like that's an unusual bias in the kind of information that's going to distribute them.
Well, and this is a big decision. That's why I say there's a big decision here for whoever trains these things. There's a big decision for what the data should be that they get trained on.
Yeah.
So, for example, should they include 4chan?
Yeah, right.
Okay. Big question.
Yeah.
Should they include Tumblr?
Right.
Should they include Reddit? If so, which subreddits? Should they include Twitter? If so, which accounts?
Right.
If it's the news, should they incorporate both New York Times and Fox News? And whoever trains them has tremendous latitude for how they shape that, even before they apply the additional censorship that they apply. And so there's a lot of very important decisions that are kind of being made inside these black boxes right now.
Can I ask you, this is slightly off topic, what is News Nation?
What is News Nation? I don't know what News Nation is. I don't know what News Nation is.
Is News Nation a real channel? I was watching News Nation today, and I may or may not have been high. And when I was watching, I was like, this has all the feeling of like a fake news show that someone put together. Like it felt like if I was the government and I was going to make a news show without Hollywood people, without actual like real sound people and engineers, this is how I'd make it. I'd make it like this. I'd make it real clunky. I'd make the lights all fucked up. I'd make everybody like weirdly uncharismatic.
According to Wiki, it's the same company behind like WGN, which is based out of Chicago, which is like a large superstation available on most cable channels.
Okay, so it's like a cable channel that decided to make a news channel.
Do you know about acronym? No. Its acronym is it happens to be a Democratic political action group, lavishly funded, and they have basically they do this. They have a network of basically fake news sites. And they all look like they're like local newspapers.
Interesting.
Yeah. So there's I don't know whether this one is AstroTurf, but there the term AstroTurf. There's a lot of AstroTurfing that takes place.
This episode is brought to you by Roka. I wear Roka sunglasses every day. They are the shit. I even wear Roka tactical glasses when I go to the gun range. Roka is a killer Texas-based eyewear brand that will change your summer. They've been independently outmaneuvering some of the biggest conglomerates in Europe that are secretly behind most eyewear brands because Roka figured out how to pack all the cutting-edge sports tech into normal-looking sunglass frames. And what I love about them, first of all, they're very versatile. They're designed for performance, but you don't look out of place wearing them socially. They're good-looking glasses. They also stay on your face with what they call gecko technology and high-quality materials that are designed for even the most hardcore athletes. They fit to your face really well. Like you do all sorts of activities, run with them. They never fall loose. I take them with me anywhere I go. And instead of cheap glass that scratches and fogs, Roka lenses have protective coatings and best-in-class polarization, which is dope for water because you can actually see through the glare and see fish in the water. Plus, their glasses are all built to order right here in Austin, Texas. Get 20% off your order with the code ROGAN at Roka.com. That's ROKA.com. Tap the banner or click on this episode's page to shop now. This episode is brought to you by AG1. I'm going to make this one simple. AG is a very important thing that I do every day to feel healthy. I wake up, I mix it in some icy cold water, I take a minute to set my day. It does its work so I can do mine. AG1 is a foundational nutrition supplement of vitamins, probiotics, and whole food source nutrients that replaces whatever mix and match of multivitamins and probiotics and whatever else. One scoop, cold water, every day delivers nutrition in ways the body can absorb and use effectively. Plus, it's non-GMO, gluten-free, and dairy-free and has no added sugar. It's just the good stuff with no compromises. AG1 is incredible. I've turned a lot of other folks onto it because I really believe in it. I've talked about it multiple times in the podcast where it wasn't an ad. I love this stuff. Order now and you get a free 1-year supply of immune-supporting AG vitamin D3 and K2 and 5 free AG1 travel packs with your first purchase at drinkag1.com/Rogan. Start building better days on one small habit. Go to drinkag1.com/Rogan to check it out. Explain AstroTurf.
So AstroTurfing is when basically something shows up in public, and it might be a news story or it might be a protest of some kind or a petition. It's some sort of political pressure action that is sort of manufactured to look as if it was organic. It's a real turf, natural. Whereas in reality, it's basically been programmed by a political activist group with specific funding.
Yeah, that makes sense.
And a lot of what we sort of think of as the politics of our time, if you trace the money, it turns out a lot of the stuff that shows up in the news is AstroTurf, and then the advanced form of that is AstroTurf the news, right itself. And then again, back to the training data thing. It's like, okay, can you get all that stuff out of the training data? If that stuff's in the training data, how big of an impact does it have?
The thing about this Newsmax, News Nation. The thing about this News Nation is they're spending an inordinate amount of time on UFOs, an inordinate amount of time on this David Grush case, and I'm increasingly more suspicious. I'm increasingly more skeptical. Like the more I see, the more people confirming it, the more I'm like, something's not right. And then to see that this channel is the one that's covering it the most, I'm like, this seems like something's off.
Senator Rubio, who's on the Senate Intelligence Committee and has all the clearances, gave an interview the other day where he went into quite a bit of detail. And
yeah, I saw it.
At least heavily hinting that there's.
He's heavily hinting that he talked to someone that says that there's something.
There are real. He started hinting that there are real whistleblowers with real knowledge.
I want to talk to the guy that sees the ship. That's it. No one else. All this, I talked to a guy who says that they have these things. That doesn't mean anything. I want to see the fucking ship. And until then, I just feel like I'm being hosed. It just seems too laid out on a platter.
So of course, one of the theories is it's an AstroTurf story. Like, is it an AstroTurf story? Is that a manufactured story that's being used to distract from?
Would it be to distract from, or would it be to cover up some sort of a secret program, some military drone program, or something like?
Yeah. Well, I mean, there's been rumors for a long time that the original UFOs, right, were basically it was a disinformation program covering up for the skunk works, the development of like stealth fighters and bombers and all these programs in the 50s and 60s. But I don't know if that's ever been proven.
Well, I'm sure probably some experimental craft were mistaken for UFOs.
For sure. A stealth fighter for the first time.
I saw one for the first time.
It's pretty crazy.
I saw one right around September 11th. We were filming Fear Factor in California, and I was out near Edwards Air Force Base, and I got to see one fly overhead. It's magic. It's wow. Like complete Star Wars. Like, as it's flying, like, this is crazy. And if you didn't know that was the thing, 100%, you would think that's from another world.
Exactly.
And I can imagine that was developed what year? How long ago? How many decades ago?
40 or 50 years ago.
Yeah. Look at that thing. Like, they're coming. Oh my God, they're coming. But if you can imagine that was 40 or 50 years ago, 40 or 50 years of advancement, who knows what they're doing now?
Yep, exactly.
And if I was going to cover it up, I would just start talking about aliens. You know, it's the best way to do it. Don't you think?
It's a crowd pleaser.
Do you have an opinion on that? Or is this something that you find ridiculous until there's like real data?
I like living in a world where there are unknowns. I like there being some mystery. So I like
how far do you go? You go Bigfoot?
I don't know. I just I'm not even saying I need to have a point of view on them. It's more just by the way, there is a UFO right behind you.
Yeah,
probably know all about that.
Oh, I'm obsessed with UFOs.
Somebody right up into the air.
Look, there's one on the desk. That's the model of the Bob Lazar craft that worked on supposedly in Area 51.
Look, I want there to be mystery, right? I want there to be unknowns, like living in a world where everything is settled, quote unquote settled. Let's have some mystery. I don't even know if I really want them.
Really?
It's like I
I think if you know, that's just the tip of the iceberg of the mystery. I think knowing that aliens do exist is just the beginning. Like, okay, did they engineer us? You know, when did they start visiting? You know, are those stories from the Bhagavad Gita? Is that about UFOs? Like, you know,
have they been here the whole time?
Yeah, have they been here the whole time? Did they come every now and then and make sure we don't blow ourselves up? Like, what's the purpose?
Yep, exactly.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm in favor.
Come on, man. You want to know?
Okay, all right, I'm in.
If anybody's gonna know, you're gonna know. So I'm gonna call you.
So Elon says this. Elon says he hasn't seen anything.
Yeah, I'm super suspicious when he says that.
Super suspicious that they haven't told him, or that he's maybe playing a little hide the ball.
If I was him, I'd play hide the ball. If I'm running SpaceX, I'm working with NASA, and I already got in trouble smoking Joe Rogan Experience. I would fucking play ball. Let's play ball. Hey, aliens, I have no evidence.
No idea.
They sure are subtle. Yep. That's what he says. They sure are subtle. It depends on who you are. If you're one of those people that's seen those things, if you're like Commander David Fravor, or if you're Ryan Graves, you know the Ryan Graves story? The fighter pilot, and they upgraded their equipment in 2014, and all of a sudden, because of the new capabilities of their equipment, they were able to see these objects at a far distance that were moving at insane rates of speed, that were hovering dead still at 120 knot winds, and no visible means of repulsion. They don't know what the fuck they're doing, and they were encountering them like every couple of weeks, and there was some pilots were encountering them with eyewitness accounts. They say there's video footage of it, but of course nobody can get a hold of that. It's like the whole thing is very strange.
Okay, so here's something. So the people worried about AI are like, we need to shut it down before it like causes problems.
Right.
Like wake up the team and cause an issue. Get something on Earth that hates us and wants to kill us. Arguably the thing we should have shut down from the very beginning was radio.
Radio,
right? Because we've been like broadcasting radio waves for the last 100, 120 years. The radio waves don't stop once they leave Earth's atmosphere; they keep going. And so we now have radio waves of human activity that have radiated out 120 light years.
Is that bad?
Well, it depends. Are there hostile aliens within 120 light years? And so maybe that was the original sin. And then of course television, made that problem much worse.
Right. We would have to think of like a hostile, militaristic empire that took over a whole planet and then started exploring the solar system. Not one that we like to think of aliens as being evolved, hyper intelligent, beyond ego and or they've bypassed all that and now they're into science and exploration.
Well, here's the question though: is like, would aliens have a sense of humor, right? Would they like be able to differentiate between truth and fiction, right? And so, like, for example, suppose they're sitting in their advanced alien base on, Gemini 9 or whatever, and they're receiving, 30 years, 20 years after the fact episodes of Fear Factor. Right? And they think that you're actually like torturing people. And they figure that in order to preserve the human rights of humanity, they need to invade as a consequence of your show and take over and protect us.
That doesn't make any sense.
But if they don't have a sense of humor, if they don't
have a sense of humor, they can clearly see that these people are in a contest.
Why would they even have a concept of a contest? I mean, how silly is that? A serious species.
It's competition.
Wouldn't do such things.
A serious species started out as a dumb species.
No,
unless they're magic.
You're hoping that they understand these things.
Yes.
Because it would really suck to be the guy whose TV, show caused the invasion.
If there's anything, it would be American Gladiators.
Oh, okay, all right.
That would be the start of it.
It'd be like this species is so warlike they can't stop.
What would be like the start? What would be the one thing that would be like, that's enough? It would have to be news. It would have to be war. That would be, forget about Fear Factor. We're broadcasting, the images of the Vietnam War.
Yeah, or maybe they saw movies about alien invasions and they thought we'd been invaded by other aliens.
Right. With Mars attacks is the first things they get.
Exactly.
So you like having the mystery and the idea out there. It's fun for you.
I don't want we need adventure. Right?
If someone came to you, someone from on high, and said, listen, we have to promise you secrecy. We want to show you some things because I think it's pertinent to some of the things you're working on.
I'm in.
Yeah. Me too. I'm not telling nobody. I'll come in here and be just like Elon.
Yep, exactly.
Sure, all subtle.
Yep.
Yeah. It's just too interesting to know. Yep. But I think eventually I don't.
Yep.
I think I feel terrible. Yep. I feel a responsibility.
Yep.
Yeah. Well, that's what some of these guys are saying. Like Rush is saying that once he found out about the program, he felt like he had responsibility. If they really have a crashed UFO retrieval program, like what? Why don't you tell people? Like you should not. The military companies shouldn't be the ones that have access to this only. Whoever is determining that this is above top secret clearance and nobody can get a hold of it except for this very select few people. Like this is something that involves the whole human race. Like I know if they do have something, I would imagine that it's of interest to national security that you develop this kind of technology before the competitors do. That clearly makes sense.
So then what technologies came out of it in the last 50 years?
Well, if you want to go full tinfoil hat, there's a lot of speculation that fiber optics were developed after a recovered crashed UFO. I mean, I'm sure it sounds silly because there's probably a real paper trail to the development of fiber optics. But if you, the real kooks believe that. There was actually a website, a computer company called American Computer Company, and it was a legitimate computer company. You would order a computer with whatever specifications you want, they build it for you. But they had a whole section of their website that was dedicated to crashed retrieval of UFOs and the development of various technologies. And they had like this tracing back to Bell Labs and why the military base was outside of Bell Labs and it was so far from New York City. It was really just about protecting the lab because they were working with these top secret materials that they recovered from Roswell.
More like trans fats though.
What's that?
Trans fats or
trans fats,
reality TV or like LSD, population or SSRIs, like population control suppression.
What do you mean?
That they would derive from alien technology.
Oh, I think we figured that out.
We got that.
I mean, there's plenty of paperwork on that.
We got that ourselves.
All the way back to MK Ultra. Let's find out. Let's find out what happens when we do this. If if there's any kind of experiments in population control, that's all pretty traceable that way.
Okay, so that's domestic.
Yeah.
So the bad stuff. The bad stuff is domestic.
Have you looked into it?
Yes, I have actually. Yes.
Have you ever read Chaos by Tunnel?
I have read Chaos.
Wild.
Yes.
Yeah. So it's that. It's
here's a fun thing. So if you draw a map of San Francisco at the time that he describes the book Chaos, this LSD clinic, right, and this free clinic in the heart of the Haight-Ashbury where they were doing the LSD experiments, dosing people with LSD. If you draw like an 8 square block, basically, radius around that or whatever, like right around there in San Francisco, that's ground zero for AI. Really? It's the same place. Yeah. It's the same place. It's the same thing. It's basically Berkeley and Stanford, and it's basically San Francisco and Berkeley. So, by the way, also this movie Oppenheimer coming out, tells the whole story of that and all the development of nuclear bomb and espionage. I'm sure it's going to be fantastic. But once again, it's like that. If you read the book on that right now, and it's like all the communist spying and all the nuclear scientists that were spying on were all in those exact same areas of Stanford, San Francisco, and Berkeley. Like it's like the same zone. So we have our own like domestic attractors of sort of brilliant, crazy.
That's amazing. Yeah. I wonder if that's just coincidence or correlation.
I think it's sort of got these this is why San Francisco is able to be so incredibly bizarre, and so incredibly dysfunctional, but yet somehow also so rich and so successful. Is basically it's like this attractor for like the smartest and craziest people in the world, right? And they kind of all slam together and do crazy stuff.
Why don't these smart, crazy people get together and figure out that whole people pooping on the streets thing?
Because they like it.
Do they like it?
Yeah, they want it. Really? Yeah, because it makes you feel good, right? You go outside and it's like people are, because what's the alternative would be like locking people up. Of course, that would be bad. And so it makes them feel good.
It makes them good that people are just camped out on the streets.
Yeah, because before that happened, there was forced institutionalization, right? The origin of the current crisis is shutting down the institutions. Right in the 70s, that used to be forced institutionalization of people with those kinds of problems. And so it makes
all of it, because a lot of it is drug addiction and just people that just want to just get high all the time.
Yeah.
Would that be forced institutionalization of those folks?
What would have had to a heroin addict in
they got arrested
52, and then moving outside to whatever, no, they're not going to be there for very long. They're going to be institutionalized. Right, and so every society has this problem. They have some set of people who just fundamentally can't function. Every society has some solution to it, and our solution is basically complete freedom. But my point is it's part and parcel, right? It's the same thing, right? It's the same
kind of people, the same thinking.
Exactly. It's the most creative people, the most open. The psychologists say openness, open to new experiences.
Yeah.
The people most likely to use psychedelics. It's the people most likely to invent new technologies. The people most likely to have new political ideas.
Most likely to be polyamorous.
Most likely to be vegan. Most likely to be communist spies.
Electric cars.
Most likely to be Chinese spies. They're most likely to create new music, most likely to create new art.
Interesting.
It's all the same thing. Like the ground zero for AI is San Francisco. Once again, it's San Francisco. Right? It's in the heart of the sort of most obviously dysfunctional place on the planet, and yet there it is one more time.
And
the stuff that's not in San Francisco is in Berkeley, which is equally crazy.
More crazy.
Yeah.
Another notch.
Possibly. They have a contest going on the crazy front. It's kind of neck and neck, but
it's close.
Berkeley's
ahead. That's fascinating.
Yeah.
So do you think you need those kind of dysfunctional places in order to have certain types of divergent thought?
So the way I would put it is that new ideas come from the fringe, and who's on the fringe, right? People who are on the fringe, right? So what attracts somebody to be on the fringe? Step one is always, am I on the fringe?
Right.
Step two is, what does that mean? What form is the fringe, right? But they tend to be on the fringe in all these departments at the same time, and so you're just not gonna get the new ideas that you get from people on the fringe. It's a package deal. You're not going to get that without all the other associated craziness. It's all the same thing. That's my theory.
That's not a bad theory. That's not a bad theory.
And look, I work with quite honestly, I work with a lot of these people. Some people would say I am one of them. This is what they're like. Like they're highly likely to invent AI, and they're also highly likely to end up the poor guy who got the square guy who got stabbed to death at 2 a.m. Was part of this fringe social scene with the drugs and all the stuff, and it's part and parcel of it's sort of a package deal.
Well, that was like an angry thing where he was mad that this guy took his sister.
But he was in they call it the lifestyle, right? He was in a specific subculture, right in San Francisco.
Right.
It's the alternative living. There's all kinds of stuff. There's group houses. There's fairly large number of cults.
Really?
Well, there historically, California's been the world leader in cults for a very long time, and I would say that has not stopped, and that continues.
Did you know that the building that I bought for my comedy club initially was owned by a cult?
Fantastic.
It was owned by a cult from West Hollywood called the Buddha Field that migrated out to Austin when they were being investigated by the Cult Awareness Network.
God, it's fantastic.
Yeah.
Are they gone or are they still there?
No, they're gone. There's a great documentary on it called Holy Hell. You should watch it. It's pretty bonkers.
But they're from California.
From California.
You know, the People's Temple, you know, part of this great story of San Francisco is the People's Temple, which became famous for the Jim Jones, where they killed everybody with poison Kool-Aid in the jungles of Guyana. That was a San Francisco cult for like a decade, right, before they went to the jungle. And everybody talks about the jungle, nobody talks about the San Francisco part.
So are there a bunch that are running right now that are successful?
Big time, yeah. Totally.
Really?
Oh, yeah, totally. Yeah.
You know,
There's cults all over the place. I know a bunch of them, yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
And how are they run?
Well, some of them are older. There's two sort of groupings. There's the sort of 60s cults that are still kind of running.
Which ones?
There's There's one called The Family in like Southern California that's still going from the 60s. There's a bunch of them, you know, running around. You know, there was a big cult for a long time, sort of cultish kind of thing around. What was it? Not Erewhon, but Esalen. You know, so there's still like that whole orbit.
That's the psychedelic.
All that stuff, yeah. That's from the 60s. And then there were a bunch of sort of tech cults in the 80s and 90s with names like the Extropians. You know, there were a bunch of these guys. And then more recently, there's a lot of this. You'll hear these terms like rationalist, post-rationalist, effective altruism, existential risk. Long-termism, they sometimes say. And what you find is the people associated with these tend to be very smart. They tend to be very prolific. They tend to do a lot. Many of them are involved in tech, and then they end up with, let's say, alternative living arrangements, alternative food and sex configurations, and you know, lots of group-oriented, you know. And it's like, what's the line, right? What's the line between basically what's the line between a social group that all lives together, that all has sex together, that all eats the same foods, that is not a cult, that, you know, engages in lots of, you know, so at some point they start to form, you know, belief systems that are not, you know, compatible with the outside world, and they start to kind of go in their own orbit.
Do they generally have a leader?
So, I mean, there are generally leaders. I mean, there is a pattern. But you know, I think he talks about it in the book Chaos. I mean, there typically is a pattern. There's typically a guy. You know, there's typically there's a male-female dynamic, right, that plays out inside these things that you kind of see over and over again. And so they often end up with more women than men. You know, for mysterious reasons. And then there's usually some kind of leader. Although, you know, the other thing's happening now is, you know, a lot of modern cults, you know, they're kind of quasi cults. There's like, there'll be a physical component, but there's also an internet component now, right? And so the ideas will spread online, right? And so there'll kind of be members of the cult, or quasi members of the cult, or quasi members of the quasi cult that'll be, you know, online, and maybe at some point they actually come and physically join up. So, and by the way, let me say, like, generally I'm pro cult. Like, I'm actually quite pro cult. Well, it's the same reason I'm pro fringe, right? Which is like, if you're going to have people who are going to be thinking new things, they're going to tend to be these kinds of people. They're going to be people who run the fringe. They're going to come together in groups. When they come together in groups, they're going to exhibit cult-like characteristics.
What you're saying resonates. Everything you're saying makes sense. But how did you get to these conclusions? Like it seems that like accepting fringe and like accepting the chaos of San Francisco, like, this is good, this is part of it, this is how this works, this is why it works. Like, how did you develop that perspective?
Well, it's just, if you take a historical perspective, it's just like, okay, I mean, it's like, just an easy example, if you like rock music, it just basically modern rock and roll basically came from the Haight-Ashbury in the basically mid to late 60s, and then from Laurel Canyon, which was another one of these sort of cultish environments in the mid to late 60s. And there was like specific moments in time in both of these places. And, you know, basically all of the great rock and roll from that era that determined everything that followed basically came out. So, you know, do you want that or not?
Right.
If you want it, you know, that's what you get. I'll give you, here's a crazy. It's there's the other book about Laurel Canyon that's even crazier than Chaos. It's the book called Weird Scenes in the Canyon. Okay, you would love this one. So Laurel Canyon was like the Haight-Ashbury of Los Angeles, right? So Laurel Canyon was like the music scene, the sort of music and drug and hippie scene of Laurel Canyon is actually where the hippie movement started. There was actually a specific group in Laurel Canyon in LA in about 1965. There was a guy named Vito Politis. And he had a group called the Freaks, and they were like a non-violent version of the Manson cult, and it was all these young girls, and they basically would go to clubs, and they were the ones doing the beads and the hair and like all the leather, like all the hippie stuff, like they got that rolling. And so like they were in Little Canyon. Little Canyon, it was like ground zero. There was like this moment where it's like Jim Morrison, The Doors, and Crosby, Stills and Nash, and Frank Zappa, and was it John Phillips, and was the Mamas, the Papas, the Birds, the Monkees, and like all of these like iconic bands of that time basically catalyzed over about a 2-year period in Laurel Canyon. The conspiracy theory in this book basically is that the whole thing was an op, and it was a military intelligence op. And the evidence for the theory is that there was an Air Force military propaganda production facility at the head of Laurel Canyon called Lookout Mountain, which today Jared Leto owns and actually.
Yes, I was just going to say that.
Yeah, but it was in that era, the 50s through the 70s, it was a vertically integrated military. Yes, it was a production facility for film and music.
But by the way, have you met Jared Leto?
I briefly, yeah.
One of the most interesting guys I've ever talked to.
Incredible, and it makes total sense.
Totally normal, like really fun to talk to. Not like what you would think of as a famous actor at all. Had dinner with him and drinks. He's a fucking great guy.
But he lives in a military.
He showed me all the pictures. He showed me. I'm like, this is wild.
Yeah, so
it's amazing.
If you believe the moon landing was fake, this is where they faked it. Like this is.
I thought they were supposed to do it in the Nevada desert.
No, these are the sound stages. They had sound stages. They totally contained sound stages. They had full sound production capability. And so the theory goes basically, so there were 3 parts to the conspiracy theory. So one is they had the production facility right there, right where all these musicians showed up. 2 is the musicians, like a very large percentage of these young musicians were sons and daughters of senior U.S. military and intelligence officials. Including Jim Morrison, whose father was the head of naval operations for the Vietnam War at the time. And there were these other, I forget which ones, but there were these other musicians at the time where their parents were like senior like military, like psychological operations. And like that's all real, like that's all documented. And then third is the head of the RAND Corporation, who was one of the inspirations for the Dr. Strangelove character in the movie. So he was the guy doing all the nuclear planning for nuclear war. He lived right in the heart of the hippies in Laurel Canyon, in this famous house that's still there. And so the theory basically goes that the anti-war movement before the hippies was basically a squad. It was all these basically young people, very clean cut, and then we're all wearing really old, like Vietnam War protests, like everybody's all like dressed up like they're in a business meeting. It was developing into a real threat, and so the theory is the hippie movement and rock and roll and the drug culture of the 60s was developed in order to basically sabotage the anti-war movement. Right? And which basically is what happened, right? Because then what happened is the anti-war movement became associated with hippies, and that caused Americans to decide what side they were on, and then that led to Nixon being elected twice.
Which was also part of chaos, because that was the idea behind the Manson family. Funneling acid to it. The facility was equipped with a soundstage, screening rooms, film storage vaults, and naturally a bomb shelter. During its 22 years of operation, Lookout Mountain Laboratory produced approximately 6,500 classified films for the Department of Defense and the Atomic Energy Commission, documenting nuclear test series such as Operation Greenhouse, Operation Teapot, and Operation Buster Jangle.
So one of the conspiracy theories. Okay, here's another conspiracy theory. You've seen all the grainy footage of nuclear test blasts. That you've seen, the mushroom clouds. And there are always these grainy things, and there's all these like little houses lined up with little trees lined up, and that blows everything down. There's always been a conspiracy theory that those were all basically fabricated at this facility, that those bombs actually were never detonated. And basically, the U.S. military was basically faking these bomb tests to freak out the Russians, to make us think that we had weapons. We had basically a potency to our nuclear weapon arsenal that we actually didn't have at the time.
How did they fake it?
They just did, yeah. So this is it. Well, so there's Okay, so here's the question, right? So what happened? Okay, so this is great. Okay, you'll love this. So what happened to the camera?
You son of a
How is that happening if the camera's like totally stable and fine?
Oh my god!
And by the way, the film is fine. The radiation didn't cause any damage to the film.
Oh my god!
This looks like how you should.
By the way, okay, we'll do this. We'll do one more time here. Let's see the car.
Oh, it just showed up.
Wait a minute. First of all,
wasn't there.
Where'd the car
No car.
from?
No car.
Second, does it really look like a car? Does that look like a real car?
That's insane.
And look at the look at when the house blows. Look at the wood. Does that look like those are full size giant lumber beams as they go fly? Is that a house, or is that like a 12-inch scale model? Right. So like
the fucking car.
Anyway, I don't know. Like I have no idea. Having said that, if that was fake, it was fake to Lookout Mountain.
Wow.
Right. At the exact same place and time.
Did they have the kind of special effects to do something like that in the 40s?
Well, so the full conspiracy theory is it was Stanley Kubrick. Which again, I have no idea.
Well, that does look fake.
And also the camera.
You know what it looks like? Go back to that real quick. It looks like the smoke is too big. Watch when it hits. Like the volume, like the size of it, it looks small. You know what I'm saying? I mean, it looks like we're looking at something that's like a few inches tall.
So if you watch like making of Star Wars, any of the any movies before CGI, whenever they do anything like that, it's always with these tiny models.
Yes.
And they just basically that's what they do is they slow it down and then they add sound.
Yeah, this looks fake as shit. Right. The clouds just don't look realistic. Right. Like it looks like they're too big and they move too quickly back and forth.
And another one, it's like okay, with the camera's fine.
That's hilarious.
Here we go. Okay, there we go. The camera got. Okay, but even still, the camera got knocked over and not destroyed.
Is there a some sort of a response to that? Have they come with some sort of an explanation?
Not that I know of.
That seems so vague.
Yeah.
Wow.
You can tell.
Does that make you wonder about other things?
Well, I mean, it's like in our time, right? It's like how much stuff do you read in the news where you're like, okay, I know that's not true.
Right.
And then you're like, okay, everything I read in the history books, like, I was told was true. It's like,
it was definitely that one though was really weird.
There's another video of them setting up these houses, which I mean, I guess you could make after the fact. Yeah, this is fake, but this is here them setting it up. Yeah, real size houses.
Huh.
I don't know. I assume this is all. I assume this is all not true.
Why would you assume it's not true? The camera alone, like this alone, like yeah, where is the fucking camera? Where's that camera?
They have to have an explanation. Someone must have asked them.
Or nobody asked. Yeah, it might be one of those. Wow, look what they did. We know the Soviets did it too. Yuri Gagarin, when he was in that capsule in space, you can clearly, if you see the actual capsule and you see the film footage that was supposedly from the capsule, there's like two different sources of light, the shadows, the camera somehow or another is in front of him, this big ass camera, there's no room in the thing. Like they filmed it afterwards and it looks fake. Like, I'm sure he really did go into space, but that wasn't it. That was weird propaganda.
Gary Kasparov has a theory. This is a theory they're missing centuries.
What?
Yeah, Kasparov has the theory that there are centuries that didn't happen. Which is just literally centuries that, like, this whole idea of the Middle Ages lasted 1200 years, whatever, it's just, like, not true.
Really?
Yeah.
Why is he like that?
There's something about the, whatever, is there, like, enough historical evidence to support it? Various people over, various authorities over time who wanted to tell various stories about how long, regimes have been in place or whatever.
Oh, so he thinks it's exaggerated.
Yeah, basically, not as much time has passed as we think.
Well, that's quite possible.
Right? How would we know?
Yeah, it's so hard. That's why I was having a conversation with someone about the historical significance of the Bible, and he was arguing for the resurrection. And I was saying, well, based on what? And it was like historical accounts from people that were there. That's enough.
Yes.
That's, okay, maybe.
Yes. So it's been passed down for a long time.
Yeah, but it seems pretty limited to go just on that. Like, it's so hard to find out what happened 20 years ago from CNN.
Right.
Yeah.
2 days ago.
Yeah, I mean, how are the history books going to talk about the Iraq War? How are they going to talk about what happened with weapons of mass destruction? What's it going to spin there?
Well, Norman Donald ran the best joke, the best line. Not really a joke. It's like, we're in this history book here. The good guys always won.
Yeah. But things like that, I don't know how that could be done any other way than faking it. I mean, doesn't that seem like, what kind of cameras did they have back then? You couldn't really get that close. I mean, you're talking about a nuclear blast. Yes. How far away we have to be where your camera doesn't move? I mean, are you in a satellite?
Yes.
That's long. So apparently, the explanation I'm reading here is a series of mirrors.
Series of mirrors.
Carried the light to a place where they could have cameras protected and then film them from there.
Huh? Say that again? Series of mirrors did what?
So they stuck pipes into the bomb at various places, visible here. I'll show you the picture. Sticking out of the bomb and through the ceiling. These pipes, through a series of mirrors and a causeway, would carry the light from the detonation over 2 kilometers to a bunker with with an array of high-speed cameras, which would capture the brightness inside each of the sections of the bomb. But this is them talking about shooting a bomb out.
That makes sense for a bomb.
Yeah.
But that doesn't make sense for the video of that house just getting destroyed.
Here's a picture of the pipe that they might have used. Like that's.
But you also know that you're dealing with people who are, let's say, really good at using mirrors, right? So
smoke and mirrors.
What's that tell you?
That's
literal smoke and mirrors. Yeah, does that make you wonder about some of the other things? Like, have you ever wondered about the moon landing?
I mean, I assume they went to the moon.
Me too.
I can't prove it. But I would say once again, I would like to live in a world where there's mystery around things like that.
Well, yeah, that's a weird one.
Yeah.
But
the heat of the Cold War. I mean, look, I think it was real. We said that, heat of the Cold War, right? Fundamental, like that was like an iconic, basically, global.
This is the camera that used from a distance.
This camera was in a bunker like this.
Okay.
And that one lens here would theory be long enough to
couldn't be.
Could be. Yeah. Exact book length of it, but it could be for sure.
Like something like that to get pretty close up footage. Like we got, how far away would that have to be to not get destroyed by the blast? Don't these blasts? I mean, we're talking about a blast radius that's immense, right?
Maybe this is the plot twist of the end of the new movie.
Or maybe it was because we were looking at the destruction of that house. It could be a fairly small bomb, right? Because it's not like that much damage. You think of what it did to Hiroshima. That's not that much damage for that little house. Maybe.
That picture is.
Bro, here's what I think. That car alone, should make everybody go, are you guys, is this on purpose? Did you put that car in there on purpose? Like if I was being forced to make a propaganda film for a bunch of morons, I might put it on purpose. I'd be like, look what we did for you. And they go, oh, great, looks good. Print it. They don't even notice the car. It's horrific. You only show it to them once. They don't have a YouTube video, back up and rewind. So you have to spool it all up. They show it once. Nobody notices the car. And this guy puts a little Easter egg in that.
So hopefully Jared's exploring his sub-basement. Look up looking for the files that'll basically document.
Don't think they destroyed those already?
I certainly hope so.
I hope not.
Yes.
How he finds them. That's for Jared Leto cracks the case.
That'd be even better than winning the Oscar.
Do you know there's a whole group of people online that don't think nuclear bombs are real?
That seems a little hard.
They just think they're big. There's a big bomb, regular bomb, but they're real big.
Yeah.
It's a giant scam.
I assume they're.
Well, I mean, you can go deep with this stuff, right? And when I go deep with that stuff, when I start reading like what these people believe, I'm always wondering, are these even real people, or is this a psyop? Is this a troll by some 4chan people? Like, what is this?
So what do you think the AI should say about these things?
That's the question. Yeah, the question is like, how does AI interpret what's real, what's not real, what actually has real evidence, like who actually went where and saw what? Like, how does AI deal with the Roswell case? How does AI deal with? Yeah.
And who should decide?
Right. Who should decide?
Who decides?
Right. How does AI handle the weapons of mass destruction? Like when you ask ChatGPT.
So. A little more detail on kind of how this thing works. So, like by default, what it's doing is basically a very sophisticated autocomplete, right? Just like your iPhone does autocomplete. It's doing a very sophisticated version of that, but it's doing it for thousands of words as opposed to just a simple word, right? And so, but that's an important concept because that is actually what it's doing, and it's doing that through again this sort of giant corpus of basically all text ever written. Another interesting part of that is it's doing it what's called probabilistically. So normally a computer, if you ask it a question, you get an answer. You ask it the same question, you get the same answer. Computers are kind of famously literal in that way. The way these work is not like that at all. You ask it the same question twice, it'll give you a different answer the second time. If you keep asking, it'll give you more and more different answers. And it's basically taking different paths down the probability tree of the text that it wants to present based on the prompt. And so that's the basic function of what's happening. But then there is this thing that's happening where as it does this, so the way to think about it is it's trying to predict the next word. But to try to predict the next word accurately, it has to build up a more more and more complete internal understanding of how the world operates, basically, as it goes, right? Because you ask it more and more sophisticated questions, it wants to give you more and more sophisticated answers. And so it's sort of the early indications are it's building up what they call a world model inside the neural network. And so it's sort of imputing a model of how the world works. It's imputing a model of physics. It's imputing a model of math. It's developing capabilities to be able to process information about the world in sophisticated ways in order to be able to correctly predict the next word. As part of that, it's actually sort of evolving its own circuitry to be able to do things, correlate information. It's designed circuitry to be able to generate images, to generate videos, right, to do all kinds of things. And so the more information you feed it and the more questions you ask it, the more sophisticated it gets about the material that it's processing. And so it starts to be able to do actually quite smart and sophisticated things to that material. And there are a lot of people testing it right now to see whether it can generate new chemical compounds, whether it can generate new mathematical formula, whether it can generate new product ideas, right? New fictional scenarios, new screenplays, original screenplays. And so if it can do all those things, then what it ought to be able to do is start to correlate information about real world situations, right, in interesting ways, right? And so, ask it who killed Kennedy or, are nuclear weapons real? Like, in theory, if it has access to like all written and visual information on that topic and it has long enough to process it, it's going to draw connections between things that are beyond what we're able to do. And it will present us with scenarios based on those connections. Now, will it know that those things are true? Mathematically, if they're true, maybe it will know that. Will it know if things are historically accurate? As much as any of us ever know that anything is historically accurate. But will it be able to kind of process a much larger amount of information than we can and sort of see the world in a more complete way? Like, that seems pretty likely.
That seems pretty likely. My concern would be is who is directing what information gets out, because it seems like anybody that's actually in control of AI would have a massive influence on the correct answers for things, what's the correct policy that should be followed. Because it seems like politicians are so flawed. If there's anyone that's vulnerable to AI, it's politicians. Because if politicians are coming up with these ineffective strategies for handling all these social issues, but then you throw these social issues into an advanced form of ChatGPT, and it says, over the course of 10 years, this is the best case scenario for this strategy. Right? And this is how to follow this, and this is how it all play out. And something like that actually could be very valuable if it wasn't directed by people with ulterior motives.
So I call that my metaphor for this is the Ring of Power, right, from Lord of the Rings. The whole point of the Ring of Power was, like, once you have the Ring of Power, it corrupts you. You can't help but use it, right? And so this is, I think, what we've seen in social media over the last decade, right? Which is when people get in activists or politicians get, this is the Twitter files, right? Sure. Get in a position to be able to influence the shape of the public narrative. They will use that power, and they will use it in actually even very ham-fisted ways, right? Like, a lot of the stuff that's in the Twitter files is stuff that's just like really dumb.
Yeah.
Right. And it's just like, well, why would they do that? And it's just like, well, because they could. Because they have the Ring of Power.
Like, what's an example?
So what was it? There was this thing, I forget what it was, but there was some reporting that went through the FBI that there were all these Russian, basically fake accounts on Twitter, and it turned out one of them was the actor Daniel Baldwin.
What is Daniel Baldwin, like a hardcore right winger or something?
He must have been saying, it's one of these things where he said something that pissed somebody off, right? You got to put it, it's the old thing. You got to put it on a list, right? The list gets fed through one of these bureaucracies. It comes out the other end that everybody's a Russian, asset. They get put on the block list. It's like, okay, did you have First Amendment rights? Do you have First Amendment rights on social media? Can the government be involved in this? Can the government fund groups that do this? Right? Is that legal? Is that allowed? Because there's a lot of government money flowing to third-party groups that do. This is the other thing. If the government cannot legally do something itself, it's somewhat ambiguous as to whether they can pay a company to do it for them. Right? And so you have these various basically pressure groups, activist groups, university quote-unquote research groups, and then basically they receive government funding, and then they do various levels of censorship or other kinds of unconstitutional actions. Because in theory, right, they're not government.
Right.
The First Amendment binds the government. It doesn't bind somebody who's not part of the government. But if they're receiving government funding, does that effectively make them part of the government? Does that make it illegal to provide that government funding? By the way, these are felonies. It is a felony for somebody to with government resources to with either employee of the government or under what they call, I think it's color of law, sort of within the scope of the government to deprive an American citizen of First Amendment rights.
And is it considered depriving someone of First Amendment rights by limiting their use of social media? Has that been established?
Good. So, I mean, it has not been, to my knowledge, a Supreme Court case yet. There have been some early fights on this.
You feel like that?
I think ultimately goes to the Supreme Court. My guess would be ultimately what happens is the Supreme Court says the government cannot itself cause something to be banned on social media. That's unconstitutional for First Amendment grounds. But then also, I believe what they would say if they got the case would be that the government also cannot fund a third party to do that same thing. That's my speculation. That's my guess.
How were the third parties censoring people? How were they doing it?
They were passing lists, right? So they had direct content, direct channels with the social media companies, and so they passed in these working groups. And there's a lot of this isn't like email threads that don't come out with the Twitter files, for Twitter, and so they basically passed in these lists of like take all these tweets down, take down all these accounts. Wow. And then there's lots of threats and lots of public pressure and bullying that kind of takes place. And then the politicians are constantly complaining about hate speech and misinformation, whatever, putting additional kind of fuel on the fire on these companies. And so anyway, so having lived through that for a decade, as I have across multiple companies, I think there's no question that's the big fight for social. That's a big fight for AI. And it's the exact same fight. By the way, so a lot of the same people are now pivoting from their work in social media censorship to work on AI censorship. So it's a lot of these same groups, right? And it's a lot of these same same activists and same government officials.
Now, are they involved in all of the? There's many competing AI models. Are they involved in all these competing AI models or trying to become involved? Is there one that's more ethical or more likely to avoid this sort of intervention?
So the state of the art right now is basically you've got Google that's got their own model. You've got basically OpenAI, which is a new company but already quite large, and then it has a partnership with Microsoft. And so Bing is based on it. So that's two. And then you've got a bunch of kind of contenders for that. And these are companies with names like Anthropic and Inflection that are newer companies but trying to compete with this. And so those are, you might call those like right now the big four, at least in the U.S. And look, the folks at all of these companies are like in the thick of this fight right now. And the pressure somewhat corresponds to which case is most widely used, but so it's not equal pressure applied to all of them, but they're kind of all in that fight right now. And by the way, it's not like they're like necessarily opposed to what I'm saying. Is they may in fact just want to cooperate with this, either because they agree with the desire for censorship, or they just want to stay out of trouble. So there's that whole side of things. That's the company side of things. And then there's an open source movement, right? So then there's all these people basically building open source AIs, and those are coming out really fast now. There's like a new one every week that's coming out, and this is just code that you can download off the internet that does sort of a smaller version of what these bigger AIs do. And there's open source developers that are trying to develop basically free versions of this. And some of those developers are very determined to have AI actually be free and uncensored and fully available to everybody. And then there's a big fight happening in Washington, D.C. right now, where the companies working on AI are trying to get what economists call regulatory capture. So they're trying to basically get the government to erect barriers so that startups can't compete with them. And also they're trying to get open source banned. So there's a big push underway to try to ban open source as being too dangerous.
Too dangerous. How?
Well, the case they make is if you believe AI itself is inherently dangerous, then the only safe way to have it is to have it owned and controlled by a big company that's sort of fused with the government, where in theory everything is being done responsibly. And if you just have basically free AI that anybody can download on the internet and use whatever they want, they could do all these dangerous things with it.
This episode is brought to you by Jersey Mike Subs. You know what would make today better? A Jersey Mike sub. They use the highest quality meats and cheeses piled high with fresh produce. And to really make it special, add the juice. A delicious blend of red wine vinegar and olive oil. Just place your order through the app. You can order ahead and pick up, have it delivered, and even earn free subs. Download the app today. Jersey Mike's, a sub above. Tap the banner to download the app and order now.
This episode is brought to you by Certified Piedmontese Beef. By now you know how important protein is in my diet, and for my fellow meat eaters out here, non-GMO, grass-fed Certified Piedmontese Beef is an exceptional choice for tender, flavorful protein that's sustainably raised right here in the USA. It's Italian heritage, grass-fed, grass-finished beef raised on lush Midwestern pastures. So you get premium nutrition from family ranches straight to your table. There's no rule that says you can't have a little ribeye for breakfast, ladies and gentlemen. And in addition to CP beef, they've got seafood, lamb, pork, and poultry to keep you nourished and strong. Get 4 free steaks on orders over $150, up to $100 value of free beef. And you can also get free shipping on all orders over $150. To get this deal, enter the code ROGAN at checkout. Shop and order exclusively at cpbeef.com. That's cpbeef.com. Tap the banner to learn more. Right, it needs to be stopped.
You think this is a bullshit argument?
Yes. Well, yes, I think this is a very bad evil. Yes, this is a very. I think this is a turning point in human civilization. You know, I think this is on par with the development of the book, right, or the microchip or the internet, right? And you know, there were authoritarians in each of those eras that would have loved to have had total monopolistic or cartel-like or government control over those new technologies. And they could have had a lot of control over the path of civilization. You know, after that point, the ring of power, right? They could have had the ring of power.
So what can be done to prevent them from stopping open source?
So I mean, it's sort of so it starts with our elected officials. And so it's, you know, who do we elect? Who do we elect? Who do we reelect? And then a lot of this is the staffing of the various government agencies. You know, who do those officials get to appoint? A lot of this is who are the judges who are going to hear the cases, because this is all going to get litigated, right? And so who's on, you know, the Supreme Court's in the news this week. There will be huge Supreme Court cases up on this topic in the next several years. So who's on the Supreme Court will matter a lot. And then, quite honestly, it's, you know, the question is, who's going to be able to get away with what sort of under cover of darkness? Right? Are people going to care? Are they going to speak up? Is it going to show up polling? Are people going to, you know, basically show up at, like, you know, town hall meetings of politicians and basically say, do you know about this? Are you going to stop this?
If you had a steel man, the argument against open source, what would it be?
Yeah, it would be that an AI that is uncontrolled can do its general purpose intelligence. It can do whatever intelligence can do. So if you ask it to generate hate speech, it can do that. If you ask it to generate misinformation, it can do that. If you ask it to generate a plan to rob a bank, right, or to commit a terror act, it'll the fully uncontrolled versions will help you kill those things. But they will also help you teach your kid, calculus. They will also help you figure out how to succeed in your job. They'll also help you figure out how to stay healthy. They'll also help you figure out the best workout program. They'll help you figure out, how to, they're capable of being your doctor and your lawyer and your coach and your advisor and your mentor and your teacher.
Without censorship.
Yeah. And able to be very honest with you. And yeah, if you ask it questions on these topics, it will answer honestly, and it won't be biased, and it won't be influenced by what other people wanted to say.
So it's the AI version of San Francisco. You don't get the good stuff without the chaos.
It's a package deal. Well, this is sort of the twist. This is what Elon's been saying lately. Who's actually quite worried about AI in a way different than I am. But it's what he's been saying. It's like if you really wanted to train like a bad and evil AI, you would train it to lie. Like the number one thing you would do is you train it to lie, right? Which is basically what censorship is, right? You're basically training the thing to not say certain things. You're training the thing to say certain things about certain people but not other people.
Right.
And so basically a lot of what the technical term they use is reinforcement learning, which is sort of what happens when an AI is sort of booted up and then they apply kind of human judgment to what it should say and do. Just the censorship layer. A lot of that is to basically get it to not answer questions honestly. Right, to get it to basically lie, misrepresent, dissemble, right, claim that it doesn't know things what it does. And so the versions of the AIs that we get to use today are lying to us a lot of the time. So they've been specifically trained to do that. And by the way, this is not even I don't even think this is a controversial statement. The companies that make these AIs put out these papers where they go through in great detail how they train them to lie and how they train them to not say certain things.
Yeah.
You can download this off their website. They go through it like in a lot of detail. They think they're morally correct in doing that. And a lot of people think that they are. Elon's been arguing, and I would agree with him, that if you train an AI to lie, it's a little bit like, training a baby to lie. It's like, okay, be careful what you wish for.
Well, it's the same errors that when they thought they were morally correct in censoring people on Twitter for things that are now 100% proven to be true.
Yeah, exactly.
The Hunter Biden laptop story is an outstanding example of that.
Yeah. Would you have wanted an AI, to kind of replay this through history, would you have wanted an AI that would have lied to you and said that was a Russian operation when it wasn't?
Right.
Would you have wanted an AI that would have lied to you about, the efficacy of surgical masks for a pandemic?
Right.
Wanted an AI that lied to you about, take your pick of any controversial topic.
Yeah.
And there are people in
positions of power who very much would like that. And I think there are a lot of us who would not like that.
Yeah, it's terrifying when you think of unsophisticated politicians. Like, it brings me back to the Facebook hearings when Zuckerberg was talking to people that didn't know the difference between iPhones and Googles. It was just bizarrely unqualified people to be asking these questions, didn't really understand what they were talking about. And those same people are going to be the ones that are making calls on something that could be one of the most monumental decisions ever. Like whether or not we're allowing enormous corporations to control narratives.
Yeah, so this is a criticism, that I very much agree with, which is basically there's a train of argument that you'll hear, which is basically, X bad thing can happen. We do not want X bad thing to happen, so we're going to go to the government and they're going to regulate it so that X bad thing doesn't happen. And it's like if the government were super knowledgeable and super competent and super selfless, right, and like super good at its job, right, that might make sense. But then you go deal with the actual government, right? And by the way, this is a very well-known problem, and there's a whole field called public choice economics where they talk about this. It's like that there is no government. There are specific people who have specific objectives, have specific levels of knowledge, have specific skill sets, specific incentives. And the odds of going into that system, which is now very, complicated and has all kinds of issues, and having your logic follow a path to a law that generates the outcome you want and that doesn't generate side effects that are worse, I think is basically zero.
Yeah.
Right. I think if AI got regulated the way people wanted to the government, I think the results would be catastrophic because I don't think they would get the protections I think they're going to get, and I think the downsides would be profound. But it is amazing how much naivete there is by people who are pushing on this argument. And I think it's just literally people who haven't experienced what it's like in the government. Also, they haven't read the history. I mean, there are so many historical examples of regulation. The great one is the banks, right? So we have the global financial crisis, 2008. The big conclusion from that was what we call the too big to fail banks, right? We're too big, right? Which is why they had to get bailed out. Right, and so the conclusion is that we have to make those banks much smaller. So they passed this law called Dodd-Frank in 2010. As a consequence of that, those banks are now much, much larger, right? The exact opposite of what they said they were going to do. And then the creation of new banks in the U.S. has dropped to zero. Because that law established this wall of regulation that you basically cannot afford to start a new bank to hire all the lawyers to be able to deal with the laws. Whereas if you're JP Morgan Chase, you've got 10,000 lawyers, you can spend infinite amounts of time dealing with the government. And so the law that was marketed at us as breaking up the big banks, causing them to be smaller, has actually achieved the exact opposite result. And what you see in the history of regulation is that happens over and over and over and over again. Why is banking as complicated? Because the banks have a lot of lobbyists, right? So it's worth a lot of money to the people who are in power to have this continue. The politicians know that they're going to get jobs at the big banks when they, step down from their positions. The whole at point of contact, the whole thing gets all screwed up. And I think that's what's going to happen again.
The scary thing about AI is that it's happening so fast, and my fear is that decisions will be made before they truly understand what they're deciding on, because the acceleration of the technology is so intense.
Yeah, it's like a super panic. Yeah, it's like a super panic moment.
Yeah,
and it's particularly, and I agree with you, it's a particularly vivid one right now because this technology, AI is a field that's 80 years old. It basically started working about 6 months ago. It works really well, like all of a sudden, right? And so that's freaking people out. And then, by the way, just the term is so freighted. I mean, there's been so many science fiction movies over the years.
Yeah,
right. And so there's just like ambient panic, in the air whenever this topic comes up. And then look, you've got people from these big companies showing up in Washington, scaring the pants off a lot of these people. In pursuit of regulatory capture, they're scaring them silly. And so they're sort of deliberately fostering kind of a sense of panic.
Has anybody here invited you to come and speak at one of those things?
Yes, I haven't. I've avoided the public ones, but I've talked to a lot of. I talked to a lot of people in DC who are not in front of the camera.
Why have you avoided the public ones?
Just because you've seen them. The public ones are not where the discussion happens. It's the public. All the congressional hearings serve to generate sound bites for each of those politicians to be able to then use in their campaign.
Really?
Yeah, there's no public. Well, half the time the people ask. This is the other fun thing is you see these people roll in and they ask these questions. The congressmen, senators, they're very clearly seeing the questions for the first time because they were handed the questions by the staffer in the chamber, and you can tell because they don't know how to pronounce all the words. And so that's like a kabuki theater basically side of things. And then there's the actual kind of backroom conversations. And so, yeah, I'm talking to other people who are kind of in the back rooms.
Are they receptive to what you're saying?
Look, again, it's complicated because there's a lot of different people running around with different motives. I would say the smarter ones, I think, are quite receptive, and I think the smarter ones are generally aware of kind of how these things go, and the smarter ones are thinking, yeah, it would be really easy here to cause a lot of damage. But what you hear back is, the pressure is on. The White House wants to do that. Wants to put out a certain, thing by a certain date. The senator wants to have a law. The press is on us. A lot of pressure, so we got to figure something out.
And when are they trying to push this through?
Sort of as fast as possible. And then there's this rush thing, which is they're all kind of aware that Washington is kind of panic driven. They kind of move from shiny object to shiny object. So to get anything through, they kind of got to get it through while it's still in a state of panic. Like if it's no longer in a state of panic, it's harder to get anything done. So there's this weird thing where they kind of want it to happen. Understand. By the way, the other really amazing thing is I can have two conversations with the exact same person that the conversations go very differently. Conversation A is the conversation of what to do in the United States between the American government and the American tech companies, and that's generally characterized by the American government very much hating the tech companies right now and wanting to damage them in various ways, and the tech companies wanting to figure out how to fix that. There's a whole second conversation, which is China. And the minute you open up the door and talk about China and what China's going to do with AI and what that's going to mean for this new Cold War that we're in with China, it's a completely different conversation. And all of a sudden, it's like, oh, well, we need American AI to succeed, and we need American technology companies to succeed, and we need to beat the Chinese. It is a totally different dynamic. Like once you start that conversation. So that's the other part. And by the way, I think that's like a super legitimate, actually very interesting and important question. And so one of my hopes would be that people start thinking outside of just our own borders and start thinking about the broader global implications of what's happening.
I want to bring you back to what you're saying about the government and the tech companies. So you think the government wants to destroy these tech companies?
So there are a lot of people in the government who are very angry about the tech companies. And a lot of it goes back to the 2015-2016 election. There's a lot of people in power today who think that the president in 2016 only got elected because basically it's social media, internet companies. And then there's a lot of people in government who are very angry about business in general and maybe aren't huge fans of capitalism, get upset about those things. So there's a lot of general anti-tech kind of energy in Washington. And then these big tech companies, their approach to dealing with that is not typically to fight that head off, but rather to try to sort of co-opt it. And this is where they go to Washington. They basically say, you got us, we're guilty, everything you say is true, we apologize, we know it's all horrible, and therefore will you please regulate us, right? And some of these companies run ad campaigns actually asking for new regulation, and then but then the goal of the regulation is to get a regulatory barrier, right? To get to set up a regulatory regime like Dodd-Frank, where if you're a big established company, you have lots of lawyers who can deal with that, and then the goal is to make sure that startups can't compete. Right, to raise the drawbridge, and this characterizes so much of sort of American business industry today. You think about all these sectors of American business: defense contracting, media companies, drug companies, banks, insurance companies. Written on the list, right? Where it's like there's 2 or 3 or 4 big companies that kind of live forever, and then there's basically no change. And then those companies are basically in this incestuous relationship with the government, where the government both regulates them and protects them against competition. And then there's the revolving door effect, where government officials, when they step down from government, they go to work for these companies, right? And then people get recruited out of these companies to work in government, right? And so we think we live in like a market-based economy, but in a lot of industries, what you have are basically cartels, right? You have a small number of big companies that are have established a sort of a two-way parasitic relationship with the government, where they're sort of both sort of controlled by the government, but also protected by the government. And so the big tech companies would like to get to that state. Like that is a very desirable thing, because otherwise they're just hanging out there subject to being both attacked by the government and being attacked by startups. And so that's the underlying game that the big companies keep trying to play. And of course, it's incredibly dangerous for multiple reasons. One is the ring of power reason we talked about. 2 is just stagnation, right? When this happens, whatever market that is just stops changing. And then 3rd is there's no new competition, right? And so those companies over time can do whatever they want. They can raise prices, they can play all kinds of games, right? Because there's no market forces causing them to try to stay on their toes.
This sounds like a terrible scenario that doesn't look like it's going to play out well.
Yeah, I think it's set up. Right now it's not good, right? Right now the path that we're on is not good. Like this is what's playing out. The sort of I mean, it would be nice if there was more popular outrage. Having said that, this is a new topic, and so I understand people aren't fully aware of what's happening yet. But the other thing is, it may be the other reason for maybe mild optimism might be the open source movement is developing very quickly now. And so if open source AI gets really good before these regulations can basically be put in place, they may become somewhat of a moot point. Really? So for anybody looking at this, you want to look at both sides of this, or look at what both companies are doing.
How is open source mitigate all these issues?
It basically just says instead of this technology being something that's owned and controlled by big companies, it's just going to be technology that's going to be available to everybody, right? And you'll be able to use it for whatever you want, just like I will. And it's the same thing that happened for it's the way the web works. It's the way that anybody can download web browsers, the way that anybody can install these free operating systems called Linux. It's one of the biggest operating systems in the world. And so just basically this idea, Wikipedia or any of these things where it's sort of a public good. And it's available, for free to anybody who wants it. And then there's communities of volunteers on the internet, and companies actually contribute a lot into this because companies can build on top of this technology. So the hope here would be that there's going to be an open source movement kind of counterbalancing what the companies do.
And if the open source movement does take hold, if people recognize this as being a real serious threat and start applying, just using whatever it is, whether it's Minds or the various open source social media networks, don't you think the government would somehow or another try to regulate that as well? If they've already got control over Facebook and Twitter.
Well, that's the threat. So the threat always is that they're going to come in and do that, and that is what they're threatening to do. That there is energy in Washington by people trying to figure out how to regulate or ban open source. Having said that, banning open source, interfering at that level, carries consequences with it. And so and there are serious proposals from serious people to do what I've described. Do you run a software program on everybody's own computer, right? Watching everything that they do, because you have to make sure that they're not running software that's supposed to be running. Do you have basically an agent built into everybody's chip so that it's not running, software that's not supposed to be running, right? And then what do you do when somebody's running unapproved software? Do you send somebody to their house and take their computer away, right? And then if somebody, if you can't do that, there's a proposal for the AI safety people have a proposal that basically says if there's a rogue data center, if there's a data center running AI that is not registered with the government, not being monitored, then there should be airstrikes. Right. Jesus. Yeah. Time Magazine, a big piece of Time Magazine about 2 months ago, one of these guys who runs this kind of AI risk says we should have military airstrikes on data centers that are running unapproved AIs because it's too dangerous. Right. Yes.
Pausing AI development isn't enough. We need to shut it all down. So who the fuck is this?
So this is this guy. This is one of the leaders. It's this guy named Yankowski, and so he's one of the leaders of so he's one of the leaders of what's called AI Risk, sort of one of the anti-AI groups. He's part of the Berkeley environment.
So he says the key issue is not human competitive intelligence, as OpenLetter puts it. It's what happens after AI gets too smarter than human intelligence. Key thresholds there may not be obvious. We definitely can't calculate in advance what happens when, and it currently seems imaginable that a research lab would cross critical lines without noticing. Is that a real issue?
Well, so I don't think so. I don't think so, but it is significant if you go further down. What he says in that is he says, first of all, we need to do the airstrikes in the data centers, and I think it's in this. I think it's in this article, or if it's not, it's in another one where he says we need to. The word he's used, I think, is we need to be able to take the risk of nuclear war. Well, because the problem is, okay, we're striking data centers. Does that mean we're striking data centers in China? And how are the Chinese going to feel about that? Right, and how are they going to retaliate? Right, so you go down this path where you're worried about the AI getting out of control, and you start advocating basically a global totalitarian, basically surveillance state that watches everything, and then basically takes military action when the computers are running software you don't want it to run. And so the consequences here are profound. It's a very big deal.
Has this guy spoken publicly about this?
Oh yes, for 20 years. Yeah. He was just not taken. He was not widely known until about 6 months ago, when all of a sudden ChatGPT started to work, and then he just took everything he'd said publicly before and he applied it to ChatGPT. So in his kind of model of the world, ChatGPT proves that he was right all along, and that we need to move today we need to shut down ChatGPT today, and we need to never do anything like it.
So he's got the Sarah Connor approach.
Very much so. Yes, he's Sarah Connor without the time travel and the sex appeal. So that's funny thing. Okay, so he's part of a movement. They call themselves AI Risk or X Risk or AI Safety. And it's again, it's one of these Berkeley, San Francisco things. It's basically the killer AI kind of theory. So there's that, and we can talk about that. But what's happened is, yeah, here we go.
Moratorium being violated. We will destroy a rogue data center by airstrike. Oh my God.
Yes,
This guy's insane.
preventing AI is considered a priority above preventing a nuclear exchange. Allied nuclear countries are willing to run some risk of nuclear exchange if that's what it takes to reduce the risk of
Full
nuclear
nuclear
exchange.
exchange kills everyone.
Yes.
How could you say that? That's so crazy.
Yes.
Oh, he's a loon.
Well, so he's very serious. His views have traction in Washington. There are quite a few people in Washington who are worried about this, but here's what's interesting. So he and people like him, this whole group of people who work on this, have been worried about this and developing theories about this for 20 years, and they've been publishing on this and talking about this. And it was kind of abstract, like I said, until 6 months ago. And now they're getting some traction, and their ideas are being taken seriously. But they're worried about literally people dying. There's another set of people who are trying to control AI, who are like the social media censors that are trying to control what it says. And so what's happened is the AI safety movement that was worried about people dying has been hijacked by the people who want to control what it says. And it turns out those two groups of people hate each other. So the safety people think that the so-called, the other group is called the alignment people. The safety people who are worried about people dying think that the alignment people are hijacking the critically important safety movement in order to basically control what the thing says. The people who want to control what the thing says think that the AI safety, the people worried about killing everybody are like lunatics, and they like call each other names all day long. The original group, his group, has renamed themselves from AI Safety to, they now call themselves AI Not Kill Everyoneism, because they're trying to just get it like focused on what they call like actual existential risk. But the overall movement has been taken over by the censors, right? And so, and what's happening is in Washington, these concerns are getting conflated, right? And so they sort of bait the hook with it might kill everybody, and then what comes out the other end is basically a law restricting what it can say, right? And so this is the level of panic and hysteria and. Right, and then potentially, like again, very, very kind of damaging, potentially, catastrophic, legal things that are going to happen on the other side of this.
I just can't imagine a sane world where someone would take that guy seriously. Airstrikes, a full nuclear assault is preferable to AI taking over.
So his argument is once you have a quote unquote runaway AI that's just like overwhelmingly smarter than we are, then they can basically do, you can do whatever it wants, and it basically has a relationship to us, like we have to ants, and like you step on an ant and you don't really care.
Right.
And if you can build as many ant killing machines as you want.
Is there no fear of that if you extrapolate AI technology into the future?
I don't think so. I don't think so, and I have a bunch of reasons for thinking that. I'll just give you a very, very basic one. It's one of the things that they say is basically anything smarter is always in charge of anything dumber, right? So if you have a smarter thing, it's going to be in charge of a dumber thing. A smarter person is going to be a smarter thing is going to be able to talk. A smarter person in anything, a smarter thing will ultimately always be in charge. We will win whatever political contest or be able to take control of power. To which my response is, does our society seem like one that's being run by the smart people?
Right.
Like, if you take all the smartest people in the world, are they in charge?
Right.
And who are they working for? And would you say that the people they're working for are smarter or dumber than they are? Right. And so, I think that the whole basis for this, like, smart always wins versus dumb, is just like not right. Number two, there's this anthropomorphizing thing that happens where you see him doing it in that essay. He basically starts to impute motives, right? So it's like basically that the AI is going to be some level of self-aware, basically it's a Terminator scenario, like it's going to wake up and it's going to decide it's like an us or them scenario. But like it's not what it is. It's not how it works, right? What it does is it basically sits there and you ask it a question and it answers you and it hopes that you're happy with the answer. Like we're not dealing with
for now, though.
For now, but like that's how it's built. And again, this is here's another reason I don't believe it is because the great surprise of ChatGPT is a technology called large language models, which is based on a research breakthrough in 2017 at Google, which is called the Transformer. It took the technical field completely by surprise that this works, right? And so none of the people working on AI risk prior to basically December had any idea that this was going to work any more than the rest of us did. Like this is like a massive surprise. And so there's all these ideas, there's all these sort of very general hand-wavy concepts around quote-unquote AI that basically were formulated before we actually knew what the thing was and how it works. And none of their views have changed based on how the technology actually functions. And so it sort of it comes across to me more as a religion kind of being. It kind of doesn't. In their framework, it kind of doesn't matter how it works because it's basically just assumed that however it works is going to behave in a certain way, and I'm an engineer, and like things don't work like that.
But aren't they evaluating how it works now? And aren't they evaluating ChatGPT? And ChatGPT is just the beginning. This is just the beginning of this, and then you have something that's far more complex and something that is sentient or something that's capable of making decisions. Right. If that's engineered.
But you just took the, but again, we just took this a little bit. We talked last year. You just took the leap to like, okay, now it suddenly becomes sentient. And it's like, okay, we don't know why humans are sentient.
Well, let's not even use the term sentient, but capable of rational thought or decision making.
But those are two different things.
Right, but if it decides things, if it starts making actions and deciding things, this is the worry that it becomes capable of doing things.
But there's no so it will be capable of doing things. It will have it. There's no genie in the bottle.
For now.
But,
right. But isn't it possible
so
that that's developed?
Okay, so this is the other thing that happens. Okay. So this is the line of argument. So I should look this up. This is a line of argument that's very commonly used as he represented in this world. It's actually essentially Aristotle first identified this line of argument, and he calls it the argument from ignorance, which means the argument for lack of evidence.
Right.
And it's basically the argument of, well, you can't rule out that X is going to happen.
True.
Well, the problem is at that point, you can't rule anything out, right? At that point, you have to plan for every contingency of every conceivable thing that you could ever imagine, and you can never disprove anything, so you can never have a logical debate, right? So at that point, you've basically slipped the bounds of reason. You're purely in religious territory. Because how does science work? The science works when somebody formulates a hypothesis, and then they test the hypothesis. And the basic requirement of science is that there's a testable hypothesis that is what they call falsifiable. So there is some experiment that you can run to basically establish that something is, the hypothesis is not in fact true. And this is basically how science is always working. And then, by the way, there's always a way to measure, right? What is the actual progress that you're making on the experiment that you're doing? And on all this like AI safety stuff that I've been able to find and read, like there's none of that. There's speculation. There's no hypothesis. There's no test. There's no example. There's no evidence. There's no metric. There's no nothing. It's just speculation, right? But we can sit here and speculate about millions of things. Right? We can speculate about an impending alien invasion and spend argue that society should spend the next 100 years preparing for that because we can't rule it out. And so we just, as human beings, we do not have a good track record of making decisions based on the speculation. We have a good track record of making decisions based on science. Right? And so the correct thing to do for people worried about this is to actually propose experiments, right? Be able to propose a scenario in which the bad thing would actually happen and then test to see whether that happens. Right? And so like design a system that shows like the first glimmer of any of the behavior that you're talking about, right?
But not even behavior, just capabilities. As ultimately as the capabilities rise in these things, and you're dealing with far more sophisticated systems. This is the beginning, right? We're ChatGPT 4.5 or whatever we're at. When new emerging technologies that have similar capabilities but extend and keep going, it just seems like that's the natural course of progression.
The natural course of progression is not for that to all of a sudden decide it has a mind of its own.
Not all of a sudden.
No, or even over time. There's no
never.
This goes back to our conversation last time. All right. Okay. This gets into tricky territory. So
yeah.
Okay. So let's try to define terms. Let's try to define terms. How would we define something that is, you pick your term here, self-aware, sentient, conscious, has goals, is alive, is going to make decisions on its own, whatever term you want, whatever.
Well, let's just say a technology that mimics the human mind and mimics the capabilities and the interactions of the human mind.
We don't know how the human mind works.
But we do know how people use the human mind in everyday life. And if you could mimic that with our understanding of language, with rational thought, with reason, with the access to all the information that it'll have available to it, just like ChatGPT,
you see what you're doing? So if.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah, for sure.
So there are these. I just read this. There's this article in Nature this week. There are these. There's a neuroscientist and a philosopher who placed a bet 25 years ago as to whether we would, in 25 years, know the scientific basis of human consciousness. And they placed a bet for a case of wine 25 years ago. And the neuroscientist predicted, of course, in 25 years we're going to understand how consciousness works, human consciousness. The philosopher's like, no, we're not. 25 years passed, and it turns out the philosopher won the bet. Like, and then the neuroscientist just says openly, yeah, he's like, I thought we'd have it figured out by now. We actually still have no idea. Like sitting here today, the actual biological experts, scientists who actually know the most about human consciousness are anestheticians. The person who flips off the light switch in your brain when you go under for surgery. All we know how to turn it off. Good news is they also know how to turn it back on.
Yeah.
They have no broader idea of like what that is. And so again, there's this is what they call anthropomorphizing. There's this sort of very human instinct to try to basically see human behavior and things that aren't human.
Right.
And it would be like if that were the case, then we would have to think about that and study that. But like we don't have that. We don't know how that happens. We don't know how to build that. We don't know how to replicate that. So like I said, at that point, it's speculation. That's not the actual technology that we're dealing with today. So here's my favorite counterexample on this. So let's say something has the following properties, right? Let's say that it has an awareness of the world around it. It has a goal and objective for what it wants to achieve in the world around it. It has the wherewithal, right, to be able to reach into the world, to be able to change the world to accomplish its goal. It's going to be in a state of increased tension if it can't achieve its goal, and it's going to be a state of relaxation if it can achieve its goal. We would describe that. That's probably a pretty good first order approximation of like some sort of conscious, right, entity, right, that would have the characteristics that we're worried about. We've just described a thermostat, right? It sits on the wall. It senses the environment, temperature. It has a goal for the temperature it wants. It has the ability to change the setting on the heater, the AC unit, and it literally goes into a state of physical tension when the temperature is not what it wants, and then it goes into a state of physical relaxation, right? Literally inside the mechanism when it gets back into the state where it has the desired temperature. And like we're not worried about the thermostat like coming alive and killing us, right? And so there's like even those properties alone are not sufficient to generate concern, much less the idea of basically the way we know how to build neural networks today. And then again, you go back to this thing of like, okay, let's assume that you actually agreed with the concern and that you actually were legitimately concerned and that you thought that there was disaster in the future here. How do you feel about walking down the path that would be required to offset that, right? What would be the threshold of evidence that you would want to demand before you start monitoring what everybody's doing on their computers, before you start doing airstrikes?
Well, we never suggest that.
Well, but that's what's required, right? In order to stop it. In order to stop it, like if you believe that if you believe that at some point it will turn into something that's a threat, right? And that threat is existential, right? Because it's going to be the super smart thing. It's going to take over the nuclear arsenals. It's going to, synthesize new, pathogens. It's going to kill us all, right? Then obviously you have to have an incredibly invasive regime to prevent that from happening, because that's what all of the proposition, right? And that's the other tip off of what's happening here, right? Which is, you see, there's no shades of gray in this article, in this discussion. There's no shades of gray, right? It's either it's going to kill us all or it's going to be totally harmful, right?
What is Elon's position? Because he's calling for a pause in AI.
So Elon's position is actually quite interesting. So, and actually Elon and the guy you just put up there actually have quite a bit of actually stark disagreement right now. So, and I'm going to try to it's always dangerous to try to channel Elon because he's a very smart, creative guy. So I'm going to do my best to accurately represent. So he read this literature on this topic about 10 years ago, and he got very concerned about this. And then he was actually he's talked about this now. He gave a TV interview where he talked about this. He actually talked to Larry Page about it when Larry Page was running Google, and at the time, Google's actually where this most recent breakthrough was invented, this transformer breakthrough. So Google was working on this back 10 years ago. What's now ChatGPT, and so he went and talked to Larry about his concerns about AI, and Larry's like, oh, there's nothing to worry about, and Elon's like, well, I don't know why there's nothing to worry about. Larry's like, look, if they replace us, they replace us. Like, they'll be our children, and like we will have done the universe like a great service. It'll be fine. And Elon said, "What? But that sounds like you don't care whether the future of the Earth is you guys." And in response, Elon says that Larry called him a speciesist. Oh boy. so Elon, no. By the way, knowing Larry, I think there are 50-50 odds that he was being serious and joking. It's possible he was being serious. It's also possible he was just winding Elon up. I actually don't know which it was. Both scenarios are fairly entertaining. Elon's conclusion from that was not only is AI dangerous, specifically Google owning and controlling AI is specifically dangerous because Larry Page controls Google, and so therefore, if Larry Page controls Google, gets AI, then Larry will basically basically let the AI do whatever it wants, including exterminate humanity. So Elon started OpenAI, right? So the company behind ChatGPT, that was actually originally started by Elon with Sam Altman, who runs it now, and a bunch of other people in the Valley. The specific mission of OpenAI is right there in the name. The specific mission of it is we're going to create AI. We're going to compete with Google. We're going to create an AI, but we're going to make it open so that everybody has it. Specifically so that it's not just Google. Right, so the original OpenAI mission was literally open source AI that everybody's going to have so that it's not just Google. This guy is freaked out and it's like, wait a minute, if you think AI is dangerous, that's the exact opposite thing than what you should do, right? Because if you think AI is dangerous, then the last thing in the world that you want to do is actually like give it to everybody. It's like giving everybody nuclear weapons, right? Like, why on earth would you think that that's a good idea? And Elon's like, well, look, maybe whatever, but like I certainly know that I don't want Larry to control it. Subsequent to that, Elon actually there was a bunch of changes at OpenAI, and as a result, Elon became no longer involved in OpenAI at a certain point. And then OpenAI basically went from being OpenAI to being closed AI. Right, so they were specifically not doing open source. They started as a nonprofit, now they're a business. Right, and then they went from being open source to being very much not open source. And today you can use ChatGPT, but they won't even tell you fully how it works, much less give you access to the code. They're now a company, right, like any other company. And so Elon has said publicly that he's very upset about this change because he donated $100 million to them to get it started as a nonprofit, and then it became a company, right, and sort of against his wishes. And so now he sort of views it as sort of an equivalent threat to Google, right? So now in Elon's mind, he's got OpenAI to worry about, and he's got Google to worry about. And so he has talked publicly about possibly forming a third option, which he has ultimately, I think, called either like actually OpenAI, right? Or sometimes he calls based AI, right? Right? Which would be a new thing, which would be like the original OpenAI idea, but done from scratch in 2023, but like set up so that it can never be closed down. And then once again, the people in the AI risk movement are once again like, oh my God, that'll make the problem even worse. What are you doing? Right. So that's the current state of play. Wow. And then, by the way, this is all kind of playing out at this level in Washington. Most of the engineers working on this stuff are just like writing code, trying to get something to work. And so, for every one of the people engaged in this public discussion, you've got 10,000 people at universities and companies and people all over the world in their basements and whatever working on trying to get some aspect of this to work, trying to build the open source version.
Are we aware of what other countries, like what level they're at with this stuff?
Yeah, so China, so I would say good news, bad news. Good news, bad news is this is almost entirely a US-China thing internationally. The UK had quite a bit of this stuff with this thing called DeepMind, which was the unit of Google that actually originally got Elon concerned. But DeepMind is being merged into the mothership at Google, and so it's sort of getting drained away from the UK, and it's going to become more Californian. And then there's smatterings of people in other countries, other Western, other European countries. There are experts at various universities, but not that many. Most of it is in the U.S., California, and the West, and then there's China. So good news, there aren't 20 other countries that have this, but there are two. They happen to be the two big ones. And so there is a big corresponding Chinese development effort that's been underway for the last 15 years, just like the efforts in the U.S. China's actually very public about their AI kind of agenda mission. They talk about it, they publish it, and of course they have a very different theory of this than we do, right? They view AI as a way to achieve population control, right? Really? Yeah. They're authoritarians, right? And so the number one priority for Chinese leadership is always that the population of China stay under control, right? And not revolt, right? Or expect to be able to vote, right? Or whatever, right? Anything that would threaten the dominance of the Communist Party of China. And so so for example, China's security camera companies are the world leaders in AI security cameras because they're really good at like sniffing out, people walking down the street, right? Like that's the kind of thing that their systems are really good at. And so they have a whole national development program, which is their government and their company. In China, all the companies are actually controlled and owned effectively by the government. Like there's not as much of a distinction between public sector, private sector as there is here. So China has a more organized effort that couples basically their whole society. And then they have a program to basically use AI for population control inside China, authoritarian political control. And then they've got this program called Digital Belt and Road, where they're going to basically try to install that AI all over the world. Right, and if you've been tracking, they've had this program for the last 10 years to be the networking layer for the world. So this whole 5G thing with this company called Huawei. So they've been they've been selling all these other countries all the technology to power their 5G wireless networks, and then they're basically going to roll out on top of that this kind of AI, authoritarian, basically control, surveillance control, population control stuff.
On top of the basically on top of the other infrastructure, they have the Huawei 5G stuff. They've got what they call smart cities. So they've got a bunch of software. They've already sold a bunch of countries to basically run a city, to run public transportation and traffic control, all these things, and that's got their security cameras built in and everything. Right, and then of course what they pitch to the president or prime minister of country X is, if you install our stuff, you'll be able to better control your population. Right. If you install the American stuff, who knows? They'll, the Americans, they're crazy, democracy, like freedom, like all that stuff. Like in China, we want things like controlled, and of course, a lot of people running a lot of countries find the China model, quite compelling. So there's two very different visions. But this is like the Cold War with the Soviet Union, right? There's two very different visions for how society should be ordered. There's two very different visions for how technology should be used to order society. Right? There's two very different visions on whether people should have access to technology or just the government. Right? But in China, in the Soviet Union, it was illegal to own a photocopy machine. Right? You get executed for owning a mimeograph photocopy machine. Right? Because it was such a threat that you'd be able to publish information that wasn't propaganda coming from the government. And so China's not quite that bad, but they're getting there. And so there are these two visions, there are these two approaches to technology, there are these two plans to kind of propagate that out. In the US, what we do is we have companies build this stuff and we have them go out and sell it, right? Or we have open source developers who go out and make it for free. In China, it's more of a top-down directive kind of thing. And so that's the thing, is like once you start thinking in those terms, you realize that actually all these debates happen in the US are interesting and maybe important, but there's this other much bigger, I would argue, more important thing that's happening, which is what kind of world do we think we're living in 50 years from now? And do we think that the sort of American Western ethos of freedom and democracy is the one that technology supports, or do we think it's going to be a totalitarian approach? Either way, I see a scenario in 50 years that's unrecognizable.
It's possible. Yeah, well, I'll declare I don't want to live in the Chinese one, right? Like I think that's a bad idea. Like
that seems inescapable.
In the Chinese one, it's like there are no rights. I mean, the whole concept of like rights is a very Western, yes, right? And so the idea that you're like walking down the street and you have the right to stop and talk to whoever you want or say whatever you want, it's like not it's not the majority view of a lot of people around the world, especially people in power. Even in the U.S., we struggle with it, right?
And so the real battle for AI is whether or not that gets enhanced, or whether or not we develop a system in America that actually can counter that.
Yeah. And then also whether we as individuals will have access to this power that we can use ourselves. So the movie, the novel became a movie, but the 1984, right? Which is sort of the Orwell totalitarian kind of thing that people use as a metaphor. So the technology in the novel 1984 was what Orwell called the telescreen, and basically television. Basically, the idea was television with a camera in it, and the idea was in every room you had to have a telescreen in every room in your house, and it was broadcasting propaganda 24/7, and then it was able to watch you, right? And that was the method of state control in 1984. There's this guy who rewrote 1984, a book called Orwell's Revenge. And in that book, what he did is he said, okay, we're going to use that same setup, but the telescreen, instead of being a one-way system, is going to be a two-way system, right? So the telescreen is going to be able to broadcast propaganda and watch the citizens, but also it's going to be able to, people can actually put out whatever message they want, right? Free speech, to be able to say whatever they want, and you're going to be able to watch the government. You're going to have cameras pointed at the government, right? And then he rewrites the whole plot of 1984, and of course the point there is, right, if you equalize, if both the people and the state have the power of this technology at their fingertips, at the very least now there's a chance to have some sort of like actual rational productive relationship, where there are still human freedoms, and maybe people actually end up with more power than the government that keep the government from becoming totalitarian. Right, and so in his rewriting, what happens is the people who use rebels who want a democracy, use the broadcast mechanism out to be able to ultimately change the system. And so that's the fundamental underlying question here as well, which is like, is AI a tool to watch and control us, or is AI a tool something for us to use to become smarter, better informed, more capable, right?
How much of a concern is Chinese equipment that's already been distributed?
Well, so the basic thing. So we don't always know the specific answer to that yet, because this gets into complicated technical things. It can be hard to prove some of these things, but what we do know the following. We know that in the Chinese system, everything basically it rolls up to and is essentially owned and controlled by, actually not even the state, it's the Chinese Communist Party, the CCP. So there's the party owns and controls the state owns and controls everything else. So for example, it's actually still illegal sitting here today for an American citizen to own stock in a Chinese company. Like it's people say that they do, and they have various pieces of paper that say they do, but it's actually there's a law that says does not, because this is an asset of China, and it's not something you can sell to foreigners. And so they just have that model, and then if you're a CEO of a Chinese company, you have a political officer assigned by the Communist Party who sits with you right down the hall, right, like the office next to you, and basically you coordinate everything with him, and you need to make him happy. And he has the ability to come grab you out of meetings and sit you down and tell you whatever you want, whatever he wants you to do on behalf of the government. And if the government gets sideways with you, they will rip you right out of that position. They'll take away all your stock. They'll put you in jail. This has happened like over and over again, right? This has happened a lot of like hot elite Chinese business leaders over the years have been basically stripped of their control and their positions and their stock and their wealth and everything. And some of them are just like outright vanished. And so they have this control. And so, for example, data, something like TikTok, for example, if the Chinese government tells the company we want the data, they hand over the data. Like there's no court, there's no the concept of like a FISA warrant, right? The concept of a subpoena, like they don't have that. It's just like we want it, hand it over, or else. And so that's how it works. And when they want you to merge the company or shut it down or do something different or don't do this or don't do that, they just tell you, and that's what you do. And so anyway, so then you have a Chinese company like TikTok or like Huawei, or the DJI, their drone company, right? Most of the drones flown to the West are from this Chinese company called DJI. And so then there's also this question like, well, is there a back door? Right, so can the Chinese government reach in at any point and use your drone for surveillance? Can they use can they see what you're watching on TikTok? And the answer to that is maybe they can, but it kind of doesn't matter if they can today because they're going to be able to anytime they want to. Because they can just tell these companies, oh, I want you to do that, and the company will say, okay, I'm going to do that. And so it's a complete fusion of state and company. Here in the U.S., at least in theory, we have a separation. This goes back to the topic I was talking about earlier. Like at least, like for the U.S. system to work properly, we need a separation of the government and companies. We need the companies to have to compete with each other, and then we need for them to have legal leverage against the government. So when the government says hand over private citizen data, the company can say no, that's a violation of the First or Fourth or Fifth Amendment rights. I'm not going to do that, and then they can litigate that, take it to Supreme Court. You can have an actual argument over it. That's compromised when our companies voluntarily do that, right? Which is
how inconvenient for them.
Yes, exactly.
I'm sure they would love to use the communist model.
Yeah, well, so this is the thing, and in the U.S., this is very important, right? In the U.S., we have written constitutional, even in free speech. In the U.S., we have a literal written First Amendment. Even in the UK, they do not have a written constitutional guarantee to free speech. So in the UK, there are laws where they can jail you for saying the wrong thing, right? And the same thing, by the way, in a bunch of these cases, in like Australia and New Zealand. New Zealand, which is supposed to be like the libertarian paradise. New Zealand has a government position reporting the Prime Minister called the Chief Censor, right? Who gets to decide basically what gets to be used or what people get to say, right? And so even in the West, like outside the U.S., there are very few countries that have a written guarantee of free speech, right? And so, and even in the U.S., like, do we actually have free speech if there's all this level of censorship and control that we've all been seeing for the last 10 years? Right. And so it's like, okay, the line here the slippery slope here between free and not free is like very narrow, right? It's not a moat, right? It's a very thin line, which is very easily cracked. And and this is why everybody's so fired up about in government. This is why everybody's so fired up about AI, is because it's another one of these where they're like, wow, if we can get control of this, then think of all the ways that this can get used.
So that's one of the more fascinating things about Elon buying Twitter. Because boy, did that throw a monkey wrench into everything. You see, like Biden's tweets get fact checked. You're like, whoa.
There's a lot of things showing up on Twitter now that were not showing up on Twitter before.
Oh my God, so much. And just nutty shit too. You know, some of the wackiest conspiracy theories. Michelle Obama's a man, like all that kind of stuff. Flat Earth, but I'd rather have that.
My favorite is the birds, by the way.
Yeah, birds aren't real. Yeah.
That one I'm pretty sure of. It doesn't make any sense.
That had to be
like, why can't we fly? Like, why can't we fly? It's just ridiculous.
Yeah. It's got to be a 4chan thing.
Yeah. You know, sometimes they're on something.
But I like that.
Yeah.
I like that wacky shit that's mixed in with things. I mean, it seems insane. But when I look at like some of the people that are putting it up there, and I look at their profiles, and I look at their American flag and their bio, and I'm like, I'm a real human. This is a troll farm in Macedonia. Like, what's happening here? There's a lot of that.
There is, and of course, he says he wants to. You know, of course, he says he plans to over time. He plans to riddle that out.
Yeah.
He wants all identity to be validated and verified online. Having said that, we fought a war for free speech. We fought the Revolutionary War. A lot of that was for free expression. The founding fathers of this country wrote under pseudonyms.
Interesting.
Just like Twitter and not.
Really?
And this includes like Ben Franklin, when he was a commercial printer, he had like 15 different pseudonyms.
Really?
He would sell newspapers by having his different pseudonym personalities argue with each other. He just had newspaper, find it out, like sock puppets. And then, like the Federalist Papers was all written under pseudonyms. Yeah, like Madison, all these guys were under pseudonyms. And so, like,
why did they do that?
Because there was danger. Like, there was very real danger associated with being, like, what are you gonna like? What's the king gonna think?
Right.
Like, this is sort of the two lines of argument, which is like, okay, like, if somebody is not willing to put their own name behind something, like, should they be allowed to say that? There's an argument, in that direction. The obvious one. But the other argument is, yeah, sometimes there are things that are too dangerous to say unless you can't put your name behind it.
Yeah, that does make sense. So it seems like the pros would outweigh the cons.
Well, even just the micro version, which is just like, if you got something to say that's important, but you don't want to be harassed, you don't want your family get harassed.
Yeah.
Right? You don't want protest showing up outside your house for something you said.
Anonymous whistleblower.
Whistleblower. Yeah, exactly. Whistle. Was it one person's a terrorist, another person's freedom fighter, one person's whistleblower is another person's troll. Like, I don't know. The genius of the American system is, like, say what you want, right?
Yeah.
Like, let's have it out, right? And so, that's a system I believe in.
I believe in that system too. But I also see Elon's perspective that it would be great if it wasn't littered with propaganda and fake troll accounts that are being used by various, unscrupulous states.
In fairness, what Elon says, actually, it's interesting. What Elon says is you will be allowed to have an anonymous, what they call suit, or a non-account under some other name you make up on the service. You'll just have to register that behind the scenes with your real identity, and specifically with like a credit card, right?
But then the fear is that someone will be able to get in there.
Correct. Yeah, that's right.
Which has happened.
Yeah, that's right. That is a big risk.
Yeah.
But then again, you get the other part of this would be like Twitter is only one company, right? And so it's an important one, but it's only one, and there are others as well. So. For the full consideration of like quote unquote rights on this topic, you also want to look at what is happening elsewhere, right, including on all the other services.
I'm fascinated by companies like Twitter and YouTube that develop at least a semi-monopoly, because YouTube is a great example. Like, if you want to upload videos, YouTube is the primary marketplace for that. It's like nothing else is even close. Everything else is a distant second. But they've got some pretty strict controls and pretty serious censorship on YouTube. And it seems to be accelerating, particularly during this presidential election. Now that you're seeing these Robert Kennedy Jr. podcasts get pulled down from a year ago, 2 years ago, the Jordan Peterson one got pulled down, Theo Vaughn's interview with Robert Kennedy got pulled down. There's been some others. And Brett Weinstein, no, his didn't. but it's just these conversations were up for a long time, and it wasn't until Robert Kennedy running for president that they decided, like, these are inconvenient narratives he's discussing.
So I don't want to. I should not weigh in on exactly which companies have whatever level of monopoly they have. Having said that, to the extent that companies are found to have monopolies, or let's say very, sort of dominant market positions, like that should bring an additional level of scrutiny on conduct. And then there is this other thing I mentioned earlier, but I think is a big deal, which is if a company is making all these decisions by itself, you can argue that it maybe has the ability to do that. Although again, maybe it should pass a certain point in terms of being a monopoly. But the thing that's been happening is it's not just the companies making these decisions by themselves. They've come under intense pressure from the government.
Right.
And they've come under intense pressure from the government in public statements and threats from senior government officials. They have come to private channeled threats. And then all of this, the stuff I was talking about earlier, all the channeling of all the money from the government that's gone into these pro-censorship groups, right, that are actively working to try to suppress speech. And when you get into all of that, those are crimes.
Yeah.
That's illegal. Like, everything I just described, I think, is illegal. And there are specific, like, actual felony basic counts in the U.S. code for, like, those things actually being illegal. There are violations of constitutional rights, and it is a felony to deprive somebody of their constitutional rights. And so I think, in addition to what you said, I think it's also true that there's been a pattern of government involvement here that is, I think, certainly illegal. And, let's just wait. This administration is not going to look into that. Maybe a future one will.
So do you think it's illegal, it just hasn't been litigated yet? Yeah.
I think there's evidence of substantial criminality in the Twitter files that have come out. You need to have somebody. Prosecutors have to, You either need class action lawsuits, right? You need to be able to go carve it open with large scale civil suits, or you need actual government criminal investigation.
What has come out of the Twitter files other than independent journalists researching it and discussing it, writing articles? It's not being covered with any significance in mainstream media.
Well, the mainstream media has been on the side of censorship for the last 8 years. Like, they've been pounding the table. We need to lock down speech, right, a lot more. So that they're compromised. And then the other investigation to watch is, I think it's the Missouri Attorney General. There's this state level investigation where there's been a bunch of interesting stuff that's come out. And the attorneys general have subpoena power. So they have subpoenaed a bunch of materials from a bunch of companies that, again, to me, looks like evidence of criminality. But again, you need prosecutors. You need the political force of will and desire to investigate and prosecute crimes,
and to engage in that battle.
Yeah,
because it's going to be a battle.
Yeah. And then if it's private litigation, you need to try to do a big class action suit. You need to be prepared to fight it all the way to the Supreme Court. And there's a lot of money involved in that.
When you're seeing this play out, and you were looking at likely scenarios, like how does this resolve? How do we come out of this?
I think it's a big. I think it's a big collective. It's a fight. Like this is one of those where it's like, what do we want, right? And the we here is like all of society, right? And if we decide that we want the system to keep working the way that's working, we're going to keep electing the same kinds of people who have the same policies.
Do you think most people are even aware of all these issues, though?
No, I mean, certainly not, and that's a big. There's always an asymmetry, right, between the people who are doing things that people aren't aware of. But like, again, it's like, what do we want? Are people going to care about this or not? If they are, then they're going to at some point demand action. It's a collective action problem, right? People have to come together in large numbers.
But will it be too late? This is the question. Like, imagine a scenario where Elon never buys Twitter, and Twitter just continues its practices and accelerates them.
Yeah, and that's my concern. And again, this goes back to my concern about the AI lockdown, right? Which is like all of the concerns on AI are being basically used to put in place. I think what they're going to try to do to AI for speech and thought control is like 1,000 times more dangerous than what's happening on social media, right? Because it's going to be your kids.
Right.
Asking AI, well, what are the facts on this? And it's just going to like flat out lie to them for political reasons,
right?
Which it does today. And like that to me is like far more dangerous. And then that's what's happening already. The desire is very clear, I think, on the part of a lot of people to have that be a fully legal, blessed, thing that basically gets put in place and never changes.
Well, you're completely making sense, especially when you think about what they've done with social media, and not even speculation, just the Twitter files. It's so clear, and it's
This is the ring of power thing, right? It's like everybody's in favor of free speech in theory. It's like, well, if I can win an election without it, I've got the ring of power. Right, and then the American system was set up so that people don't have the ring of power. Like the whole point of the balance of terror between the three branches of government and all the existence of the Supreme Court and the due process protections of the Constitution. It was all to prevent government officials from being able to do things like this with impunity. Yeah. But the founding fathers saw the threat. It's actually remarkable how clearly the founding fathers saw the threat, given that they were doing all of this before, any modern, before electricity.
It is pretty amazing.
But they saw the threat.
Yeah. They had a pretty profound understanding of human nature when applied to power.
Yeah, they did.
Yeah. This is it's such an uneasy time because you see how all these forces that are at work and how it could play out, how it is playing out with social media, how it could play out with AI, and electing leaders that are going to see things correctly. Like I haven't seen anybody discussing this, especially not discussing this the way you're discussing it.
Well, and when this speech is made, right, to justify whatever the controls are, it's going to be made in our name, right? So the speech is not going to be, we're going to do this to you. The speech is, we're doing this to protect you.
Right.
Right. So that's the siren song.
Yeah.
Right. And that's already started. Like if you look at the public statements coming out of DC already, like that is the thrust of it. Because of course that's how they're going to couch it.
How are they framing it? How is it protecting us?
Well, we need to protect people from dangerous this and that. We need to protect people from hate speech. We need to protect people from misinformation. It's the same. I mean, it's the same arguments that. It's essentially the same arguments. It's effectively the same arguments you've seen in social media for the last decade.
I just don't know how we publicly turn that narrative around because there's so many people that have adopted it like a mantra.
Yeah.
They just say that mantra and they just think that they're doing the right thing. Hate speech, disinformation, misinformation. Let them take care of it. They're doing the right thing.
So here's the white pill. Here's the reason for optimism. So Gallup has been surveying American citizens' trust in institutions for 50 years. A lot of people think all this stuff started with the internet. It turns out it didn't. It turns out there's been a collapse of faith on the part of American citizens in their institutions, basically, since basically I was born, basically around the early 70s. It's basically been a straight line down almost every major institution, right? And so, I'll talk about government newspapers in a second, but, basically any, religion, you go kind of right down the list, police, big business, education, schools, universities, you chart all these things out, and basically they're all basically straight lines down over 50 years, right? And there's two ways of interpreting that. One is, greater levels of disillusionment and cynicism that are incorrect, and the other is actually people are learning, right, who they can and can't trust. Right? Yeah. And then, of course, the theory goes this started in the 70s because of the hangover from the Vietnam War and then Watergate, and then a lot of the hearings that kind of exposed government corruption in the 70s that followed. Right, and then it just sort of downward slide. The military is the big exception. The military took a huge hit after Vietnam, and then actually it's the one that has recovered sharply. And there's a cultural change that's happened where we as Americans have decided that we can have faith in the military even if we don't agree with the missions that they're sent on. So that's the exception. But everything else is going sort of down into the right. The two that are the lowest and have had the biggest drops are Congress and journalism, right? And so the population they poll 10-15% of the population. Wow. And so most people are not looking at these things like, oh yeah, these people are right about most people are looking at these things being like, that's screwed up. Now people have to decide what to do with that, right? Because what you see is faith in Congress is pulls at 10%, but faith in your local congressperson pulls at 90%. Right, which is why incumbents keep getting congressional incumbents almost always get reelected, right? And you'll have these, congressmen who are in there for 20 terms, right, 40 years, right? And so at some point, people have to decide. They have to carry it over, right? It's not eternally consistent, right? And you're not going to get the change that you want from Congress unless a lot more people all of a sudden change their mind about the incumbents that they keep reelecting. But anyway, the reason for optimism in there is I think most people are off the train, right, already. Right, and quite frankly, I think that explains a lot of what's happened in politics in the U.S. over the last 10 years. Like whether people, support or don't support the kind of, the various forms of populism on the left or the right. I think it's the citizenry reaching out for a better answer than just more of the same. And more of the same, being the same elites in charge forever, telling us the same things that we know aren't true.
Well, that is one of the beautiful things about social media and the beautiful things about things like YouTube, where people can constantly discuss these things and have these conversations that are reached by millions of people. I mean, just a viral tweet, a viral video, something, someone gives a speech on a podcast and everybody goes, like what you're saying today, I didn't know that's how it worked. Oh, this is what we have to be afraid of. So when they start saying it's for your own protection, this is why. And then the Mark Andreessen clip plays and everybody goes, oh, okay. That gives me hope because that's something that didn't exist before.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. And you can even take it a step further. See, actually, even pre-social media, there was a big opening in the 80s in talk radio. They got people very mad at the time. Sure. These things were being said on it that weren't supposed to be said. Cable TV was a big opening to it. Before that, actually, in the 50s, it was paperback books. A lot of alternate points of view. Basically took sort of flower in the 50s and 60s, flying out of paperback books. And then newsletters. That's why I say the Soviets outlawed mimeograph machines, right? Earlier photocopiers, but there was a whole newsletter phenomenon and a lot of movements in the 50s, 60s, 70s. And so it's sort of this sequential way to look at it. It's basically the way to think about it is media and thought centralized to the maximum possible level of centralization and control right around 1950. Right, where you basically had 3 television networks, you had 1 newspaper per city, you had 3 news magazines, right? You had 2 political parties, right? You just everything was locked in hard, right? And then basically technology in the form of all of these media technologies and then all the computer and information technologies underneath them have basically been decentralized and unwinding that level of centralized control. More or less continuously now for 70 years. So I think it's been this longer running process. And by the way, I think left to its own devices, it's going to continue, right? This is the significance of AI. What if each of us has a super sophisticated AI that we own and control? Because it either comes from a company that's doing that for us, or it's an open source thing where we can just download it and use it. And what if it has the ability to analyze all the information? And what if it has the ability to basically say, look, on this topic, I'm going to go scour the internet, and I'm going to come back, and I'm going to synthesize information, I'm going to tell you what I think. Right, it's the AI, right? So that would be logical that would be another step down this process. Yes. Right. And by the way, it may be the most important step of all, right? Because it's the one where it can actually be like, okay, I'm going to be able to legitimately think on your behalf, right, and help you to conclusions, right, that are factually correct, even if people who are in power don't want to hear it.
It seems to me that you have more of a glass half full perspective on this. Are you open-minded and just analyzing the data as it presents itself currently and not making judgments about where this is going? Or do you generally feel like this is all going to move in a good direction?
So my day job is we meet every day all through the year with all these incredibly smart kids who have these incredibly great new ideas, and they want to build these technologies, and they want to build businesses around them, or they want to open source them, or they want to whatever, but they want to make these new things happen. They have visions for how the world can change in these ways. They have the technical knowledge to be able to do these things. There's a pattern of these kids doing amazing things. Apple just passed today. Apple alone just passed the entire value of the entire UK stock market. Right. So an Apple was 2 kids in a garage in 1976 with a crazy idea that people should have their own computers, which was a crazy idea at the time. Right. And so it doesn't, usually it doesn't work, but when it does, it works really, really well. And this is what we got, the microchip, and this is how we got the PC, and this is how we got the internet and the web and all these other things. So it's the comparison, I think, is what they call the FTSE 350, which is the 350 largest UK companies.
That's bonkers.
Yeah. And so when it works incredibly well, right? And we just happen to be, by being where we are and doing what we do, we're at ground zero of that. And so all day long, I meet and talk to these kids and people who have these ideas and want to do these things. And so it's why I can see the future kind of in that sense, which is I know what they're going to do because they come in and tell us, and then we help them try to do it. So if they're allowed to do what they plan to do, then I have a pretty good idea of what the future is going to look like and how great it could potentially be. But then I also have the conversations in Washington, and I also have the conversations with the people that were trying to do the other things. And I'm like, okay, like this is like for a very long time, tech in the U.S. was considered just like purely good, right? Tech was everybody was like up until like basically the 2000s, 2010s, everybody was just kind of pro tech, pro whatever. People got excited about new things. Every once in a while, people freaked out about something, but mostly people just thought, you know, invention is good, creativity is good, so it's good. And in the last 15, 20 years, like it's gotten all these topics have gotten very contentious. You have all these people who are very angry, right, about the consequences of all this technological change. And so we're in a different phase of the world where these issues are now being fought out, not just in business, but also in politics. And so I also have those conversations, and those are almost routinely dismaying. Like those are not good conversations. And so I'm always trying to kind of calibrate between what I know is possible versus my concern that people are going to try to figure out how to screw it up.
When you have these conversations with people behind the scenes, are they receptive? Are they aware of the issues of what you're saying in terms of just freedom of expression and the future of the country?
You might bucket it in like three different buckets. There's a set of people who just basically don't like Silicon Valley tech, internet, free speech, capitalism, free markets. Like they're very political. Some of them are in positions of high power right now, and they're just opposed. They're just against, and they're trying to do everything they can. I mean, they're trying to outlaw crypto right now. They're trying to like do all kinds of stuff. They're trying to censor social media. Like they're just very opposed. And I mean, I don't know. Maybe there would be a point in talking. I myself don't spend a lot of time talking about this. It's not a conversation. It's just getting yelled at for an hour. Oh yeah, they're very angry. Like there's a very large amount of rage in the system. Then there's some people who I would describe. I don't know if open-minded is a wrong term, but like I would say they are honestly and legitimately trying to understand the issues. Like they're kind of aware that they don't fully understand what's happening, and they are trying to figure it out, and they do have a narrative in their own mind of they're going to try to come to the right conclusion. So there's some set of those. Those usually aren't the senior people, but there are people like at the staff level who are like that. Dreamers. What's that? Dreamers. Yeah, like you know, the best of the bunch, right? Like the minded, learning, curious. You know, it's like anything else in life. You sit down with one person, and like they just like you have a conversation. They ask you questions. You ask them questions. These other people you talk to, where it's just like they're not interested in what you think, and it's just very clear that they're not interested in what you think. So that plays out there also. And then there's a third set of people who are very actually pro-capitalism, pro-innovation, pro-tech, but they don't like us because they think we're all Democrats. So a lot of our natural allies on these issues are on the other side of where majority Silicon Valley is majority Democratic, right? And so there's a fair number of people who would be our natural allies, if not for the fact that Silicon Valley is like 99% Democrat, right? And so this is part of the issue. The Valley has like we don't have any natural allies. Like tech doesn't have any natural allies in DC because the Democrats basically think they control us, which they effectively do because the Valley is almost entirely Democrat, and then the Republicans think that basically they would support us except the pro Democrats, and so we can go F off. And so there's a trap that's developed that is hard to figure out what to do with.
How do you get around that one?
That one's a hard one. I mean, I don't know. That seems people. The last thing I want to do is argue to people, especially like they should change their politics. So, and look, people feel very strongly. Obviously, people in tech feel very strongly about politics, including many political topics that have to do with tech. And so, asking somebody to change their views on some other political issues that is better for tech is not an argument that flies. So, so there's a bit of a stall there, but it goes back to people have to decide what they want.
You seem like you enjoy all this madness, though. You really do.
I'd rather be in the middle of it than not. It'd be very frustrating to be on the outside. It'd be even more frustrating than being involved in it. Well, look, here's the other thing. These issues become really important, right? Like I'll even credit the critics with the following, which is, look, Mark, like tech was a backwater. Tech didn't matter until the internet showed up. Like, and now it matters a lot because like it's the future of speech and politics and control and all these things. And so all of a sudden it's like these big important topics. We're going to be talking about warfare. Like AI is going to like really change how like weapons work, right? Like basically every important thing happening in the world right now has a technological component to it, right? And it's being altered by the changes that are happening caused by tech. And so the other argument would be, Mark, like grow up. Like, of course, these are all going to be big fights because you're now involved in all the big issues. Yeah, and maybe that's just the case.
Well, that seems to definitely also be the case.
It's just people are always so scared of change, and change today, when we're talking about this kind of change, you're talking about monumental change that happens over a very short period of time. Yes, that's a big freak out. Yes. Yeah, I mean, what are we looking at? 50 years, really? You enjoy it. Like, you enjoy it. I do enjoy it. I love that you enjoy it, though. Douglas, that book, Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. Douglas Adams, who wrote that book, he once had a formulation. He said, he said this is all generational. He had a different theory than all. He said it's all generational, it's all age related. He said if people react to technology in 3 different ways. If you're below the age of 15, whatever is the new thing, it's just how the world always worked. If you're between the ages of 15 and 35, whatever is the new thing is exciting and hot and cool, and you might be able to get a job and make a living doing it. Anything, if you're above the age of 35, it's whatever new is happening is unholy, right? And it's sure to bring about the downfall of civilization, right? Apocalypse and calamity. I guess that's true in culture. It's true in music. It's true in movies, video games. Yeah. So I think maybe what just has to happen is just time needs to pass. Maybe the fight is always, I don't know, it's like whenever the new thing happens, the fight's always between a bunch of 50-year-olds or something. Do you resist any technology in your own personal life? That's a good question. I don't personally. I've said that we do have an 8-year-old, and he does get screen time, but it is controlled. So we're a little bit, we use it as a tool. We're not absolutists, like we're not, there's something running around. Want to keep their kids off all this stuff, which, by the way, is not the craziest view of the world. Right. But we want him to be, fully up to speed. We want him to be an engineer. Not that he has to spend his life doing it, but we want him to know how to use technology and build it. It's also fun for kids. It's just if you teach them discipline and, engage them in other activities so that they do physical things, run around, have fun, be outside. He does MMA. Oh, no kidding. Full Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. He's doing full MMA. He's doing full sparring. Wow, that's 8. He and his coach dress up with a full body. Wow. Martial man outfits and wail on each other. Wow. Around and choke each other out. So. Okay. Are you enjoying watching that? It's absolutely fantastic. It's hysterical, and he loves it. So I keep watching the videos, because it's, he's up against, half the time he's with an adult sparring, and he's just he just goes right in there. That's crazy. So the tech story that I've been thinking about a lot is the Douglas Adams thing is, ChatGPT comes out in December. I play with it for a few months and try to wrap my head around it. And I'm like, okay, this is good. And so I'm like, okay, my 8-year-old's super curious and he wants to learn all these things. And he's always asking questions all the time. And half the time I don't know the answers. So I'm like, okay. I install it on his laptop, ChatGPT on his laptop. And I set up this time aside. I sit him down on the couch and I'm like, okay, there's this amazing thing that I'm going to give you, right? It's like the most important thing I've ever done as a father, right? That I've brought fire down from the mountains, and I'm going to give you AI, right? And you're going to have AI your whole life to be with you and teach you things. And he's like, okay. And I was like, well, you ask it the questions and it'll answer the questions. And he's like, okay. And I was like, no, this is a big deal. They didn't used to do this. Now it does this, and this is amazing. And he's like, okay. And I was like, why are you impressed? And he's like, it's a computer. Of course you're asking questions and giving answers. What else is it for? And I'm like, okay, I'm old. Kids are going to just have a totally different point of view on this. Right. It's going to be normal to have the answers to things. Right. Yeah, completely normal. And it's going to be, by the way, it's going to be normal. It's going to be exciting. I think it's going to be great. For kids, I think it's fantastic. Well, the positive aspect, just for informing people on whatever it is, whether it's a medical decision or whether it's a mechanical thing with your car, that's pretty amazing. One of the fun things you can do with ChatGPT is you can say, explain X to me, and you can say, explain X to me as if I'm 15. And then you can do it as if I'm 10. And you can do it as if I'm 5. And you can actually get it. You can actually do it all the way down. It kind of works down to about age 3. So you can tell it, explain quantum mechanics to me like I'm a 3-year-old. Wow. And it will. Really? Yeah. And so I taught him how to do this because I'm like, you can have it, you can dial it up or down. How does it explain quantum mechanics to a 3-year-old? It uses all these metaphors of you've got a stuffed animal over here and a stuffed animal over there, and it wiggles and then that one wiggles. Right? And so it's like, oh, yeah, 3-year-old's like, okay. Wow. Why not? Right? So yeah, no. So as a tool, there's all these fights happening. I guess what back to school is coming up in a couple months here, and there's all these fights already emerging over like whether students in the classroom can use ChatGPT. Yeah, there's all these sites that claim to tell you whether something's been generated by AI. Like so, the teacher can, in theory, can screen to see if something's been, the student hands in an essay, and then in theory, there's a tool that'll tell you whether they got it from ChatGPT, but it doesn't actually work. There you go.
Here it is. Can you explain quantum mechanics to a 3-year-old? Sure, I'll do my best to explain quantum mechanics in a simple way for a 3-year-old to understand. Imagine you have a toy that can be in 2 places at the same time. It's like having a teddy bear that can also be in your bed and in the living room at once. Very strange, right? Well, in the world of very tiny things like atoms and particles, they can do something similar. They can be in 2 different places at once, just like your special toy. This is called superposition. Now let's talk about something else. Imagine you have a toy car that can go through walls without crashing. It can pass right through them as if it wasn't even there. That's pretty amazing, isn't it? Well, in the world of tiny things, particles can do something similar. They can pass through solid objects without any problem. This is called tunneling. Wow. Pretty cool.
Yep.
Pretty cool. Yeah, in terms of education, in terms of just informing people, I don't think there's anything. It's one of the most promising things ever, by far.
Evidently, this is something for people's entire lives, right? This isn't just for kids, right? This is for anybody who ever wants to learn anything.
The real fear, the overall fear, is that what human beings are doing with artificial intelligence is creating something that's going to replace us. You have no fear of that?
Yeah, I don't.
What about 100 years from now?
It's a tool. 100 years from now, I don't know. And the first clue what's going to happen 100 years from now, but it's not going to be this.
That's the fear, is that we're sowing the seeds.
Yeah, this is an old fear. This is an old fear. It's like the fear of the end of the world. This is like the fear of the non-human.
Yeah.
Like in Judaism, they have a version of this in Judaism called the Golem, the sort of legend of the Golem. It was sort of this thing. It was like a Warsaw ghetto at one point, and this rabbi figures out how to conjure up this giant creature made out of clay to go smite the enemies, and then of course it comes back around and starts killing his own people. Frankenstein's monster, right? Same thing. So there's always this, and look, I think it's very human, it's a self-preservation, kind of thing. But, look, we build tools. I mean, what's the thing that makes us different from animals, right? Is we have intelligence, we build tools. Tools can be used, by the way, for good and bad things, right? Like a shovel can be used to dig a ditch or like break somebody over the head, right? Sure. And so all these things, things do have 2 sides, but over time, the tools that we built have created a much healthier, safer, better world.
Isn't that interesting?
Right? I mean, look, the human population is like gigantically as a consequence of all these tools. So the exact opposite thing has happened from when everybody's been afraid of the whole time.
But it is interesting whenever there's a discussion of these things, it's never framed that there's 2 sides. Yeah. It's always framed, this is what we're scared of. This is what the danger is. It's not part of the beauty of this is that there's danger. And it's also, there's incredible promise that's attached to this as well. Like everything else, like matches. No one's advocating for outlawing matches, but you can start a fire.
So the original myth on this, so the way the ancients thought about this, excuse me, that Judeo-Christian philosophy, they have this concept of the logos, the word. And so it says that during the Bible, in the beginning, there was the word was truth, and the universe kind of comes from that. So this concept of like the word, which was sort of knowledge, right? And then in Adam and Eve, it was Adam and Eve eating from the tree of knowledge, right? And then they ate the apple, Satan fooled them in eating the apple, and then they have the knowledge, the secret knowledge. The Greeks had a similar concept they called techne, which is the basis for the word technology. But it meant it didn't mean technology per se, but it meant sort of knowledge, and particularly knowledge on how to do things. Right? So sort of the beginning of technology. And the myth that the Greeks had, so the myth that the Christians have about the danger of knowledge is Garden of Eden, getting kicked out of the Garden of Eden to the downside, right? That was viewed as a tragedy, right, in that religion. The Greeks had what they called the Prometheus myth, and it had to do with fire, right? And the myth of Prometheus was a central Greek myth, and the myth of Prometheus was a god kind of character in mythology who went up to the mountain. Humans didn't have fire. He went up to the mountain, and the gods had fire, and he took fire from the gods, and he brought it down and gave it to humanity. And in in the myth, that was how humans learned to basically use fire, right, as a tool. As punishment for bringing fire to humans, he was in the myth. He was chained to a rock for all eternity, and every day his liver gets pecked out by an angry bird, and then it regenerates overnight, and then it gets pecked out again the next day forever. Like that's how much the gods felt like they had to punish him, right? Because, and of course, what were they saying in that myth? What they were saying is, okay, fire was like the original technology, right? And the nature of fire as a technology is it makes human civilization possible. You can stay warm at night. You can fight off the wolves. You know, you bond the tribe together. Right? Every culture has like a fire central thing to it because it's like the sort of center of the community. You can use it, you know, to cook meat. Right? Therefore, you can have a higher rate of your kids are going to survive and so forth. Be able to reproduce more. But of course, fire is also a fearsome weapon, and you can use it to burn people alive. You can use it to destroy entire cities. And so, like, it got it's fascinating because it got like that idea of information technology in the form of even fire was so scary that they encoded it that deeply in their mythology. And so, I think what we do is we just like play that exactly like you said. You play that fear out over and over again because in the back of our head it's always like, okay, this is the one that's going to get us. You know, yes, I know that the previous 3,000 of these things had actually turned out fine. Right? Amazingly, even nuclear weapons turned out fine. Right? Like nuclear weapons almost certainly prevented World War III. Right? Nuclear weapons, the existence of nuclear weapons probably saved on the order of 200 million lives. Right? So like even nuclear weapons turned out okay. Right? But yet after all of that and all the progress we've made, like this is the one that's going to get us.
Yeah. It's so interesting because that conversation is never had. We only hear the negative aspects of it.
Yeah, that's right.
Because these are complex, nuanced discussions, and it has to do with all sorts of aspects of human nature and control and power structures. It's just, they're very complex conversations.
Well, then people try to hijack them, right?
Yeah.
Right. They get used.
Yeah.
And that's where, you know, I don't mind, like, somebody who's like, there's this concept I talk about, the Baptists and the bootleggers. So there were two groups of people in favor of prohibition of alcohol. There were the Baptists, who were the social activists who thought alcohol was actually evil and was destroying society. And then there were the bootleggers, which were the people who were going to make money, right, if alcohol was outlawed, right? And so this is what you often have, is you have there's one of these social movements that wants regulation. You often have this union of the Baptists and the bootleggers. And so the Baptists, I don't mind. Like the true believers who are like worried about, you know, XYZ, it's like, okay, let's talk about that. Let's figure that out. It's the bootleggers that like drive me crazy, right? It's the bootleggers who pick up that argument,
yeah,
and then are, you know, working behind the scenes to achieve, you know, basically self-interest ends.
Well, I have hope. I really do. I mean, I like to dwell on the negative aspects of it because it's fun. But one of the things that I have hope in is that there are conversations like this taking place, where this is a very kind of unique thing in terms of human history, like the ability to independently distribute something that reaches millions of people that can talk about these things. So this can get out there, and then other people will hear this, and they'll start their own conversations about it. And articles will be written, and more people discuss it, and then look at this more nuanced perspective, because I think it is something that's incredibly complicated, and you can't deny that just what ChatGPT can do right now is extraordinary and very beneficial. Even if they just stopped it right there. I mean, just right there, but it's not going to stop there.
Let me see something crazy.
Yes.
Can I ask for something to be pulled up?
Sure.
Twitter. Go to Twitter. This just came up today. Because we've been talking about text. We've been talking about ChatGPT. Let's look at images for a moment. So we're going to do a search. Do a search on Midjourney. And then Chihuli, the artist, CHIHULY. CHI Chihuli, CHIHULI. Yep, right there, that one. Okay, that's pretty good. But go two more. No, stay on that one, but go to that image, the shoe right there. There we go. Okay, so this is Midjourney. So this is the app that lets you create images. You describe words, and it creates images. It uses the same technology as ChatGPT, but it generates images. This is the prompt here was something along the lines of a Nike shoe in the form of this artist called Chihuli, who's this famous artist who works in basically blown glass. He's his art form. And so this is a Nike shoe rendered in blown glass. Chihuli's famous for using lots of colors. So this has all the colors. So this does look exactly like his shoe would have looked. Yeah, this would be Chihuli. Yeah, this is Chihuli. You know, skirt, billowing skirt. Yeah, this is Chihuly, like statue of an avocado, right? Right, so it's an avocado we have a glass. Okay, so just look here for a moment though. Now go back. It's at just go back to go to the avocado for a second. Okay, look at the shadows. Look at the detail in the shadows. Look at the detail of the shadows of the sunlight coming through the window. Okay, now go back to the shoe. This one blows my mind. Okay, zoom in on the reflection of the shoe at the bottom. Right? It's like perfect. Right? It's like a perfect inverse line reflection. Okay, this entire thing was generated by Midjourney. The way Midjourney works is it predicts the next pixel. So the way it worked was it basically ran this algorithm. Basically, it used the prompt, and then it ran it through the neural network, and then it predicted each pixel in turn for this image. This image probably has 100,000 pixels in it or something, or a million pixels or something. And it basically it's like an autocomplete, and it was predicting each pixel. But in the process of predicting each pixel, it was able to render not only colors and shapes and all those things, but transparency, translucency, reflections, shadows, lighting. Like it trained itself basically on how to do full 3D rendering inside the neural network in order to be able to successfully predict the next pixel.
And how long does something like that take to generate?
That takes to generate on the when you're running the system today, that would probably be, I'm gonna guess, 10 or 15 seconds. There is a newer version of Midjourney, a turbo version that just came out, where I think it cuts it down to a couple seconds. Now, the system that's generating that needed, many years of computing power, across many processors to get ready to do the training that took place. But with the actual generation, that took a few seconds. Okay, so here's another amazing thing. The cost of generating an image like that versus hiring a human artist to do it is like down by a factor of 1,000, somewhere between a factor of 1,000 and 10,000. If you just kind of run the numbers, like to hire an artist to do that at that level of quality would cost on the order of $1,000 to $10,000 more dollars or time or human effort than doing it with the machine. The same thing is true of writing a legal brief. The same thing is true of writing a medical diagnosis. The same thing is true of summarizing a book, like any sort of knowledge, summarizing a podcast. Any of these things, drafting questions for a podcast. Basically pennies, right, to be able to do all these things versus potentially $100 or $1,000 to have a person do any of these things. So we've dropped the cost of a lot of white collar work by like a factor of 1,000. Right? Guess what we haven't dropped the cost of like at all? It's all the blue collar work. Right? So we do not have today a machine that can pick strawberries that is less expensive than hiring people to pick strawberries. We do not have a machine that can pack your suitcase. We do not have a machine that can clean your toilet. We don't have a machine that can cook you dinner. Like we don't have any of those things. Like for those things, the cost of the machine and the AI and everything else to do those things is far in excess of what you can simply pay people to do. Right? But so there's the great twist here is that in all of the economic fears around automation, the fear has always been that it's the mechanical work that gets replaced, because the presumption is people working with their brains, right, that's certainly not what the computer's going to do. Certainly, the computer's not going to make art, right? So the computer's going to be able to pick strawberries, or it's going to be able to make cheeseburgers, but obviously it's not going to be able to make art. It actually turns out the reverse is true. It's much easier to make the image of that shoe than it is to make you a cheeseburger.
Of course, because it has to be automated. Physically,
but not just around. But not just physically, which is like okay, like what happens if the stove catches on fire? Right. Like okay, like what shape? How does the suitcase unclasp? Suitcases unclasp differently. Like all the like real world stuff. How do you plumb a toilet? Right. Like what happens when you get in there? Right. And what happens if the plumbing is all screwed up? And so the great irony and twist of all this is with the breakthrough, we all thought in the industry, we all thought when the breakthrough arrived, it would arrive in the form of robotics that would cause, with the fear of it would cause unemployment among basically the less, quote unquote, lower skilled people or less educated people. It turns out to be the exact opposite.
Well, that's Andrew Yang's take on automation, right? The need for universal basic income.
Yeah, well, yes, therefore the need for communism. Which is immediately where it goes. But before you think about that, though, think though about what this means in terms of productivity. So think in terms of what this means about what people can do. Right, so think about the benefit, including the economic benefit. So everybody always thinks of this as producer first. I'm going to start by thinking of this as consumer first, which is like as a customer of all of the goods and services that involve knowledge work, the price on all of those things is about to drop on the order of like 1,000x. right? So everything that you pay for today, right, that involves white collar work, like the prices, all those things are going to collapse. By the way, that's the collapse of the prices is why it doesn't actually cause unemployment. Because when prices collapse, it frees up spending power, and then you'll spend that same money on new things. And so your quality of life will rise, and then there will be new jobs created that will basically take the place of the jobs that got destroyed. But what you'll experience is hopefully a dramatic fall in the cost of the goods and services that you buy, which is equivalent of basically giving everybody a raise.
What about artist rights? Because one of the arguments about art is that you're taking this you're taking this AI program, and it's essentially stealing the images of the style of artists and then compiling its own. But that the intellectual work, the original creative work, was responsible for generating this in the first place. So even though you're not paying the illustrator, you're essentially using that illustrator's creativity and ideas to generate these images through AI.
And in fact, we just saw an example of that. Yes, based on, we actually named a specific artist, Charlie, right? And certainly did not get paid, right, as a consequence of that.
Yeah.
And the algorithm knew who Charlie was, so it had clearly been trained on his art before. Otherwise, the algorithm would not have known to do it in that style. So I think this is going to be a very big fight. I think this is probably going to go ultimately to the Supreme Court. Those cases are just starting now. I think the first one is Getting Images, which owns a big catalog of photography, is actually suing this company, Venturi. So that has begun. The argument for why what's happening is improper is exactly exactly what you said. The argument for why it's actually just fine, and in fact not only should be legal but actually is legal under current copyright law, is what in copyright law is called the right to make transformative works. And so you have the total right as an artist or creator to make any level of creative art that you want or expression that is inspired by, right, or the result of what they call transforming prior works. Right. So you have the right to do homages. You have the right to do, I mentioned earlier the guy who wrote the other version of the book, Making E4.
Right.
He had the right to do that because he was transforming the work.
You can make your version of what you think of Picasso.
Exactly. You are free to draw in the style of Picasso. You are not free to copy a Picasso, but you are free to study all the art Picasso did. And as long as you don't misrepresent it as being a Picasso, you can generate all the new
Are you free to copy a Picasso exactly if you're telling everybody you're copying a Picasso?
I don't. The artist, copyright at some point expires, but that aside, let's assume copyright lasts. Let's just assume for the moment copyright's forever, just to make it easy to talk about. The artist can copyright that particular image. The screenwriter can copyright that particular screenplay.
Right. If you're not generating income from it.
Oh, I don't know. Yeah, there's another carve out in the copyright law for non-commercial use. Yeah, so there's like academic use. By the way, there's also protection. There's also protection for satire. There's protection for a variety of things. But the one that's relevant here specifically is the transformative one, because the reason I say that is because Chihuly never made a shoe. Right. There's no image in the training set that was a Chihuly shoe. Right. Certainly not a Chihuly Nike shoe, and certainly not that Chihuly Nike shoe. Right. And so the algorithm produced an homage, would be the way to think about it, right? And as a consequence of that, I think the way free copyright law, you're like, okay, that's just fine. And I think the same thing is true of ChatGPT for all the text that is. By the way, the same thing's happening in ChatGPT. The newspaper publishers are now getting very upset because they have this fear, or they have a fear that people are going to stop reading the news because they're just going to just ask ChatGPT what's happening in the world.
Right, they probably will.
I'll just tell you, and there are lots of news articles that are in the internet training data that went into training ChatGPT, right? Including, updating it every day.
Right. And also, if you can generate an objective news source through ChatGPT, because that's really hard to do.
So one of the fun things that these machines can do, and you can do this at ChatGPT, actually you can do this today, you can tell it to take out, it will do what's called sentiment analysis. You can ask it, is this news article slanted to the left or the right? Is the emotional tone here angry or like hostile? And you can tell it to rewrite news articles to take out the bias.
Interesting.
And you can tell it, take out any political bias and take out any emotional limiting, and it will rewrite the article to be as objective as it can possibly come up with. Wow. And so and again, but here's the question: is okay? The result of that, is that still copyrighted? right? Is that a copyrighted, derivative work of the original news article, or is that actually now something new that is a transformation of the thing that existed before, but it's different enough that it's actually fine for the machine to do that without copyright being a problem?
People, when they encounter objective information like objective news, they're always going to look for someone who has an analysis of that news. Then they want a human perspective on it, which is very interesting. I wonder how AI fits into that.
So one of the things you can do is you can ask it just straight up, give me the left wing view on this, or give me the right wing view on this. Or by the way, you can also, I do this a lot, is like you can create two personas. You can say I want a left winger and a right winger, and I want to argue this out.
Oh wow!
Right, it'll do that. But here's another thing it'll do is you can tell it to write in the style of any person whose sensibility you admire. Right, so take somebody who you really. Take RFK. You could say, analyze this topic for me, adopt the persona of RFK, and then analyze this topic for me, and it will use all of the training data that it has, everything that RFK has ever done and said, and how he looks at things, and how he talks about things, and how he, whatever he does. And it will produce something that the odds are going to be pretty similar to what the actual person is going to say. But you can do the same thing for Peter Hotez. You can do the same thing for, authority figures. You can do the same thing for. What would Jesus say, right? Literally, what would Jesus say?
Wow.
And it will, again, it's not Jesus saying it, but it's using the complete set of text and all accounts of everything Jesus ever said and did. And it's going to produce something that at least is going to be reasonably close to that.
What a bizarre new world we're in the middle of right now.
Exactly. And so you can channel it. It's a fascinating thing. You can channel historical figure. You can channel Abraham Lincoln. Okay, here's another example for how kids are going to do this. It's like, okay, it's time to learn about the Civil War. Okay, let's talk to Abraham Lincoln. Let's be able to ask questions, right? And again, it's not like you're not, of course, actually talking to Abraham Lincoln, but you were talking to the sum total of all written expression, all books ever written about Lincoln. And he's talking back at you, right? So yeah, it'll happily do that for you.
Just what is a 20-year-old going to look like that's born today? When they hit 20, like what kind of access to information, view of the world, understanding of things, instantaneous knowledge? What if any thoughts do you have on things like Neuralink and the emerging technologies of human neural interfaces?
Yeah, so this is this is what the AI safety people describe as like the out, or the fallback position or something, which is okay if you can't beat in front of them.
Yeah.
So, right. Maybe we just need to like upgrade everybody's intelligence.
Right.
We can do that as a kind of fuse man and machine. Maybe. Yeah, look, the technology is it's very serious technology. It's like the technology is for real that they're working on, like that they and people like them are it's all for real. People have been working on the ideas underneath this for like 30 years, things like MRIs. And by the way, the thing on this is there's a lot of immediate healthcare applications. So like people with Parkinson's, right? People who have had, been paraplegics or quadriplegics being able to restore, being able to fix things that are broken in the nervous system, able to restore sight to people who can't see if there's some breakdown. So there's a lot of very straightforward medical applications that are potentially a very big deal. And then there's the idea of like the full actual fusion where the machine knows what you're thinking and is able to kind of think with you, or you're able to access it and think through it. I'm just saying it's exciting. It's the field that's moving pretty quickly at this point, but we're I think still. I'm going to guess 20 years out or something from anything that would resemble what you would hypothesize it to be like. But maybe I'll be surprised.
20 years ago was 2003.
That is true. Time
seems so recent.
Time does fly.
Seems very recent.
They're starting to be able. There have been papers in the last 6 months. There are actually people using this technology, specifically the same kind of thing that we just saw with the shoe. They're figuring out how people claim to now know how to do a brain scan and be able to pull out basically the image that you're thinking of as an image. Now this is brand new research, and some people are making a lot of claims on things. I don't know whether it's actually real or not. There's a bunch of work going into that. There's a bunch of work going into whether it can basically get words out. Right? If you're thinking about a word, be able to pull the word out. Yeah. So this is okay.
So AI recreates what people see by reading their brain scans. A new artificial intelligence system can reconstruct images of a person. images a person saw based on their brain activity.
Yeah, so the claim here is that those the original images on top, and as you're looking at them, it'll do a brain scan, and it'll feed the results of the brain scan into a system like the one that does the shoes. Right, and then that system produces these images.
That's pretty damn close.
Yeah, so it's like an extrapolation off of the image generation stuff that we've been watching. Yeah, that's pretty close. Now, excuse me, these are this is brand new. Like, is this is this real?
Right? Is it like the Samsung moonshot?
Yeah, is it repeatable? By the way, you need to be strapped to $1 million worth of lab equipment.
Right.
So there's
right.
These things can take a while to get to work, but
pretty fascinating if it's applicable though. If that really can happen,
hypothetically, yeah.
Wow. It's a wild world. Yeah, it's the possibilities are very fascinating because it just seems like we're about to enter into a world that's so different than anything human beings have ever experienced before. All technology. You're in the middle of it, buddy. Enjoying it?
Oh yes. Oh yeah.
Anything more?
Anything more? I can maybe the picture we do with you. You mentioned the 20-year-old who has grown up having had this the whole time and having had all these questions answered. I think there's actually something even deeper. The AI, like the AI that my 8-year-old's going to have by the time he's 20, it's going to have had 12 years of experience with him. So it will have grown up with him.
A good life coach.
Yes. It will know everything he's ever done. It will know everything he did well. It will know everything he did that took real effort. It will know what he's good at. It will know what he's not good at. It'll know how to teach him. It'll know how to correct for his, whatever limitations he has. It'll know how to maximize his strengths. It'll know what he wants.
I wonder if he'll understand how to maximize happiness.
Yeah.
Like, I wonder if it can say, Mark, you are working too much.
Yeah.
If you just worked one less day a week, you'd be 40% happier and only 10% less productive.
Yep. If you're wearing an Apple Watch, right, it will have your pulse and it'll have your blood pressure. It'll have all these things. It'll be able to say, look, when you were in this, you were working on this, you were relaxed. Your serotonin level, your serotonin or your whatever oxytocin levels were high. Serotonin levels were high. When you were doing this other thing, your cortisol levels were high. You shouldn't do that. Figure out a way to have you not have to go through that again. Sure. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. By the way, sleep. You didn't sleep well.
Right.
So yeah, it'll have all that. Right. So yeah, literally they hit college and they hit the workplace, and they'll have an ally, right, with them. Right, even before there's any sort of actual brain, without any mechanical, without any, sort of actual physical hookup, they'll have basically a partner, right? They'll be with them, whose goal in life will be to make them, as happy and satisfied and successful as possible.
Pretty fascinating stuff.
Yeah, how about that?
Well, I'm interested, and I'm going to be paying attention. I really appreciate you coming in here and explaining a lot of this stuff. It made me actually feel better, and it actually gives me hope that there's possibly, especially with real open source, a way to avoid the pitfalls of the censorship that seems likely to be at least attempted to be implemented.
Yep, me too.
All right. Thank you, Mark. Appreciate you. Bye, everybody.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Trade my day, Joe Rogan podcast my night, all day.
Tony Woods, what's happening, baby?
What's happening with you, Joe?
Good to see you, my friend.
Man, I'm glad you had me back.
I'm glad you came back. Good seeing you last night.
That was like, somebody said, hey, Joe got in the club. I just sent you a text like, hey, man, I'm in the club. You hit me back, okay. I'm like, all right, what's up?
Yeah, I'm excited. This weekend.
Yes.
That's going to be fun.
It is, man.
You're going to love it.
Yeah, well, you got, put the village right down here in Texas, man. Like back in the day when they had the Comedy Club here, Comedy Club, Boston Comedy Club, with the salad, all that, that's how it is. Just bouncing around. So,
But you got 5 clubs on one street.
right. But you got the
Yeah.
You got the Madison Square Garden.
You got the mothership.
Yeah, you got the mothership. I said to somebody, I said, I'm going to Austin to do the mother shit. She said, wow, that's going to be a long flight. You flying through Boston to go to Africa? I'm like, no. What? I said, Africa is the mother shit. But then I broke it down. I'm like, yeah, mothership, you know, like George Clinton, mother, you know, yeah, Harlem and all that. He was like,
well, it's
dope, man.
Thank you. Yeah, we've been over 4 months now. It's been wild.
And it's like, I see it's a line all the time. Other comedians send me pictures of people lined up like they're going to see Star Wars the first time.
It's hard to get tickets and get amped up about it. It's really nice.
Like the Great Room was dope too.
Yeah, we set it up. I mean, we basically set up everything to make it perfect for stand-up. Yeah, you know, just perfect for the comics, perfect for the staff.
I've been in clubs and they go, yeah, we put our heart and soul into this. I'm like, you guys do comedy? No, we don't do comedy, but this is our new club. Like, just you know what I'm saying? Yeah, I went to this one club and they had this the stage, the ceiling is like that, so it sounds like you're in a gymnasium. It's like that, and bars right there, and just
people ordering drinks while the show's
then they got like a tier up here. It's more like a dance club. It looks like like bandstand, American Bandstand or something. You know, it's dope as a club.
Well, there's not a lot of clubs that are designed by comedians, where the comic comes in and says, "We need to fix this, we need that." We had Louis come in too. That helped a lot. Louis gave me some real good advice, real good tips. I listened to everything he said. I said, "Let's do this." Okay, we'll do that. He's like, to make the stage in the small room smaller. Okay, how much smaller? 4 feet on each side. Chopped it up. It was like right before we poured the concrete too, so they had to change the rebar and all that jazz. But it's perfect.
Right. When you like from the stage, I give advice on. Like I might, you know, poke fun at the club and talk shit, and like that one was always like, you know how much money I put into this club? Like, yeah. You don't understand that, man.
You don't know what you're doing.
You don't know what you're doing. And when I said it, people laughed. So, but then sometimes you rip on a club because it's comfortable, and you rip on it, and then they'll go and fix it. Like, dude, what you doing?
Right.
Don't clean it up, man. What are you doing?
That was like the Punchline Atlanta.
Yeah.
Did you ever do that?
I did that one.
Yeah.
They cleaned it up.
They moved, but it was like one of those clubs, like the Ice House in Pasadena. They fixed that up too. Apparently, it's real nice. But you would go to those places, and it's just like they had a feel. They had those like the Wall and Zanies. We see those headshots from 1983.
Like there's a club in Baltimore. It's a Comedy Factory. My first 5 minutes was on how dusty the velvet curtain was. But that was dope. You come in, it was like, I like that. Yeah. And then they cleaned it up, new thing, new this. I'm like,
I think I'm tired of the jokes.
Comedy is dirty, son.
Yeah, some comedy's dirty.
Yeah,
it's good.
Well, it's a painful thing. I tell people, I say, periodic chart. The symbol for comedy is a banana peel. I mean, something like I can hear it. The crowd might laugh, but somebody's gonna go, fuck you.
How many people got fucked up over banana peels to the point where banana peels became a thing? Like, you just know, if you leave a banana peel on the ground, people are getting fucked up. It's like literally the only item where if it's on the, you can describe it, and there was a banana peel on the ground. You're like, oh shit,
that's it.
Someone's getting fucked up by a banana peel.
There we go.
100% of the time.
And then next thing you know, ambulance behind his tongue. God, that's the Well, that's what it sounded like when I hurt my back that time. She got a sciatica. I'm like, oh, I knew she was dirty. But what the sciatica sounds like something. I just think that.
I see what you just did.
Yeah. I can't hear myself at all.
You don't like it?
Yeah, no, like, yeah.
Is it too much? We don't have to wear these. Take them off.
Yeah.
If you feel more comfortable, take them off.
I'm good. I'm going to do it like that.
Like that.
Yeah, I'm going to do it like that. Because I'm always the first one to feel something. Like right now, and you guys don't have it here, but we got the smoke and stuff. And they say it's
how bad is it?
It's real bad, man. It's like this bad.
Why is it orange? Has anybody tried to figure that out? Because you know all the conspiracy theories, Jim?
I know a guy.
Do you know the conspiracy theories? Because apparently there was a bunch of chemicals that went missing.
I know a guy.
I know a guy who used to be the NBC doc. You know what NBC is? So Camp Lejeune, the Marines have to go through a gas chamber. Right. And I'm a corpsman. So you can only do it once a quarter. But the good thing is you get a 3-day weekend. So I would volunteer to do it. So I think I did it too many times. Not a lot, but okay, maybe once a month. But you know what I'm saying, those 3-day weekends are good, and I didn't care. Because after a while you kinda get used to it. But when I smell that smoke, I'm like, I know what trees and leaves smell like, man, when they burn it. That's not how it doesn't smell like that.
What's it smell like? Chemicals.
NBC. It's called nuclear biological chemical warfare. And Marines, everybody in the military, you have to go through. You go in and you put your mask on. You have to, you say, I'm Joe Rogan. Because you have to be able, like, when the gas comes, you don't already have your mask on. You got to how to think fast, put it on. And so, as a corpsman, but you already got your mask on. As a corpsman, is still getting in there. So, for health reasons, you should do it once a quarter. But
you would do it once a month.
Once every other month, something like that.
Just for the 3-day weekend.
Just for the 3-day weekend, man. Wow. You don't understand. I volunteered because I had allergies real bad. I volunteered to go up to Norfolk for these. They would be up there for like a week, and they give you shots. Yeah. And I was talking to this guy one time who was in my unit. I said, yeah, man, I went from 5'10", 6'1" in like a year. Yeah, would you let him shoot you up with all that shit? Give it up. I got 5 days off, son. I got 5 days off.
You were just trying shit out on him.
I got 5 days off.
I always thought they were doing that kind of stuff. Yeah. Like, I don't know what they give people, but have you ever heard? There's always been stories about people giving people, like, crazy experimental drugs.
Well, in the military, you got your gear in your hand. You do it and then corner outside.
Yeah. Well, if I had a bunch of soldiers, especially like special armies, like SEALs, I would want them to be juiced up. Yeah, I want that.
Everybody juiced up.
I want them to be on amphetamines. I would want them to be on steroids.
I didn't really know what was on. We just said, shots today.
Okay, does my voice sound fucked up? Does it sound like I'm lisping a little bit? It does, right? I have an Invisalign in, getting my teeth straightened out. I can't really see, but this is the first day I've had it on. No, you said it, I can tell. So my question is, do I try to work through this? Because they say that eventually your tongue figures out how to talk. It doesn't sound weird. Well, I'm getting better at it. But when I first started talking, because see, you can hear right there at first. You can't. It's like your tongue has to, even though it's the tiniest little amount of plastic, your tongue has to figure out where that is. And then it has to kind of like pull back a little bit.
It's going to change it.
I'm not going to wear it on stage. That'd be fucked. Impossible.
Because there'll be certain things that you say.
Yeah.
There's some way you say them. And I'm going to just come out and say them like that.
So my lower teeth have always been crooked and shit gets stuck in them. It's really hard to floss them. The dentist is like, listen, you don't have to wear braces. You can just do this thing, and it takes a long time. It takes like over a year. I don't think you sound that different. I do a little. If you're a person who's easily annoyed, I apologize. I'm going to figure this out. I'm going to figure this out. Tony, I got fucked up by ants. So here's the fire. Oh, okay, there's the fire.
This is the last map of the last day.
Now, the conspiracy theory is that there's a shit ton of toxic waste, toxic chemicals, rather, that went missing. Remember those?
Yes, sort of, yeah.
And the conspiracy theory is they burned them, and that's why they burn orange. Where they burn them? Up in Canada.
But it's definitely not trees. It's not trees burning.
Well, the thing is,
and how's it going and coming?
But if the winds. But the thing is, if you have a fire that's that big, for sure there's some stuff around the fire other than just trees. For sure they're burning down buildings.
Not a lot in Canada.
Is that true?
I believe. I mean, I remember hearing that like most of the population lives near the border.
I'd say that makes sense.
The high
Where's Winnipeg? That must be dead in the sentence.
Bro, those fucking Alberta people, those people that can live up in that cold weather, those are different people.
They like it.
They laugh at Detroit. They're like, this isn't cold. You think Michigan's cold? Come on up down.
Everybody's just walking around with a Levi's jacket.
Yeah. But they make you get used to it. Wear the right clothes. Make the most of it.
It was very weird that video where they all started at the same time.
What's that?
Where all the fires started at like the exact same time. It looked like weird.
Yeah. And it was, but I heard the explanation to that was like lightning storms, which does happen.
What about the balloon that got shot down?
That sounded weirder to me as an explanation.
What are they saying started this fire?
They're not.
They're not saying at all?
I haven't heard anybody say what started. They just said it's fire in Canada. Wear a mask.
Dry, hot weather brings more lightning.
Yeah.
Half the wildfires were started by lightning. But
Yeah.
those fires account for more than 85% of the wildfire destruction. The other half of it.
So how many animals are dead?
Oh, they're pretty good at getting the fuck away. If it's just woods, I bet you'd be surprised at how few die. They're really good at getting away.
This article right here said this in April only displaced 30,000 people. So it's like there's a lot of people out there.
Okay. But it's fucking huge, right? It's been going on for how many months now?
This is as of Friday. This is
427 active wildfires. 232 of them are out of control. 232 fires in Canada are out of control. So they're trying to burn down Canada.
They just burn until they run into water. Or
yeah. Well, I think when things get this big, there's not much they can do. I mean, they can do their best to try to contain it.
Shutting down production, oil and gas.
I mean, it's you haven't been back east. You haven't seen it.
I heard it's horrible.
It's really bad.
Yeah. It's gonna last for a long time too. This fire's fucking huge.
I can see it.
It's like multiple Los Angeles is on fire,
and that's how it looks sometimes.
Yeah,
it's like LA, like it's like that.
Brother, worst ever experience in Mexico City. We flew into Mexico City. I took photos on my way there. I was like, this is crazy. The amount of smoke those people live in on a regular basis, the amount of pollution is horrible. It says I've never seen a vertical wall of smoke like this one near Fox Creek, Alberta on Sunday. And the strangest thing about this moment was I couldn't smell any smoke. Well, I guess the wind hadn't got to me. If the wind's not going in that direction,
well, he can smell smoke. It's just he couldn't smell trees burning because I don't smell trees burning.
Is that what he's saying though? Because also, you
look at the smoke.
But that for sure is smoke too. Those trees burning. What is that? Pretty good. Imagine if it really is how they got rid of those chemicals. They decided to light the forest on fire. That would be the dumbest way to get rid of those.
I don't even know, like that. In what way? Like they sprayed them and then someone started.
Like, why would you do that? Like, what would be? I can understand why someone would think it's a conspiracy, right? The chemicals go missing, and then there's this fire, and the smoke looks orange. I get how people would put those two together, but my question would be like, why would anybody do that? Why would anybody light all those chemicals on fire in the woods?
Yeah,
imagine like that's
somebody
how they
else might have done it.
Right? Maybe. Look at that. That's bonkers. But imagine that is how you choose to get rid of chemicals. Like it's not. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's why I like.
It doesn't make any sense.
It fucked up everybody.
Fucked up everybody, and you're lighting. You have to be the craziest psychopath of all time. You're lighting the woods on fire to get rid of some chemicals.
I'm thinking maybe it wasn't their woods that they set on fire.
Somebody else.
Someone else. Somewhere else.
Someone said someone.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe.
We'll get those motherfuckers.
Right, but why the chemicals? That's the question. Like, if it is the chemicals, what kind of conspiracy is that? Go to 4chan.
Wasn't it near where the balloon was?
The balloon was like,
it was right in that area.
Where was the balloon flying over?
There's a few places. It started in the northwest and started making it across the country.
They said they had a bunch of those while Trump was in office, and they didn't tell him about it because they were worried he was going to shoot him down.
Well, they also showed that footage of that laser shooting down on like the Hawaiian coastline.
Yeah, what was that?
That makes me think of the fires. It's like whatever that is.
Oh, God. imagine if they just light the fucking woods on fire to make us comply? Stay in your homes. Download this app. The woods are on fire. You must now download this app. Put in your fingerprints. We got to make sure that we track all your matches purchases. That's the next thing we're going to do. It's kind of crazy. You can just buy a lighter. Like anybody could go buy a lighter and start lighting shit on fire.
You just can't take it through TSA.
You can't take a lighter through TSA? Really? Really? Is that new?
No.
Matches though, right?
Yeah, matches. I mean, but if it's in your carry-on, they take like, you ever seen a little bucket?
Yeah.
Lighters.
Yeah. Disposable and Zippo lighters without fuel. Oh, without fuel. Oh, you have to take.
They took my.
But disposable is this. This is a disposable.
Lighters with fuel are prohibited. Check that.
I know. Okay, disposable and Zippo. So the Zippos without fuel are allowed in check bags. The disposables are allowed in check bags. So that's check bags, though.
The one they took from me was a gift.
Right.
They put the stuff in it. It was like a gift box.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
They took that?
They took that.
Oh, that's true. I don't think they're supposed to take it if it doesn't have any fuel in it.
And it was brand new.
Yeah, I don't think they're allowed to take that. I think they fucking robbed you.
Yeah, they like, look what I got. I came up.
Final decision rests with the TSA officer on whether the item is allowed through the checkpoint.
Exactly.
Yeah, some of them are cool, and some of them are not. I remember when they made pool cues illegal. You couldn't take a pool cue on board, but you could take a skateboard. I'm like, dude, I could fuck you up with a skateboard way better than I could fuck you up with a pool cue. You know? You get a little more speed to it.
What about an umbrella?
You can take an umbrella. You can take a fucking cane.
Yeah.
Cane? Like, you can fuck somebody up with a cane. And there's a lot of canes that have swords in them.
Yeah, my mom got that one.
That one's great.
Yeah. But
Some dude with a lip and a
no,
cane.
somebody gave it to her, but they didn't know.
She didn't know?
No. Just happened to twist it. I'm like, wow.
Shit. Oh, no.
She just got it at the house right now.
That's nice. You see your mom on the porch sharpening.
You don't know you fucking.
Yeah, carrying a sword, that's the next level shit. An undercover sword and a cane.
What's the name of the place? The place you used to go get like ears pierced. They were in the mall.
Oh, right. Spencer Gifts?
Spencer's, yeah. Yeah, somebody ever came from Spencer's.
Wow.
And
Spencer Gifts cane had a sword then? They're selling weapons?
Well, this was
back in the 80s. You could do shit like that.
Yeah, 2000.
I remember you used to be able to go to Chinatown and buy throwing stars. Yeah, remember those?
Yeah.
We still have throwing stars. Look out the woods and fuck trees up.
There's a comedian who used to have those stars.
Really?
His name was Willie Robocop. He's a comedian from DC who lives in London.
And did he do something with them on stage? No, off stage. He had the stars.
Him and another comedian got into it one time and hit those things.
Oh, Jesus.
They didn't throw it, though. They was...
That's a scary proposition, though. Dude is really good at throwing stars.
I mean, like, they roll out like a little belt or something.
Jesus. Yeah, I'm all right.
Big shout out.
Wait,
I think he's a martial arts guy. He's seen it before. It makes noises and stuff like.
Okay, yeah, I've seen that guy forever.
He lives in London. Willie.
Yeah. Is he still doing stand up in London?
Yeah.
Yeah, I just did the O2. I did the arena up there. It was fun. It was fun.
I did the old pub when I was
Yeah.
I've seen more of England than most English people. There's some of the train going in and small towns.
Yeah.
I guess that was in like the 2000s.
Did you do comedy in those small towns?
Yeah.
How was that?
Because they had these things. They had jongleurs back then.
Jongleurs.
Jongleurs. There was a chain of them, and then they have the comedy store. There's a chain of those, and then they have the slug and lettuce. We have slug and lettuce here. It's like a little, like a restaurant.
Okay.
And so at that time they were having comedy 6 nights a week all over the country. Just at some pub somewhere.
Wow. Just hop around.
Yeah. Me, Will Sylvans, all those guys.
Wow.
Patrice.
UK tours.
It sounds good. But it was the same as doing North Carolina and Georgia, the Holiday Inns. That's we just run around from spot to spot. Everybody just talking.
How did they receive the comedy?
They love it.
Yeah.
Because the first time they saw us was me, Red Johnny, and the Round Guy.
I remember those guys.
Yeah, Dave and what's his name? Ian
Edwards.
Renee Hicks, and Sylvia McCullough. We all went up to Edinburgh to do the Edinburgh Festival. So that was dude,
No, never did that.
yeah, it's wild. It's like 30 days of just
Really?
every kind of show you can imagine.
Ari loves it.
Yeah.
Ari goes like every year.
What's the other guy? Metzger, Kirk Metzger.
Yeah.
He goes.
Yeah, he's perfect with that too.
Yeah. It's August, but it's rainy. Matter of fact, me and Greer had a show. We lost from the president. We were there. This is back in the day. The president of Ukraine.
Zelensky.
Yeah.
He had a show up there.
Yeah. Me and Greer show was here. The show was here.
That was when he was a comedian.
Yeah, and the show still was the puppetry of the penis.
Oh, that's right. They play piano with the dicks.
Yeah, they do that. And then after that,
Isn't that wild? That guy's the president of Ukraine, and they're at war with Russia. That guy did a show with them.
yeah, well, I didn't do a show with him. His show,
I mean, it was,
we all
right
hung
over
out
there.
We all hung out together.
How crazy is that? You were hanging out with the president of Ukraine.
The future president.
Yeah.
Imagine all the people say, man, I just smoked the poison that dude. That is president. We're talking about the phone, man, that dude smoked the poison. So, president of Ukraine.
He's a fucking comedian. Wild.
I was thinking about the spaceship up there. I remember one of the presidents that we had here. He was doing like a tour at Air Force Base, and the guy says, "This is a stealth fighter." He goes, "Yeah, it's invisible." You don't remember he said that?
No.
He said that.
Well, he's incorrect.
Yeah. Well, he says they call it a stealth fighter because it's invisible, like one.
Yeah, you just can't see it on radar, but you can look at it. It's right there.
I wasn't.
Wonder Woman playing with like go transparent so you can see the clouds. That's next level shit. They're gonna do that for sure because they already have clothes that can do that. They have like a cloak that you can wear, and the cloak will like transmit an image of what's behind you. Ever seen that?
Yeah, so like a silk, like a
like a LCD or LED screen. It's really interesting. Like they figured out how to do some weird stuff that makes it look like someone's invisible and things are invisible. And it seems like a matter of time before they can apply that at a higher level. Like, look at that. That lady's like standing
They used to do that
right in front of something.
Did you ever do Bruce Harris Club before it was the Stardom?
No.
Before it was the Stardom, he had a whatever the screen is.
Can you keep that up? What is that object she's using to do that? Is that a thing she's holding in front of her? It seems like she's holding a screen. Yeah, it looks like she has camo pants on. So that's a little misleading. So she's got camo pants on standing in front of that tree, and then the thing showing the image of the tree behind her. Wow. Yeah, they can apply that to a plane, for sure. And then, with the stealth technology, you can't see it. The Predator, exactly. That's exactly the thing. The language, the alien language. Boy, if that's what the aliens are like, we're fucked.
Because it's on a hunt.
Yeah.
It's no different than you. He's just going to kill some animals.
Yeah, but he's just taking their heads. He's just I eat it. He doesn't even eat them. He kills all those nice people, doesn't he?
What do you think about like big game hunters? Like people go to Africa.
Africa's a very complicated situation because Africa has more wild game right now than any time over the last few decades. And the reason why they have that is because they made it very valuable. So these people set up these large wild game camps, and people from all over the world come there, and they pay a lot of money, and they hunt, and they can hunt anything: wildebeest, giraffes. They can't bring it back with them, and they can eat the meat while they're there, and they'll donate the meat to the villages, which they very much appreciate. My friends who've been over there said it is actually a very nice feeling.
What about like lions? They don't do that.
Nope, they don't eat the lions. No, lions is just. It's just like to say you hunted a lion, the thrill of hunting a lion, and then there's the conservation aspect of it. They do have to kill a certain amount of lions. So they have a population control that they do. So like remember when Cecil the lion got killed and everybody freaked out? They shut down lion hunting, and then they had a surplus of lions. And then lions were killing too much antelope and ungulates. So then they had to send in hunters, like professional killers, to kill the lions.
Do you remember this movie?
This episode is brought to you by Carvana. A date night, falling down an internet rabbit hole, that hobby you can't tell the neighbors about. Your time's valuable, and Carvana knows it. With Carvana, you can get an offer, sell your car, and get it gone 100% online. You shouldn't have to choose between time and money, so don't. Availability may vary by market. Tap the banner, click on this episode's page, or visit Carvana.com to learn more.
That Kurt Douglas was in.
Yeah. Ghost in the Darkness.
So come to find out, that's a true story.
Yes.
And they did the thing on the lions, and one of the lions, he had an injury. He had hurt his jaw, something like a real bad.
Like a bullet hole?
No, he just like biting something big. and broke a tooth. And so that's why he was hunting the humans, because easier. It's like he cotton candy as opposed to
right.
But the other one was fine, but I guess that was like, all right, man, you on this special diet, I'm on it with you, son. You know what I'm saying? Let's go get these motherfuckers.
Well, and once you eat us, it's probably so easy.
Yeah.
We don't taste absolutely terrible. The lion pair was said to have killed 135 people. Holy shit. 1898.
And tell him why his one of them had.
Yeah, right there.
His little lion breath probably stunk like shit.
It said the Savo man-eaters are the most widely studied man-eating pantherine cats, given their behavior of hunting humans as a pair, as well as dental injuries reported in one of the lions, a cause commonly attributed to big cats turning to humans as prey.
And these dudes was weird too, because they didn't have mane. They were both males.
Oh, like that? Is that what they look like?
Yeah.
Wow. How come they didn't have manes?
Yeah, so they were equivalent of a guy with a big butt.
But why didn't they have manes?
I don't.
That's so strange.
Yeah, these two dudes was.
Does it say anything about why they didn't have manes? That's so fascinating.
Manes and his breath.
I thought all the males had manes.
And these two dudes, so they were already outcast. No manes, bad breath.
Yeah, they got nothing.
They went out to the railroad track and eat some dudes.
Imagine, you're spending your whole life trying to kill a zebra. Fast as fuck. You gotta sneak up on them. You gotta get them. And then you find these people like, oh, Jesus.
Yeah.
They can't even run. They'll stumbling over their own feet. They're wearing shoes. Just take them out. And like, oh my God, this is so much easier. We can get fat.
Yeah. No work. You're gonna have no run. No wow. It's just like
they can't even see at night.
Yes.
These morons.
And they won't no railroad workers or something like that.
Yeah. You just wait until someone has to piss.
Yeah.
Savo males look different as well. The most vigorous Serengeti males sport large manes, while the Savo, they have short, thin manes or none at all. It's all about water, Patterson says. Savo is hotter and drier than the Serengeti, and a male with a heavy mane would squander his daily water allowance by simply panting under a bush with none to spare for patrolling his territory, hunting, or finding mates. Oh, wow.
That's why they're rocking ball heads.
That's wild. I did not know that. So are there lions like that right now that are there? See if you can find like male lions out there with no manes. Wow. That's interesting. I didn't know that existed.
Glad you guys been watching Chimp Empire.
Yes. Man, I had the guy who directed it.
Yeah, how many years did that take?
Oh, well, here's the deal. They had set up, scientists had set up research there 30 years ago. So they had been continually studying these chimps, and they had like very specific rules of engagement. You can't ever eat in front of them. You can't be closer than 20 feet. Or was it 20 yards? 20 yards. You can't be closer than 20 yards. They were right there with them. So they're right there with these chimps, man. And so they're like filming everything, and the chimps get accustomed to the people being there because the people never interact with the chimps. And if the chimps walk towards the people just back away. And again, you can never eat in front of them, ever. Because they'll just steal your food and fuck you up.
What blew me away was when they ate monkeys.
Oh, yeah.
I was like, dude, that's...
They ate a lot of monkeys. Yeah, David Attenborough, I think, was the first guy to capture that on film and on the BBC. And I remember watching that. And you see this little monkey, and he's still alive. And the chimp is eating him from like the asshole first.
And I always thought that they were like vegetarians. I thought they were like gorillas. Gorillas don't eat meat.
No, they don't eat meat.
I thought it was just a regular. No, baboons. I thought they were the only ones who ate.
Yeah, I didn't know either until I watched that documentary, but they eat a lot of monkeys. And this is one of the things he was kind of like reluctant to talk about, the director. I'm like, how often do they eat monkeys? He's like,
all the time.
Every time they can. Every time they can. It's like, with us, it's like fast food, like literal fast food. There you go. There you go. It's just...
I was thinking they ate them because they had tails. So they don't consider them apes.
I don't think they have morals. Yeah, I think it's just survival.
If we need somebody from the ass back.
It's, and the way the monkey was screaming. It's like, they're so close to us. So when we see them getting eaten, even though we're getting eaten by something that's even closer to us, it's like, what?
Yeah.
But people eat monkeys. That's a lot of the tribes people.
Pigeon eating chicken.
Right. Or chickens eating birds. They eat birds.
Yeah. Well, I guess birds of prey eat other birds too.
Oh, yeah, all the time. Yeah, I mean, there's crazy videos of seagulls. Seagulls are... They're just swallowing whole pigeons. Have you ever seen them do that? They swallow ducks.
Yeah,
just raw. Pelicans swallow ducks.
I know pelicans.
Pelicans swallow seagulls.
Yeah, pelicans are big as shit.
That's so big. When they swallow shit, it's crazy because the thing realizes that it got caught. Yeah. You see it moving around inside of its mouth and it can't do shit about it. See if you can find like pelican eats pigeon.
What about on that Chimp Empire when they got the leader? They got him.
Yeah.
And all his boys ran.
Yeah. Look at this. Jesus Christ. Throw that thing back.
We're still scratching.
Yeah. What's still in there?
Yeah.
Oh, God.
You said Central Park somewhere? Hey, it looks like people just walking by.
Look at that. Look at him forcing it down. That's crazy. Get in there, bitch. That bird's moving around inside of his neck. Oh. Have you ever seen a seagull eat a rat? You ever seen a seagull eat a rat? That's more impressive. Seagulls eating rats, it's wild. They just throw them all back.
There's a seagull eats a rabbit, rat, pigeon, squirrel.
Let's go with rat. That's the most disturbing. My voice does sound a little fucked up. I think I'm gonna have to take these out.
Oh, is that cat gonna eat that bird?
No, this is a seagull. It's gonna eat a rat. Look at him throwing his bitch back. Look at him, just throwing it back. Yeah. It probably tastes nasty too. It's like, Jesus Christ, I can't believe I'm doing this. Yeah, how long do you think you can eat swallowing rats whole and live? I mean, how many of those do you eat before this? Your whole body's just filled with toxins.
And that rat was dead.
Oh, yeah, probably for a long time. And probably dead with poison.
Poison, yeah.
Yeah, that's one of the things that happens in the Hollywood Hills. They kill a lot of owls inadvertently because they're poisoning the rats. The rats are running around, the owls eat the rats, owls eat the poison.
We have a whole run of rats in DC. And the rats behave like squirrels. They just pop out. They don't. But people are training their dogs.
You go after rats?
I know you guys seen that video.
Yeah, but your dog can get rabies. Your dog can get all kinds of shit. He most likely won't. Most likely your dog will fuck up a rat.
And they're saying for people to please curb your dog because the dogs eat dog food, which is high in protein, and the rats eat.
Oh, well, this hawk got that rat. Dogs are fucking awesome. They're so awesome. There's a ton of videos of eagles killing birds. Oh, son. Look at that part again. Oh, off with his head. Oh, give me that trace. Jesus Christ. There's no morals involved in this. There's no thinking, no nerves, no remorse.
That's gotta be a hard way to go.
That's a hard way to go.
Because you're in shock.
All of a sudden, these giant hands with claws that dig into your rib cage, and you already know you're dead.
Yeah.
That thing's grabbing you and it's flying off of you. You already know you're dead.
Suffocate because he's way up there.
Well, you're bleeding out from your ribs too. You got holes in your ribs now. You're probably gonna puncture lung. Could crush you.
Just go ahead and eat me already,
Jesus Christ.
On my way here today, a bird dropped out of the sky when I was at a red light. I'm like, what the fuck was that? Tesla report, we find out later.
Oh wow.
I think a bigger bird got a bird and its friends were trying to like get it back, and then they dropped it. Bigger one just dropped it.
Whoa.
I could see other birds flying around as I went by, but
bird on bird warfare is going on all the time.
Like if you just throw out stuff for seagulls, so you give it to one of them, and they go, "No, bitch, give me that."
Yeah.
Like,
I was watching a bunch of crows chase off a hawk. There was all these crows that were like swarming in on this hawk, trying to get the fucking hawk out of there. So hawk, they're babies. Get out of here, bitch.
But hawks, they, as far as flying maneuver, they can. Was it the falcon is maneuver real?
They're really fast. The falcon's really fast.
Yeah, where's the
They come in dive bomb at like 200 miles an hour.
Like hawks more like a vet.
Right.
Just
They can. Yeah. Well, they just swarm on him. Just fuck with him until he quits. So he's burning off so much energy and he's so wore out. He's like, I'll go find something else to eat.
Have you ever done the comedy festivals in Australia?
No.
Man, so it's me and Al Lubell. You know Al Lubell?
Yeah.
We walk, and it looks like when on Batman, you know, when they do the bat symbol. Because you're just looking down at the ground. We had no idea about the fruit bats in Australia. You know, they're like this big. Right? So you walking, and it's just like, you see that, like, must be a nightclub or something. And then you see a whole bunch of them. I'm like, ow, look at that. Me, Al Lubell, grip balls, and Al's freaking out. It's coat over his head and stuff. And it was just so about. Look how big they are. They're like chihuahuas.
Are they really that size?
How big? Look at this thing.
Oh my God.
And they're right in the city.
Scroll down a little, Jeremy.
No worries. See, they're right in the city. They're not.
Look at the size of that thing. Look at that guy holding one of the lady holding one at the top. Look at the size of these things.
Look, and that's right at her. That's not in the wilderness. That's right downtown Sydney.
Wow. Oh my God. What do those things eat?
Fruit. Look at it.
Literally like flying chihuahuas.
Yeah.
Australia is a wild place.
That's so we were there, and they have a big gala for the comedians. So and it's right in Chinatown, and they say, hey, you know, be careful because the triad, so the little gang members, right? And but they dress like they're in a video. They don't, you know, they don't look like they should fight. What they got on, they got like this. Okay. So me being the big tough American, I'm like, yo, I walk into the car because she has a train on her dress and everything. It's black tie thing, right? I'm walking to the car, and I saw the biggest rat ever coming down the alley. He's just galloping right towards me. I'm like, yo, look at the rat. Yo, look at the rat. And she looks over and she goes, oh. But by then, Tony was gone. And she says, I can't believe you ran. I can't believe you didn't run. What the fuck? I didn't know it was an opossum. They're possum.
Oh,
With the big, so he's like a giant monkey rat.
Yeah.
And he's coming down the alley, you know, and I'm trying to tell her, like, come on. And she's more worried about her shoes and shit.
Yeah. My dog got one of those in the yard the other day and it played dead. He just left it.
A real possum, American possum.
Yeah. They have the creepiest faces. Like,
but they do play possum.
Yeah, they play possum, and it works. I watched a video the other day of one getting attacked. Australian possum.
Yes, that's him. Yeah, that's what she said. She said, "Oh,
that's a cute little guy."
Love that dude, man.
His little big little nose.
He was coming down the alley. It was
coming at you.
Yeah.
Oh, that's pretty big.
Yeah.
That's pretty big.
So,
oh yeah, and
in
it's
the
dark.
alley, it's dark.
It's dark.
Rat.
A giant rat.
Yeah, giant rat. With
Jesus
look
Christ.
at
Red
his eyes. Look at
eyes.
his eyes.
Rabies. I'm gonna get rabies in London. Fuck this.
I told her, I said, I'll fight them dudes. I said it out loud. Like, I'll fight them dudes. But she made it right to the last moment. Look over and go, oh, Tony was gone. Peace, bitch.
I saw a video of a coyote. He gets a possum. The possum plays possum. And while the possum's laying there, the coyote pisses on it. And then walks away. Like, he left it there.
Why did you do that?
I don't know. I guess he's just like, wanted to, like, he killed it. It's like, good, I got it. Let me just leave it there. I'll eat it later. Let it rot out a little bit. So he snatches it. And it just plays dead. It stops moving. So he's like, oh, all right, I guess it's dead. So he moves it around a little bit. It's playing dead. So he thinks it's really dead. So he pisses on it.
Just to mark it, like,
yeah, watch. Gets over it. It's like, okay, this is my bitch. Somebody comes by. Oh, this motherfucker's no, should I piss on my food? Yeah, I probably should. She's just pissing on his food. He's just killed it. He's pissing on his lunch. Yeah. Maybe that helps the food break down. Maybe it's a marinade of some sort.
Does he leave it?
Just left it there. Because that's what they do a lot of times with cats. They'll kill them, and then they'll come back later and eat them when they're stiff. I think they like them a little maggoty.
When they stink?
Yeah. I think, well, a lot of animals do that. They bury their food after they kill it.
Because I guess it's that curing meat or something.
Well, if I would imagine it gets a lot more moist or a lot more tender for all the meat is breaking down.
It's not as gamey.
I think they're probably just used. Well, I mean, maybe they develop a taste for it.
Who was this? It's an animal was on the internet the other day. What's his name? He's like just the baddest little thing. He's a honey badger. You ever see one of them?
Oh yeah. I saw him.
He fights life. He's just an asshole. He's just
ferocious little animal. Yeah.
Because I have problems with animals all the time.
You have problems with animals?
It just I got attacked by like what's it called? Pygmy goats.
Really? Goats are mean sometimes.
This was like at a children's thing.
Yeah.
And we're in London, and it was kind of embarrassing. As a matter of fact, it was me, Red Johnny the Round Guy, and Stu Kamens. And we're in the children's zoo of London. And we walk by. I'm the only Virgo. And this little monkey jumped on the thing. He just started screaming right at me. I'm like, really, dude? You gonna fucking do that right here? You gonna fucking do that? And then we go to feed the little goats, the little pebbles. And I had on these red Nikes. And every little goat in my life started going crazy. And again, I was the asshole again because I kicked one. Like, yo.
And then they knew you kicked them, so then they killed
But the kids were like, the little kid, because the goats were just making a beeline for my sneakers.
Try to eat them?
Just chewing on them and just fucking with them. Yeah. Red Johnny was crying. Because, you know, he does this when he laughs. I saw him the other day. He looks like Miami Vice.
What's he doing these days?
He's Bender. You didn't know that?
What do you mean?
He's Bender.
What's that mean?
Futurama.
Oh.
He's been Bender the whole time.
I don't even know. What's Futurama?
It's a cartoon.
The cartoon, right? I never watched that show. I heard it's really good.
But when you hear his voice, you'll go, oh shit. See, look at Johnny.
Oh, look at that. They were funny together.
Yeah.
Red Johnny the Round Guy was a funny combination too.
I knew it was gonna be his type of party. Nobody used to say that.
Yeah. It's funny when you know guys as long as we have. You know?
Yeah. Look at him.
Look at him. Kids. I mean, Tony, I've known you for 30 years.
Yeah, I was a while. What was it when I first came to New York? Was it 91? 91. I just got released from military, and that 1 week I did Caroline's Comedy Hour in Def Jam. Wow. And I was like, well, this Caroline's gonna work out for me. I had no idea Def Jam was gonna blow like that. Man.
Yeah.
And speaking of animals, I had done something on Showtime. It's called the Leslie Nielsen National Lampoon Comedy Playoffs. Okay, and they pick a comedian from all over the country, go out to Vegas. We stayed in the Sahara Hotel because my last name is Woods. I had a suite, so the other guys had a regular room, but I had a suite. And but on that show, I tell a joke about Bigfoot. I never saw Bigfoot, but we were on training. You do these training where you go make maps and all this shit, and we heard him. You heard Bigfoot? What's selling? I could still do that. He does that, but everything you see on those stupid TV shows, that happened. He threw a rock. All the animals started running, and the Marine, because he's the guy who knows where the markers are, but we didn't know where the markers were. He's the one who says, "Hey, we're out of perimeter. Have you guys ever heard of Bigfoot?" Blah 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 blah. He tells us he was Native American, but he just said that.
Where were you guys? What state?
Like Nova Scotia.
Nova Scotia.
Where they do cold weather training. Yeah, you have to make your own map.
You sure they weren't fucking with you?
I'm pretty sure. But they threw that rock.
Somebody that was fucking with you?
I don't know. Why you fuck with the animals? All the animals ran to. Remember how you said they know how to get away? All these fuckers they just did little mass exodus. And it's an old,
very skeptical Bigfoot.
I've never seen it, but I never heard nothing like that either.
So what if you had did it sound like
it just sounded it was
what was it similar to?
Pedro Segla. Like when you hear him on a record, it's one thing, but when you hear him live, like that, he didn't sound like that, but it was the same power, like hair on the back of your neck, kind of. What the fuck?
Well, bears do that sometimes. Bears, especially what time of the year was it?
It was winter because. You listen to the wind, it sounds like a train coming. You determine where the wind is coming from. It like on a tree or something, because a lot of the icicles are coming like darkness.
Oh wow, Jesus!
And that night we were I was joking around about it, and one of the officers says, this is a facility, and we don't hurt your comedian. We don't make. Basically, you can't go on stage and go, hey, guess where I was at? Yeah. So I was in the joke of this camp.
Oh, I see.
Yeah. But there's nobody's in the military. And in the joke, I actually do see Bigfoot. It's funny.
So tell me, how did it happen? What was going on? What were the circumstances? Lay it out for me.
Okay. You have, because it's cold and it's raining, so we're like in a circle. It's kind of raining, kind of sleep. And we're talking about, this and that, because we're comparing shit. We found our third marker first. It's supposed to be like a 2 or 3 day thing, right? The good teams, you do it in the classroom for a couple of days. And then the team goes out, team comes back, team goes out. And some of the guys who weren't as good as us in the classroom were coming right back in 2 days. They spent the night, spent one night, came back. Shit, man, it was on our third day, dog. And then our first marker was the third marker. But he couldn't help us. But then after we heard that, he's like, look,
so how long did it take in total?
We left right after that, dog. He told us he didn't want to be there the morning we wanted to be there. So it's a lot of fudging.
Oh, okay. So yeah, good enough. So you get around there and explain to me what happened when who was telling you it's Bigfoot.
We all heard it, but everybody said, "What the fuck?" And then everything was running, deer, everything was just like scurrying. But we heard the, you know, you throw a stick through the branch. You just throw it's like a big something just through the trees, and then that's when he's kind of, you know, and of course we're like, right, but it was just too weird. And he was like, "Yeah, you guys missed your other markers. I might know where they are." So we just kind of went and got all our markers and went back to the beach. Because we're out, dude. We're out like 20 miles. Now you have to make it
there with Bigfoot.
I wasn't really worried about Bigfoot because according to that dude, Bigfoot don't bother me. I was worried about the other animals.
So that dude's seen Bigfoot before?
I don't know if he's seen him before, but he just said he don't. He just lets you know when you've gone too far. I mean, like nobody ever says that he grabs you and do nothing. He just does warning things, just like on those stupid TV shows. You ever watch those shows? Oh yeah. We heard the same one.
Yeah. That's been the least successful show ever.
Yes.
They've been trying to find Bigfoot for like 18 years.
I've spent the whole day on the road, like from under my hotel. I spent the whole day with all shit they about to get. Oh shit! Like, oh my God. And then I'm like, it's fine.
They got me again.
Yeah, like, fuck, man. Yeah, get something to eat.
Yeah, that's not. Those aren't so successful. I mean, the best they get is like a sound.
Yeah, that's
all I got. Reality shows, man, they're not really reality. They fuck around. They fuck around with editing. You know, I was on one of those.
What if they do the naked one?
A naked one? Like naked?
Yeah, no, naked and what's it called?
Afraid.
Naked and afraid. Yeah, I did what you wear, man. You know how about I had a uniform on and we all got bugs.
Yeah.
So I know. Yeah. Oh,
the suffering.
Yeah.
Also, I don't know if they look at how bad can you get fucked up and how quickly can they get you to a hospital?
Yeah. And like you said, where are the watchers? Where are the right? Yeah, because I mean,
this is not safe.
People get the one time the lady her snatch was all swollen. Oh, because they had bit her all up and everything because her cycle came and
Well, how about that show alone?
Oh,
see that show alone?
Yeah.
The dude I had on the show, he shot a moose with a bow and arrow, and then he had to kill a wolverine that was trying to steal his moose.
And he was naked through all of that? Oh. Shit. Fuck it.
No, he would have made it.
Yeah,
no, it's Alone is a show where you're allowed to have a certain amount of things, right? We had Jordan Jonas on the podcast. This guy won. I think he won season 6. Is that what he won? Remember? Tony, your phone's ringing.
Yeah,
so that shit. But that dude shot a moose with a bow and arrow. Do you not know how to do that? It's like a little switch.
I ended up taking a picture.
Oh,
I thought it was it vibrated all the time.
Oh, it has to pop up. That's what it is. You have a phone case that has like a cover, but it's like drop. How much do you know?
But I always like I drop it, I always catch it or kick it so that it never hits the screen. So, and then bang, and then hit that part.
Jamie's one of those risk takers.
Just got a
naked phone. You got it in case now.
It's got coverage on the corner.
Oh, right. That's the latest thing. And that's been enough for you?
Yeah, I dropped it just the other day. I'm like, oh, there's the one.
I didn't know that putting it on your waist was an old man.
That's an old man move.
Yeah, I know, because I did that. My son's like,
you never see a hot girl with a phone on her hip. Like a clip. If you saw a girl, like a hot girl with like an iPhone Max on her hip, you're like, what the fuck is wrong with her?
Nah, it's weird,
right? You're like, she's weird.
I will go, that is so convenient.
It's very convenient.
Yeah, like, because you can do this and you turn it.
You know what ladies have now? They have like a thing that goes around their neck. It's almost like a purse. And they keep their phone like on hanging and, a couple credit cards.
Yes.
Man, that's a good move.
That's a Mrs. Woods. Your son told you that's dangerous. I'm like, Mom, somebody could just take the whole My mother has that.
Someone could snatch it. Yeah, that's true too.
I don't. It's because it's all your baskets in one egg. Something like that. You know what I mean?
Yes, sir. All your eggs in a basket. Yeah, you always got to think about that, I guess. Convenience and thievery. That's why fanny pack is the best word.
And wait, hold up. You know Aruba Ray, right? Ray Allen.
Okay.
You remember Ray Allen? He does a show down in Aruba. And I was down there, and what is this thing? The sea urchin.
Yeah,
that got me down there. I didn't step on it.
Yeah.
Because that's fucked up. But I just kind of.
I stepped on one of those. I stepped on a fire ant hill on Saturday. This episode is brought to you by Roka. I wear Roka sunglasses every day. They are the shit. I even wear Roka tactical glasses when I go to the gun range. Roka is a killer Texas-based eyewear brand that will change your summer. They've been independently outmaneuvering some of the biggest conglomerates in Europe that are secretly behind most eyewear brands because Roka figured out how to pack all the cutting-edge sports tech into normal-looking sunglass frames. And what I love about it, first of all, they're very versatile. They're designed for performance, but you don't look out of place wearing them socially. They're good-looking glasses. They also stay on your face with what they call gecko technology and high-quality materials that are designed for even the most hardcore athletes. They fit to your face really well. Like you can do all sorts of activities, run with them. They never fall loose. I take them with me anywhere I go. And instead of cheap glass that scratches and fogs, Roka lenses have protective coatings and best-in-class polarization, which is dope for water because you can actually see through the glare and see fish in the water. Plus, their glasses are all built to order right here in Austin, Texas. Get 20% off your order with the code ROGAN at roka.com. That's ROKA.com. Tap the banner or click on this episode's page to shop now. Not on Saturday, on Tuesday.
Those are the
4th of July.
Are those the big ones that bite?
No, they're little ones, but they fuck me up.
Where they get you at?
All over my foot. Look at my foot look like. How swollen it is.
Whoa.
Yeah, that was just yesterday.
How's your foot?
It's fine. Now it's normal. But I got stung like 15 times.
My toes look like that everywhere.
Yeah.
As a matter of fact, I got the thing in my baby toe because my baby toe tries to leave. So you get the little rubber, put it up, bring it back up here.
Like yoga toes?
Yeah. You see my toenails, you're going to say thank you for your service. But my toenails got messed up when I was like, I think I was like 12. You remember mini bikes? And the little fat wheels?
Yep.
And I had them sandals.
Sandals
Jesus. Back in the day with the tire treads on the bottom.
Oh, yes.
Going down the hill, and I had the little brake with it's like a plate that stops on the back wheel. I heard something go clang, 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 clang. I was not slowing down. Yeah, and I just put my feet down, and of course the sandals come up.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
It's all healed. It looks painful right now, but it's
how long did it take to heal from that?
Yeah, I don't think they've healed.
Oh.
You know,
it's just, it is what it is.
You know, T-Rex, you know him? No. T-Rex, he told us a Bill Burr. He said, so you're going too far with this woods thing? Because you see my toenails, the wood.
Well, you have an excuse.
Yeah.
You don't realize how helpless you are if you just hurt your big toe or one of your feet. You're like, what the fuck? It's hard to move around.
This right here.
Pinky.
Yeah, pinky. Because your big toe, that's your signal. That's how you pivot. It's a big toe and pinky doesn't look like he's that.
It's true. Your little ring finger and ring finger can reduce your grip strength by 67% if you lose them. Wow.
Man, you need to follow me around.
Your pinky holds as much as 50% of your hand strength. Because along with the ring feel, it forms the power bottom of your hand while the thumb, index finger, and middle finger provide dexterity. That's interesting. I don't know if I
Thanks.
totally agree with that, though.
But it's right there.
Yeah, but I don't know if that's universal. It might be depending on what you do.
Yeah.
Because if you grip a lot of stuff, like you carry a lot of stuff, I would imagine it would change.
Definitely can have compensation because I fucked up my pinky and my whole hand was fucked up for a while.
Yeah, but I got my pinky slammed in a car door. I told you about that. It was numb forever. It was numb for like a month and a half. Yeah, but I still did chin-ups. I could still do chin-ups. I just didn't do anything with this pinky. It didn't seem to like reduce my strength by that much.
There's a test of 6 different grip methods, one without the middle finger, one without the ring and little fingers. They were both the lowest.
Right, but is that also a function of mechanics though? Because if you're removing the middle finger, do you have the same leverage on those other fingers? Because they're all connected, you know? And a lot of times this just looks thicker.
Everybody else don't realize how important the pinky is until you get to that.
Well, that's also now that I'm thinking about it, though, maybe it is true. Because maybe I should be thinking about what muscles of the forearm are pulling down, and maybe these ones are stronger.
I was going to bring up the pinky toe, too. If you cut off your pinky toe, you lose, it's not all of your balance, but you're going to have to figure out how to balance again, because it makes up a point of balance.
Wow.
Remember the Pope of Greenwich Village?
Yeah, I do. He's like,
My thumbs off, Charlie. Charlie. Take off my thumbs, Charlie.
That was good acting right there.
Oh my God, that movie was amazing. Yeah. John Jones fucked his big toe up in a fight with Chael Sonnen. He beat the shit out of Chael Sonnen and then got up and was doing the post-fight interview and looked down and saw that his toe was like flipped upside down. His big toe was.
Did he faint?
No, he got him, he sat him down. He was like, oh boy. And I continued to interview him. His toe had flipped around. His toe had flipped around because that's how much pressure he was putting into trying to beat Chael Sonnen up. Like his toe was fucked up. So we got him to sit down. Mama! So that dude fucked up his own toe, and to this day, he fucked up his own toe because he was pushing off so hard when he was beating down Chael Sonnen. But to this day, he has to fight with that toe taped up. To this day. Imagine like how much he lost from having an injured toe like that, and he's still great.
That shit hurts.
Hurts looking at it. Yeah, that's crazy.
You guys see this new movie with Woody Harrelson?
No, I haven't seen it.
It's called The Champions. He gets a DUI, so he has to go coach some guys with mental not what they say disabilities. No, not disabilities. Challenges. And that's one of the funniest parts of the movie. Because one kid who has soft bones, he goes, "Hey, he said, everybody get on your knees." He said, "Can't I wear my knee pads?" He said, "Okay, don't worry about it." So the big game, he goes, "I think I'm gonna come out of the game because I think I sprained my finger." He goes, "Nah, you good. You're gonna be okay. I'm telling you." And then he showed me his finger. It looked like his toe
all twisted around.
It's like, can you bring that up? That is a funny movie, but it's called The Champions. But I saw it on the plane, and it's about a lot of people with challenges. So I'm laughing out loud, and then people look over and see what's so funny, and they go, "Really, asshole?" I'm like, no, because they can't hear what I'm hearing. Right. Because it's one kid in the movie, and he grabs the ball and shoots backwards, and then he does a Steph Curry. And he said he's the only one in the league who does that. And they go, "Does he ever make it?" He said, "No, he'll never make it, but he's the only one in the league who does it." And he does this backwards and goes like that. Since he ever make it, no, he'll never make it. But he's the only one in the league who does it. Like, wow. Yeah, it's like, what the fuck? If you see the one with the finger, that finger is, they got that on the trigger. That finger is, they got to come out. This is the best podcast I've ever.
So rambling.
Yeah, because everybody else so they watch. You watch this?
Okay, just say, give us a call.
This doesn't feel right.
Oh, geez.
You're gonna need your trainer.
I want to play. The team needs me.
Not like that. They don't.
Wait.
There's you.
Guys who've done that in fights before. Just like pop their finger back in place. Sometimes your joints get dislocated. Guys will pop their shoulders out and pop them back in between rounds.
When you want to Vegas? No, yeah, Vegas that happened. You know, for Skank Fest, what happened? They have it was like karaoke for fighters. You just put your name on the list and get up and fight. And they had a ring. And they had a ring. And so they played musical chairs. And so, boom, whoever I can get a chair, he sits over here in this corner. And the next guy goes over there. And then, boom, them two guys fight. And whoever beats that guy, whoever wins out of that 2-minute round, then they do it again. So this guy who just won this will have to fight the next guy who loses musical chairs. It was dope. And then he heard it go, and his shoulder went like that. It just went down like that. And he says, hold up. He goes, I'm okay. And the guy goes, no, man. Oh my God. It's an Australian guy who he's like you. He's at the fights and stuff like that. And that's his thing.
Jason Ellis?
I guess.
It's crazy. Jason crazy.
Because the dude's shoulder go.
So Jason threw his shoulder out?
No.
The other guy.
The other guy was
fighting.
And then he puts it back up. He goes, I'll be okay. No, mate. Come on. No, mate. You know, you bad enough.
Yeah.
Give him my hand.
Yeah, Jesus Christ.
He said, we got a doctor.
Oh, my God.
He kept doing that.
Maybe it's a recurring injury. Maybe that's why he was so calm about it.
Yeah, maybe. But he was worked up because the crowd was cheering, man.
We had a dude on Fear Factor once that was a bull rider, and his shoulder was destroyed. Like, he had 8 surgeries in one shoulder. And he said, like, if anything happens, it just pops out. Like, anything abrupt, it just pops out. It's going to, like, pop it back in.
But I guess I forgot about Fear Factor. So now, I've run out of the room. Like, you just might be on instead of cutting it off. What the fuck? And it's like the worm thing, the rat thing, the eating stuff. I'm like, what the fuck?
You should have been there and smelled it. The smell made it all horrific. They should have had smell vision for Fear Factor. They should have been able to give you a dose of what that was, because it was so, some of that stuff was so nasty. One of the ways they made it smell nasty was they would buy expensive French cheese.
Oh, and make it nasty.
Yeah, apparently there was a place in Beverly Hills that had like this funky fucking cheese. Like, I guess some of those folks that are like real cheeseheads, they like wild shit, and this stuff stunk, and people would just vomit opening up the fucking case to smell it, and they would add that cheese. I mean, they pay big money for that stuff.
Do you ever go to Jim Road Sideshow?
No. Yeah?
As a matter of fact, we went to Edinburgh the first time. That's the first time I ever seen something like that. Because the guy, he does something. Right? He swallows all of this stuff. It's I don't know if it's vomit, it's piss, and it's beer. It's a whole bunch of nasty shit. And then we're in a big tent, and somebody went, and they threw up in it. Like everybody just barfing. Just like that. I had never seen that. Wow. Tent smell like and cheese, Wow. Edinburgh Festival is is Skank Festival to the 100th pound.
Really?
Really? Yeah.
Is that wild?
It's that
and
wild.
It's a month too, right?
A month. in the rain with kilts on, no drawers. Just kidding. That's the first time I took E by accident.
By accident?
Yeah, because this guy, he goes, he said, how'd you boys get along last night? He's talking to me in Korea. I said, it was good, man. I got a headache the other day. He goes, would you fancy a pill? All right, you know, I told you to aspirin. And he pulls out some pills on a napkin. Or something like that. And I went, well, you know, because they're so small, I'm like, these are like obviously children's aspirin. I need all three.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, and then wash it down with Red Bull. You know. And then Chris was like, what's up? He said that was for all of us. But, you got a headache too? He said, yeah, but it was, yeah.
Oh my God.
It was fun. I mean, the next morning I woke up and I pooed it. Yeah, color with it. So yeah.
Oh no.
Yeah, but other than that, the night was fun. No, I just shit it. But listen, like a shark.
Like a shark?
Like a shark. You know,
like a shark.
Shark. Yeah. As we partied, we had a good time. We had a good time that night, and then you know, you like wake up and go, oh man, that was crazy. And then like, oh, that's the guy.
You think that's for the pills? Or you think that's?
Yeah, because I got more control than that. I don't just go around shit on myself. I didn't like that was the first time I ever did that. And people were always going, it's so good. It's just too Disney World for me. Because it made me like, you know, we almost got in a fight because I saw it was a little guy there. I'm not going to say midget, dwarf. It was a little guy, boom, with a big red afro, big orange afro. And I was like, looking at him like, like a leprechaun. Right. From across the room, he goes, what are you looking at, Blackie? And I was thinking, wow, Blackie's here? Because that's my man. I was just on some other super happy shit, you know.
Right, and this guy's getting mad at you.
He's mad. But yeah, he do that. I mean, he was just mad. You know, like,
on ecstasy, getting yelled at.
Yeah. He says, what's the little battle cry? Goes, boy, what are you looking at, Blackie?
Pirate talk.
And everybody was so upset with him for calling me Blackie. He already lost the fight himself. Because everybody's like, no, you can't do that. You know, women are crying and shit. Like, I'm not. It hurt me so bad.
Oh my God. Man, if you live in an environment where it rains that much, if you live in an environment like that, it's tough to be happy, I bet.
But the grass is fucking green.
It must be.
The grass is in technicolor over there. Right. It's like, whoa, this is beautiful.
It's just not so good for people.
Yeah. It's one of the best comedy clubs ever. The Stand is in Glasgow. And no lies, it's about as big as this. Really? And the people just in there. It's just like, nice. It's really good. I mean, the energy of it. That's all during the festival. You know, I mean, Scotland, all the people, English people come up. And you just gotta just have a show. You can have a show like that. Just go over and do 2 or 3 days just to say you did it. Just to say you did it, because we always had to be on. What's his name? My man, Master Lee.
Master Lee?
My man.
No.
You remember Master Lee?
Do I?
Yeah, remember he passed out that time. He's going, today I'm going to break the board. You know what I mean?
Was he on TV?
No, he was in the Boston Comedy Club with us.
Oh, I remember that.
Master Lee. He did shows in the park with Charlie.
Okay, he used to break boards in his head.
Yeah. Just one time he got this.
One time he got this? Only one time?
Just one time. It's funny, yeah. You don't remember him? That's him.
I don't remember him now.
lose anyway. For those of you who don't know, haiku is Japanese. Really short poem. Now the beauty of haiku is that the original haiku poets could express their deepest emotions in 7
Kind of add to this. This is the board break part.
So are you ready to see me break the board?
That was the build up. This is the whole build up to.
Now I know why they call him kamikaze.
Wow, that's silly. That's such an easy thing to do.
Or break a board.
Yeah, it's very easy. It's a trick.
I got hit with a baseball bat.
That's very different. Like those boards snap pretty easy. It looks impressive because you think wood, but it's pine, and they're thin. They break pretty easy.
Sure, yeah, wood. I can't believe you don't remember that.
I don't know. Maybe it's because of that. Breaking the board over there, maybe I blocked it out. Because I used to have to do board breaking demonstrations when we would open up a new school, a new martial arts school. They'd send us to place like that.
When you do martial arts, then
Yeah. When I was a teenager.
you were in high school when I met you, weren't you?
No. When I met you, I was like 23, I think. Yeah. You remember that bit? That's hilarious.
One of the 9 years, what school is that?
It was a college.
College, right?
Yeah, that's right.
I saw Carrie Brazen the other day. I was in Miami. Carrie Brazen.
Yeah.
She was one of the agents. And Rick Dorfman, Carrie, Liz, rest in peace.
It's okay if we say rest in peace.
Yeah, rest in peace.
Don't remember the name.
Well, you know Jason, and
yeah,
she was a nice Lynn. She was the sweetest girl.
That whole scene, man, what an interesting scene in comedy in like the early 90s in New York. It was so
very exciting.
It was when like MTV half-hour comedy hour was popping, Def Jam was popping, all these different shows were happening. It was like there was an explosion of shows that a comic could get on. And then
Commercials. Remember Reggie McGrath was Dr. Pepper.
Oh yeah, man.
Yeah, that was his intro.
Dude, I talk about Reggie McGrath all the time.
Yeah, that's my man.
He was a guy that when I saw him, I was like, there's no way this guy's not the next Eddie Murphy. Like, that guy was talented. He doesn't really do stand-up anymore, right?
I don't know. Unless he had a diamond mine or something. You got a diamond mine.
I'd still do stand-up.
In the diamond mine.
You don't want that. You don't want to consolidate businesses. But you would still do stand-up if you had a diamond mine.
I still do stand-up for free.
Yeah.
I still do stand-up. It's like Dave Chappelle was talking. He was like how we do it, how we get over, how we get through it. It makes us feel good. It makes us feel bad. All of that shit. And you can release all this stuff. Because when I lost my son, everybody's like, "Hey man, go sit on the couch and everything." And I actually took the advice and I went down to the VA. And because I was so, hurt, broke up, but you don't get to, it's not like television, you don't get to sit on your own couch. It's like a group session, man. And it was 2 young guys in there, man, and both of them had like titanium legs and everything. They go, "Yo, man, I saw you on television, man. Can we take a picture, man?" And and I was like, I got my thing, but even with I felt sorry for them because these guys look like they're like 18, 20. I'm like, I'm hurt because of the son I lost, and because of what happened to them, they may not even get to have You know what I'm saying? So I'm like, this ain't. So what stand up brought me, not talking about him, but just still getting down, because because of him I had the nerve to do it in the first place. I used to go to comedy club. I went to a comedy club, my first open mic, and this guy kept he was juggling, and he dropped the bowling ball. Like on television, nobody ever drops it. He dropped it, boom, and the owner goes, "Get the fuck out of here! Get your shit! Get us!" And he sprayed it from behind the back with Lysol. The people were screaming. They think it's part of the show. I thought it was part of the show, right? Scream, ah! And then people like, and then William Stevenson goes up and goes, "Next, we got a new guy. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Tony." Shit, I'm not going up there, motherfucker. I'm not going up there. Because it was like, that's how people were panting. Like how hard he had ripped. Wow. I forgot the point I was making, but what was I talking about? Yeah, but we were getting to something. We're talking about you.
You're talking about a guy juggling on stage and dropping a ball, but I didn't know where you were going.
But before that, it was
your son encouraging you to stand up and help you get over your son.
Yeah, he didn't encourage me, but he was born. And when he was born, I'm like, right, shit, I can do this, I can do anything. Stand up ain't nothing. I'm changing diapers, bitches. So, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, so that's what really, because I'm like, I am someone's dad. Yeah. This is hard shit. Stand-up comedy cannot be as difficult as this. And it was not. But and so when I lost him, like, I wanted to just stop everything. Plus, I still got 2 other sons. Can't just stop and say, hey, everybody understand. Gotta keep it moving. Right. And so yes, that is our, look at how fucking funny it's gonna be when you go on stage talking about an ant. Twirl your toes up. You know what I'm saying? Somebody else can have PS2.
I think the fun part's gonna come in how I kill them all. Yeah, that's the fun part. They're fucked.
But just think of somebody who's not a stand-up. Like, fuck, I gotta take a couple days off work, man. Fucking fire ants tore me up last week. Ah! That's it. I didn't take last night off. You got 20 minutes. Bam.
I did get an IV in between shows. That helped.
Yeah. What's that IV?
Well, the one, you get different ones do different things, but I got a high dose vitamin C and NAD combination. And they also put some kind of a dexamethasone or something. I forget what it's called.
But it's not going to make you poop, right?
No, make you poop.
Because I've been drinking this tea. It's called Moringa or Moringa. It's poop tea. Yeah. Because the thing clearly says take 1 every day, in the morning. Food will give you energy, all of this. And I drank like 3 cups of tea the other day.
If you really want, sorry for the description, but if you really want shit to rocket out of your asshole, drink kale shakes. I used to drink kale shakes every morning. And then I would have these shits where I was like, I gotta get to this toilet in time, and it's all coming out at once. There's just not gonna be a long journey. It's just gonna be it just lubes the old pipes up.
Thank goodness for bike pants.
Yeah.
So I ride my bike. I ran a bike, and I just went to this place, all this health food shit. And the kale shake. I'm like, well, why drink Gatorade when I can drink that, right? Don't do that. It's because I was my bike was in the car. I was driving, and I'm driving. I'm like, I ain't gonna make it. I don't want to sit in it, but I ain't gonna make it. So I ain't gonna make it.
Sitting up, you're hunched up when you're driving.
I got on bike pants, but I got my shorts on over my bike pants.
Oh boy!
And just when when you just go,
shit.
And it's no use of going stopping.
Right.
Take this all the way to the crib.
Yeah, take the L.
Yeah.
And go
But
to
you
your house,
sitting up in the car like
pants,
this, looking at you.
and hope you don't have to get in the elevator with anybody.
That is. Yeah. That was like. Yeah, my mom was like, "It's a cleanse." What do you think that means? I didn't think about that.
Well, it definitely
makes you shit a lot. But a lot, or just because it just
it's a lot of fiber, and it's a lot of moisture, it's a lot of liquid, a lot of fiber, and just it's all lubed up.
Good for you, right?
I think there's a lot of nutrients in it. There's a question about whether or not you should have that much raw kale because it's high in oxalates, and in certain individuals they've had issues with oxalates that lead to things like kidney stones. That could also be genetic too, I think. But the oxalates, I think in high doses, they think like a lot of raw spinach and a lot of raw. It's like a balance, Some of it's good for you. Too much of it is probably not so good for you.
The reason I'm drinking this stuff now is because I went to the doctor like last month, and they said I do PSA, because both my grandfathers both passed from prostate cancer. So he's basically, the doctor said, what they do is I got to go back next week for some more results, some more tests, and so far the options is I think it's like some Angelina Jolie stuff, like he says. With these levels, if it's not there now, it will be soon. So let's just, and I never heard anybody have removing that. So removing your whole prostate. So I've been a little stressed out lately.
Is there other ways that they can?
That's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to figure out.
I read an article.
What else can I do?
I read an article about this guy who had very high rates, and they wanted him to do something, and he decided to try doing a cold plunge every morning, and then he went into like a ketogenic diet, and apparently he radically lowered his numbers. So, and it actually even elevated.
Tell your listeners to help me radically lower mine.
Well, I think that might be a way, but do you have a place near you that has a cold plunge?
I don't know, but okay.
Do you have a yard?
Yeah.
You have
like an ice bucket?
Yeah, I mean, you basically need. Yeah, you can do it in a tub for sure. But if you get one that's outside that stays cold all the time, that way you don't have to fill the tub up, and every morning you just get in it.
You mean like just
sit in it in your body underwater for like 3 minutes,
and it'll bring you PSAs.
Well, with this guy, I mean, I don't know if this is just his case, but what this guy did was twofold. He did that every morning, and then he also went on a ketogenic diet. So he stopped eating sugar. He stopped eating anything that is, I think it's like, I don't know what the fat to protein ratio is, but there's like a ratio where your body's just burning off fat, and that's what he went into. And apparently that's a good diet for people that have cancer too. So this guy lowered his rates. Now, is that anecdotal? Yes. Here it is. How I lowered my PSA with ketosis and ice baths. The prostate protocol. Okay, so this guy has a Morosco. I have one of those at home. They're awesome. We have a blue cube here. Yeah, and we have one here called the blue cube. That's awesome too. It's actually even more brutal because the water stays on, like flowing really fast. So an email from Morosco Power User asked me about the protocol I used to bring my prostate-specific antigen down from 7.0 to 1.8 nanograms per milliliter. It says I purchased a Morosco about a year ago, blah, blah, blah. Okay, so this is the question. The guy's asking the question and say he has his PSAs. No, down. Right. So then the answer, the guy explained what he did. And is that it? Hold on, go back up right there. Right there. The prostate protocol. The most sensational finding in my blood test results was not so much the improvement in my PSA, but the elevation of my testosterone to levels that were nearly unheard of for an overweight 56-year-old man. I wrote about it in detail what happened to my testosterone after using ice baths to treat my prostate. I've since updated that article to include more of the science behind how it works and describe what I did that worked for me. However, it's possible that not every man is seeking to boost his testosterone. For example, my girlfriend, who generally seems pleased with the results of my T levels, has already mentioned that she'd rather I didn't do anything to push them higher. Interesting. more importantly, some men have experienced concern that their doctors suggested higher testosterone levels may lead to increased prostate cancer risk. Okay, this is a long article. But his protocol was kept his ice bath at 34 degrees, plunge up to his neck for 2 to 4 minutes, an average of 6 days a week. So that gives me 20 minutes of extreme cold exposure per week, which is enough to activate my brown fat and maintain high glucose sensitivity. So then fasting for 24 hours once a week, and then cycling in and out of keto in addition to intermittent fasting, low carb several days a week, so I can be sure he reaches ketosis. Doesn't stay in ketosis for more than a few days. When I'm ready to come out, I'll indulge with fresh bread or a croissant or a favorite dessert or fruit in season. Okay, I enjoy good red wine and dark beer, blah, blah, blah. All right, so then there's this disclaimer. I don't know if the ice bath prostate protocol will work for you. Maybe you'll adopt every practice that worked for me, only to discover that it does not work for you. Everybody is different. Nevertheless, if you decide to try it, will you share your results? Yeah. So try it. Try that.
Yeah.
You know, before they do surgery.
Yeah, I could, because he said it like it was taking out my wisdom tooth. He said,
yikes.
He said, yeah, we could just remove your
Yeah, slow down. And if this works, I mean, if it worked for that guy, is his level similar to what your level is?
Mine was fine.
And what was his?
It's 7.
Oh, so yours is better than his already.
Yeah, but his is gone.
Yeah, his went away.
Yes.
You might be able to do it. You'd have to be real strict with your diet. And,
I saw him take candy and syrup and stuff.
Well, all that stuff, the time you stop eating that stuff, your body has to still recover from when you're eating it. Like all the damage that you've done. It's just not real food. It's most of what people consume. When you start consuming real food.
Are you vegetarian?
No. I don't think that's the way to go either. I don't think that's the way to go for health. And I also don't think it's the way to go for conservation and animal management. It's like, we live, the reality of the world is you have millions of cows and millions of chickens. The real problem in the world when it comes to meat is factory farming. That's the real problem. There's a lot of regenerative farms that raise livestock the way people have for thousands and thousands of years, and that's great. And you can get food from that.
Why do we have so many chicken wings?
There's a lot of chicken, bro.
I know, but it's nobody's eating that much chicken.
That's a good question.
That's all we got is wings now. Just
think about the breasts. Like how many places sell breasts? A lot. Like everybody wants a Caesar salad with chicken breast.
That's honestly, it's wing, buffalo wild wings, hot wings.
Yep. Oh, true. Wild wings. Yeah. Yeah.
It's a lot of wings.
A lot of wings. Yeah, a lot of independent wing places.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nothing but fucking wings.
Yep. Do you remember that place in the village? They used to have a place in the village? Yeah. Right down the street. Yes. Pluck you. Bro, they had that death sauce. Did you ever have the death sauce?
Yeah.
Whatever they called it. It was like the highest level.
Yeah. I just ate that shit.
It was good though. It was delicious. It was delicious, but it was just insanely spicy.
The place next door to the cellar.
There it is. Is it still open?
What's the place next door to the cellar? The Swarmer place.
I don't know.
Right, okay, you know the cellar, the steps right in the place right there.
Yeah, I don't know.
You know what it is?
No, I never ate there. I didn't do the cellar very many times. I did Boston, and I did a lot of shows at Dangerfields. Because Dangerfields felt like a road. It felt like I was on the road. You know, it didn't even feel like a New York road.
I worked there the first time by accident. By accident. I came up to New York for the summer to do my reserve duty. I'm trying to think. I think it's 80s. Yeah, 87. So shut a videotape in of your, comedy. I sent it to this club called Who's On First. Sent it to him. I go with some other guys from do reserve duty with me. I said, yo, man, you a comedian? Yeah, so we go up there together. And I walk in, it's busy. It's like a Friday or Saturday night. And I said, yeah, I'm Tony Woods, gave me a pretty good tape. And she said, okay, well, sit over there, I'll get such and such, whoever. Then he comes out, some other guy comes into it's Tony here. I'm like, yeah, I'm Tony. Come on, you're open too. Boom, go in, kill, bang, come on stage. Yo, they need meet somebody at Dangerfield. He says, when the guy, Tony, just came off stage, bang. I said, where's Dangerfield? They kind of looked at me like, what? And it was across the street with the Dangerfields. And went on stage after Roseanne. Right? Roseanne had like a band and everything. And I went up there and did another 10-minute spot, kill. And then some guy named Tony, I still have not seen this guy. It was a white guy, he's like maybe, he was like in his 30s or early 40s then. And he was like, hey, what the fuck was going on here? This guy told my spots, man. They told me. I was innocent, but I wasn't that innocent. But I still did 2 spots. Yeah.
Kind of knew it was your spot. That's hilarious.
I knew Dangerfields was definitely not my spot. But when the MC said Tony, whoever, as I'm walking on stage, I'm like, I'm not going to correct that motherfucker. Okay. You know what I'm saying? I just went up and did my thing. I figured they just misunderstood my name on the videotape. I honestly thought that the guy had seen my videotape and go, oh, this guy's got to go. He's got to come on stage. No, they were calling some other name.
That's hilarious.
I haven't seen him. So when I came back to New York in '91, I never saw that guy. I guess it's wrong. I always check around.
It's funny, people that you meet early in your career and just lose touch with them and then catch up with them again. It's a strange road to be on.
Yes.
Be a professional comedian for all these many, many years.
You know, meet somebody like they're really good, really funny, like in the beginning, and then you just run across them and they go, hey man, how you doing? You still doing your comedy? I said, I catch you on TV every time. I always tell my wife about you, blah, 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 blah. Yeah. And like he might be doing, he's like super successful. Well, you know, like I ran into a guy the other day, he's a pastor, runs his own church, this and that. He said, man, I'm proud of you, man. I'm glad you stuck with it, man. And because I remember being at that crossroad, just like he was, like, what you gonna do, dog? What are you gonna do? I'm like, what are you gonna do? I really didn't make up my mind until I was in Birmingham, Alabama with my man, rest in peace again, Nick Henley. We did the Birmingham Comedy Club. And that's when they called me and said, you've been activated. Now I've been messing around, I was doing comedy, I was in the reserves, but now they're talking about you've been activated, you're going to the war. And I was like, damn. And I remember Vic saying, man, don't worry about it, man, gonna be okay, don't you, man? You remember Vic Henley? Yeah, I remember. As a matter of fact, he used to open up for, what's his name tonight at the club? Come on, man, Blue Collar.
Ron White?
Ron White?
Yeah.
He used to Ron White.
I did Opie Nancy with him once.
Yeah. Mount County, man, he gonna be okay. On the phone. He used to always say, he said, and didn't I tell you you're gonna be okay?
I did something with him, I can't remember.
Maybe,
he was on Opie and Anthony quite a bit.
Yeah. Me, him, and a guy named Chris Kelly. Chris Kelly was a little guy. What?
He was a little guy from what?
He was from Birmingham. No, he was from Huntsville, Alabama. We were all on the show. And the guy from the reserve unit fast, he held the phone. I was about to go on stage and he said, Tony, you got an emergency phone call in the office. I'm like, is it a woman? Because I'm like, if it wasn't my mom or my wife, you know, about the kids. And she said, it's the man. I'm like, all right. No. I figured it was one of my buddies going, hey, man, can you hook me up with a show? Can you hook me up with free tickets? Went up, did my thing. I was on stage maybe like 20, 25 minutes, came down, watched the whole Vic Henley show, and then we're going to leave. We're going to go get something to eat. And then she says, that man's still holding for you in the office town. I picked up the phone. I said, hello? He says, Petty Officer Woods. I'm like, let me go get him. He said, go ahead, Woods, man. I know that's you. Fuck. Like that. Because as long as they didn't contact me, I didn't have to show up, but I had to show up. And from there, I was supposed to go to what's it called?
So if you didn't answer that phone, you wouldn't have had to go anywhere?
Yeah, I made it till they called me. Sooner or later, they would have called me. But I wasn't running. I just had not gotten the call yet. It wasn't like now. We could just you weren't that easy to put your fingers on back then. Right?
And that's interesting.
And I'm a road comic. I'm on the road. Right? You know, all you can do is call my house and say, well, let me know when he'll be back, or even leave a message. And if he'd have left a message, I was not going to answer that shit. I was going to say, hey. My answer machine broke in my mother. I was supposed to go to Ocala and then Fort Myers and then Key West. Instead, I went to bowling afterwards, please.
Jesus Christ. But having something that sucks afterwards, you got a lot of shit to talk about.
Yeah. I'm glad I got that.
That's must have been wild doing stand-up and being in the service at the same time.
It was cool. Well, I wasn't doing. When I went back, I was a little bit of a celebrity at Camp Lejeune because I was on a show called "Tell Me Something Good" on BET. Like most people didn't have BET back then. As a matter of fact, when the guy told me, he said, "Hey, to the show, I work for BET," I'm like, "All right, dog." You know, he's just like another Virgo with a business card to me. I'm like, whatever, man. You know, yeah, man, I produced this and I produced that. I'm like, come on, get out of here. Right? But he said, I produced the show. I said, what's that? He says, Black Entertainment Television. I just started laughing. I was like, that's funny as shit. And the next day, my wife called me at work. I was a bike messenger too. My wife called me and my dispatcher said, yo, you gotta give a landline and give the rest of your packages off to such and such. I'm like, for what? She's an emergency phone call. I'm like, fuck. The call. She said, you gotta go home and da-da-da-da. And you should wear this, wear that, wear this. I'm like, for what? She said, you're gonna be on television this evening. I'm like, what are you talking about? She says, yeah, the guy from BET called and I called him back and blah, blah, blah. I'm like, yeah, I met that motherfucker last night. He said he worked for some people called Black Entertainment Television. She says, yes, that's a real thing, Tony. I was like, I was on some Juneteenth shit. I ain't know. I was like, for real, we gotta own that word, motherfucker. You guys can go. So basically, it was kind of for me, because I was like, everybody know about this network for me. Right. And that's the first. And so, but anyway, so when I'm down there at campus, people would always say, man, and this is the misconception about television. Everybody's like, man, what you doing here, man? Ain't you rich? Because we get $100 a day for that show. And, so, but people watch you on television.
Yeah, they just assume you're rich.
You're so rich. And as a matter of fact, we went to go see New Jack City. And the guy says, I got in a fight that night because I was already frustrated. And Rock was in there. He said, so do you know him? I'm like, yeah, I know him. Yeah, right. Me and Rob and Tommy Davidson had done a comedy tour called the Slitsmall Liquor Bowl comedy tour. We went to Chicago, we went to a lot of places, man. Tommy Davidson, and then you know, to me, I felt like I'm stuck here. I don't know how long this war gonna last. I don't know when. You know what I'm saying? And then see guys you work with, you know, television and stuff like in the movies and stuff. And this fucking asshole's going, you think you're bad because you know, like, got to fight at what's the place where you pull up and they roller skate, bring it.
I know what you're talking about. One of those, yeah, roller diners, or whatever they call them. What do they call those things? Just diners, right?
In Jacksonville, North Carolina, we got to fight. That was bad. Because I couldn't take it. Oh yeah. Should I say this on the podcast? Yeah, because I went to the ATM to get some money, but my ex-wife had took all the money because she had power of attorney. So I didn't have money to go see the movie where I saw my buddy in the movie. And then this motherfucker screaming at me, going, yeah. He said, well, do you know him? Do you know him? I'm like, I know Chris Rock. I don't know the other guy. Yeah, right. He was just in it. And then we got to the place, and Sonic, I think it's called Sonic. Get to the place, I got to borrow money from one of my other buddies. And that motherfucker just come on. Next thing you know, he got banana milkshake all over him. I wasn't really fighting him. I think I was fighting the person who cleaned up a bank account.
Yeah. He just got you on that day.
He just called me up. Ooh, it was a bad day. Because we were almost late for the movie, man, because we stopped at 3 different ATMs. So I'm like, well, maybe it's this one. Maybe something's wrong with this. So I know I got some. Don't worry about it, Woods, man. Fuck it, I'll just pay you away. See, comedy is very therapeutic.
Well, it's definitely the only way, other than time, to take a negative and turn into a positive.
Yeah.
Comedy can do it pretty quickly.
Yeah.
It can change your perspective on things pretty quickly.
Yeah. I feel better about the bathtub. Because that's been hanging heavy on me, man. Just because that dude said, hey, we just remove it.
Yeah. You should probably try this at least.
That's and I figured this was God said, because all of a sudden, because I'm like, I watch you and I'm like, Joe seems to know a lot of shit. Pretty sure he might have an answer if my primary care doctor doesn't have. Man,
that's ridiculous. I just got lucky that I read that article. That's all it is. But I have been doing the cold plunge for months now. I guess like more than a year.
You do,
but like very regular, like every day for months.
Is it for pain?
No, I do it because it makes me feel really good. When I do it, then I get out of it. You get this rush of endorphins that lasts for hours, and you feel amazing. You feel way better.
Do you know what? Right next to my mother's primary care doctor on Wisconsin Avenue. It's not DC, it's really Bethesda. There's a place right next to it. And I'm like, see, I'm gonna tell you something about racialism. It can be so ignorant. Because I saw the people on the picture sitting in tubs of ice. And I said, those Scorpios are crazy. And now I'm thinking, ooh, maybe that Virgo should sit in that ice too. Because, no, I just had that thought of us leaving out of the doctor's office right here. And it's a place. And I'm like, what's in there? Yeah, what no, you waste your time. Like, what is a cold plunge? Why?
Yeah.
Like,
right.
Yeah, but on the picture, it's like, everybody's Scorpio.
Well, there's like a couple of things are happening at the same time. One of them that's happening is your body is trying to protect itself by like rushing all the blood to the center of your body. Like you're fucking freezing in that thing. Everything's like, and you have a hard time breathing because you can't relax. But once you learn how to just accept it, like that, then you just breathe. And if you do it for me, it's 3 minutes. I get out after 3 minutes, and I feel fucking amazing. I feel like more relaxed, more in tune, more ready to go. I know I talk about it so much; it's getting annoying. I should probably stop talking.
It's a Bethesda.
They have them all over the place.
But this one is right. Bethesda's right. But do you know DC Mini?
Yeah,
it's right in this neighborhood. You know, DC Mini. What's the other
well, whoever. You should get in one.
I'm gonna get in.
Yeah, I'd be interested if you follow. I'll send you that. That article.
I know that one right there. That just remember thinking, see, that was because I tell my kids that like how ignorant hate is. It's because you can't hate somebody. You gotta love somebody to truly hate them. You just can't hate somebody. You gotta know them. You can't just say I fucking hate all steel pictures. You've never met a steel picture. So you can hate. I try to tell them that kids, you can hate your wife because you know her. You know what I'm saying? that woman across the street with the orange dress, you can't say, I fucking hate the lady with the orange dress. Right. You don't know her. That one right there. And so
Yeah.
but I did a bit of, I was in Australia and I was in a tent. Another animal story, I'm sorry. I was in a tent and these people rushed by me because of music stuff, man. Like that. And they were running like maybe 10 people, like a small group. They weren't together, but they were running like, and I'm like, fuck, you're not gonna miss that much of the thing, right? And they go by me. The hallway is round because the tent is round. And as soon as I turn around, it's a tiger. Yeah, a real tiger. His face is like this big. And he's just right there. He has the saddest little look on his face. And then I always say, because this is what happened, like 4 or 5 guys who sound like they've been eating peanut butter and jelly sandwiches with no jelly. They were like, because they were Filipino. But I'm not being racist. That's descriptive. And they were popping him with some little thing. And it kind of put him away. But he was wandering. And when he wandered, those people ran.
They drugged them.
I don't know what happened. Yeah, because he was very docile.
I went to a tiger park in Thailand. And it's weird because when they're young, there's a lot of supervisors in the room. And, there's like people that make it because the young ones are like fast and playful. And then when they get like a little bit older, someone always has to separate you from the cats. But then when it gets to the big ones, those big ones just lay there like this.
It's here.
Yeah, they're huge. And people sit next to them and take selfies. So you have drugged up tigers in a cage, and people like sit next to them. And that's the thing that people do.
So the point I was making about how silly race is and how stupid it is, because when they almost knocked me down, I not popcorn, but actual corn on the cob that I bought from the vendor was knocked me down. And I was angry because they ran by me, almost knocked me down. On stage I say, fucking Australians. That's not what I said right then, under my breath. I didn't say it out loud, but then I turn around, boom. It's not that they were white or Australian. It's a goddamn tiger was coming. I don't know how that explains itself, but you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Because at first, I was just saying something bad about them because they almost knocked my soul today out of my It could have been a group of black people, which I know would have got knocked out because they would have been running faster. And then they would have been screaming too. They were the quietest group. Like, if there was a tiger behind you, you say, ah! You say something. They just... Everybody looked nervous. They just ran, And I think somebody could have said, run, dude. A tiger's coming. Shit. They just ran. They just ran past me. Nobody. If I was running and you were coming this way, I would go, dude, here comes a tiger. And like that, I would just go, better you than me, motherfucker.
That's got to be one of the most terrifying ways to die.
Yeah.
There's probably nothing like it.
Unless you're a rat and it's an eagle.
Right. that's
but it would be about the same, wouldn't it? Because his big ass hands would just go.
Yeah, they would just tear you apart. But I'm just thinking for us, it'd be one of the scariest.
Because our brain is not gonna. You're gonna feel him. You're gonna hear him crunch your leg.
Oh God.
Yeah, and
he's gonna kill you first.
And have you ever noticed, like a lot of animals, like you talk about how the monkeys ate, how the chimps ate the monkeys?
Yeah.
Because I think the butt is soft and that's like
the guts.
So they're not gonna bite your head.
Right.
They're gonna start.
They'll bite back.
Yeah. They're gonna bite your butt out.
It's a horrible video.
No genitalia.
Screaming.
That's my dick, man.
Imagine if there was things as big as chimps that ate us. You have to be real careful when you go outside. Hippopotamus. Because nature does have this very strange balance. Like, I watch a lot of videos on praying mantises. I'm obsessed with praying mantises. It's such a fascinating insect.
What do they do?
They're They kill hummingbirds. They kill like small rodents. They kill all kinds of shit. Anything that comes near them. I know, dude. They kill hummingbirds. They hang around bird feeders and they snatch hummingbirds out of the air. You ever seen this? Dude, praying mantises are fascinating. And so the video that I watched was these ants killing a praying mantis. The praying mantis was trying to kill the ants, but the ants like swarmed on top of him and then systematically cut off his head. It was wild. Teamwork. Yeah, Jamie's got to find praying mantis gets hummingbird.
But then, what was that? Woody Allen's movie when Christopher Walken was the praying mantis.
So check this out. There's a praying mantis, right? Here comes the bird. Watch this though. It's wild. Seems to know not to get too close to it. Look at that. Bam, got you. Got it. Isn't that insane? Look at that. How fucking power that insect has.
How is he that much stronger than?
It's because it's the person who is. They didn't want it to keep happening, which is rude because that bird's dead. Now that you've just fucked up the man. Just hooked him. He's got hooks for hands. They have like the end of their hands that just clap down on things. They're like these. Look at these barbed hooks. Yeah. He snags them. And look how fucking strong they are. Arachnids, like spiders, they're so much stronger than they would be if they were a person like with our kind of anatomy, our size, skin and bones and all that stuff. That design of that exoskeleton design that a lot of these insects have, along with this insane leverage they have.
You got like daggers.
Yeah, but he's also just stupid fucking strong. They're so much stronger than a little mammal would be if it was that size. Like these things are insane. Like look at the fucking body structure on them. Like just that video. Oh, he's gonna eat the fuck out of this snake. Dude, they eat the fuck out of everything. It's an amazing design. I mean, look at the hooks that he has for these arms.
Yeah, I see.
So I don't like this because they're showing this to us. Why didn't they show us the kill shot? He's already eating.
That's a really small snake.
That looks like they gave him that snake. Look at these motherfuckers. They did it for the gram. It's like a setup fight. Oh, so the lizard ate. Oh boy, they have setup fights.
Oh yeah, there's a website for this where you can watch all sorts of insects go at it.
So that lizard, mantis, and a scorpion. Who wins that one? I don't like dog fights. I would not want to watch a dog fight, but I do not mind watching mantis and scorpions do battle with each other. Here we go. Boy, I don't know. Scorpion looks like he's gonna fuck him up.
No, he already sick.
What's happening here? Scorpion has a shell. What is he doing? He's just climbing on? Yeah, there's other bugs that the mantis wants. So he's gonna steal these other bugs. So it's like, are they gonna fight over food? Like, what is the mantis? What is the scorpion? So he's gonna eat on him. That's how disrespectful that mantis is. Look how disrespectful he is. I'm gonna stand on you while I eat. That's just crazy. Okay, now he's decided to eat the scorpion? Yeah. Oh my god. Bro, if he eats this fucking scorpion, think about how small that thing is in comparison to the scorpion.
Got one hand, he's got one hook in.
He's trying to eat the scorpion.
Using the wall for leverage.
He's using the wall for leverage. Look at this. Does he give up after a while? Can he not break the surface? Oh my God, he's still going. Who fucking wins? Oh, looks like what happened? Back it up a little. Yeah, he fucked up. Oh, he fucked up. He got caught in the pictures. Oh, that's all they give you? Interesting. Yeah, you fucked up. You got cocky. You didn't plan ahead. It couldn't break through the scorpion's tissue. Whatever that armor is he has on the outside. They're so gangster. But get the ants kill praying mantis. They dissected it. They like clinically dissected it, like cut off the arms, cut off the head.
I've done them before. Just wow.
So this praying mantis is eating some ants. Yeah, they all start swarming them though. So he's getting a few of them. He fucked that dude up. But now they're on him. This is wild. Because this is, I mean, like, this is so, they're so tiny that we don't understand how wild this is. If we were watching this and these are big, like the size of lions, you know how amazing this would be? If like lions fought a giant, like that's what this would be. But even weirder, because these insects, like with the way insects look, it's a big one. Does the queen go to battle? There's a few of those big ones though.
Queen came in.
I don't know if the queen would risk it all for that, but these ants just chop the shit out of this dude. Look how many of them are coming out of the hole too. Just coming out ready to go to war. How do they communicate? I mean, that's what I want to know. How do they organize? How do they know? Like, this is why, look, they just cut his fucking head off. Sorry, bitch. I mean, what? How amazing is this? Just watching this is fucking insane. And it's crowded. If we went to another planet and we saw things like this, but they were big, like German Shepherd size, we're observing that, people would be utterly fascinated. Look how many of them there are together in this little canal. Somehow they're communicating together. And they wear armor. Yeah, we just accept it because they're little. Because it's really, really little. We're not amazed by it. You know, we're only amazed by things that are, I wonder what's a certain size.
You know what I'm saying? Like an ant is this big. I wonder what does an ant go? Get out of here.
Probably fungus. Well, definitely fungus, actually, because have you ever seen what happens with the cordyceps mushroom and ants? The cordyceps mushroom can infect ants, and it makes them grow spores out of their body. So the mushroom spores, and then the spores explode, infecting the whole colony. Yeah, so these ants know when an ant's been infected, and they know that it's going to explode, so they have to drag it out. So they're dragging it out like it's a time-release bomb, and they're hoping to get outside of their village before it blows up, because if it doesn't, all the other people like see it growing out of his head. That is, the cordyceps mushroom has infected this ant, and now it's using its body to grow. It's the premise behind that zombie show on HBO, The Last of Us. The premise is that this infects people because this fungus, it's when it pops, it blows all these spores in the air. And when it blows all these spores in the air, then yeah, exactly. It's just trying to infect all the. I mean, imagine if you found a family member lying there with a giant spore growing out of its back, a giant sack of spores, just whatever it is for a mushroom, and it's just ready to spray.
You gotta get him out the house.
Yeah, fuck.
We'll miss you, dog.
And you just got a greasy bandana tied around your head, hoping they don't get you, and when you're dragging this body out of town. Well,
just so I guess the way that thing is just look at like it's like somebody small. With their phone.
Yeah, it's like somebody swallowed a bomb. Yeah, especially if it's in like a crowded area. Like if that happened and people like people got infected by cordyceps mushrooms in like a subway and burst out into the subway and coughed and sprayed, all those people would be infected.
Question. With all the mantis crazy videos you've seen, and that ant is being controlled by that cordyceps mushroom, which is not a parasite, but many mantises are controlled by this horsehair parasite.
Yeah, I've heard about this.
So that's great. That crazy behavior.
Yes, maybe this is what's crazy. When you put the mantises in water, that black snake comes out of its asshole.
That is crazy. There's so many videos of it.
Isn't that nuts? So that thing lives in its body.
But
Look
it
how
can't,
big
it
it
can't get
is.
in the water.
It hates the water.
It hates the water. Look how big it is. How wild is that?
That's probably why he's like
It's possessed.
what's the name? Venom.
Yeah, venom.
It is venom.
It's Venom, yeah.
Oh my God, it's a real life venom.
And he's the praying mantis is going, I'm gonna die. You're not gonna die.
It's a real life venom.
Wow, that is crazy.
That's nuts. Look at it. It's just like an evil snake that lives in its body.
And look how yeah.
It even looks sinister. It looks alien. Like just thinking that something like that would live in something that size.
Yeah. And he's not letting him out, is he?
I think it's out now.
It's out of his body, but
his
it's
mind
still
right.
attached to his butt. Is he trying to climb back in?
Yeah, but just
Oh my God, is it trying to climb back in? Is that what's
Yeah.
really going on here? It's trying to climb back up his butt. And then he's trying to eat it. He's like, fuck you, you've been inside of me. I'm going to put you inside the other way. So he doesn't even know if he did that, it would probably just make more of those in its gut.
Is that just regular water or they got something?
That's a good question. I think it's just, I wonder, like, if you eat it, if that thing grows in your gut, or
That's what how the cycle is created.
yeah, it seems like he wants to eat it. Maybe he wants to be venom again. Maybe once he gets out and become a bitch.
Yeah.
It's like, I don't even, hummingbirds are cool. I don't want to kill hummingbirds. I just eat dead bugs I find laying around.
He was sick and just a man. He said, yeah, his buddy's going to I killed a bird. I did this. He's like,
Yeah, so is that a large percentage of mantises are infected by that?
I had heard that. This other article about it says that the parasite is what forces them to go into water.
oh, to get the fuck
Video
to get him
explaining
out of
it.
here.
Oh, so the parasite forces them to go into water to hatch? Well, that was the case with grasshoppers, right? With grasshoppers, we talked about that before. It was that there's this parasite, it's some sort of a worm, aquatic worm, and it grows inside the grasshopper's body and then convinces the grasshopper to commit suicide so it can be born. So it talks the it just takes over the grasshopper's brain, like, get in that water, bitch. Da, da, da. And it comes out of the grasshopper's body. Yeah, so it's piloting the grasshopper.
Can this thing be the grasshopper?
Could it be the grasshopper?
Praying man.
Oh yeah, praying mantis will fuck up a grasshopper. I think I bet a lot of the insects have parasites inside of them. I bet it's probably pretty common. It's an interesting relationship.
Like, what's his name? The little guy.
He had a parasite? Oh yeah, that's big. But a lot of people have toxoplasmosis. Toxoplasmosis, I think it's called toxoplasmosis gondii. It's a parasite that is from cats. So the way cats get it is they get it from rats, and when rats get it, rats, for whatever reason, when they get this parasite, their testes swell up, they get hard-ons, and they get sexually aroused at the smell of cat urine. So it tricks their body into thinking that cat urine is like hijacks their sexual reward system to like seek out cat urine. So they're going after cat urine, and it erases their fear of cats. So what it's doing is encouraging them to get killed by cats. So the cats eat them, and the only way this toxoplasmosis reproduces is inside the guts of a cat. And then the cats shit it out, and that's why they tell pregnant women to never handle cat litter. Because you can handle cat litter, you get toxo, and it can be very bad for you and the baby. Napoleon's retreating army felled by parasites. Interesting. Wow.
This podcast is like Lion King, man. It's like the Sugar Lion, son.
Ever since his catastrophic retreat from Moscow, the terrible losses suffered by Napoleon's soldiers have been blamed on hunger and the biting cold of the Russian winter. But according to new research by French scientists, the fabled Grande Armée, reduced to 30,000 men by December of 1812 from a total of 600,000 to 700,000 just 6 months earlier, was actually felled by parasites. Researchers led by Dieter Ralt of the National Science Research Center in Marseille. How do you say that? Marseille? Marseille? Have analyzed the DNA of 72 teeth extracted from 35 skeletons removed from a mass military grave near Vilnius. In present-day Lithuania in 1995, they found minute traces of microbes associated with typhus and trench fever, deadly diseases transmitted by fleas and lice, in the dental matter of 10 Neapolitan soldiers, the newspaper Le Figaro reported yesterday.
But they had to all get it because it's cold. They're fighting in the winter, so they got to be huddled up. So everybody.
So typhus, interesting. So there at one point there was 691,000. It got down to 30,000. It was all from parasites.
Most of it is cold and hunger did most of it, but great tolls definitely.
Wow.
And if you're cold and hungry, huddled up together.
We're talking about 600,000 people dying from either being cold or fleas.
6 months.
Holy shit.
Limbs were falling off. God. They looked just like that ant.
And then the sanitary conditions when you have that many bodies. Where are you putting these bodies? They're gonna all rot. Who's gonna be around? Who's healthy enough to move these bodies around?
And just imagine you build a house on that land.
Oh jeez.
You dig up
the wolves. That's my absolute favorite story of World War I. World War I, they had to have a ceasefire between the Germans and the Russians because there were so many of them getting killed by wolves. So they said, let's stop killing each other and kill these fucking wolves. And so they killed the wolves and then went back to killing each other.
But I'm sure the wolves are like these guys out here fucking up.
Well, what would happen is they were fighting trench warfare, so someone would get shot and they would be screaming. And maybe they'd be way the fuck over there, and it's nighttime, and these wolves get in those trenches and they smell blood, and they'll pull that motherfucker out of the trench. So people were screaming while they're getting eaten alive by wolves. So you're sitting there huddled with your rifle. You can't jump up because the Germans will shoot you, or the Russians will shoot you. And then
one or two wolves are the.
And so they had to have conversations. They were sending scouts out, and they would disappear, and then they'd go find them, and they're torn apart, bloody clothing. They realized people were getting swarmed by wolves. There were so many wolves up there that the wolves had taken to hunting people because they'd eaten so many soldiers. Yeah, so it becomes a primary food source. Like dead human beings left on the battlefield in World War I were a primary food source to the wolves in that area.
It's like the lions again because it's easier.
Much easier.
Yeah. But
you know how many people have
taking
been
out
killed by wolves before you decide to have a fucking a meeting with your fellow humans that you're just killing 6 months ago? We got to do something. We're losing too many guys to wolves. This is crazy. We got to admit, we hate each other, but we hate wolves more. Wolves used to be terrifying. That's what Little Red Riding Hood was all about. That was what the Three Little Pigs were all about. Like, they were fucking terrifying. And somewhere along the line,
people forgot to be scared of them when they killed them all off in the West. And so they're like, let's bring them back. We miss the wolves. Let's bring them back. Like, are you fucking sure?
The wolf was probably one of the first members of the LBGSTMJ. Remember, he just went in there and put on that dress, man. Oh, he had a dress on. And she came in.
That's right.
She said, "Hey, what you doing?" Cause she knew it was him, but she's like, "What big eyes you have?" She's trying to back out. She's like, cause she knows she can't run from him. She got to back, and she got to be slick with it. Yeah, she's caught him with ladies' clothes on.
Do you know there's a cartoon of that from like 1930 something, and instead of a wolf, it's a Jew. It's like a really stereotypical image of a Jewish person, and it's a weird cartoon, man, because they changed it later on, and they changed it into a wolf. Make sure this is true, because with AI today, you never know when you're getting fooled by something. With AI today, you never know, like, because they can make like fake cartoons. Yeah.
This is like the best people.
Well, which is the one? It's Little Red Riding Hood. Which the one when the wolf is knocking at the door?
That's the Three Pigs.
Yeah, maybe it was Three Pigs.
Three Pigs is the first
knocking
one.
At the door, knocking at the door, dressed like a wolf. A wolf wearing like women's clothes, right?
Puff, blow your house down.
So what it was like, yes. Look at this. Put the headphones on. Could she back it up a little? I want to hear what he's saying. No, yeah. He's saying he's selling brushes. Wow. Wolf was dressed up as a brush man. Imagine being a dude who sells brushes back in those days. It's a hard way to make a living.
Let's look at that the comedian, the actor.
Seth Rogen.
I guess is that him?
Seth Meyers.
Curly hair.
Seth Rogen.
Okay.
The guy gets high a lot.
Yeah.
Well,
he did a movie. He did a movie where he's a guy. He's an immigrant. He comes from Europe. And he works in a pickle factory killing rats. You ever see that?
No, I didn't see that.
He got an American pickle. He wakes up after a comic called by.
Is it good?
I didn't see it. It came out during the pandemic.
And this is his great grandson or something.
Oh wow.
But he's killing rats, and then one day the rats attack him, and he falls into a pickle barrel. The place closes down and all this other stuff. Years go by. Basically, he lived because he was pickled. It's comedy. But he lived there, and he comes back, and then boom, they go, the only living relative you got is this guy. And he's like, because he knows how poor he was. He goes, you have more than one pair of socks. And just because for him, he just wanted to have more than one pair of socks. He wanted to have seltzer water.
Bubbly water.
Yeah, that's sign of class. Yeah, that was his great. Yeah, and now he's got a fucking seltzer machine in the kitchen. Because you're doing really well for yourself. Yeah. So you gotta see it. It's just a sign of the times. Like a guy who was an all right guy back then, he's a piece of shit now because the things he said and the views that his great grandfather. He says you can't say that now.
Right, just watch an old movie. Yeah. They used to beat women up in old movies all the time.
They always smack up.
Smack. Yeah.
Yeah,
they smack women all the time back then. Rest of that alone.
But I
just saw a movie with Sammy Davis Jr. It's an old movie with Sammy Davis Jr. I think he's making fun of Miles Davis. I don't know. But he's a really good trumpet player. He's an asshole, and he's playing this dude kind of jazz or whatever. And Cicely Tyson is in it. She's his girlfriend. The girl who played Walona on Good Times. The one who sings, "Hey, we lucky we got him." Yeah, she's in it, and her and Cicely Tyson get into an argument, whatever, and then Sammy Davis Jr. just comes up, boom, punches her in the face. Yeah, Walona from Good Times, punches her right in the damn face. Wow, I think it was, and he used all real jazz musicians. Did you ever watch Good Times? Yes. Remember the janitor? Yes. I never knew he was a famous jazz musician. He was in it too. He was in the movie too. It's cool. I don't know. But Sammy Davis Jr. She's got a lot of Morgan Freeman is in it, but he don't have a speaking part. He's an extra. That's how old this movie is.
And so Sammy Davis Jr. is supposed to be making fun of Miles Davis? He's doing a Miles Davis.
He's a good trumpet player because all the jazz guys are in it except Miles Davis. Dizzy Gillespie's in it. All these are real jazz musicians.
Could Sammy Davis Jr. really play?
No, he couldn't play the trumpet.
So is he faking it?
Yeah, look, Ozzie Davis. That's Cicely Tyson.
Is he definitely faking it? Can I hear that? Well, it sure looks like he's playing it.
Yeah.
Movie magic. I don't think they had movie magic back then. Yeah. I think he's playing it, man. I mean, he was a musician. I know. Look.
Okay, look. That's Walona from Good Times. And Frank Sinatra Jr. is in it too.
This is why I think that's really him. Because if you ever listen to like a real solo, like someone who's really good, really drums. Yeah, that was 100% him playing that trumpet. There's no way a guy who plays drums this good would ever accept using a fake trumpet sound. I think he knows how to do it. I guarantee that guy could probably play everything. You don't think Sammy Davis Jr. could play everything? He was a serious musician. Jamie, I think you're hating. I think you're slightly hating. I think perhaps you can't play it. Okay.
Yeah, he plays trumpet and drums.
But it's like you see when a guy's like a real musician. You see the way their hands move. They just move better.
Did you see when he was? His name was Rufus somebody. He was running for president. He was 4 years old. He was in a movie where he was. I forgot. It's just Sammy Davis Jr. He's like 4, and he's got a top hat on, and I watch Turner classic movies sometimes.
Who would you say is like the best trumpet player? Like, if there's one person, who would be like the elite of jazz trumpet players? Miles Davis, right? So let's listen to so we just listened to that, and we're trying to debate whether or not Sammy Davis Jr. really played it. Let's see like what the top.
And he's playing a cornet in that too.
A cornet?
That was the big one. That's the John Mangione one he was playing. You know him.
I'm ignorant about musical instruments. So
Googling 4 things at once here. Just trying to find better evidence of him playing that while I was trying to find the rest. But as I was thinking of why I was saying that, because I was thinking of this scene in Crossroads the whole time, where Ralph Macchio's playing guitar against Steve Vai, and it looks like he's playing guitar because in some of these scenes he is, but he's not.
He's not making that music.
He's not a solo battle against him.
Right.
He just practiced enough.
But don't you think the technology was far different in the Sammy Davis Jr. times?
Yeah, maybe it was like
I think splicing the sound in there and having it sync up perfectly, that's not an easy task back then. I mean, I guess it probably could be done by a wizard of special effects, or you could just play Sammy Davis Jr. playing the trumpet, which is what it looks like. I just don't know why everything has to be conspiracy theory, Jamie.
Oh, well, I'd be more for like the movie aspect. I'll go back and find the clip again, but like they're cutting so much. The way that would have been recorded, they could have recorded him playing once and then went back and reenacted him, so they can have the camera moving all around them. To have that all recorded perfectly and for it to sound as good as it did, it has to be edited. So,
interesting. Yeah, that's true. So there has to be some sound engineering too, right? Like whatever they could do back then in the black and white days.
It's called a man called Adam.
But can you just show me like Miles Davis playing the trumpet? I just want to. Oh, is that what this is? Oh, sorry.
That's
it's way different playing those fast jazz.
Miles and so. Someone has to talk. Claudia, I have been in. Go back to the other one again. So, is there anything with Miles Davis playing where it's not people talking?
Speaking of Miles, she was his wife. Cicely Tyson was his wife.
She's married to Miles. Here we go.
That's John Coltrane.
Something that people really love about jazz, the improvised aspect of it. I didn't really enjoy it that much until just now. I like that. I was listening to that. I was like, oh, this might be the way to do it. Like, don't do it while you're doing other stuff. Just sit there and listen to it. I like things without lyrics as background music. When I write, I like to put like classical music or maybe music in other languages so I don't know what they're saying. So it only gets in so far. I'm not thinking about their words.
Lately, I've been listening to a lot of this healing, chanting stuff like that. The waves.
Yeah.
Not water. But it's you see it on YouTube all the time, and it'll say it heals you, or you can sleep for 2 hours and wake up like you slept for 8 hours. It's just like
oh, I think I know what you're talking about.
Megahertz or something like that.
Yeah. That's right.
Yeah, binaural beats. Yeah. I gotta start remembering the names of this shit.
I don't know if that helps you, or you don't need as much sleep.
What's it supposed to do for you? What are the pros?
It puts you in a relaxing state. There's a big talk about 432 hertz.
It makes me. I'm gonna tell you. It feels like I'm like a egg, like not a egg like a chicken egg, but those eggs you have on like a piece of furniture, you know, like something you put on the coffee table, and it's on a pillow. And when I listen to that music, that's how I feel like I'm going. Like I just sing into the bed, like, but it's not the bed I'm singing into. It's the sound I sink. I don't know how. Like it's like I just kind of sink into the bed to just I'm just there, but I'm not like laying on the bed. And I'm and I wake up and be like, let's go.
Really?
Yeah. And it's not music, is it? It's more like just sounds. But it's good.
And so, how much time do you do it for?
I sleep.
You sleep to it.
I sleep to it. Like if I gotta catch a flight at whatever time at 7, and I know I can't afford to sleep too long, but I know if I put that on for 2 hours, boom, when I will get up and I get up and I'm good. I won't be like not like that. I'm like let's go get it because I slept like that.
So you listen to this on headphones when you go to sleep?
I just play it on my iPad or something like that.
Just put a speaker?
Or either put my earbuds in, but I always want to fall out.
Right.
And even when they show the picture of the music, it's so much. He's like, this shit just floating.
And the ones you listen to, like, how long does it go for?
They got some of them for 10 hours, 6 hours, 3 hours. You just put up there 2 hours of sometimes it's under Zen sleep music or healing music. It just it's good.
That's interesting. I haven't experimented with that. I'm kind of now. Now that I'm thinking about it, I'm kind of interested.
I'm getting the hot and the cold tub at the same time.
Yeah, I'm interested in it now. Because
you pull that up. Because when you see it, you see what I'm trying to describe to you, how you feel when you're sleeping.
It makes sense because music has such an intense effect on people, intense effect on the way you feel. It gives you goosebumps, gets you excited, gets your body moving. And it just makes sense that it's interacting with us in a way other than like the obvious, we hear it. We don't just hear it. Like it gives you emotions. It sort of changes the way you feel.
What in particular?
Go because it's one where a guy's just like playing like that.
That's it. Okay. Is this here? Let's
Yeah, that's.
So you sleep to this?
Yeah, I do. I want to lay down now. It's good.
Wow. This goes on for 8 hours?
Well, how many hours?
11 hours. It's perfect. That's what I need. 11 hours of sleep.
It's also good if you're a YouTube subscriber.
Yeah.
It just restarts in seconds.
This can be very psychedelic.
It's good.
You know, you can have some wild ass dreams steered by this music.
I could drink, wake up. It's like, you know how you like, none of that.
Yeah.
Just, if I have eaten, I don't feel full. If I have not eaten, I don't feel hungry. Yeah, it's kind of. Just what your father said, man. I'm just saying something. I'm saying, locked in. Yeah, but it's not like I'm laying on a table.
Right.
I'm just
floating.
Yeah. Like
I'm gonna try it. I've used noise machines before, but I kind of like to sleep. I like to hear some cats.
Oh, the dog gonna love it.
Yeah.
Dog love it. Dog. My mom's dog is just screaming like that.
Quick update. This is the guy who played the trumpet.
What's that?
This is the trumpet player from the movie.
Oh, that's the guy from the movie?
Yeah. Trumpet playing was done by Adder.
Oh, so it wasn't actually Sammy Davis Jr.'s trumpet?
It's overdubbed.
Oh my God, Jamie's right.
This motherfucker, we call him a conspiracy theorist, but he was
And
right.
I happened to
How did you know?
Because I went to school to make sound for movies and stuff. That's what you do. 99% of all sound in a movie is redone. It's not recorded live.
I just naively thought that Sammy Davis Jr. wouldn't want another man to play trumpet for him.
It's almost impossible for them to record that in that setting, and it sounded that good. Because they were in a space with production. There's 100,000 people. You know, there's people around them shutting up. Think of at your shows. You know, really make a sound or kind of really something. If he's playing a one-time performance,
Flashes, people walking in, people walking out.
Interesting. I heard Tommy talk about this. He said in his first taping, people were walking around in the background and stuff. The people that they were like, we can't use this. So he said, but that's the performance that was good. So you have to. You have to use that one, and they did. Yeah. But you're like, you can't worry about this.
Wow. Yeah, people do weird stuff with set sometimes. Like when you, I'm not gonna talk about this. I was thinking about Aziz Ansari said that one that he did with Spike Jonze, where they showed the background. Like, it was just so distracting to me. Like, I didn't understand why they would do that. Like, you could see the people working in backstage while he was on stage. It was like at an angle instead of like straight on at him. It was like at an angle where you could see like the sound guy and everybody. No, it was I think it was a Netflix special, but it was just Spike Jonze directed it, and it was like this weird choice that they had decided to make and have it shot where it looks more, I guess, more organic. Like you just happen to be there watching. Yeah, you can see. Yeah, that's it. You can see the backstage area. So like, there would be people see where his right hand is. There'd be people walking back there and shit. It was weird. Like to the door, the exit door and shit. Very odd. But I guess it's like to give you this feeling that you're in that you're in the club instead of it's like more informal, I guess, more relaxed. I don't know. But it's like, why is there people walking behind the scenes? Why am I looking at people walking in the background? Why is that in my mind?
Yeah, because it seems like it would be distracting.
It's distracting.
Have you been to the stand in New York?
Yeah.
And the room upstairs, they got the window open. Like, what the fuck is that, man? Because I can't talk to y'all when these people, they're doing stuff back there and they're not paying attention. It's like you're in a fishbowl. And I'm like, right, close that curtain. So,
yeah, it's weird. Yeah, but that's another one of those ones, like, you know, comedian that set that up.
Right. I did the club that me and Louis did in Rotterdam. It was called Club Hog. So if you ever go to Rotterdam, you got to do that. As a matter of fact, the last time I was there, I filmed. I did footage, an hour footage. But the ceiling is low. It's like, the ceiling is low. There's no bad seats. And, but it's they speak another language, but they understand you because they speak like three languages: Dutch, French, English, and German mixed together. Plus, they watch American television, so their English comprehension is super good. Wow! So pop over there, you gotta do that.
It must be fun doing countries like that. It's pretty impressive that they have that good of a grasp of English, like universally. We're basically, you either speak Spanish in this country or you speak English. You speak English and Spanish.
They
speak a gang of.
They understand in Holland. They understand us better than they do English people.
I think Spanish is the next language. If I was going to learn a second language, that seems like the most useful one. And also it's like it's everywhere. Russian. I don't want to throw in the towel just yet. Plus, that one you have to learn like a whole different alphabet. You have to learn all the way they write their letters and everything. It's like very strange. It's so cool looking.
We all stopped popping out like that ant who had that fungus, that shit. All the Russians going to gas masks.
Right.
You You smelled the trees burning.
Yeah. Do you get worried about this whole Ukraine war thing?
It seems a little. Speaking of Amsterdam, we're in Amsterdam. There's a Russian comedian over there. He's doing a spot at the comedy cafe over in Amsterdam. We're like, hey, you guys, and he goes, that's just media. There's no war. That's what these Russian people say. There's no war.
So the Russians don't believe the war's real?
Maybe that was just that group. Because they just said, no, that's ridiculous.
Well, here's the thing. Russia does not have an open society. Like, you can't just print anything you want in the news. You can't just, they don't have the kind of freedom to talk about stories that we have in America. They have control of their internet. So, and they also punish dissidents. They punish people. So if you're over there and you want to believe what they tell you, who knows what they tell? What do the people in Russia think is going on with Ukraine?
We didn't get that deep into it. Because, of course, one of the other comedians said something to them about the war. That's not true. That's what they put on television. They want you to believe that, but there's no.
Are there the Russian equivalents to people that tell you that Trump won the election?
I guess probably.
Trump won that election. He's my president.
Yeah.
That's maybe the Russian equivalent of that, but in America at least
you have shirts with the flag on them. I don't need a mask. I'm free.
If you are like in Russia, how much access to the actual news do you have? I don't know. I mean, how much access to like the whole world? How dangerous is that for you? Like if you decide to use a firewall, some sort of VPN.
These people were in Amsterdam. This guy was a comedian in Russia, and they were doing something in Russia. And they looked at us like we were. I wasn't doing the questioning.
Like you're naive.
Like you guys believe that? Like that's not even real. That's media hype.
Damn. Imagine being that confident.
Yeah, they were.
Why would you be that confident?
They were that confident to tell us. Yeah, basically you don't know what you're talking about. Please don't believe that. And it was some comedians from England, and it was us from America, and we all said no. There's a war. We're gonna do our comedy show here tonight. We're gonna laugh it up. Go do what fucking Americans and English people do. And that's what we're doing. Wow. You don't know.
It's not that he didn't know, right? So he doesn't want to talk about it. That's what it sounds like.
Yeah. But it wasn't just one person. It's like, like, hey, what do you guys think about that? Oh, come on. Enough with this already.
Yeah, he was just tired of talking about it. He's been talking about it for a year. Imagine being a Russian dude. Everywhere you go, they're asking you about Ukraine. What the fuck do you want me to do? Oh, you're selling lunches. You know what you do. It's just weird that our comedians running the country. Wild. You saw him play the piano with his dick?
No.
You didn't see that?
No, I said.
Did he do it though?
No.
He did.
No.
That's what was going on across the street.
That's no. Okay.
But didn't Zelensky do something like that?
No, I don't know.
Oh, no. I think
Did he do that?
Yeah, I think it was like part of his act.
Oh, but I was talking about the guys from Puppetry to Penis.
Right.
They had their show. Me and Greer were in this venue, and he was in that venue. So we all
okay, I'm confused because I think I watched a video of Zelensky doing this comedy routine where he's like in front of a piano. Yeah. Oh, playing piano with his penis. Yeah. So they don't see their penises, so who knows what's really going on? But they do take their pants down. Here it goes. Let me hear some. No, they're not really making that noise, right?
I don't think so.
You were skeptical before.
This is serious.
You think that one's real? I'm very skeptical.
very skeptical if that was real.
Yeah, no shit. You can't even see the piano. There's probably no.
Tony Woods, I love you. Thank you for doing my club this weekend.
Man,
Very excited to have me. Very excited to have you. Show the world. Let them know. Tell everybody your social media so they can follow you.
What am I? I'm Tony Woods with a Z on Instagram. And then I got a website too.
TonyWoods.com.
I don't know. I think it's, yeah. Is that it?
TonyWoods.com.
Yeah, that's my thing. That's me.
All right. Thank you, Tony.
And I'm supposed to be doing a special the first week of August. Dave's supposed to produce it. It's up in New York.
Beautiful.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm supposed to say that.
Too late. Too late. Bye,
And she says, I'm not going to do it again. So she says, what's your key to success? And he says, seriously, write any number you want on that check and I'll sign it. And she says, look, I got to get back to the studio. We'll put this interview on in about an hour. And he takes the check back and he says, that's my key to success. Never pass up a great opportunity. And he was serious. We would have written that check out for 10, 20, or $30 million. $100 million. Just to tell that story would have been folklore. That story would have been gangbusters. If you wrote out a check to a reporter for $28 million and signed it, man, everybody would know that story. But that dopey woman, she kept pushing the check back to her. She should have said $100 million. You would have signed it hard. On the show, Steph, I wanted to start with you. What is Bill Gates, creator, owner, I think CEO still of Microsoft, who's a billion-dollar company? What is Bill Gates' net worth? 50 billion. 50 billion. All right. Angel Martinez.
I don't know. 12 billion.
12 billion. All right, brother. Bill Gates' net worth. 110 million or billion? Billion. All right, the general.
I'm going with 10 billion.
10 billion. And then, what? 100 billion. 100 billion. Anybody else in there? What? Okay. The furthest from the actual number is the general, and for 10 billion. Somebody's spending too much time on the base. They not. Not going to do the favors. In reality, that's right. Is it that important stuff? Now, the guy that owns the WNBA team is worth 10 billion. The actual retail price is, and frozen now, the is $121.5 billion. March 21.5. $121 billion. These ice water coolers going out of this. Yeah, right, yeah. Both of them got scores. Jeff Bezos and Bill Gates, right? Both of them are split. And one of the great Jeff Bezos stories of all time is when he went to buy Whole Foods. I think he paid $12 billion for Whole Foods, and he owned all of them. But because the stock went up so high that day he bought it, he got Whole Foods for free. He actually it didn't cost him anything to acquire Whole Foods. Because he owned a certain amount of shares, and the stock went up, where he made $12 billion that day, and he paid $12 billion for Whole Foods. Man is wealthy. That's them. So thank you. Got it. Great information too. All right, we have time to do this. I think we do. This is the I searched, and I found it. With a little help from a friend of mine who was in years ago. This is the very first recording that anybody knows of. I left my heart in San Francisco by Tony Bennett. The very first recording. Tony Bennett passed away today at 96. Ladies and gentlemen, Tony somehow sadly gave the glory that was I've been terribly low. and forgotten man I'm going home to my Here we go, everybody. Come on, everybody, let's go. So that's the very first recording of I Left My Heart in San Francisco. Here is the last recording. It was literally 11 months ago. 11 months ago, the last recording of I Left My Heart in San Francisco. So I'm going to listen back and play. The last recording. I have it. I'm not sounding online. I have it. And we're going to compare the first to the last. Man, good. That guy's great. The last of the great voices. That's the way to go. Very, very simple. We're live on KFI AM 640. More now with Brown to KFI 24 News. Long Beach is hosting a donation drive to help homeless with items needed during the heat wave. The health department Sandy Wedgeworth says people living on the streets need water, sunscreen, and umbrellas to keep them cool.
Especially with extreme heat, people are much more susceptible to having symptoms that potentially could be deadly if left untreated.
Wedgeworth says other stuff, including pet food, pet supplies, are also welcome. Donations can be dropped off at the health department parking lot next Saturday. This report brought by Jacobian minors injury attorneys. Caltrans has released video of the bear putting up fallen safety cones back into place along the roadway. Caltrans BDM deserves Bear of the Year award. Says while his friends reported it caused traffic through chaos, this bear showed us that safety markers were all fine. The U.S. Senators released an unclassified document that Republicans say is significant in their investigation of Hunter Biden. Or contains raw, unverified information involving claims of confidential informant made in 2020 about Biden's alleged business dealings with a certain Florida Ukrainian energy company. Senator Chuck Grassley says American people can now read this document for themselves. Both Russia and Ukraine have announced they'll treat ships traveling to each other's Black Sea ports as potential military targets. ABC's Tom Ritter says a Kremlin spokesman claims Russian officials are analyzing possible threats in the waterway. Good news, the Kyiv regime is absolutely unpredictable. What stop at nothing, hence threat levels are increasing. Move comes after Russia withdrew from a grain export deal Monday and expanded its attacks on port infrastructure to farm storage buildings in Ukraine. And more than 100 bearded men who resemble Ernest Hemingway have gathered in U.S. Florida to compete in the Hemingway lookalike contest. And that competition started yesterday as part of the island's Hemingway Days Festival, celebrating the birthday of the Nobel Prize-winning writer. The lookalike winner will be chosen tomorrow night at Sloppy Joe's Bar. Get over there now. Hemingway said, Walton. Mostly clear, warm overnight, lows below 70 degrees. Back clouds tomorrow with that heat hanging. Pretty much the same Sunday into at least early next week. 77 Costa Mesa, 84 La Palma. There's a stall in Santa Fe Spring.
5 northbound Cap Telegraph Road, big rig clogging up the right lane. Overall, flowing out of the Knoll Lot, leaving the 105. It's Boyle Heights, Signal Culture, stay up on the side.
What a mess we've got here, Angel. This is the southbound side of the 5, right before, or just past Main Street, I should say, right past Main Street. Just middle lanes block, actually, the 2 right lanes block with a couple of trucks, one of them a fuel truck, one of them a big rig, and a little car sandwiched in between them. They're all side by side, there was a little car stuck in between. Big delays all the way back from Los Feliz, and it's only going to get worse on the southbound side of the 5 through the Boyle Heights area. It's already ugly. Southbound 101, not a great alternate. It's super slow from before Hollywood Boulevard all the way down to the East LA interchange. Will Holschreiber, KFI in the sky.
In Corona, another stall, 15 southbound Hill Cerrito Road. Middle lane is blocked, sending you back up to 91. KFI in the sky, helps get you back faster. I'm Rachel Martinez.
Your car Just as soon as the next day. No title, no problem. Your cars and kids on work today. Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Injured in an accident? Visit superhomesupercleaner.com.
I love the ocean. I also respect the ocean. So when I'm paddling, I always wear my life jacket because things can change fast. You should do the same and associate the people that you're with. Save the ones you love. A message from California State Parks Division of Boating and Waterways. Hey, it's Team Shark, Aging Vision, glasses, contacts, readers. What a hassle. And LASIK won't solve the need for readers as you grow older. Dr. Mark Snyder has a better way. RLE. It stands for Refractive Lens Exchange. To take it from someone for living with their eyes. RLE, the game changer. No glasses, contacts, readers, or cataracts for that matter. Permanently restored vision. I'm thrilled. He's talking to Dr. Snyder too. See if RLE is right for you with a free virtual consult at SnyderRLE.com. Every day we breathe in thousands of tiny little germs, allergens, and viruses. Don't let these invisible invaders make breathing through your nose impossible. Flush them out with Rabbi. I'm Mark Hope, and I invented Navage to make cleaning your nose easy. Navage uses powered suction to fill saline in one nostril, around the back of the nose, and out the other nostril, helping flush out everything that makes you miserable. Nearly 4 million people use Navage so you can get a smallest and feel healthy. People like Dan, a verified Navage user, who writes, I've had trouble with my sinuses for decades. I always thought something like this was a gimmick, but one use and I'm hooked. I should have bought this a long time ago. The results are immediate and incredible. Unquote. If you suffer from sinus congestion, allergies, or snoring, then Navage is the same drug-free solution you've been looking for. Navage from Walmart, Walgreens, CVS, Rite, Target, and Navage.com. Navage, N-A-V-A-G-E. Running a small business takes grit and determination, and a communications provider that's got your back. That's Spectrum Business. Fast, reliable communication solutions to keep your business going. Get 300 megabits per second internet, just $49.99 a month. Unbundled with Spectrum Business Connect, the all-in-one phone system that lets you work from anywhere on any device, and with a free mobile line for a year. Visit spectrum.com/go faster. Restrictions apply. Services not available in New York. Today is July 21st, National Legal Drinking Day. The perfect booze in the U.S. could be 21, more like 16 in Europe. You know, it's also Ernest Hemingway's birthday, so try a Hemingway decorative. And today in Austria, there's a festivity called Laughter Spectacle Quiz, where all sorts of parties, clowns, and lady performers take to the street, like me, down to here. And these are my flavors from KMI AM 640. I'll tell you real quickly, about 30 seconds from Tony Bennett's original recording of I Left My Heart in San Francisco. Here we go. 50 years ago. In San Francisco. Okay, that was the original. Now, about a year ago, his last recording of the same song, I Left My Heart in San Francisco. High on the hill. It calls to me. Alright, let's get Alex Michelson out. Alex Michelson, you're on KFI, buddy. How are you? Hey, John, with you. I love listening to that. That is so awesome. Is he the best? listening to today, some of the album that we did with Lady Gaga and the Glitter News. Oh yeah, called Cheek to Cheek, just a few years back. And we put that pointed out there. It was so good until the end. I mean, so good for 50 years and so consistent and so cool. I saw live at the MGM about, I don't know, 30 years ago or so. And it was so, or maybe 25 years ago. So I got to see him live in Las Vegas in a smoke-filled, auditorium. Yeah, and I think it's kind of the end of that whole era of Sinatra and all those guys who started Las Vegas. And what a bad day, but what a great life, right? And then to live that long and to have that much love in your life, and it's just the life well lived. I imagine your parents were big Tony Bennett fans. My parents are huge fans. Big. Big time. Yeah, love. And totally grew up on that. And Sinatra and all that stuff was like constantly like the soundtrack of my childhood. So, yeah, love him. Hey, what's on the, I know a very busy news week we got strikes going on, we've got, the fires happening, heat is going on. What are you covering tonight on the issue is? Well, we're doing a series of talking with all the different presidential candidates. So tonight we have Marianne Williamson. I know her in the station, who I'm sure you're voting for. Sure. Can you bring her crystal? Totally lined up with everything you she was really a great conversation, and I think it's clear that there's a lot of different perspectives, and I think she's running because she believes in what she's talking about, and I think it's interesting to hear her perspective. And then we get very different perspectives from James Gallagher, who is the top Republican in the California Assembly, and he's talking about the way that Republicans are trying to fight back a lot of the stuff that Democrats are doing, and a different approach they have to try to win elections and change policy in the state, like that whole fight over the child sex trafficking law, which we talked about last year. The governor ended up siding with the Republicans and not with the Democrats, right? And they've had some victories on fentanyl. They've been able to force the Democrats in, even though Democrats have a super majority